In the endless expanses of the desert, on a hill that opened a beautiful view of the wasteland, 4 people were preparing for tests. One of them needs to face a test called Demon Illusion, to ascend and become immortal. For this he needs the help of his friends. They gladly agreed to help because it was one of the most important moments in life, which everyone must go through. Our main character's name is Tang Shu. A disaster happened a year ago, due to which a part of his soul moved to another world, in which he spent more than 10,000 years to become immortal. On his way, he found 3 best friends. Emperor Dan Qing was the first to meet him on his way. The demon Zhu Yao was the second Tang Shu met, and the last was the fairy Manhua, who became his true love. The test began. Tang Shu saw unknown purple magical forces flying straight towards him. He prepared to meet them. At one point, he felt a suspicious force. Looking around, he saw his friends starting to attack him at the same time. Tang Shu did not expect betrayal from them. An incredible force began to kill Tang Shu. The pain was so strong he couldn't hold back his scream. A scroll that was the main target of the traitors fell out of his pocket. The Sufi contained all the information about the highest art of space. It was a celestial technique that gave incredible power to its owner. Fairy Wanhua immediately rushed after him, while the 2 accomplices watched Tang Shu. He couldn't believe that his best friends and girlfriend betrayed him at the most important moment of his life. She grabbed the Sufi as she watched Tang Shu die. She finally revealed her plans. From the beginning, she wanted to become the emperor and conquer the city of Huikain, where her true home is. Tang Shu was shocked at what he heard. They had known each other for more than 9,000 years, and he could not even imagine their true goals. Because of the betrayal, Tang Shu could not pass the test, and he knew that now he would die. His body almost disappeared. At the end he shouted that he would never forget and never forgive them. Immediately after these words he completely disappeared. After spending some time in darkness and silence, Tang Shu opened his eyes and heard strange voices calling him and demanding his money back. His mother was standing in front of him, who was very worried and trying to find out something. Tang Shu closed his eyes and thought that it was all a dying illusion. After a moment, he felt his mother's hands touching his shoulder. He opened his eyes again and now saw many people standing around him. One of those present called him his cousin and asked him not to shy away from the conversation. Tang Shu tried to ignore the screams of those present. He wanted to understand where he was and why he didn't die during the ordeal. Tang Shu recognized most of the people around him. His mother's name was Su Linyun. The man in the business suit was his uncle, whose name was Su Shang. The woman in the red dress was his aunt, and her cousin was next to her. A year ago, Tang Shu had an accident, after which his soul was damaged and a part of it went to another world. Although his physical condition remained intact, he stayed in the other world for more than 10,000 years. But only 1 year passed on Earth. Tang Shu's thoughts were interrupted by his uncle, who began to shout even louder and demanded that Tang Shu return the money he had stolen. Su Linyun, Tang Shu's mother, began to protect her son. She was sure that Tang Shu did not take any money. She was always on his side. Tang Shu understood that he was being accused of theft, but he didn't know anything about the money because he had just returned to this reality. He was serious and was not going to back down. Su Shang shouted about bad upbringing. He waved his hand to teach Tang Shu and speed up the confession process. Tang Shu prepared to strike. Su Linyun suddenly stood in front of her son to protect him from the blow. Su Shang was only happy to see this. The smile on his face grew bigger. He was not going to stop. Su Linyun was hit in the face in front of everyone present. Tang Shu was stunned and confused for a moment. Su Shang deliberately hit Su Linyun. Tang Shu's eyes lit up with a bright flame. His emotions overwhelmed him. The anger that Tang Shu felt unleashed all the strength he had. He immediately rushed at Su Shang to avenge his mother. Tang Shu felt incredible strength in his hands. For a moment he noticed the flames surrounding his fist. He punched Su Shang in the face without sparing any strength. Su Shang didn't expect such a bold act from Tang Shu, so he didn't have time to dodge the blow. In front of everyone present, he couldn't keep his balance and started to fall slowly. Unable to resist, Su Shang hit the wall and fell to the floor. With the last strength he tried not to lose consciousness. There was complete silence in the room. None of those present expected such a result. Tang Xiu couldn't even imagine that he would be able to use a technique from another world. The fire source art that he learned in another world had also transferred to this world. It gave him an advantage badge and several ideas. Tang Xiu remembered his aunt's name. Zhong Mengchun immediately rushed to Su Shan, but he had already lost consciousness. She tried to bring him back to consciousness. Su Fei, Tang Xiu's cousin, was stunned by the incredible power that Tang Xiu possessed. He was confused and unable to do anything. Su Lin Yun covered her mouth with her hand, barely holding back her tears. She was glad that Tang Xiu stood up for her, but at the same time, she was thinking about the consequences. Su Fei ran to his father and tried to bring him to his senses, but to no avail. He began threatening Tang Xiu with the police and threatening retribution. Tang Xiu was indifferent to his cousin's words. He was already coming up with a plan of action and was trying to figure out how to return to the other world and take revenge on the traitors. Su Fei still called the police and reported the situation. A few minutes later, the police arrived at the house and entered the room. They immediately tried to bring Su Shang to consciousness, but he was in a very deep sleep. Su Fei was telling them what happened. After some time, the police managed to bring Su Shan back to his senses. For a long time, he could not understand who was in front of him and what had happened. Su Shan's vision could not return to normal for a long time. He only heard a woman's voice calling him. After a few seconds, he saw the policeman and got scared. In front of him was a beautiful girl with good uniforms. Her name was Chen Mei. She was the chief of police. She took out her ID card from her pocket and showed it demonstratively. Su Shan looked at the ID and immediately started pointing his finger at Tang Xiu and shouting about theft. He reported that Tang Xiu had stolen 3,000 yuan from his family and insisted on arrest. Su Lin Yun approached her son like a fashionista. She was very worried about him. Tang Xiu told that he did not steal any money because it was very low for him and the accusations are false. Pointing her finger at Tang Xiu, Chen Mei asked Su Shan who was the instigator of the fight. Su Shan's face had a strange smile that showed his intentions. Tang Xiu, realizing his situation, decided to tell everything to the police chief. But as soon as he started to speak, he was asked to keep quiet. Su Shan began to tell that he communicates well with the director of the institution where they are. Chen Mei rose to her feet. Su Shan did not stop, pointing his finger at Tang Xiu. He demanded that he be put in prison for theft. He also said that Tang Xiu started the fight first. Chen Mei paid attention to Su Shang's expression. After listening to his story, she noticed something suspicious. Chen Mei rudely asked Su Shan to be quiet. She knows her business very well and does not like to be ordered. Tang Xiu, observing the events, suddenly covered her face with her hands. Covering her mouth with her hand, Tang Xiu felt a sharp deterioration in her condition. Su Lin Yun noticed that something was wrong with her son. Tang Xiu had forgotten that he was in another world. Now his body was very weak, and using any techniques from another world could lead to death. As soon as he remembered it, he started coughing hard, trying to cover his mouth with his hand. He couldn't help it, and blood leaked through his fingers. His mother was shocked and didn't know what to do. She just held his hand. Chen Mei immediately turned her attention to Tang Xiu. She understood what happened, so she quickly started to approach Tang Xiu. Walking over, she placed her 2 fingers on Tang Xiu's neck and listened. She checked his heartbeat and blood pressure. Tang Xiu was confused for a moment. He looked down and blushed. The police chief's large breasts were in front of his eyes. It was the first time in a long time that he paid such attention. Chen Mei reported that Tang Xiu had suffered a lot of internal damage, but it would heal over time. This was not the first time she had encountered such a person. Chen Mei decided to distract Tang Xiu. She asked who can tell everything that happened here because fighting and theft is a serious matter. Su Fei immediately rushed to the police chief. He told that his father was celebrating his birthday that day, so they invited Tang Xiu's family to celebrate. 2 days ago, the institute where he studied with Tang Xiu said that he needed to pay 3,000 yuan for consideration, but Tang Xiu did not pay. Su Fei prepared the money and put it on the table in his room, and after a while it disappeared, so he suspects his cousin of the theft. Chen Mei stopped Su Fei's story. She asked for proof that Tang Xiu stole the money, because without proof his words mean little. Chen Mei also noticed a strange coincidence. The money that was in Su Fei clearly corresponded to the amount of the day of the institute, and why exactly on this day he put it in the most prominent place. Su Fei started to get nervous. Chen Mei noticed how the smile disappeared on his face and fear appeared. His voice became much quieter. Chen Mei asked for more details about the fight, but Su Fei couldn't say a word because it was actually his father who hit Su Linyun first. Realizing that she would not hear anything useful from the little boy, Chen Mei announced the start of the investigation with a serious expression and ordered everyone present to keep their mouths shut. Half an hour passed. The police searched most of the house and still found nothing. Chen Mei watched Tang Xu and the others. Tang Xu tried to reassure his mother. He wanted to assure her that he was just tired and everything was fine, but she was still worried about him. A police officer unexpectedly entered the room holding something in her hands. He approached Chen Mei and showed her a wad of money. He informed her that the money was in the closet in Su Fei's room, and they also managed to find a shoe print that would show who hid the money. Taking the money in her hands, Chen Mei took it to the mountain and informed everyone present about it. In order not to waste time, she asked the culprit to confess himself. If he does not confess, the case will drag on until night. Tang Xu was happy to hear this, but at the same time he was worried because he didn't know what happened before he came to this world. But his worries were calmed by Su Shang. He started shouting about the misunderstanding, and the money was thrown at Tang Xu. He knew full well that Su Fei had hidden it, but still tried to blame Tang Xu. Seeing his father's agitation and his attempts to escape, Su Fei couldn't bear it and confessed what he had done. He wanted to make a joke, but the joke went too far and he got scared. Tang Xu and his mother were stunned by this result. Tang Xu looked at Su Fei feeling disgusted and angry. He did not understand why the cousin did this and what his purpose was. Pointing her finger at Su Fei, Chen Mei publicly declared him a thief. She was sure that his father had instigated the fight. Su Shang immediately began to approach the police chief, and hoping to protect his son, he began to apologize for the false call and tried to calm Chen Mei's anger. Emphasizing good relations with the director of the institution, he insisted on ending the investigation and forgetting everything that happened. His wife, Jiang Mei, immediately approached Su Linyun and tried to apologize. But Tang Xu understood what kind of people they were, so he did not let them in. Seeing this, Su Shan began to threaten Su Linyun with his connections. The principal of the school where Tang Xu was studying was a good friend of Su Shan's. With just one call, Tang Xu could forcefully finish his studies. Su Linyun was shocked by what she heard. She was filled with anger. More than anything in the world, she wanted her son to study for a prestigious profession and have a good life. Unable to bear such threats, she let go of Tang Xu and punched Su Shang in the face with all her might. She was not going to endure such humiliation. Tang Xu began to laugh loudly. He was happy for his mother. Su Linyun was a very strong woman who tried to support her son everywhere and help in every possible way. Su Shang didn't expect this. He was very angry, so he decided to expel Tang Xu without any hesitation. But he needed to deal with the police first. Tang Xu began to praise his mother for such an act, but at one point he felt a sharp weakness and cold sweat on his face. He lost too much strength after the impact and his body did not return to normal. He tried to stay on his feet, but gradually lost consciousness. Reaching out his hand, he wanted to grab his mother, but she was far away. Su Linyun noticed that Tang Xu started to fall. Su Linyun was confused for a moment, but then immediately rushed to catch him, but she was far away. Chen Mei also noticed how Tang Xu began to fall. She understood that his strength had not yet returned, and if he fell, he might injure his head, so she immediately rushed to him. Tang Xu had already completely lost consciousness. Mom and the police chief tried to catch him but were still far away. He almost fell to the floor. Just before the impact, Chen Mei managed to catch him and prevent him from hitting the floor. She felt how heavy Tang Xu was. They found themselves in a very strange position because Tang Xu's head fell on her chest. They carefully placed Tang Xu on the floor and tried to bring him back to consciousness, but it was all in vain. He had expended too much strength. Chen Mei called one of the police officers and ordered an ambulance to be called, as well as to arrest everyone present for an unknown period of time. Holding her hand on Tang Xu's neck, the police chief felt something strange, her expression showing how shocked she was. After a while, an ambulance arrived and Tang Shu was taken to the hospital. Su Lin Yun sat next to them and waited for their son to wake up. She was very worried about him. Bad thoughts were going into their heads. She noticed how Tang Shu's expression changed every minute. Su Lin Yun hoped that he was dreaming of something good, but the last expression scared her. Tang Shu was between the worlds. There were two men around him. The man with white hair and wearing a blue robe was called Quan. He symbolized the holy sky. The other was with yellow hair, all red and with armor on his body. His name was Kun. He symbolized Devil's Land. They showed Tang Shu the balance between yin and yang. Different thoughts began to appear in Tang Shu's mind. He remembered the practice of the divine technique of spawning the cosmos. It was an ideal technique possessed by both demons and gods. It required a student with a weak mind and a weak body to fully teach it. While in the other world, Tang Shu was extremely strong, so he didn't practice this technique. But in this world it was perfect for him. This would be his start. His wife and friends betrayed him for this technique, so in this world, Tang Shu decided to become even stronger and more careful. At one point, he felt an incredible pain inside him. The pain increased, and Tang Shu did not stop screaming. He understood that this was the beginning of his new life. Su Lin Yun was still sitting next to her son, waiting for him to wake up. And after a few minutes, he suddenly jumped up from his seat with a cry, startling her. After regaining consciousness, Tang Shu realized that he was in the hospital. He no longer felt that terrible pain. Su Lin Yun began to ask why he screamed and what he dreamed about. Tang Shu held his head and began to smile. He said that everything was fine and he was feeling much better. He didn't want to scare his mother even more. Su Lin Yun was happy to look at her son. She was very worried about his health. The smile on her face did not disappear for a long time. Standing up from the chair, Su Lin Yun raised her hand to Tang Shu's forehead. He was very hot. She decided to bring water to wipe his sweat. Tang Shu was infinitely happy and grateful to his mother. In the other world, no one cared for him, and he felt lonely all the time. But in this world, he has a mother who will always be there for him. Su Lin Yun took the bowl and went to collect water. Tang Shu followed her with his eyes. He waited for her to leave the room. The door closed. Tang Shu looked at his hands and realized that this body was extremely weak. Even cosmic energy would not help him speed up his progress. Now he had to start all over again. The first level of divine technique was in breathing training, strengthening bones, muscles, and skin. He knew that his body could not withstand a large amount of energy, so he had to control every step. During his thoughts, he did not notice how his mother entered the room. She asked him to take off his clothes so that she could wipe his back. Tang Shu was confused. He did not expect that his mother would want to help him. He began to emphasize that he is already an adult and can do it himself. He was ashamed. Su Lin Yun only laughed and insisted on helping, because she had seen him all since she was a child. Mom's arguments outweighed Tang Shu's excuses, so he agreed to help, but he was still confused. Tang Shu took off his shirt and sat on the edge of the bed. His mother began to rub his back and began to recount the conversation with the doctor. She was told that nothing happened to Tang Shu's body. They did not find any injuries, and in the loss of consciousness it is difficult for them to explain. Tang Shu said that after the loss of blood, he felt much better. Su Lin Yun began to worry about Tang Shu's training. Because Su Shang's threats were not empty words, he could really expel Tang Shu and deprive him of any training. Tang Shu himself was not worried about his studies. He was sure that he could get out of any situation. He tried to calm his mother's useless worries. Looking at his mother, he thanked her for everything she does for him and assured him that he would endure all the trials and become better. Hearing such confident words from her son, Su Lin Yun began to cry with happiness. She has always believed in him, and her faith is growing day by day. Seeing his mother's feelings and tears, Tang Shu hugged her and began to comfort her. He had never shown his feelings before and never said such words. Tang Shu lived for more than 10,000 years in another world alone. His friends did not give the same care and motivation as his mother. He decided to work not only for himself, but also for his mother. A few days later, Tang Shu went to the educational institution. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed how all his classmates had received the test results and were discussing them violently. Approaching the desk, Tang Xiu dropped his briefcase and saw his test. Looking at the result, Tang Xiu was stunned. The part of the soul that remained in this world was very stupid. An unfamiliar boy entered the classroom. When he saw Tang Xiu, he began to smile and slowly approached him. He stood behind Tang Xiu and spread his arms above his head, his face showing a terrible smile and bad intentions. At this time, Chen Mei was talking outrageously with her father. She told about her meeting with Tang Xiu, and told about the strange processes in his body that she felt when she touched his neck. But the father turned his back to her and calmly looked out the window while sipping wine. He almost did not pay attention to his daughter and thought about his own. Chen Mei didn't stop and continued to tell what she managed to find out about Tang Xiu. Checking his pulse, she felt a lot of serious damage. Her father interrupted her story and asked what happened at the end of their meeting. He did not like long conversations. Chen Mei said that after Tang Xiu fell unconscious, she noticed that his heartbeat increased dramatically, and the internal damage that was very severe disappeared without a trace. She also spoke with the doctor who examined Tang Xiu. He was also impressed because such serious injuries cannot disappear so quickly. Father returned to Chen Mei with a smile. He asked if she was sure about the sudden increase in heart rate. Chen Mei started yelling at him. She couldn't be wrong in such a banal check. Her father's disbelief made her angry. She grabbed the bottle of wine that was standing on the table near her father and forbade him to drink any more. She did not like his behavior when he drank. Chen Mei was interested in Tang Xiu because he had the ability to quickly repair internal damage. Her father had a large internal wound, so she was trying to find a cure or a way to heal it. She felt the door and left the room, sipping the last glass of wine. Her father remembered Tang Xiu's name. He became curious to know more about him, but he did not show his face. Tang Xiu felt someone standing behind him. His senses told him of danger. He looked around to see a boy he didn't know who was about to rush at him. Reacting quickly, Tang Xiu jumped to the side and the boy who was going to catch him fell on the desk. Tang Xiu prepared to fight, but noticed a strange smile on the boy's face. The chair Tang Xiu was sitting on ended up right between the boy's legs. He felt an incredible pain from his feet to his head. The boy began to scream in pain. His dignity was greatly affected. Tang Xiu saw this, so he covered his eyes with his hand. He understood how unpleasant it was. After a few seconds, the boy raised his head and began to smile. Through tears and intense pain, he praised Tang Xiu for his great reaction and called him boss. Tang Xiu recognized his old friend. It was Yang Chun. He blew up sharply and proudly stood in front of Tang Xiu without showing the pain that had not left him. Yang Chun paid attention to Tang Xiu's test. When he picked it up, he saw a lot of red pen. Tang Xiu's test was a failure. Looking into Yang Chun's eyes, Tang Xiu promised to be the best in the class next month and to do his best to be the first. Yang Chun grabbed his shoulders and whispered. He decided that Tang Xiu was ready to kill everyone who was above him in the evaluation ranking. Tang Xiu smiled and asked to wait until next month. He wasn't going to kill anyone. He wanted to rise to the top of the rankings by himself. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in a business suit and glasses. He called Tang Xiu and slowly walked towards him. Tang Xiu immediately remembered Su Shang's words. The man approached them and told Tang Xiu to pack his things and get out of there. Tang Xiu was not wrong. Su Shang really used his connections to get revenge. It was not the first time they had been kicked out of the school for the day, so Yang Chun replied with a smile that they hadn't done anything wrong until today, and asked why he was kicking Tang Xiu out. Yang Chun realized that something strange was happening. Tang Xiu stopped him and repeated the question. He must know the reason for being kicked out again. Sorhu? That was the name of the man with glasses. He informed that Tang Xiu was transferred to another class, because he did not need such bad students like him. Sorhu offered him two options. The first option was for Tang Xiu to transfer to another class, and the second option was to immediately leave the university forever. There were many people watching their conversation. Most of them were Tang Xiu's classmates. He heard their attitude and criticism towards him. Looking around the class, Tang Xiu saw the happy faces of his classmates. They were happy to hear Sorhu's words. The whole class except Yang Chun wanted Tang Xiu to leave them. Unable to bear the ridicule of his classmates, Yang Chun grabbed the chair next to him and swung to throw it at the other students. But at the last moment he realized what the consequences could be if he injured someone, so he hit Tang Xiu's desk with a chair. Yang Chun began to shout loudly at everyone present. He was confident in Tang Xiu's words. He believed that next month Tang Xiu would be the best. Sorhu pointed his finger and ordered Yang Chun to shut up because he was talking nonsense. Tang Xiu decided not to create even more conflict. He asked Yang Chun not to worry about him and just focus on his studies. He didn't want Yang Chun to be the second one to be kicked out of the university. Tang Xiu picked up his bag and walked to the door. As he passed by Sorhu, he heard him whisper, Sorhu suggested that he leave the university as soon as possible so he could save more money for his family. Tang Xiu was not going to answer him. He took out the examination ticket from his pocket and stopped after opening the door. Returning to Sorhu, he crumpled the exam ticket right in front of his eyes and threw it at his feet. Tang Xiu very quietly said that Professor Sorhu would regret it. Seeing this, Yang Chong was overjoyed, raised his hands and started cheering for Tang Xiu. It was the first time he had seen his best friend respond so sharply to the professor. Sorhu got angry when he saw Yang Chun's reaction, so he started yelling at him and threatened to expel him. If it wasn't for Yang Chun's parents, he wouldn't have even started studying at this university. Yang Chun quickly raised the desk above his head and swung at the professor. He didn't like it when his parents were mentioned. Yang Chun's face was very serious. Mentioning his parents always turned into aggression on his part. But after looking at Tang Xiu, he decided to calm down. He approached Tang Xiu and announced that he was going to another class with him. The professor remained standing in a stupor. Tang Xiu looked into Yang Chun's eyes in surprise. He could see the determination and confidence in his actions, but still called him strange. The professor turned to Yang Chun and ordered him to stop. Sorhu's face showed his fear. He didn't want to get in trouble with Yang Chun's parents. But the choice had already been made. Looking at Professor Yang Chun, he wished him luck, and said that he would not change his decision, and would also take the desk with him. They left the classroom and went to another. Their faces were smiles. The professor ran out of the classroom and tried to stop Yang Chun but failed. At that very moment, Professor Sorhu received a call from Su Shan, who decided to find out how Tang Xiu's deduction went. Sorhu reported that Tang Xiu's expulsion was approved by the university principal, but they were prevented at the last moment. The 10th grade teacher, Han Qing, asked the principal for one last chance for Tang Xiu, so he was transferred to the 10th grade. But Professor Sorhu was sure that Tang Xiu would not be able to hold out for long, and he would be expelled. Su Shang ordered to watch his actions and not take his eyes off. While walking down the corridor, Tang Xiu and Yang Chun were discussing their next course of action and did not notice the 10th grade professor appearing in front of them. She called out to Tang Xiu, interrupting the boys' conversation. Tang Xiu gave her a displeased look and Yang Chun blushed. After saying hello, Han Qing held out her hand to Tang Xiu. He immediately noticed her watch and beautiful outfit. Yang Chun felt his heart pounding and his nose began to bleed. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Tang Xiu began to tremble and looked at Han Qing. Yang Chun saw Tang Xiu's face and began to laugh. All the memories of his wife who betrayed him immediately flashed before Tang Xiu's eyes. He could not say anything because of the shock. His new homeroom teacher was an exact copy of Fei Wanghua, his wife from another world. Tang Xiu couldn't believe his eyes for a long time, and Han Qing kept looking at him. The lesson started. Han Qing talked about all the subjects that will be on the exam. The students wanted her to talk more and they started to prepare. Tang Xiu couldn't take his eyes off her. Han Qing noticed the new students in her class. She was scared by Tang Xiu's look. He seemed very serious and kept looking at her. Tang Xiu was really serious. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was trying to concentrate on his studies. Yang Chun was sitting behind him and wanted to sleep. Before the class started, when they first met in the corridor, Tang Xiu was deep in thought and couldn't hold back his emotions. Han Qing noticed how he clenched his fists and was scared. He quickly approached her and grabbed her hands. He started shouting why she kept following him. Han Qing didn't understand what Tang Xiu meant. Yang Chun understood the situation Tang Xiu was in, so he immediately rushed to pull him away from the professor. Tang Xiu snapped back to reality, so he quickly excused himself and went to class, ignoring Yang Chun, who called out to him. Yang Chun was left alone with Han Qing. He started to apologize for Tang Xiu and tried to think of why he reacted like that, but nothing came to his mind. He looked at the professor and was scared. Han Qing started to cry. She was very scared and said that Tang Xiu probably knows everything. Yang Chun tried to calm her down, but he did not succeed. In class, Han Qing walked by the boys. Yang Chun immediately grabbed the book and pretended to listen carefully to her story. Tang Xiu tilted his head and thought about the similarities between the professor and Fei Wanghua. On his way to class after meeting in the hallway, Tang Xiu heard some strange words from Han Qing that made him uneasy. But first he needed to focus on his studies. Flipping through the book, Tang Xiu felt a cold sweat all over his body. Flipping page after page, he didn't understand a single word. After calming down, Tang Xiu began to think how to get out of such a situation. He remembered that his senses from another world remained with him. They would help him. Yang Chun tried to spy on his actions. Tang Xiu began to quickly flip through the entire book. His skills from another world gave him the opportunity to quickly remember everything he saw. Yang Chun, surprised, he even stood up to ask what Tang Xiu was doing and began to laugh softly. His laughter drew the attention of the entire class to Tang Xiu. Most of the classmates started laughing to make fun of Tang Xiu. They all knew the rumors about him and his academic success as well. Han Qing also noticed Tang Xiu's strange behavior, but she wasn't going to laugh. She felt sorry for Tang Xiu for a moment. In the following lessons, Tang Xiu did not stop and continued to study the material. The math teacher made several remarks to Tang Xiu, but he didn't care. Yang Chun continued to follow his friend, and when he got bored, he fell asleep at the desk. After class, two girls noticed them while walking down the street. Yang Chun, of course, noticed and reacted. Tang Xiu continued to read books and ignored everything else, not even the girls. Evening came. They spent more than 3 hours in the school library. Yang Chun packed his things and went home. Tang Xiu stayed to finish reading all the material he could. As soon as Yang Chun left the room, Tang Xiu put the book down and grabbed his head. He managed to read all the material he needed for the entrance exam. He did it all in just one day. After collecting all the books in a pile, Tang Xiu went to put them back in order not to waste time. Now he was ready for the exam, so he had the opportunity to devote time to other things. He remembered Professor Han Qing's strange words. They stuck deep in his mind. But at one point he noticed a book with a blue hue that caught his attention. It was called Xian Cheng's Encyclopedia. He had heard about it before in another world. Tang Xiu took out the book and started flipping through the pages quickly. He was shocked by everything he saw, because the book reminded him of many ideas he had forgotten. The book described a medicine that would help Tang Xiu pass the first level of the divine technique. He would be able to quickly strengthen his body to raise the level of the technique. Medical skills were first noticed in the mountains around Xiancheng. Tang Xiu wondered how he could get there. According to feng shui, Xiancheng Mountain has spiritual properties. This place is ideal for Tang Xiu training. He decided to build a house there. But the question of money immediately arose. The purchase of land and building materials were very expensive. Tang Xiu closed the book and smiled. He came up with a plan of action for the first time, but first he had to deal with his studies and get used to this world. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. He picked up the phone and saw that his mother was calling him. Happily, Tang Xiu accepted the call and said hello. His neighbor from his mother's room called him. She said that the restaurant in their house was destroyed and he should come as soon as possible. Tang Xiu did not expect such news. He threw the book on the floor and ran home as fast as he could. He didn't want to imagine what happened to the restaurant and what happened to his mother. Running out of the school, Tang Xiu caught up with Yang Chun. He wasn't going to stop and explain what happened. He didn't want to waste time. Tang Xiu ran past his friend. Yang Chun immediately understood that Tang Xiu had some problems. It alerted him. At this time, 3 thugs smashed the whole restaurant and stood in front of Su Lin Yun and taunted. One of them had a baseball bat. A guy with red hair and a bat in his hands began to approach Su Lin Yun. He began to demand the debt owed to this restaurant. If she did not pay the money, she would have to leave it. Tang Xiu appeared in front of the bandit. He managed to meet with the bandits in time. Seeing him, the bandit started laughing and lit a cigarette. Tang Xiu gripped the baseball bat tightly and was not going to let go. His main goal was to keep Mom safe, so he must defeat the thugs as soon as possible. The thug began to smile with a cigarette between his teeth. He tried to pull the bat out of Tang Xiu's hands, but he couldn't. Tang Xiu had never interfered with them before, but now he was not going to let go of the thugs. Grabbing the bat with 2 hands, the thug tried to pull her out again. Noticing such a picture, the other 2 thugs began to slowly approach Tang Xiu to teach him. Tang Xiu calmly watched their movements. The bandit leader began to threaten Tang Xiu even more. He promised to kill him if he did not give up the bat. Tang Xiu was not going to endure and prolong the fight. He snatched the bat from the thug's hands and swung to strike, but at the last moment he thought twice. He understood that he could cause severe damage to the enemy if he hit with a bat, so he immediately concentrated his strength on his left hand and hit with his fist. Tang Xiu looked closely at the bandit. He used the smallest part of his strength, but it was enough to make the bandit lose his balance. Seeing such a picture, the other 2 thugs rushed at Tang Xiu without hesitation, but he was prepared for such a reaction. Quickly turning around, Tang Xiu hit another thug. The blow was very fast and strong, so the thugs were unable to dodge. The last bandit was left, who attacked from the back. Tang Xiu noticed him at the beginning of the battle, so he was ready. Taking a step back, Tang Xiu scared the enemy with a serious look. But at the same second he kicked, the opponent managed to cover himself with his hand, but the blow was so strong that the bandit felt all his internal organs. Su Lin Yun was standing next to Tang Xiu. She was watching his masterful fighting skills that she had never seen before, and covering her mouth with her hand, she tried to remain silent. Tang Xiu threw the baseball bat on the floor and stood in the middle of the room. Looking at the thugs, he realized that they were no longer fighters. The leader of the bandits began to point a finger at Tang Xiu and threaten massacre because they were sent by a very famous and influential person who would not tolerate such a thing. Tang Xiu began to listen carefully to the bandit. He was wondering who was bothering his mother, but he often began to worry, realizing that he could add even more trouble. Noticing the tension in Tang Xiu's eyes, the bandit began to smile and said that they were sent by Su Shangguan, who owns a real estate agency. The bandit mockingly asked if Tang Xiu knew this name. Tang Xiu lost control of his emotions. He was filled with anger. Of course he knew the name of his uncle, who couldn't let go of the past with the police and his son, and tried his best to torment Tang Xiu and his mother. Tang Xiu slowly walked up to the bandit leader and stretched his arms around his neck. Tang Xiu decided to finish them off once and for all. Having firmly grabbed the bandit by the neck, he lifted him as high as possible and began to strangle him. The bandit, in a hoarse voice, begged for mercy. Another thug rushed to the leader's aid. He understood Tang Xiu's intentions, so he had to help, but he didn't succeed. Tang Xiu looked at him over his right shoulder, and with incredible confidence the leader continued to strangle them. The thug who tried to help was scared and stopped. Another thug ran up to Su Lin Yun, who was nervously watching her son's actions. He began to ask for help. If Tang Xiu killed him, he would go to prison. Hearing this, Su Lin Yun rushed to Tang Xiu and began to beg him to let the bandit go. She didn't care about the life of the bandits, but she understood what could happen to her son. Tang Xiu turned to his mother. He said that he wanted to protect her at any cost, and for this he needed to finish off such bandits. He had a scary smile on his face, and his hands tightened around the neck of the bandit. Tang Xiu lost his control. He almost didn't hear his mother's words, but in an instant, Yang Chun appeared and grabbed Tang Xiu's hand and ordered him to stop. Tang Xiu did not expect him to appear. He asked not to disturb him and let the matter be finished, but Yang Chun was not going to back down. Yang Chun looked into Tang Xiu's eyes with a serious look. He asked if killing the bandit was worth his mother's health, because for the murder, Tang Xiu would go to prison, and his mother would be left alone. Tang Xiu was shocked by his words because Yang Chun had told the truth. Tang Xiu began to slowly let go of the bandit and pondered his friend's words. He threw the bandit to the floor and couldn't get Yang Chun's words out of his mind. Tang Xiu didn't know what to do next and how to do it right. Raising his head, the thug began to threaten Yang Chun and call him a pig, ordering him to disappear immediately. And after a few seconds, Yang Chun's face seemed familiar to the bandit. He began to look at it and got scared in an instant. He realized that the boy whom he called a pig and whom he threatened was the son of the famous Yang Chunling family, and goosebumps ran down the bandit's skin. For the long time of friendship with Yang Chun, Tang Xiu heard about his family from this side for the first time, and was surprised Yang Chun calmly reacted to the bandit's words. Realizing what he had done, the bandit knelt down and began to beg for forgiveness. He said that they were subordinates of his uncle. Bowing his head, the leader of the bandits said that they received a tip from a stranger and wanted to make extra money. They would never have thought that this shop belonged to Yang Chun's friends. He wasn't going to forgive the thugs, so he kicked their leader in the face with his foot. Tang Xiu didn't expect this from Yang Chun. After the blow, Yang Chun ordered to find the money to rebuild the restaurant in 3 days and then leave the city forever. Otherwise, they would feel his full force. Barely holding back tears, the leader of the bandits agreed to such conditions, but it was difficult to get such a large amount of money. Yang Chun looked at the other thugs. His gaze made the thugs feel goosebumps. He ordered them to leave the restaurant and look for the money. Tang Xiu looked at Yang Chun in surprise. He couldn't imagine how strong and influential a guy was at such an age. Looking at the thugs, an idea came to Tang Xiu's head. He ordered her to pick up her leader and walk over to him. Tang Xiu decided to make sure they returned to the restaurant with the money. He remembered a technique from another world. Folding 2 fingers, Tang Xiu hit the vital points on the thug's body. The bandits did not understand why he did this. Tang Xiu warned them that if they do not come in 3 days, they will know the dire consequences. Unable to bear it, Yang Chun began to shout, and in a rude tone ordered the thugs to disappear from his sight and return only with the money. Without thinking for a long time, the bandits immediately rushed to the door. Tang Xiu thanked Yang Chun for his help, because without him he could have killed the bandit and gone to prison. Looking at Tang Xiu, Yang Chun smiled and asked him to turn to him for help in any situation. Turning to her mother, Tang Xiu began to ask her what happened and how she was feeling. Su Lin Yun said that everything was fine. She was just scared. She approached her son and began to ask how he was feeling. She was always afraid for him. Tang Xiu said that he was fine and tried to reassure his mother. He asked why she had not paid the rent for the room this month. Su Lin Yun was silent for a moment. She moved away from Tang Xiu and looked at the floor. Gathering her thoughts, she said that she had spent all the money on his education, and because of that, there was nothing left for the rent. Tang Xiu was shocked by what he heard. He knew that the mother's main dream was a good future for her son, so she did everything for him to study. He approached and took his mother's hands. He informed her that she would no longer worry about him because he would start doing everything himself, and suggested not to raise this topic again. Their conversation was interrupted by a strange sound from behind. Looking around, Tang Xiu and his mother saw Yang Chun wiping away his tears. He was very happy for Tang Xiu. Wiping away her tears, Su Lin Yun thanked Yang Chun for her help and offered to stay for dinner and eat beef with them. Hearing this, Yang Chun immediately lit up with joy. He always reacted this way to women's thanks, but even more he loved to eat. Su Lin Yun went to the kitchen. Yang Chun decided to help them with dinner. Tang Xiu was glad that he was able to protect his mother and deal with her problem. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Tang Xiu, together with Yang Chun, decided to take a walk. Yang Chun was happy and remembered Tang Xiu's skillful moves. He didn't know that his best friend knew martial arts. Showing his movements from the side, Yang Chun wanted Tang Xiu to teach him some techniques to become even stronger. Tang Xiu laughed at this. He didn't mind teaching Yang Chun something, but the fact that Yang Chun was the son of an influential family was much better. It really surprised him. Looking at Yang Chun, Tang Xiu once again thanked for today's help, so that Tang Xiu would not get into trouble and go to prison. Yang Chun smiled, but informed that Tang Xiu had a very high opinion of him, and he did not deserve so much thanks. Yang Chun asked if Tang Xiu remembers their first meeting. A long time ago, before the class started, two boys were clinging to Yang Chun. Many of his classmates knew that Yang Chun was from an influential family, so they thought that he passed the selection only because of them. Because Yang Chun's grades were very low, he was the weakest in studies. Yang Chun had to endure this bullying because he did not want to create unnecessary problems for himself and his family, but at one point it all ended. Another day when he was being bullied, a textbook flew into the head of one of the boys. The boy got angry and turned to look at the person who did it. Tang Xiu stood in front of him with a serious expression. He was tired of hearing insults towards Yang Chun every day, so he decided to stand up for him without hesitation and threw the textbook at the boy. The guy who got hit in the head with a book turned red with anger, picked up the textbook and began insulting Tang Xiu. Yang Chun, who was sitting at the desk, was shocked because he did not expect that someone would help him. A smile immediately appeared on Yang Chun's face. That day he realized that he had found his first friend, with whom many trials would pass. A lot of time has passed since that day. Now they were walking in the garden at night and talking. Yang Chun asked Tang Xiu to be more open, and if he needed anything, he should definitely contact him, even if it involved a lot of money. Tang Xiu once again thanked Yang Chun, but admitted that asking for money was not for him. In another world, he had achieved everything by himself, and in this one he also planned to go all the way on his own. Tang Xiu looked at Yang Chun with a very sly look, and admitted that he had long wanted to ask the millionaire's son a couple of questions. Yang Chun also smiled slyly and agreed to answer any question. Tang Xiu asked how to get the money quickly because he needed a very large sum for the land plot and building materials, and also to have enough for life. Yang Chun pondered with his hand on his head. He went through many options in his mind, but almost all of them took a long time. He remembered that the fastest way to win a lot of money is lotteries. After a few minutes, they came to the quarter where the casino was located. They approached the casino. Yang Chun said that in this place you can win a lot of money, but at the same time you can lose everything you have, so you have to play wisely. Tang Xiu was ready to win. He had many otherworldly sensations left to help him earn money. After a few seconds, he heard a familiar voice approaching from the casino. His cousin Su Fei came out of the casino with his friends. From their conversation, Tang Xiu understood that they had lost all their money. Seeing Tang Xiu, Su Fei was very surprised because Tang Xiu's family was too poor to visit such places. He started shouting that Tang Xiu had forgotten in such a place. After listening to his cousin's screams, Tang Xiu spoke Su Fei's name, causing Su Fei himself to feel goosebumps, and his hands began to work, his face covered in sweat. Entering the casino, Tang Xiu saw a lot of people playing non-stop. There was a person behind almost every slot machine. Several men were sitting at each table, so they immediately found a machine and started playing. After some time, a waiter ran to the owner of the casino and informed about the guy who wins every time. He suspects that the guy broke the machine. The owner drank some water and asked the waiter several questions, but the waiter insisted that he himself go to see the boy's game in order to believe his words. Tang Xiu used his skills to win every time. A large crowd of people gathered around him and happily cheered for him. The owner of the casino couldn't believe his eyes. The waiter reminded the owner that until yesterday, they had reduced the chance of winning on all slot machines. But no matter which slot Tang Xiu sat down for, he always won. In front of the owner's eyes, Tang Xiu won again, and the machine gave him money. Yang Chun was incredibly happy for Tang Xiu. He started calling him God of Luck. Tang Xiu's face was very calm without any emotion. Yang Chun couldn't find the right words to express his surprise. He felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. Tang Xiu immediately looked at the strangers. Behind them appeared two men. One of them was a waiter. A man with glasses and a big cross on his chest greeted Yang Chun. They were old acquaintances. Yang Chun immediately recognized the boy. It was Long Zheng. Yang Chun wondered why he had forgotten in such a place at such a time, and why he had changed his appearance. Long Zheng narrowed his eyes and smiled strangely. He said that this is his casino, and he is happy to see such guests. At this time, Su Fei nervously walked towards the house, overtaking his friends. They tried to catch up with him and calm him down, but he didn't hear them. All Su Fei's thoughts were only about Tang Xiu. He couldn't understand how Tang Xiu got the money to play in the casino. Remembering the moment they met at the exit, Su Fei became even more nervous and angry. At that moment, standing by the door, Tang Xiu told Su Fei in a calm voice that he would regret his actions and pay dearly for everything. An idea came to Su Fei's head. He took out his phone from his pocket and started calling someone. He came up with a plan to frame Tang Xiu. He called the police to report 2 teenagers who stole money and went to play in a casino. He hoped that Tang Xiu would be arrested. In the casino, a fight broke out between Yang Chun and Long Zheng. Yang Chun insisted that Tang Xiu get all the money he won on the slot machines. He knew that Long Zheng was not the most honest person. Long Zheng stopped Yang Chun. He said that he will give all the money, but first he and his men will check all the machines and then they will get the money. Tang Xiu got up from his seat and asked to check everything as soon as possible. He was not going to stay in the casino for a long time because they were waiting for him at home. Long Zheng and the waiter immediately sat down to check all the machines. A long time passed. The waiter said that he did not find anything. Everything remained in its place, as they had set up before. Long Zheng could not believe in such great luck. Pushing the waiter aside, he rushed to the computer to see and check everything himself. He couldn't find anything either. Tang Xiu and Yang Chun's patience had come to an end. They approached Long Zheng to finish the matter and collect the money. Long Zheng approached Tang Xiu and asked him to calm down. He promised to give back all the winnings without any problems, but first he asked about his friendship with Yang Chun. Tang Xiu asked the meeting question. Why did he need such information? Tang Xiu was not going to tell something to a stranger without knowing his intentions. There was only one thing on Long Zheng's mind. He began to think Tang Xiu was the best player, because it was almost impossible to win with the smallest settings. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud shout, which informed them of the arrival of the police inspection. Tang Xiu and Yang Chun must quickly escape from the casino. If they are accepted, there will be serious problems. Looking in the direction of the scream, Tang Xiu noticed the familiar silhouette of the girl. The voice seemed very familiar to him as well. 2 more policemen were walking behind her. Looking closely, he saw Chen Mei, who had previously helped him deal with Su Shang. She loudly asked everyone to stay put and cooperate with the police. Understanding the whole situation, Tang Xiu and Yang Chun were ready to run away, but they didn't know how. Chen Mei was distracted by the row of everyone present and didn't notice Tang Xiu yet. He felt someone take his shoulder, covering his mouth with a finger. Long Zheng ordered to quietly follow him. He would help him escape. They waited for a moment for Chen Mei to turn away and ran to the door that only Long Zheng could access. Chen Mei heard strange sounds, looked around and saw 3 boys trying to run away from the police. She immediately rushed after them, but they were too far to catch up with them. She ran into the room and ordered them to stop and raise their hands. She found herself in an empty, dark room. She tried to find them, but she noticed an open window and understood everything. They ran to the window. She saw how the boys got into a blue car and quickly left the place. She remembered the car and its color. While trying to catch up with them, she noticed the face of one of the boys. She remembered where she had seen him before and realized that it was Tang Xiu. The boys managed to avoid meeting with the police. They were already far from the casino. Yang Chun thanked Long Zheng for saving him and appreciated his skillful driving, but he did not forget about the money either. Looking at Yang Chun, Long Zheng laughed and hoped that Yang Chun knew him better. He announced that he would give all the money. Long Zheng looked in the rearview mirror and looked at Tang Xiu. He had a question that had been swirling in his mind for a long time. Tang Xiu agreed to answer his question but asked him not to ask stupid questions. Tang Xiu's face showed calmness. Long Zheng reported the opportunity to earn a large amount of money right now. And it wouldn't matter if Tang Xiu lost or won. Tang Xiu asked what amount of money it was. Yang Chun was also interested in this conversation. Long Zheng said that if Tang Xiu loses, he will receive 10 million immediately. If luck smiles on him, he will get 100 million at once. It was a lot of money, Tang Xiu thought, because it was an opportunity to make money in any case. Without thinking long, Tang Xiu agreed. He wanted to start working as soon as possible. He started to push Long Zheng. Yang Chun's mood soared to the sky. He did not expect such a fun night, so he began to encourage Tang Xiu to great success. Long Zheng informed that it was a big business secret, so Yang Chun would not be able to go with them, but this did not spoil Yang Chun's mood. They dropped Yang Chun off at home and headed to their destination. They arrived in Xing City, straight to the Long family hotel. In the hotel on the upper floor, a game was going on between two influential men. One of them had a great advantage, so he offered to postpone the game, but the opponent did not agree. One of them got 3 aces and announced another victory, and the end of the game, next to each of the players, stood their assistants who gave hints in the game. As a result of the victory of one of them, the other had to fulfill the terms of the contract. The loser had to give up the right to construction. One of the advisors of the winner advised the opponents to surrender in order not to waste time, because the skills of its leader were at a high level. One of the advisors of the loser bowed his head and asked for forgiveness from his manager and declared that he would not lose again. The winner offered to play the game again, but to change the bet, he was sure of his victory, so he behaved boldly. The girl in a nice dress decided to make sure of the readiness of the opponents. She smiled and asked about their well-being. Not having time to answer the girl's question, everyone present heard the opening of the door. Looking around, they were shocked. 2 boys entered the room, Long Zheng and Tang Xiu, on the way to the hotel. They stopped by a shop and bought themselves an elegant suit. Long Zheng was in a good mood and shouted that his family was not so easy to defeat. They came to the table. Long Zheng introduced Tang Xiu and said that this time they would not lose. Tang Xiu would help finish the case in their favor. Tang Xiu asked to speed up the process and start playing because he was getting home late. He didn't want his mom to worry. Long Zheng fully supported him. Long Chen was Long Zheng's brother. He asked to leave for a few minutes to find out about his plans and to communicate the importance of this game. They left. Long Chen put his hands on his brother's shoulders and told how important issues are being decided at this table. He understood that his brother was trying to help him, but he was not sure of his actions. Long Zheng understood his brother's fears, but asked him to trust him, because he was confident in Tang Xiu's incredible strength. With his help, they would definitely win. Long Chen looked at his brother for a long time, but still trusted him. He announced the start of the game. All his hope was only on Tang Xiu. Long Zheng approached Master Jia and asked him to choose a game, and reported that the bet had not changed. He was confident in Tang Xiu. Master Jia decided to roll the dice. He mockingly announced that he was giving his opponent a chance, and informed him that if he lost even one game, it would be a fatal defeat. Tang Xiu was happy to start the game. Smiling, he asked Master Jia to start and warned about his incredible luck. Master Jia got up from his seat and took out the dice bowl. He started the game smiling as he knew victory was coming his way. Tang Xiu had played the Eastern game before. He began to observe the opponent's movements to check his skill level. Tang Xiu had already come up with a plan of action. It was Tang Xiu's turn. He completely copied the opponent's skillful moves. Master Jia couldn't believe his eyes because he only showed his technique once, and Tang Xiu was able to copy it. Tang Xiu hit the bowl on the table and slowly picked it up. He managed to catch 3 sixes. This meant a draw because Master Jia also caught 3 sixes. Before the start of the next game, Tang Xiu proposed to change the rules of the game. With each subsequent game, they would add another cube, so it would be much more interesting. You could see the fear in Master Jia's eyes. His face was sweating from nerves, but he didn't show it, so he happily agreed to Tang Xiu's offer. After a few seconds, Master Jia slammed the bowl on the table. The girl standing next to him was shocked by the force of the blow. Slowly raising the bowl, everyone present saw 3 sixes. Master Jia was sure that Tang Xiu would not be able to win, but Tang Xiu also caught 3 sixes. The next game started, so they added another die. Tang Xiu was still copying Master Jia's technique and was not going to win yet. A long time passed, but every game ended in a draw. Master Jia could not believe such incredible luck. He knew that Tang Xiu was too young to possess such skill. Master Jia, understanding the situation, suggested changing the rules of the game, or changing the game completely. He wanted to choose a game in which he would definitely win. Tang Xiu did not mind, but asked to tell the rules of the game. He was not able to win because he did not know all the rules of the game, so it took time. The girl in the beautiful dress started to sneer. She happily announced that the construction in the Jai Shaiping zone would be theirs. Hearing this, Tang Xiu immediately remembered this place. He was just about to build a house there and practice his body and skills because the place was perfect for him. After a while, Long Zheng decided to tell Tang Xiu what was going on. He told about his brother Long Chen and the CEO of Bade Chunjin. Their main opponent was Jia Rui, known as the King of Betting. He had not lost to anyone in his entire career. He invited Jiang Shi CEO Jiang Qin and her brother Jiang Yongqin to watch the game. Tang Xiu got tired of hearing this. They had 12 dice each, so he suggested to end the game because he had very little time left. Jia Rui agreed to Tang Xiu's proposal. He understood that Tang Xiu is a genius, and he needs to establish relations with him. He will help in the future. They finally decided to play. Catching the dice at the same time, 2 towers appeared on the table. It was noticeable that the last dice on Master Jia's tower was a 5, and Tang Xiu had a 6. Everyone present was shocked by the skill of both players. Now you need to count all the numbers that fell on the dice to determine the winner. Master Jia began to laugh loudly. It seemed that he already knew the outcome of the game. Jiang Qin looked at him strangely and suspected a loss. Jia Rui thanked for such an interesting game and said that he recognizes Tang Xiu's skill at such a young age. He expects the results, although he already knows who won. Jiang Qin was even more shocked after those words. She began to panic and asked Master Jia to wait for the results. Her brother rushed to count the numbers on the dice. Anxiety appeared on his face. Master Jia had 11 sixes and 1 5. They began to wait for Tang Xiu's results. Long Zheng was slowly counting the dice. Tang Xiu was confident of victory, and the CEO standing next to him couldn't wait for the results. Master Jia approached Tang Xiu and gave him his hand. Tang Xiu was surprised and realized that Jia Rui already knew the results. Jia Rui thanked Tang Xiu for playing and looked at Jiang Qin. He said that he was waiting for his money in the bank account and was going on vacation. Jiang Qin was incredibly angry with him, but agreed to get the money. In her head she cursed Jia Rui for losing an incredible impudence. Jia Rui went around all the men and shook their hands, saying goodbye to everyone present. He went to the door but stopped for a moment and asked what his opponent's name was. Turning around, Tang Xiu announced his name. He had respect for the opponent because his level was much higher, so that Tang Xiu would not be defeated by the abilities of another world. The CEO, who was next to Tang Xiu, shouted his name loudly and in surprise. Tang Xiu immediately looked at him with a serious look, waiting for further action. Sometime later, as they sat in the snow-white room and celebrated the victory by drinking wine, Tang Xiu was surprised by the title of King of the Ponds that Jia Rui had received. Sitting in the soft chair, Tang Xiu recognized that at the end of the game, Master Jia Rui succumbed to him. Tang Xiu was sure that Jia Rui wanted to leave them in debt. Long Chen raised a glass of wine and decided to drink it for Tang Xiu. He was extremely grateful for such help. He would always remember it. Tang Xiu said that he did it for money. If he will be paid well, then he agrees to cooperate with the Long family. Long Zheng hugged Tang Xiu and began to call him brother and asked him to turn to him for any request. Now in Xing City he would always be welcome. At that moment Uncle Chen began to cough violently. Long Zheng remembered his problem, and Tang Xiu realized what was happening. Tang Xiu walked over and grabbed a glass of wine. He informed Chun Jin that he was taking the wrong medicine. It was actually making him worse. Chun Jin wondered how Tang Xiu knew about the medicine. Tang Xiu smelled it when they were playing at the table. The medicine mixed with the wine, but Tang Xiu could still smell it. It is used to relieve the pain of internal wounds. If you take them every day, then the strong effect of the drugs will make the wounds much worse. They will eliminate the pain, but not the wounds. After a while, the injuries will grow at an incredible speed. Chun Jin laughed. He was sure that Tang Xiu knows the people who make these drugs, because only the manufacturer can know their effect so well. Tang Xiu continued the story. People who take these drugs are most likely to die because internal wounds are almost impossible to heal. Chun Jin reported that his wounds were incurable, but Tang Xiu denied this claim. He offered his help and promised to heal them in a short time. Hearing this, Chun Jin began to laugh loudly to the whole room. He did not take Tang Xiu's words as the truth, but only as an opportunity to extract more money. Standing up, he approached Tang Xiu and began to tell how he had traveled halfway around the world to find a cure, but never found it. Chun Jin praised him for his excellent performance, but did not believe in his healing power. Tang Xiu smiled and channeled his power into his right hand. He recalled Jia Rui's words. There will always be a mountain higher than the previous one. After looking at Chun Jin's body, Tang Xiu noticed the point to hit, swung and started to aim. Chun Jin was scared, so he tried to dodge. But he didn't succeed. Tang Xiu was very fast. He hit Chun Jin in the ribcage near the heart. The blow was very strong. Chun Jin's mouth was bleeding. He fell to his knees and put his hands in front of him. Tang Xiu could see his power passing through Chun Jin's body. He was waiting for the end. Chun Jin began to beat his chest. More and more blood was coming out of his mouth. He was in incredible pain. Tang Xiu's power took time to work. Long Zheng couldn't move. Long Chun started calling the hotel staff for help. They were confused and couldn't do anything. But after a few seconds, Chun Jin ordered them to stop. He was no longer coughing up blood and started to rise to his feet. Standing up, he looked at his hands and did not feel the discomfort he had before. He felt incredible relief throughout his body. Tang Xiu suggested that he write a prescription. Chun Jin should take the medicine within a few days and his internal wounds would disappear without a trace. Tang Xiu knew that Chun Jin's injuries were due to qi purification. Improper purification had resulted in incurable injuries, but now everything would be fine. Chun Jin couldn't believe it. He had traveled almost all over the world and found nothing, and a chance meeting with Tang Xiu helped him. But Tang Xiu reminded who he was, so he asked for a prescription fee. Chun Jin expected the same, so he was prepared for a large monetary loss. Realizing the seriousness of Chun Jin's problems, Tang Xiu announced the price of the prescription. If Chun Jin wants to use the medicine, he must pay 1,000,000 won for 1 ampule. And if he decides to buy the prescription, 10,000,000 won, Tang Xiu will wait for news about his health. Chun Jin didn't hesitate to agree to Tang Xiu's terms. He finally found the medicine, so he didn't want to lose his last chance. If he buys the recipe, he will be able to sell the medicine to everyone and make money from it. At the moment of impact, Chun Jin felt the incredible power of qi. He couldn't understand who Tang Xiu really was, but first he needed to get the recipe. Tang Xiu looked at Long Chen and asked to bring 10 million for winning the game. Long Chen was about to go get the money, but Tang Xiu stopped him. Tang Xiu decided to give up the money in exchange for something else. Chun Jin was shocked by his words. He could not understand Tang Xiu's intentions. The Long brothers were also shocked to hear this. Tang Xiu asked to listen to his terms and said that it was more important than any money. Tang Xiu started talking about a place in the south, Jai Shaiping. He wanted to be able to build a house for himself there. Long Chen said that there will be no problems with this, but that area is not yet developed, and it will be problematic to live there. Jai Shaiping was very far away from civilization. Long Chen asked to elaborate on Tang Xiu's wish in order to fully understand his purpose. Tang Xiu agreed and asked for a piece of paper to speed up the process. Long Chen agreed and went to get the piece of paper. 5 minutes later, Tang Xiu finished painting and called the others to look. Approaching Tang Xiu, everyone was shocked by what they saw. Tang Xiu was able to draw a traditional Chinese mansion in many details in a few minutes. Long Chen was shocked because the project was very detailed. Long Zheng jokingly asked Tang Xiu about magic. Long Chun turned on his head and came up with an incredible business plan. Jai Shaiping is fashionable to use as a holiday town in traditional Chinese style. Long Chen asked Tang Xiu to leave the drawing to him, as they could make a lot of money with it. Tang Xiu did not understand Long Chen's intentions, but agreed to keep the drawing. He began to call him boss, because now they are cooperating. Long Chen appreciated Tang Xiu's generosity, so he promised to give him 10 million, and he remembered his estate near Jai Shaiping and allowed Tang Xiu to live there until the construction was finished. Tang Xiu understood Long Chen's intentions but agreed and thanked him for the opportunity, as he would now be able to train. Long Chen offered to go to the estate right now to show Tang Xiu the area and the way to it. Tang Xiu agreed. They got into the car and drove to the estate. Tang Xiu took out his phone and tried to think of something to write to his mother. Long Chen noticed his concern. Long Chen got the reward for Tang Xiu. He gave him a phone and a card with all the money on it. He told the password and the phone number that was already written on the phone. Tang Xiu took the award and thanked him, but he didn't stop thinking about his mother. He texted her that he was in the room and would go to bed so she wouldn't worry. After a few minutes of silence, Long Chen wondered what Tang Xiu planned for the future, because he had extraordinary opportunities. Looking out the window, Tang Xiu thought, he was not going to tell his plans, so he also asked Long Chen himself. He asked about business plans. Long Chen saw a great benefit in Tang Xiu because to keep him close, he began to talk about a business that is aimed at women and children, which is one of the biggest profit markets. Tang Xiu interrupted Long Chen's story. He said that he has many recipes that will help women take care of their skin and not lose their youth. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised by Tang Xiu's knowledge. He can help with the sale of goods, but only on one condition. Tang Xiu asked Long Chen to be quiet. He understood the further development of the conversation, so he decided to cut it short. Tang Xiu knew what Long Chen wanted, so he immediately thanked him for his help. Long Chen was even more surprised by Tang Xiu's words. He promised to prepare everything needed and start preparing immediately. Tang Xiu needs an administrative process specialist to save more time and do his business. Long Zheng immediately rushed to Tang Xiu. He immediately offered his candidacy for the administrator position, Tang Xiu thought, because Long Zheng helped him. While they were riding in the black limousine, they had time to discuss all the upcoming matters. Long Chen was only interested in what Tang Xiu's goal was. Chun Jin was sitting at home and reading the recipe that Tang Xiu gave him. After reading it, Chun Jin could not even guess about such a system of making medicinal herbs. The door opened, and he heard his daughter. Chen Mei, the police chief, was his daughter. She came back from the night shift and asked why her father was awake at such a late hour. Passing by her father, she pointed her finger at him and ordered him not to drink any more wine. Chun Jin was confused when he heard this. He remembered his daughter's words. She talked about an amazing boy named Tang Xiu, but Chun Jin didn't expect to meet him so soon, let alone get medicine for his injuries. At this time, Tang Xiu and the Long brothers approached the manor. Long Chen asked Tang Xiu's opinion about the manor, and reminded him that he could live here as long as he wanted. Tang Xiu was happy to hear this but didn't show it. He thanked Long Chen for this opportunity and was already thinking about where to start his training. Long Chen decided not to linger and return home. Tomorrow they would send a driver to take Tang Xiu to school. They shook hands and parted ways. Long Zheng, waving his hand in farewell, shouted that he would come to visit Tang Xiu as soon as he had free time. The Long brothers got into the car and decided to go home. Tang Xiu stood still and concentrated on spiritual energy. There was a lot of energy around him. Tang Xiu looked around the house and listened to the surroundings. He came up with a plan of action and went to the house. As soon as he entered the grounds of the estate, he removed his outer clothing and sat down to meditate to fully experience the energy of the place. While meditating, Tang Xiu began to slowly restore his spiritual power. An incredible amount of energy surrounded him, but at one point Tang Xiu felt anxious. Tang Xiu got up from his seat and listened. He felt an unexpected burst of strong spiritual energy coming from Shanping. He decided to check what happened. 20 minutes later, Tang Xiu almost reached the place of the splash, making his way through the thickets as he tried to see the cause. A few more minutes passed. Tang Xiu looked around the area and heard strange sounds. Looking around, he was happily surprised. Behind him was a huge snake from which incredible energy emanated. Tang Xiu realized that luck had smiled on him. Noticing Tang Xiu, the snake began to raise its neck and prepare to fight. It could also feel its strength. Tang Xiu slowly approached the snake, rejoicing at the opportunity. After concentrating, Tang Xiu channeled all his strength into his right hand. He wanted to kill the snake as quickly as possible and take the soul from it, which would help him in his training. Without thinking long, the snake rushed towards Tang Xiu. He perfectly understood all the danger. His claws emitted deadly poison. One drop is enough to kill a person instantly. Reacting quickly, Tang Xiu dodged the snake's attack, but was unable to strike either. The snake quickly turned around to strike, but Tang Xiu reacted much faster and managed to hit the snake, but did not take much damage from the snakes and began to turn around. Running away from the snake's tail, Tang Shu smiled as he finally encountered something that reminded him of another world. The snake was a strong opponent, attacking with its tail. It managed to shoot a poison that would easily kill Tang Shu. It barely managed to dodge. Tang Shu suddenly increased the distance to assess the situation. But turning around, the snake disappeared from sight. Tang Shu's senses only felt him after a while. Looking back, the snake had almost caught Tang Shu. It attacked with great speed. Tang Shu's body was too weak to dodge in time. He tried to jump away, but the snake grabbed him with its tail and began to squeeze him as hard as he could. Tang Shu felt that his body could not withstand such an onslaught. Realizing his predicament, Tang Shu decided to use his spiritual energy by gathering it in his hand and strike. It was the only chance for success. The snake was squeezing Tang Shu harder with every second. But at one point, Tang Shu started to smile. A blue glow appeared through the small holes between the snake's body. It was Tang Shu's energy. He managed to deliver an unexpected blow and free one arm. Now he will be able to quickly defeat the snake because he received a serious wound. The snake completely lost its strength. Its heavy breathing could be heard as it slowly fell to the ground. Tang Shu also fell to the ground. He approached the snake and took its soul. Tang Shu was incredibly happy. He did not expect such a quick start in this world. After receiving the snake's soul, Tang Shu felt a strange moment behind him. Turning around, he saw a broken tree with a smell and a small light coming from it. Looking into the tree, Tang Shu was unexpectedly happy. There were valuable shanping herbs. The snake was gathering them for himself. Tang Shu was happy because he managed to catch 2 birds with 1 stone. As he approached the snake, he promised to use his entire body and herbs to the maximum benefit. 2 days later, Tang Shu found some free time and went to his mother's restaurant. As he approached, he noticed the workers bringing in new furniture and the main bandit dragging a heavy package into the restaurant. The bandit entered the restaurant. His friends were happy to return, but after a few seconds they froze. Tang Shu appeared behind him. Turning around, the bandit lost the opportunity to speak. Tang Shu's angry look made them stop for a moment. Tang Shu slowly looked around the restaurant and saw many changes for the better. He asked where his mother was now. Other boys immediately ran up to him. One of them informed that Su Lin Yun had gone to the supermarket and should return soon. Tang Shu slowly looked at them and ordered them to follow him. They had fulfilled the conditions, so he must remove his tags from them and release the points. They moved away from the entrance so as not to disturb the workers. Tang Shu removed the tags and began to ask about the work. Since the last meeting, Tang Shu had hit some points on their necks, so every night they felt excruciating pain and couldn't sleep. It made them work as fast as possible. Tang Shu ordered all the things left on the street to be brought in and released them. They fulfilled the conditions and now they can go wherever they want. But they stopped in their tracks. Looking into Tang Shu's eyes, the 3 boys bowed their heads and asked to hire them. In the last sleepless nights they felt Tang Shu's full power and asked him to teach him some skills. They are ready to fully devote their lives to working with Tang Shu. Tang Shu looked at them, but thought for a few seconds. He asked to wait for the sake of skills, and he agreed about the serious work. He needed workers to save his time. Tang Shu ordered to stay away from his mother's restaurant for a while and wait for the call. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. He took out a bank card and gave it to one of the boys and told him to take care of the restaurant and his mother, and reminded him that if they do something bad, they will feel much more pain. A week passed. Tang Shu and his classmates took the monthly test and waited for the results sitting while the class, everyone except him, received their tests. Young Chun sat behind Tang Shu, staring at his test, barely holding back his emotions. But he was most concerned about Tang Shu's grade, because he promised to become better in a month. Young Chun approached Tang Shu and decided to ask about the results. Tang Shu said that he had not received his test and was still waiting. At that moment, one of the classmates entered the class. He said that Tang Shu was called to the principal's office, that they were personally interested in Sor Hu. Tang Shu suspected Sor Hu. Entering the detector office, he saw Han Qing, the director, and Sor Hu. He asked why he was summoned. Sorhu immediately began to accuse Tang Xiu of cheating on the test. He demanded that Tang Xiu be immediately expelled from the university. Tang Xiu's look made Sorhu anxious. Tang Xiu asked to watch his words and not talk nonsense. Han Qing rushed to the detector and told how Tang Xiu tried to study, even his visits to the library. Han Qing looked happily at Tang Xiu, but he turned away. The principal informed that Sorhu wanted to test Tang Xiu's knowledge again because he got the highest white among all the students. But the detector warned that if he draws, he will be immediately expelled from the university, according to the rules. Tang Xiu understood what was the matter, so he offered to take the test that Sorhu would do, and take it directly in the director's office under supervision. But on one condition: if Tang fails the test, Sorhu must take full responsibility for what he said to them. Sorhu couldn't stand such arrogance. He shouted to the entire office that he would resign if Tang Xiu passed his exam with the highest score. Tang Xiu agreed to these conditions. He turned around and slowly walked towards the door. He would definitely be called when the exam was ready. As soon as Tang Xiu left the office, Han Qing told the detector that she had a lesson and needed to go. The principal let Han Qing go. She ran out of the office and ran after Tang Xiu. Catching up, she asked him to stop for a few minutes. Tang Xiu stopped and turned to her. Han Qing started scolding him and reminding him of the consequences. She was afraid that he would fail the test. Tang Xiu calmly watched her. He almost did not hear her words. Thoughts about his ex-wife who betrayed him crept into his head. At one point, Han Qing stopped. She noticed how attentively Tang Xiu was looking at her, so she asked what happened. She didn't even have time to blink when Tang Xiu grabbed her hand and hugged her waist and kissed her. Han Qing froze for a moment. After a moment, she realized what had happened, so she pushed Tang Xiu away and slapped her and blushed in shame. She immediately started shouting at him because it was not permissible, especially since the plans were at the university and someone could see it. Tang Xiu, reminded of the debt, he began to scream, recalling the past in which she had betrayed him and left him just when he needed him the most. Han Qing tilted her head, remembering the past, but in fact they were thinking about different things. She quietly said that the truth is not like that. Unable to hold back, she began to scream. She would not have left him lying on the asphalt if the bandits had not caught up with her. Tang Xiu did not understand what she was talking about. Han Qing started to cry and asked Tang Xiu to stay for a while. Han Qing calmed down and wiped away her tears. She began to tell about her father, who was involved in a big crime. As soon as she managed to gather evidence, the bandits immediately noticed her and began to catch up. She was lucky to run out into the street where there were many people. Among them, she was able to confuse the trail, and she managed to break away for a short time. Not having time to wait, Kan King V decided to cross the road at a red light, for which she paid. A car flew into the middle of the road at high speed. It did not notice Han Qing and did not have time to stop. But at the last moment, Tang Xiu appeared and pushed Han Qing away with his body and fell under the car. The force of the blow was incredible. Han Qing tried to bring Tang Xiu to her senses, but she didn't succeed. Somewhere in the valley she heard the voice of one of the bandits, so she needed to run away quickly. After asking people to call an ambulance, she began to run away from the bandits. Realizing that an innocent boy could die because of her, she began to cry and ask for forgiveness. Some time after the successful escape, she learned that the boy who saved her was in a coma. She often visited him. When Tang Xiu regained consciousness and began to live a normal life, she had the opportunity to work at this university to observe and help him. Han Qing thought that because of the car accident, Tang Xiu started having problems with his studies, because his studies were getting worse every day. For a long time, Han Qing tried all methods to keep Tang Xiu in the university, hoping to pay back for saving her. Tang Xiu listened to her story in silence. Somewhere deep in his soul he understood that he died in another world because of her. But on the other hand, he gained incredible strength after entering another world after the accident. Han Qing apologized to Tang Xiu several times. Even if he gets a bad grade in the next test, she will beg the detector to keep him in the university. Tang Xiu stopped them and bent down. He asked them to trust him. Han Qing moved back a little because she thought that Tang Xiu was very close. Tang Xiu got up and calmly walked to the classroom. Han Qing remained standing still. She was confused and didn't know what to do. Looking around, Tang Xu shouted that he would definitely think about her apology as soon as the opportunity arose and moved on. As he walked to class, Tang Xu realized that he didn't need to run away from Han Qing because she wasn't his ex-wife. She was a completely different person who gave him the opportunity to enter another world. In the evening, Tang Xu was at the manor. He began to prepare a large cauldron with herbs and snake parts to restore his strength and level up. He was sure that the obtained herbs should be enough to pass the first level. It will help to get closer to the level of immortality. After waiting a few minutes, Tang Xu climbed into the large cauldron and began to meditate. He felt a great surge of strength, but it was still not enough. With each passing second, the flow of soul energy increased. Tang Xu entered the space between life and death, and fully concentrated on the energy, he felt all his accumulations. Looking back, he saw an incredibly large layer of energy. But this was only the first stage in his long journey. Tang Xu couldn't take his eyes off such beauty. Unexpectedly, he felt a sudden change in his condition. His senses began to scream about the approaching danger. After a few seconds, a large layer of blue-colored energy hit Tang Xu's chest and began to divide. Tang Xu felt excruciating pain, but he needed to restrain himself. The layer of energy began to increase its pressure on Tang Xu. He was giving off too much energy. Tang Xu's body could not withstand such a furious flow. At this time, Long Chen was sitting at home and drinking a glass of wine. He was waiting for the guests who were late. As soon as he arrived at the house, he began to fulfill Tang Xu's wishes to start business as quickly as possible and make a profit. Long Chen's thoughts were interrupted by a servant who announced the arrival of long-awaited guests. A boy and a girl entered the room. The boy immediately asked why Long Chen was drinking alone. Long Chen got up from the sofa and said hello. The boy's name was Chu Meng. He was an old acquaintance of Long Chen. Chu Meng brought the girl with him. He fulfilled the request and brought the manager. Looking at the girl, Long Chen was surprised by her beauty. Chu Meng asked him to guess who she was, because she was a celebrity who came from another country. The girl's name was Kang Xia, a famous professional manager who worked on Wall Street for many years. She moved to this country to find something new for herself. She was not an ordinary girl. Kang Xia walked up to Long Chen and extended her hand to say hello. She was pleased to meet such a famous person. Long Chen took her hand and said hello. Long Chen suggested that we get down to business immediately. They sat down at the table and began to discuss the next course of action. Chu Meng put his hand on Long Chen's shoulder and asked him to elaborate on the plans, as he had found the best manager for the case. Long Chen interrupted his friend and said that he had heard many times about this amazing girl and her skills. Chu Meng warned that Kang Xia had turned down many influential people to come here, so he should offer her a good deal. Long Chen smiled. He said that he does not need a manager, but one of his best people, who is just starting his way but has a lot of knowledge that will help him a lot. Chu Meng was very surprised because Long Chen was a very influential person, and now he was looking for a manager for someone he knew. He couldn't believe that he found someone so influential. Long Chen informed that his friend was only 18 years old. Before he could say more, Chu Meng started laughing and asked him not to joke anymore. Realizing how famous and influential Kang Xia was, Long Chen knew that she would have a hard time making a decision after hearing Tang Xu's age, but he suggested that she speak to Tang Xu on the phone and find out for herself. She fixed her hair and smiled. She agreed to talk to Tang Xu because she wondered what kind of boy Long Chen cared about so much. After calling Tang Xu, Long Chen waited a long time for an answer, but Tang Xu did not pick up the phone. Kang Xia was tired of waiting. Chu Meng couldn't wait for the answer. At this time, Tang Xu was still receiving strong blows from the spiritual energy that was shared by the large layer blow after blow. Tang Xu tried to take as much energy as possible in order to start developing faster in the future, but he heard strange sounds that interrupted him. Tang Xu came out of meditation and heard the sound of the phone ringing from the house. He went to the manor. As soon as Tang Xu picked up the phone, Long Chen immediately started yelling at him. Tang Xu said that he left his phone on the table, so he didn't hear the call. Long Chen immediately got down to business. He told that he managed to find the best manager for Tang Xu. Long Chen asked to talk to her now so that she could start work as soon as possible. Kang Xia took the phone and greeted Tang Xiu. She told about herself as briefly as possible. Tang Xiu immediately inquired about her requirements. Kang Xia immediately understood who Tang Xiu was. She was not very interested in money, so the main requirement was curiosity to do. She admitted that she had worked for a long time without curiosity, and came to this country to find something interesting. Tang Xiu immediately told their tasks. She must manage his company to save his time. He will not interfere with her, and she can do whatever she wants. He will only give the product prototype and money. Kang Xia was shocked by what she heard. She didn't expect to get so close to managing the company so quickly. Tang Xiu promised to give 5% of the company's shares when it was successful in making money. Kang Xia made sure that Tang Xiu is really an interesting person. She asked to give her a sample of the product, and in a few weeks she will give the final answer, and offered to meet in the near future. Tang Xiu agreed. He will send her a message on the phone about the meeting place. Kang Xia didn't have time to say a word. As Tang Xiu disconnected, she was surprised. Chu Meng jumped up in surprise. He asked if Kang Xia was confident about cooperating with Tang Xiu, because she had refused to cooperate with him and his team many times. Kang Xia didn't hear a single word from Chu Meng. She was looking at her phone and waiting for a message from Tang Xiu. She wanted to meet him as soon as possible and find out what kind of person he is and see his product. Putting down the phone, Tang Xiu looked at his body. He finally managed to get rid of the shell that prevented him from training and using spiritual energy. Now he didn't have to worry about dying during training. Tang Xiu began to dress and thought about his next steps. When he approached the mirror, he noticed a sharp increase in the length of his hair. His clothes became noticeably smaller. He realized that his body had increased a lot. Looking at his body, Tang Xiu heard the doorbell ring. He was expecting guests, but they arrived too early, so he didn't have time to get dressed and decided to go to the door. Opening the door to the area, a shocked Chun Jin was standing in front of him, who couldn't believe that Tang Xiu had become much taller and bigger in a few days. His hair had become much longer. Tang Xiu didn't answer his question. At this time, Long Chen and Chu Meng put Kang Xia in the car and informed her that she could come with Tang Xiu after a while. Because Tang Xiu was a busy person, Kang Xia thanked and said goodbye to them. As soon as the car left, Chu Meng began to ask Long Chen to introduce him to Tang Xiu. Long Chen was surprised because Chu Meng was a rich man from the capital who had little interest in other people. Long Chen agreed to introduce them but asked to wait for a more suitable time. He wanted to test Tang Xiu's abilities. Chu Meng admitted that his desire to meet Tang Xiu began to grow. There was a silence between Tang Xiu and Chun Jin. Chun Jin still couldn't move away from the shock. Tang Xiu was tired of waiting, so he ordered to follow him to the manor. They entered the courtyard. Chun Jin immediately noticed a large broken cauldron with an unknown substance of a strange color oozing out. Tang Xiu saw a question in his eyes, so he told about his immune-boosting concoction. They entered the house and Tang Xiu offered to sit down. Chun Jin's face showed his fear of Tang Xiu. He couldn't even guess what Tang Xiu was thinking, but he hoped for his help. While following Tang Xiu, Chun Jin stepped on something large. Looking under his feet, he saw a large broken table that was made of marble. Chun Jin was at a loss for words. Once upon a time he had heard of a spell that increased strength, but it required a lot of practice. Chun Jin realized that Tang Xiu was an even more amazing guy than he expected. Tang Xiu got tired of watching Chun Jin's confused reactions. He ordered to get down to business as quickly as possible. Chun Jin apologized and reached into his pocket. He took out a bank card and handed it to Tang Xiu. He informed that his internal wound disappeared without a trace, and it was thanks for the recipe. He also reminded that he owns a company that can patent his recipe, so he asked to sell it. But he stopped for a moment. Chun Jin knelt down and asked to accept him as a disciple. Because of the healed wounds, he believed in Tang Xiu's incredible strength. He knew that under Tang Xiu's guidance, he would be able to achieve incredible results. But Tang Xiu immediately refused him. Chun Jin began to beg Tang Shu to take him as a disciple, but Tang Shu explained that he did not have enough time to take care of students. But he had another proposal. Tang Shu offered him cooperation. Chun Jin can patent Tang Shu's medicines, for which he will receive a good reward. Tang Shu talked about a plan with a skincare company. Because of this, he needed a reliable partner to provide him with everything he needed and start making a product. Chun Jin did not expect such an offer. Tang Shu will give 5% of the company if Chun Jin agrees to cooperate with him. Chun Jin got up from his knees and thanked for this opportunity. He happily agreed. Chun Jin asked to trust him and promised to start working as soon as possible, and again asked to think about his training. Tang Shu promised to think about it. Chun Jin began to rejoice. He bowed to Tang Shu and asked him to call as soon as he had a chance. As he was about to walk to the exit, Tang Shu asked him to wait. Tang Shu ordered not to tell his daughter about the collaboration and not to mention his name at all. Chun Jin was surprised because he did not say anything about his daughter. He wondered how Tang Shu knew about her. Tang Shu had noticed all this at the first meeting. Chun Jin had a strange reaction to hearing Tang Shu's name, the same last name and pulse-checking movements, and most importantly, the same smell. 2 days passed. Han Qing walked to the school with her head down. She didn't pay attention to anything. There was only one Tang Shu in their mind. She couldn't forget Tang Shu's kiss for a long time because it was her first kiss in her entire life, and she blushed every time she remembered it. Approaching the university, Han Qing started several conversations among girls discussing an unknown boy who stood out for his height and beauty. Han Qing saw Tang Shu walking to meet her. Young Chun was walking beside Tang Shu and couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Shu was almost the same height as Yang Chun. Han Qing walked up to them. She too was surprised by Tang Shu's tall height. She confusedly asked what happened to him. Tang Shu didn't understand her question. Yang Chun watched Han Qing's reaction. She reminded Tang Shu about the exam with Sorhu. She asked not to delay him and wished him good luck. This time she won't be able to help him. Tang Shu asked not to worry and to trust him. He was sure that he would pass the exam much better than last time, and Professor Sorhu would not bother him, but on the contrary, he would leave the university. Han Qing wished him luck again. Tang Shu and Yang Chun slowly walked to the classroom. Yang Chun noticed Professor Han Qing's strange behavior when meeting Tang Shu, but didn't want to tell Tang Shu about it. The boys went a few meters away. Han Qing called Tang Shu, and when he turned around, she bowed her head and blushed. She asked to find her after the exam. Walking away from Han Qing, Yang Chun couldn't resist and started asking Tang Shu. He was wondering what happened between them to become so close. Tang Shu himself didn't know that, so he asked to stop asking stupid questions. Han Qing wanted to talk about the kiss and find out why he did it, but held back at the last moment because there were many people around who shouldn't know anything. After entering the university, Tang Shu immediately went to the director's office. He received the exam tickets. The director gave him 3 hours to solve all the questions and reminded him of the university's rules that he can expel him. The director offered to write the test right on the sofa in his office, because that way they could observe him. Sorhu stood next to the director and was angry with Tang Shu. He was confident in his test, and he was more impressed by Tang Shu's height. After looking at the tickets, Tang Shu announced the start of work, but before doing so he approached Professor Sorhu and reminded him of their agreement. Sorhu adjusted his glasses and shouted that he would definitely fulfill the terms of the contract and leave the university. But first he would check the test that Tang Shu would write. Professor Sorhu had been writing exam tickets for a whole week, so he was sure that Tang Shu would fail. The difficulty level of all the tickets was extremely difficult. Most of them were invented by Professor Sorhu himself, so there would be no way for Tang Shu to cheat. An hour passed. Tang Shu passed his tests and waited for the principal and Professor Sorhu to check them. Tang Shu took out his phone and started looking for Kang Xia's message. After a few seconds, he heard the extremely surprised reactions of the director and the professor. He realized that the exam was successfully completed. Tang Shu got up from the sofa and told the principal that he had to go. The principal let him go, but Professor Sorhu ordered him to stop. He asked how he did it, because a month ago he was the worst student in the class. After opening the door, Tang Xiu stopped, looked at Sorhu. He persistently offered to think about the future place of work, and informed about the questions he did not answer, he considered them incomplete. Therefore, he did not leave an answer. Tang Xiu left the director's office looking at his hand. He understood that he managed to remove the protective layer of the skin, but he failed to make a big breakthrough. He needs to find more rare herbs to speed up the process. But the main reason for his success was the big snake. Tang Xiu decided to spend more time searching for rare herbs, and if he was lucky, he would meet such a monster. Tang Xiu began to slowly walk to class. Thinking about future affairs, Tang Xiu did not notice Han Qing appear in front of him, who was waiting for his results. But he passed and did not notice her. She turned to him and asked him to stop. Tang Xiu recognized their voice, so he stopped but did not turn to face her. There was complete silence between them. Tang Xiu took the initiative and looked at Han Qing. He remembered that he hadn't eaten in a long time, so he invited Han Qing to dinner. Han Qing smiled and agreed to such a proposal. Walking down the long corridor, Tang Xiu apologized for the kiss. Han Qing asked to forget this incident. A few days later, Tang Xiu decided to visit his mother. They sat down at the table and discussed various things. The 3 boys that Tang Xiu had hired carried out Su Lin Yun's loving wishes and helped her a lot. One of them was sitting next to him. He raised his glass and thanked Tang Xiu for the great opportunity to work. He talked about the many things they had learned from Su Lin Yun. One of the boys ran into the room and reported that they had uninvited guests. Su Lin Yun was scared because she didn't want Tang Xiu to find out about it. Tang Xiu asked her who was causing her trouble, but she didn't answer. Without waiting for an answer, Tang Xiu got up and decided to look at the uninvited guests himself. He was serious because his mother did not tell him about her problems. Tang Xiu went out to the hall and saw 2 men. One was wearing glasses like a security guard, and the other was standing with his back to him smoking a cigarette. Tang Xiu asked who they were. The response was silence. He came close and saw Su Shan, turned back. Su Shan almost threw out his cigarette in surprise. He didn't expect to see Tang Xiu so tall. Su Shan immediately began to threaten him and ordered him to watch his tongue. Tang Xiu only smiled in response. He was glad to see Su Shan, as this was an opportunity for revenge. Su Shan's bodyguard grabbed Tang Xiu by the collar and asked him to step back, but Tang Xiu continued to stand still and frightened Su Shan with his gaze. Su Lin Yun intervened in their conversation. She was sure that she had given the money last week, and it should have been enough for a month of peaceful life, but Su Shang came anyway. Tang Xiu grabbed the guard's arm and twisted it with little force to pull it away from him. The guard wasn't about to let go, so Tang Xiu used the force and threw the guard right into Su Shang. They collided heads. Su Shang began to shout at Tang Xiu that without his help they could not live as they are now, but Tang Xiu did not listen to him. He reached into his pocket to get the money. Taking his hand out of his pocket, Tang Xiu threw a wad of money directly at Su Shan's face and ordered him to leave the restaurant, otherwise he would have to use force. Su Shan rushed to pick up the money from the floor. Su Shan was incredibly greedy for money. All he needed was money. Picking up the money from the floor, he turned his attention to Tang Xiu's hand, which was clenched into a fist. After picking up all the money, Su Shan decided to leave the restaurant and went to the door, but Tang Xiu grabbed his bodyguard and ordered him to stop. He wasn't going to let him go empty-handed. After a while, they found themselves in the backyard of the restaurant. Tang Xiu sat by the wall and listened to his worker's story. He informed that Su Lin Yun had forbidden her to talk about Su Shang, so they remained silent. The restaurant's income increased several times, but there was no more money. The restaurant still had big losses. Every time Su Shan visited the restaurant, he increased his need for money. His greed knows no bounds. The boys wanted to solve this matter by force, but Su Lin Yun forbade them to interfere. Su Shang was Tang Xiu's uncle, so it was a big argument to listen to Su Lin Yun. Tang Xiu took the cigarette from the boy's hand and asked about the uncle in surprise. Without thinking long, he ordered to knock out all the desire to return from him. No matter who comes to the restaurant, they must not cause problems for his mother. The boy was frightened by such words. He understood that Tang Shu was serious. So he decided not to ask stupid questions. Now they can use force on anyone who bothers Su Lin Yun. But one question still bothered the boy. He asked what to do with the guard who lost consciousness after Tang Shu broke his arm. Tang Shu ordered to forget about him. He will leave the area in the morning. The next day, Tang Shu was sitting in math class. The bell rang, but the professor didn't let the students go. He said it was a very important topic for the entrance exam. Tang Shu took out his phone and asked Kang Xia to come to his class. Han Qing went to the office to start checking the students' tests, but as she walked down the corridor, she noticed a strange girl waiting near Tang Shu's classroom. She decided to come over and ask what she was interested in. Kang Xia greeted her. Han Qing saw a beautiful girl in front of her. Her clothes showed great status and wealth. Kang Xia had a large cross on her neck. Kang Xia took off her glasses and told Han Qing that she had come to see Tang Shu. But before they could finish, they heard the sound of the classroom door opening. They were both waiting to meet Tang Shu. Yang Chun and Tang Shu were the first to leave the class. Yang Chun almost fainted when he saw such a beautiful girl, and asked who she came to. Tang Shu replied that she was an acquaintance of his. When Kang Xia saw Tang Shu, she shouted his name to attract attention. Han Qing was shocked by Tang Shu's friends. She had no idea about female friends. Tang Shu walked up to them and said hello. Kang Xia couldn't take her eyes off Tang Shu and forgot to say hello. Yang Chun looked at Kang Xia lovingly and watched Han Qing's reaction at the same time. Kang Xia complimented Tang Shu on her good looks and tall height. Tang Shu didn't react to it and suggested to go to a cafe bar to start a discussion there. Kang Xia agreed. Tang Shu looked at Yang Chun and apologized. He would not be able to spend time with him today. Yang Chun looked at him with greedy eyes and wanted to go with them, because he had never been in the company of such a beautiful girl. Han Qing and Yang Chun were left standing still, Yang Chun wiping away her tears of failure, while Han Qing tried to remember where she had seen this girl before. Her name was very familiar. Without thinking for a long time, a magazine came to Han Qing's mind. On the front cover was a photo of Kang Xia and an article about her. She was the best manager who came from Wall Street. Han Qing was surprised by such acquaintances of Tang Shu. Looking at Tang Shu and Kang Xia, Han Qing hoped that there was nothing between them. She was afraid that Kang Xia would try to take Tang Shu for herself. Han Qing had no idea about their business plan. After wiping away her tears, Yang Chun offered Han Qing help, which she did not refuse. Han Qing wanted to forget what she had seen and go to work without thinking about Tang Shu. Sitting at the table, Kang Xia received the product. In 2 weeks, she will be able to give a final answer on the cooperation with Tang Shu, while she will study the product. But she has one more question. After making herself more comfortable and crossing her arms, Kang Xia wondered why Tang Shu would give the product away so easily. Because she could just disappear and use it for her own purposes. Money also applies to this question. Tang Shu finished his coffee and got up. Kang Xia was the best manager according to his good friend Long Chen, so he trusted her. He also reminded her of the phone conversation where she frankly told that she was not interested in a small profit. Kang Xia was shocked with such frankness. Tang Shu picked up his bag and slowly walked to school. Kang Xia wanted to stop him but couldn't say a single word. She decided to wait for the next meeting. Tang Shu felt someone calling him. Tang Shu picked up the phone and heard Yang Chun's confused voice. He informed that Professor Han Qing was kidnapped right in the university. After hearing this, Tang Shu immediately ran to him. There was a man on one of the floors who called police reinforcements on the phone and reported what happened. The detector and another man ran to him to find out what happened. A man in a hat took out a policeman's license and showed it to everyone present. He reported the pursuit of a bandit who noticed the tracking and fled to the university, taking hostages on the way. Covering herself with a hostage, the bandit pointed a gun at her. The policeman tried to hold him at gunpoint, but he could not help the hostage. There was a boy next to him who saw everything that happened. He wanted to help. This boy was Yang Chun. He called someone and reported the kidnapping, trying to help. He asked to let Han Qing go and take him hostage. He was a brave boy. The policeman tried to stop him, but he failed. Yang Chun approached the criminal and started talking to him. The criminal quickly took them both and shut himself in the next room. The criminal made his demands. The policeman cannot act alone, so he has to wait for reinforcements. The principal and professors were shocked and could not do anything. He asked the policeman to cooperate with him. The director agreed. He ordered to take all the students out of the university and ask if someone had seen something. The policewoman raised her head and was confused. She saw her boss. Chen Mei immediately ran up to the policeman and slapped him hard for failing a task that could cause innocent people to suffer. She grabbed him by the shoulders and began to scream, "Now he will be fully responsible for the hostages and the failure of the mission." The policeman began to apologize and agreed with her words. Chen Mei ordered the principal to find out information from the students. Maybe someone saw the criminal. At the same moment, they started making strange sounds coming from the office. Chen Mei immediately took out a gun. She, together with another policeman, approached the wall and prepared to storm the room. They could not wait long. But at the last moment, they heard a dull sound of a blow. The huge man broke the door with his body and flew out of the office. Chen Mei barely had time to leave. She realized that it was the same criminal in appearance. The blow was so strong that the criminal flew to the railing and could fall. Realizing this, Chen Mei wanted to run up and save him from falling, but she was overtaken. Tang Xiu quickly ran up and caught the criminal right on the railing. He managed to hold the criminal with one hand, which greatly surprised Chen Mei. A few seconds later, Han Qing, who was very scared for Tang Xiu, and Yang Chun, who was beaten and holding his chest, came out of the office. Yang Chun was smiling, looking at Tang Xiu. 5 minutes before, the criminal closed the office and started beating Yang Chun, who was trying to protect Han Qing. Using a gun and having an advantage in strength, the criminal abused Yang Chun. Han Qing begged the criminal to stop. She couldn't watch her students suffer, but she couldn't do anything else because she was very scared and she was a weak girl. After another strong blow, Yang Chun couldn't stand it and fell to his knees. He felt pain all over his body. The criminal sat next to him and started mocking and humiliating him. It was fun for him. The criminal turned his attention to Han Qing. He understood that Yang Chun would not be able to rise for a long time, so he suggested Han Qing to play an adult game and began to approach. Hearing this, Yang Chun gathered his last strength and grabbed the criminal's leg so that he would not be let in by Han Qing. He had to buy time before the police and Tang Xiu arrived. But the criminal was not going to waste his time. He put a gun to Yang Chun's head and said that he hates being grabbed by the legs. Yang Chun was scared but did not let him go. Tang Xiu was standing on the nearby roof. He just arrived and saw how Yang Chun was trying to stop the criminal. Tang Xiu realized that there was no time to waste, so he moved away a little to speed up. Tang Xiu sped up and jumped from the roof directly into the window behind the criminal, which no one expected, and this gave Tang Xiu the opportunity to finish off the bandit quickly. The criminal was scared, so he tried to quickly point the gun at Tang Xiu and kill him. He realized the incredible capabilities of the boy and jokingly called him a Spider-Man. Tang Xiu managed to catch the gun right in front of his face, but the criminal was able to fire. The bullet hit Tang Xiu's eye and injured him. But Tang Xiu managed to use up his energy, so the bullet only slightly damaged his face. Deflecting the gun, Tang Xiu gathered energy in his right hand for a powerful strike. The criminal did not have time to react and dodge, so Tang Xiu's punch hit the target exactly. The criminal felt his ribs break. He almost lost consciousness from the painful shock. It was this blow that threw him out of the door. Now Tang Xiu was sitting next to the police car and trying to figure out how he knew Kung Fu to justify himself to Chen Mei. He didn't want to cause too much trouble since time was already short. Chen Mei was not going to let Tang Xiu go, because she still didn't know how he got into the office and where he got such power from. But Tang Xiu refused to tell her. He got up and was about to go about his business, but Chen Mei ordered him to stop before cooperating with the police. She reminded him that he had to do it. Tang Xiu asked why he had to help them. If he did the whole thing alone, he admitted that Chen Mei failed her job and now ordered him to cooperate. Chen Mei bowed her head and thanked Tang Xiu for rescuing the hostages. She informed that Tang Xiu would be awarded by the mayor himself, but Tang Xiu immediately refused and asked to give the award to Yang Chun. At this time, Yang Chun was telling everything to the policeman who was recording his words. Yang Chun did a really good job. He was able to protect Han Qing and hold the criminal without feeling sorry for himself. Tang Shu said goodbye to Chun Mei and went about his business, but she asked him to stay for a moment. As soon as Tang Shu turned around, Chun Mei ran up and quickly checked his pulse. Her surprise knew no bounds. She felt Tang Shu's pulse completely. He knocked their hand away, but it was too late. Chun Mei wanted to ask a few questions, but she was interrupted by Yang Chun, who called Tang Shu. He informed that Han Qing is inviting them to dinner, so he suggests to go to the store right away. Tang Shu was happy to see Yang Chun's happy face. Walking away from the police, Yang Chun whispered to Tang Shu that the job was done. They told everything to the police as he wanted. Tang Shu thanked them and congratulated Yang Chun on the upcoming reward that he didn't know about yet. Chun Mei looked at Tang Shu. She couldn't believe that his pulse was beating so fast. Moreover, his appearance had changed a lot. He became much bigger and taller. 2 days later, Chun Mei found a lot of information about Tang Shu. She tried to find out more. Chun Jin saw her and asked why she was not at work. Approaching his daughter, Chun Jin saw the information about Tang Shu. At first he was scared. Then he asked why she was still interested in him. Chun Mei noticed her father's strange reaction. Chun Mei asked to tell more about the master who healed his father's internal wounds a week ago. Chun Jin tried to make up stories quickly, but he failed. Chun Mei got up from the sofa. She decided to look into her father's eyes and ask a few more questions. She began to suspect that she knew Tang Shu. But Chun Jin was lucky. The bell rang. Chun Mei was informed of the murder of a criminal they had recently caught. Chun Mei immediately decided to go to the hospital. She warned her father about continuing the conversation after her return. The main goal was to find out what happened at the hospital. Chun Jin immediately received a phone call. He was lucky that Chun Mei quickly ran about business because Tang Shu was calling him. Chun Mei got to the hospital and started asking what happened. The criminal who was caught by Tang Shu was killed at night. No one saw anything. Only the guard who was unconscious was found. Fashionable police officers were informed that the guard still did not come to his senses. It is clear from the tracks that the killer was a master. In his opinion, someone ordered the murder of the criminal. Chun Mei couldn't hold back her emotions. She hoped to learn more information from the words of the criminal himself. But she didn't have time. She didn't expect him to be killed so quickly. Chun Mei decided to look at the matter from the other side. They had been watching drug dealers for a long time and noticed many foreigners among them. To begin with, she wanted to find out how they pass into the city. Tang Shu called Chun Jin. He wanted to see if Chun Jin could get some rare herbs for him. The recipe he gave Tang Shu contains many different herbs. He hoped that Chun Jin had enough connections. Chun Jin has many friends in this field, but he needs the exact names of the herbs that Tang Shu needs. He will receive a message with everything he needs. Tang Shu will personally come to pick them up. Tang Shu reminded that he met Chun Mei a few days ago. He ordered to follow her so that she would not find out more about him. Chun Jin heard this and dropped the phone on the floor. Chun Jin quickly picked up the phone and apologized to Tang Shu. He received all the instructions and will act according to the plan. Tang Shu told him what time to expect his call. Chun Jin put down the phone and picked up the document about Tang Shu left by his daughter. He knew that Chun Mei had incredible potential, but Tang Shu was an amazing person, so he had to be careful. Thinking for a moment, Chun Jin could not understand why his daughter was interested in Tang Shu. At one point, a strange picture appeared before his eyes. He decided that Chun Mei wanted to marry Tang Shu, so he studied his documents and watched him. Tang Shu was in the university dormitory. He entered Yang Chun's room and asked how he was doing, but when he looked around, he saw Yang Chun sleeping sweetly. Tang Shu slowly walked up to him and took one notebook from the table. Tang Shu slapped Yang Chun on his back to wake him up. Tang Shu reminded him about studying, so he started to force him to study. Yang Chun was scared of the blow. Looking at Tang Shu, he was even more scared. He apologized and started working. Tang Shu wanted to finish as soon as possible because he had a lot of work to do. Opposite the dormitory, on the nearby roof, your men were watching Tang Xiu and Yang Chun. Using a sniper rifle, they tried to target Yang Chun. One of them brought food and a bottle of alcohol. One of them hoped for the end of the operation, but when he approached them, he realized that nothing had been done. He asked why they were waiting. Their main target was Yang Chun. They wanted to avenge the death of their friend Charles. One of them got tired of waiting for the right moment, so he decided to do it all himself. He walked over and took the sniper rifle from his friend's hands. He ordered to watch the best kill in the last 1,000 years. But first he made a place for himself. Looking into the scope, the man lost the ability to speak. He saw Tang Xiu staring at him with a stern look, and not taking his eyes off him, he felt goosebumps. Afraid of failing the mission, they began to think of another plan. One of them offered to act as Yang Chun's friends and remove Tang Xiu, since he was interfering with them. The man who saw Tang Xiu's gaze tried to calm himself down, saying that it was just a coincidence. An ordinary person cannot see someone at a distance of 500 meters, even at night. He took Yang Chun's photo and lit a cigarette with it. She began to pack and prepare for action. While packing, one of them heard a strange sound, but time was short. Tang Xiu could clearly see the people and the sniper rifle. He ordered Yang Chun to continue working on his studies while he would go to the store himself. In fact, Tang Xiu ran out of the dormitory and ran to meet the thugs. Tang Xiu managed to remember the appearance of the men. He understood that they were friends of the criminal who was killed in the hospital, because it was clear that they came from another country. After running a few meters, Tang Xiu felt a strange energy. Looking around, he did not see anyone. The unknown man with glasses managed to hide behind the wall and waited for Tang Xiu to disappear from sight. Using all his senses, Tang Xiu approached the small building, but as he got closer, the sense of presence immediately disappeared. Tang Xiu didn't understand what happened but decided to check the house. A man watching Tang Xiu near the dormitory decided to follow him. He barely caught up with Tang Xiu and mistook him for an incredible athlete. Tang Xiu didn't find anything in the middle of the house. He decided to take me to the roof, and as soon as he opened the door, he smelled a sharp smell of burning paper, and when he looked around, he noticed a small piece of a photograph. Picking it up, Tang Xiu saw their school uniforms, but the photo was almost burnt. So it was not clear who was in the picture. Tang Xiu noticed footprints on the floor. After examining the footprints, Tang Xiu noticed red mud. A second later, he felt the presence of an unknown person. Tang Xiu slowly got up and listened. Tang Xiu shouted for the man to stop hiding and leave him, because this bull doesn't have enough time to play hide and seek. The man was shocked that he was found. The man decided to come out to Tang Xiu. He immediately informed about Tang Xiu's interesting abilities and told that he served in the special forces but had never seen such a smart guy like Tang Xiu. Approaching Tang Xiu, the man held out his hand and introduced himself as Master Jia Rui's senior disciple. Tang Xiu understood why Master Jia gave away the victory. Tang Xiu ignored the handshake. He asked to get straight to the point and asked why the man was following him. The man was scared of Tang Xiu's confidence. The man began to tell, Master Jia Rui had fallen into the Great White. Because of gambling on Jingmen Island, he said that only Tang Xiu could help him get out. The man bowed his head and began to beg for help. He wanted to leave right now. Tang Xiu refused. He had too much work, especially since in a few days he will have an entrance exam, which he cannot miss, because he will lose everything. Tang Xiu asked to wait for a more suitable moment. The man couldn't wait that long. He offered to solve all the cases instead of Tang Xiu. Just to speed up the rescue of Jia Rui, he was willing to talk to the director and solve the matter. Tang Xiu started to walk to the exit. He agreed to help. But first of all, he had to solve the study issue. Tang Xiu also wanted to take half of the money he won. Stopping at the door, Tang Xiu warned the man not to follow him anymore. If he continued to do so, Tang Xiu would be forced to use force. One day passed. Yang Chun talked to his mother near the house. She told him about his father who could not come because of work. He had a hard-working week. Yang Chun understood that his father's work was not easy, so he did not blame him. He told his mother not to worry. He would return to the dormitory to continue his studies with his friend. Yang Chun got into a taxi and said goodbye to his mother. She suggested that he come with his friend when they have free time. Yang Chun agreed and went to the dormitory. His mother stood for a long time and looked at the departing taxi. She was happy that Yang Chun finally started studying. She heard the voice of the man who called her. She turned around and was shocked. An unknown man with a gun in his hands was standing behind her. Adjusting his hat, he offered to go for a walk. He wanted to use Yang Chun's mother for his own purposes, and also kill him with her help. She had no choice. After a few minutes, they came to an abandoned warehouse. The bandit threw her into a pile of bags and ordered her to be silent. He sat down next to her and pointed the gun to her forehead. He began to tell her what her son had done and what would happen to him. If she did not help her, he would die. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The bandit got scared and visibly went to open the door. When he opened it, he saw his accomplices who brought the goods. One of them reported suspicious activity to the police. The police began to investigate the places of various agencies, most likely because of the death of Charles. There was a big risk for their drug business. Another bandit confirmed his words. The leader of the bandits could not control his emotions and shot 3 times into the ceiling. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He started shouting at the policemen who destroyed all his plans. Now they need to change their plans again. Without thinking long, the gang leader reported the kidnapping of Yang Chun's mother. This will help speed up the revenge for Charles. He asked Miller to follow her and prepare. Miller took out a knife and asked him to trust him. He was a master torturer. He licked the knife and began to prepare to meet Yang Chun. At this time, Yang Chun showed Tang Xiu his achievements and his work. He was sure that there would be no less than 70 points, but Tang Xiu checked for a long time and remained silent. After checking Yang Chun's notebook, Tang Xiu couldn't hold back and started yelling at him. Because he didn't even solve half of the tasks that Tang Xiu set, Yang Chun covered his head with his hands, preparing to get kicked. Tang Xiu swung to start beating Yang Chun, but his father called him. Yang Chun picked up the phone and said hello. His father reported the kidnapping of his mother. He had already called the police. Yang Chun's face showed fear. Yang Chun immediately ran out of the room to get to the house as quickly as possible. Tang Xiu heard his father's words, so he did not stop Yang Chun. He began to think who could have laid it out. For a moment, Tang Xiu realized what was happening. Those 3 men kidnapped Yang Chun's mother, thinking that he was the one who killed their friend. He needed to act immediately. Tang Xiu stopped for a moment. He remembered the red mud he found on the roof of the house where the 3 bandits were. He knew that the red mud was used to make porcelain, so he immediately took out his phone and started looking for the porcelain factory. In a few seconds, he found a porcelain factory near him. He has to hurry to save Yang Chun's mother, because it all started because of him, because he gave the reward to Yang Chun. Tang Xiu immediately ran outside. He was lucky because he immediately met a taxi, but the driver had already finished his work for today, so Tang Xiu stood in front of him and stopped him. Tang Xiu quickly got into the car, ignoring the driver's orders to leave the vehicle. Tang Xiu reached into his pocket. He knew what all taxi drivers needed. Tang Xiu took out a big wad of money and showed on the map where to go. The taxi driver's eyes lit up. He immediately agreed and took the money and went to the place. 10 minutes later, they arrived at an old abandoned factory that has not been in operation for more than 7 years. Tang Xiu asked the taxi driver to wait for a few minutes. Tang Xiu concentrated on tracking. He tried to sense everyone who found in the abandoned factory. After a couple of seconds, he sensed Yang Chun's mother and felt that someone was approaching her. Tang Xiu decided to use a taxi driver. Tang Xiu looked into the taxi driver's car and handed him another wad of money. He asked him to call the police and report the suspicious people outside the abandoned factory. The people looked like foreigners. Tang Xiu ordered no one to tell anyone about the meeting with him and gave more money for silence. The taxi driver gladly agreed and asked to trust him. The taxi driver immediately drove off and began to use directions. Tang Xiu began to think of a better way to turn things around. He understood that his body could withstand a bullet from a gun, but a larger caliber could kill him. Tang Xiu decided to check the presence of people again. He noticed a man standing over Yang Chun herself with a knife and wanted to attack her school. Tang Shu must act immediately or she will be killed. The bandit sat down next to Yang Chun's mother. He put the knife to her ears and began to tell how happy her son would be when he received such a gift. He swung to cut off a part, but suddenly heard a strange sound and stopped. Understanding the situation, Tang Shu quickly climbed through the window. He barely had time to pee for a few seconds. Yang Chun's mother could have lost her ear. Tang Shu's actions distracted the bandit, which made it possible to strike. Tang Shu quickly jumped on the bandit and dealt a fatal blow. The blood flowed from the bandit's neck. Tang Shu managed to save Yang Chun's mother. He immediately began to untie her. She was frightened by what she saw, so she started screaming. Tang Shu was forced to cover her mouth with his hand so that she would not reveal the whole situation. Tang Shu knew that he would not be able to protect her because he would be busy fighting the enemy. Tang Shu said his name. Yang Chun's mother had heard about him many times before, but she couldn't imagine that one day he would save her life. Tang Shu began to untie them and asked them to be as quiet as possible. Tang Shu freed her hands and ordered her to climb out the window and run to the house. There Yang Chun is waiting for her. Tang Shu asked Yang Chun to take the report from the police. As soon as he removed the rope, there was a knock on the door and Miller was called. Tang Shu understood the name of the bandit whom he killed. Tang Shu waited for Yang Chun's mother to climb out of the window. Only then he would open the door and start a fight with the bandits. The gang leader became more nervous and rattled the door. Tang Shu quickly opened the door and delivered a crushing blow to the bandit's face. He didn't even have time to understand what happened. Tang Shu was sure that Yang Chun's mother had already managed to escape, so he could give full attention to the opponents. Raising his head, Tang Shu saw how the last thug pointed his weapon at him. He immediately started shooting, dodging the bullets. Tang Shu hoped for a quick run out of cartridges. He would not be able to dodge for long. As soon as Tang Shu started to approach the enemy, one bullet hit his face but did not hit a large school. Tang Shu almost got close to the enemy. Luckily, he ran out of ammo. Tang Shu delivered a fatal blow from which the bandit died immediately. At one point, Tang Shu noticed how the consciousness he had in another world began to dominate. It almost completely dominated. Tang Shu decided to set fire to the entire factory so as not to leave his traces. After a while, firefighters arrived at the scene and began to put out the flames, followed immediately by journalists who broadcast everything live. The girl, a journalist, stood in the background of the burning factory and began to tell, "They managed to find a man who reported about the burning factory and unknown men of foreign origin." But Chen Mei did not let her finish. She snatched the microphone from the host's hands and stomped on it with her foot. Announcing that filming was prohibited, the journalist was confused. Chen Mei went on. She was not in the mood. Another police officer ran up to the journalists and tried to calm them down. The man who was filming it all started filming Chen Mei. One of the policemen called Chen Mei to him and gave her the results of the investigation. The fire was caused by kerosene. They also managed to find the foreigners, but they were already dead. Chen Mei ordered to find out the cause of their death and where they came from, told the police officer that the 3 men belonged to a gang of drug dealers. The policeman continued the story despite Chen Mei's anger. After examining the dead bodies, experts believe that they were killed by other people, so the fire was a cover. Chen Mei started shouting that all thugs should obey the law and not die like this. He also mentioned to the policeman about the call of Yang Chun, who had previously reported the disappearance of his mother. He recently called again and said that his mother had returned home. Chen Mei couldn't believe the strange coincidences at the door. The image of Tang Shu, the most mysterious boy she had ever met, appeared in her mind. The next day at the dormitory, Yang Chun bowed to Tang Shu and thanked him for taking care of his mother, and asked him to give him some task to somehow repay her for saving her. Tang Shu started to refuse Yang Chun. He admitted that it was also his fault, because he gave the reward to Yang Chun, which led to the kidnapping of his mother. Tang Shu only asked to talk about his mother. Yang Chun agreed and reminded that his father is waiting for Tang Xiu for dinner. Yang Chun once again thanked Tang Xiu. He promised to keep everything a secret. Tang Xiu offered to teach Yang Chun kung fu, because he remembered that he had dreamed about it for a long time, especially since he would be able to protect his family. Yang Chun rushed to hug Tang Xiu. He was incredibly happy to hear such news, but Tang Xiu didn't like hugs, so he kept him at a distance. Tang Xiu told him that he had one condition before starting the training. Tang Xiu will set a minimum score for the exam before the entrance exam. Yang Chun must pass the minimum that Tang Xiu will specify. He must also start losing weight. Hearing this, Yang Chun was a little upset, but he was not going to back down. The next day, as Tang Xiu sat in class trying to hold back Yang Chun's heavy sighs, Tang Xiu felt his inner spirits become much stronger and began to cooperate. Tang Xiu understood that if he had not retained the consciousness of another world, most likely he would not have been able to defeat those three criminals. He recognized that in order to return to the other world, he needed to become more cruel and strong. There was still a lot of work ahead. The second lesson came. Han Qing entered the class and announced two news. Tang Xiu, number 1 in the class, has great efficiency in everyday life, so the detector asked him to go to Jingmen Island to participate in the math game. Tang Xiu immediately took out his phone. He saw a message from his student Jia Rui, which said that he was waiting for a response. Now Tang Xiu is eager to go and help Jia Rui. The whole class started to support Tang Xiu. The second piece of news was a new addition to the class. There was a week left before the exams, but that didn't stop the new student. She asked for his reports and said hello. The classroom door opened. Tang Xiu tried to hold back his surprise, but Yang Chun didn't hold him back. He burst out of his seat and started yelling at the new student. He wanted to know why he came to their class. Long Zheng entered the class and greeted the whole class. He waved and greeted Tang Xiu and Yang Chun. He was happy to see his friends and expected many questions. After class, Long Zheng heard about the departure to Jingmen Island. He was disappointed to hear this. He entered Tang Xiu's class to improve their friendship and get a chance to discuss business. Long Zheng wondered why Tang Xiu was wasting his time on university. If he could have a good future, if he started spending more time on business. A car stopped near them. Long Chen got out of the car and said hello, looking at Tang Xiu. He believed Chun Jin's words about being tall. Long Chen asked Tang Xiu for a favor. He wanted Tang Xiu to help discipline Long Zheng. In return, Tang Xiu would get help with anything. Tang Xiu agreed, so he immediately told about the minimum exam score that Tang Xiu would personally set. Long Zheng was startled to hear this. He wanted to study under Tang Xiu, but did not expect such a sudden start. Yang Chun was glad to see Long Chen. They had not met for a long time. Long Chen asked to inform his father that he would visit him in a few days, and he also offered to go to dinner together. Tang Xiu thought about it because he had to visit his mother, so he invited everyone to come to his restaurant so he can catch two birds with one stone. He also asked Long Chen for a favor. Long Chen and the others agreed. They got into the car and decided to go to the restaurant. Tang Xiu will talk about the service after the feast. A few minutes later, they drove to the restaurant. They entered the restaurant. Tang Xiu greeted his mother and said that he came with his friends. He immediately noticed the absence of 3 workers. Tang Xiu asked where the boys went. Su Lin Yun said they went to the grocery store. Tang Xiu asked them to cook her signature dishes, and after a moment he noticed tears in her eyes. Tang Xiu asked Yang Chun to take the guests to the room. Tang Xiu started asking Mom what happened. She didn't want to tell Tang Xiu what happened, but his look and insistence made her. Su Lin Yun said that Su Shang still visits her and demands money. He has started serious business problems, so he demands money so as not to lose any profit at all. Tang Xiu couldn't hold back his emotions. He started to get angry. When they moved to this city, they borrowed 50,000 from Su Shan. But in a long time they returned several times more. Tang Xiu decided not to tolerate it anymore. Su Lin Yun reminded Tang Xiu that she is not worried about money. She is sad for Su Shan, because before he became rich, he was a good person, but now he has changed a lot. Su Lin Yun tried to calm Tang Xiu down. and reminded her that Su Shan was his uncle who had helped them once. But Tang Xu had already come up with a plan of action. He asked his mother to trust him, and now he wanted to sit down at the table because he was at home for the first time in a long time. Su Lin Yun was glad to see Tang Xu back, so she trusted him and put the matter in his hands and quickly ran to prepare delicious meals for him and his friends. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when Su Lin Yun found out who she was sitting at the table with. She could not believe it. She had heard a lot about the Long family, but she did not think that she would be able to sit at the same table with them. Long Chen began to talk about his acquaintance with everyone present. He met Yang Chun when he was a child, and Tang Xu lent a helping hand in a time of need. Long Chen saw a good man in Tang Xu from the first moments, so they decided to do business together. Now that Su Lin Yun understood where Tang Xu got so much money, she felt much better. She tried not to use a bank card because she was afraid of getting into loans, but now she was calm. Su Lin Yun apologized to Tang Xu. She always trusted him. But after receiving the card, she was scared. Tang Xu asked to start spending this money on himself, because Mom had not updated her wardrobe for a long time and tried to save on everything. It was 11 o'clock at night. Long Chen promised to take Yang Chun home and thanked Tang Xu for a nice evening. He informed that Kang Xia would finish the product after Tang Xu returned from the island. Tang Xu was happy to hear this. He thanked for the story that calmed his mother down and asked for one request. He asked if Long Chen knew about the real estate agency Su Shan Company. It was Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning. There was chaos in Su Shan's office. Su Shan crumpled all the documents brought to him by his subordinates. He shouted at them because the company's affairs were getting worse every day. One of the advisors suggested bribing the partners to settle the company's affairs, but Su Shang had already used up all the money and tried many options, none of which fixed the situation. One of the advisors said that they were most likely betrayed. Su Shan did not want to think about it, so he ordered to check whether they had enough material to start the project, and he also sent a person to Siguan to make sure of the supply of materials. Their interview was interrupted by the secretary, who opened the door and announced the arrival of some people, but she was pushed away and entered by themselves, showing their ID, one of the men informed the tax inspectorate. Sweat began to run down Su Shan's face. He became very nervous and informed that today was a day off. He inquired about the purpose of their visit. On such a day, the inspection man was not going to waste time, so he immediately asked to call the financial director. Last night, Long Chen began to fulfill Tang Xu's request. He ordered to get all the secret information of Su Shan Company. When he received the report, he was shocked by what he saw. After checking all the data, Long Chen saw the signature and fingerprint of Su Shan himself, which meant that the documents brought were original. Long Chen ordered to hand them over to the police headquarters as a gift. The person who found all these documents had already informed all the suppliers about it, and the tax inspectorate for one thing. He also checked the investor twice on the order of Long Chen and prepared everything. Saturday, 11 in the morning, Tang Xu called Chun Jin and introduced him to his mother. So that she would not worry about him, he said that he would go for a walk with Chun Jin for a while. One got into the car and went on business. Chun Jin suggested that Tang Xu rest, as they would arrive at the herb market in 20 minutes. Tang Xu started to talk about accepting Chun Jin as his team, but was interrupted by a phone call. Long Chen called Tang Xu and informed about the affairs with Su Shan. He also told that the investor in his business is Chun Jin. Tang Xu looked at Chun Jin with a serious look, which scared him, thanked Tang Xu, and hung up the phone. Tang Xu decided to find out directly. He began to question Chun Jin about Su Shang's investment and company. Chun Jin nervously looked at Tang Xu and told the whole truth. Tang Xu was pleased with Chun Jin's honesty. He offered a deal that would greatly affect Chun Jin's life. Tang Xu would accept him as a disciple if he completed his task. Chun Jin immediately agreed. 12:30, Su Shan and his wife left the office. He received a large fine that will affect his finances. His wife began to remind him of his sister, from whom he can take money for the fine. Jiang Mei Yun, That was the name of his friend. Every day she reminded of how they once helped Su Lin Yun, and ordered to take money from her for that old help. Su Shang could not bear it anymore. He turned to his wife and started yelling at her, blaming her for all the troubles. He ordered her not to touch Su Lin Yun and get out of her own way. Zhang Mei Yun just smiled and called Su Shan a weakling. She reminded him how in the old days he abused his sister and beat her by taking all the money, and now he is trying to protect her. Zhang Mei Yun walked past him and walked on. Su Shang stood still thinking about her words. Tang Xiu together with Chen Jin went to the herb market. Chen Jin decided to find out about Su Shan. Tang Xiu told about his childhood where Su Shan was a good uncle, but now he has become a bad person. Tang Xiu said that he did not perceive him as an uncle for a long time, so he wants to take revenge for everything he did. While walking through the market, Tang Xiu heard a familiar voice. Looking around, he saw Su Shan and his wife. She was arguing about something. Su Shan noticed Tang Xiu and asked in surprise what he had forgotten. After a moment, he saw Chen Jin standing next to him. He was his investor. Su Shan immediately rushed to him and started asking him to take care of the project. Chen Jin looked at Tang Xiu and immediately replied to Su Shan. He told that he had conducted an investigation and found traces of bribery. He admitted that Su Shan had bought his people and forced them to sign the contract. Chen Jin announced the completion of their deal. Su Shan immediately started to make excuses. He said that this is normal in this kind of industry. He said that he has the best plan and he spent all the money on this project. Su Shan tried to return the deal, but Chen Jin still refused. Tang Xiu saw the great disappointment in Su Shang's eyes, so he decided to tell about the deal. Tang Xiu admitted that he was the one who asked Chen Jin to close the deal and cut off contact with Su Shang. At that moment, Su Shan received a phone call, picked up the phone and froze in place. His secretary informed the return of the tax inspection and people from the board. They are going to find secret documents and close the company. Su Shang ordered to use all methods to stop them. At the same time, his wife received a call from Su Fei. He said that the police were looking for her because someone reported that a year ago she killed a person and paid off with money, so she is waiting for prison. Tang Xiu snatched the phone from Zhang Mei Yun's hands and reminded Su Fei that he would tell him about all the bad things his parents did to Tang Xiu's family, but he had to wait a while. Tang Xiu handed the phone to Su Shan, but he couldn't hold it, and dropped it on the floor. The phone shattered as he walked away from Su Shan. Tang Xiu stopped and reminded him of the words he said when he was a child, when Tang Xiu was kicked by his mother. As a child, Su Shan always brought Tang Xiu something sweet. When his mother yelled at him and punished him by putting him in a corner, Su Shan always said the same thing: "What you do is what you get." Remembering this, Su Shan could not hold back tears. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Tang Xiu, with Chen Jin's help, managed to buy everything he wanted and deliver it to the estate. Tang Xiu offered money as a reward, but Chen Jin thanked him and refused such an offer. Tai Xiu didn't insist. He took out a book he specially wrote for Chen Jin to start practicing. Tang Xiu said that with a sufficient level of intelligence, Chen Jin could start right now. Chen Jin thanked Tang Xiu and headed to the car. He will wait for a call from Tang Xiu while he devotes all his time to study the book and start practicing. Tang Xiu wished him good luck and said goodbye. Tang Xiu rolled up his sleeves and got ready for business. He had to use all the roots and take all the useful substances to move to the next stage of flesh development, because after tomorrow he would go to Jingmen Island. The next day at the airport, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Tang Xiu arrived at the meeting place. Master Jia's disciple had been waiting for Tang Xiu for a long time. He was a few minutes late. Because of this, disciple Jia Rui began to get nervous. After saying hello, Tang Xiu told him to go to the plane so as not to waste time. At this time, on a private beach on Jingmen Island, a famous girl named Wal Lulu was trying to find out information about Long Zheng. Chu Meng brought her cocktails and started laughing at her expression. Wal Lulu started asking about her meeting with Long Zheng and his personal life. Chu Meng began to laugh even more. He noticed her fiery character that he liked from long ago. Wal Lulu took offense at him. Wal Lulu was a very pretty girl, but had a hard temper. She always got what she wanted. Chu Meng leaned over to her and apologized. She warned him that this was the last time. If it happened again, she would kick him out. Chu Meng remembered how he introduced Kang Xia to Long Chen, so he decided to tell this story. Wal Lulu was shocked because she knew that Chu Meng had been chasing Kang Xia for a long time. He told that Kang Xia was needed by one of Long Chen's best business partners, who was only 18 years old. So he decided to give Kang Xia to them without any hesitation. It will bring results in the future. Wal Lulu was shocked by what she heard. She asked to tell more about Long Chen's friend, because at such a young age, not everyone could be interested in Long Chen. Tang Xiu had already arrived at Jingmen Island International Hotel. The clock showed 11 o'clock, so they immediately went to see Master Jia Rui. They were met at the entrance of the hotel. Master Jia greeted and thanked Tang Xiu for coming. He offered to go up to the hotel right away because it was cooler there than outside. Sitting down on the sofa, Master Jia immediately began to tell what had happened. He introduced his son, Jia Ele, the youngest student of Dalung. Jia Ele immediately greeted Tang Xiu and thanked him for coming. Jia Rui continued the story. His men had lost all family values by gambling with a more intelligent opponent. Jia Rui took all the blame on himself because he underestimated the opponent. Trying to play back, Jia Rui lost every round. He has no money left for tomorrow's game. Already the opponent wants to get his jade pendant. Jia Rui's wife had given it to him when she was alive. It was the only memory of her, so he couldn't lose it, but there was no other choice. Jia Rui bowed to Tang Xiu and began to plead for help. Tomorrow the game that will decide everything will begin. Jia Rui promised a great reward for victory. Tang Xiu smiled. He remembered that he had won their game because of Jia Rui, who had specially succumbed, which was why Tang Xiu won. Jia Rui said that he had trained for many years to play gambling, but Tang Xiu was able to masterfully copy his technique in a few minutes after seeing the ski once. Jia Rui was sure that if he taught Tang Xiu tricks, they would definitely win. Tang Xiu asked how much Jia Rui lost. He lost all the family property except the ancestral home. If you take only the money, the amount is more than 300 million yuan. Tang Xiu smiled. He suggested that he start training immediately because there was not enough time. He had to learn many tricks and counters. 5 hours had passed since the start of training. Tang Xiu had mastered many of the tricks that Jia Rui had shown, but this did not guarantee his victory. Jia Rui began to praise Tang Xiu for his incredible success. He did not expect such a quick training. Some tricks Tang Xiu did better than the teacher, but Tang Xiu asked to talk about the card exchange. Jia Rui smiled. He said that cheating is very common in gambling. Ordinary players hope for luck, but real masters of the game use many tricks. Tang Xiu stood up and asked to talk briefly about the fraud and to talk more about the opponent in the game. He needs to understand who he will meet. Jia Rui suggested to go for a bite to start. He would start his story on the way. Tang Xiu agreed, so they immediately set off. Tang Xiu's opponent will be Chen Kai. He invited a master who used to study at the same school as Jia Rui, and they played gambling games together. The man who would play against Tang Xiu was named Fu Tai. He was a junior student and friend of Jia Rui, but he was expelled from the school for bad behavior. From that time, Fu Tai began to work for rich people. He played gambling games to earn a living and enrich businessmen. Unexpectedly, a gang of men appeared in front of them. At the very front was Fu Tai, who was called the Demon of Gambling. His left eye was bandaged, and a jade pendant hung around his neck. Seeing the pendant, Master Jia rushed towards Fu Tai to take it away, but Fu Tai stepped back and placed a footstool. Jia Rui fell to the ground without stopping. Dolong immediately rushed to help Jia Rui. Fu Tai and his friends started to laugh loudly, but Tang Xiu was not amused. He walked up to Fu Tai and nudged him with his finger. Falling to the ground, Fu Tai couldn't understand what happened. Getting up, he started shouting who hit him. Tang Xiu slowly approached him and told him that it happened by accident. Chu Meng clearly saw Tang Xiu push Fu Tai with one finger. The master of the island. Chen Kai began to shout at Tang Xiu. He warned that Tang Xiu would be behind bars next time. Chen Kai ordered his bodyguards to beat Tang Xiu, but Chu Meng stopped him. He knew that Tang Xiu was not an ordinary person, and had connections with the Long family. Chu Meng slowly started walking towards Tang Xiu, patting Futai on the shoulder to calm him down. Chu Meng started apologizing for this situation. He asked to solve everything tomorrow after the game. Tang Xiu looked at Jia Rui. He agreed to solve everything after the game. Jia Rui asked to leave the place, so they calmly walked on. Chu Meng could barely contain his fear. He understood how influential Tang Xiu was. He remembered all of Long Chen's words about the amazing 18-year-old boy with a great future. Chen Kai inquired what Chu Meng knew about Tang Xiu, but Chu Meng remained silent. Mocking Futai was confident that he would win tomorrow's game. Tang Xiu and Jia Rui approached the Baiyang Hotel. Standing at the door, Tang Xiu suddenly felt a strange energy and froze. Jia Rui wondered what happened. After a few seconds, Tang Xiu inquired about the owner of this hotel. Jia Rui didn't know much. The hotel was only open to VIPs who had great power and authority. There is also a test called Qianji. If someone passes it, they can live and eat in the hotel free. Tang Xiu was shocked. In another world, he and his acquaintance invented Qianzi. No one else could know about her, but as it turned out, they also found out about her in this world. The girl's name was Gu Yan. She was Tang Xiu's best student. 6,500 years ago, she disappeared on her way, finding an immortal ice soul in the Dead Sea. Tang Xiu decided to find the source of the energy. He asked Jia Rui to leave him and mind her own business. Tang Xiu decided to the source while remembering Gu Yan. Meanwhile, Chu Meng was telling Chen Kai about Tang Xiu. Hearing how influential Tang Xiu was, Chen Kai was scared and wanted Futai to lose the game so as not to incur his anger. Chu Meng tried to calm Chen Kai. He said that Long Chen was confident in Tang Xiu's amazing power, so they made a deal. Jia Rui ordered Dolong to follow Futai. He knew that the game would be very dirty, so he wanted to know how much Futai was preparing for the game. In the evening, Tang Xiu reached the source. It was a big stone. Tang Xiu recognized the technique of cutting water and capturing the dragon, but the stone was 2 meters to the left of the right place. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl's scream. Looking around, Tang Xiu was shocked. He saw the silhouette of Gu Yan in front of him. Tang Xiu couldn't take his eyes off for a few seconds, but realized that it was just a girl who looked a lot like her. The girl outrageously began to ask what Tang Xiu was doing in such a place. Tang Xiu replied that he came here to eat, and the stone only aroused his curiosity. The girl introduced herself as Gu Xiao. She was the owner of the hotel, so she forbade Tang Xiu to touch the stone and ordered to leave the area. Tang Xiu immediately warned that the stone was in a different place and needed to be moved 2 meters. Gu Xiao pushed Tang Xiu away from the stone and walked over to him. She placed her hand on the stone and began to recite a spell. She was sure of Tang Xiu's words and was surprised. Looking at Tang Xiu with a serious look, she asked how he knew about the location of the stone. Tang Xiu calmly answered that he and his student made it together. Gu Xiao examined Tang Xiu. He really looked like the man her friend told her about, but she didn't feel much energy from him, so she had doubts. Gu Xiao informed that Tang Xiu must undergo a test to learn more about the stone. Tang Xiu only smiled and ordered him to be tested. Master Jia Rui and his son, hearing the crowd's kicks, went to the window to watch the preparation for the test. Through the crowd of people, Jia Rui saw Tang Xiu chatting with the owner and inspecting the trials. Gu Xiao received a message of Miao Wentang's arrival. Gu Xiao immediately greeted Miao Wentang and thanked her for coming. Miao Wentang immediately paid attention to Tang Xiu and asked who he was and heard him looking at him so strangely. Miao Wentang noticed how young Tang Xiu looked, and he warned about the difficulty of the test and warned that it could cost his life. Gu Xiao confirmed Miao Wentang's words and informed that the hotel will not be responsible for the people undergoing the test. Even in the case of death, Tang Xiu asked to keep his mouth shut. Gu Xiao started to get angry with Tang Xiu for being so confident. Miao Wentang started laughing and held out his hand. He wished Tang Xiu good luck and said that he would go first. Tang Xiu shook Miao Wentang's hand and asked not to do the impossible. Tang Xiu turned around and left. Miao Wentang, holding Tang Xiu's hand, felt an incredible strength that he had not felt before. After a while, Miao Wentang started the test. Tang Xiu and a large crowd of people watched Miao Wentang's actions. It was not the first time he had been tested. Miao Wentang had been preparing for the test for a long time. He had accumulated much more power than the last time. Tang Xiu noticed a sharp increase in energy as soon as Miao Wentang struck. There was complete silence for a few seconds. None of the people could move after seeing Miao Wentang's power. He calmly continued to move to the next level. Tang Xiu and Gu Yan were watching Miao Wentang. An unknown man with a glass of wine expressed his opinion. He thought it was just a show and started insulting the holy place. Gu Yan could not stand his words and called the security. She ordered to cancel the person's VIP status and expel the man from the hotel. The man was immediately grabbed and dragged to the exit. He started shouting about his connections with the mayor, but Gu Yan didn't care. Tang Xiu looked at the man and realized how ordinary he was. Looking at Miao Wentang, Tang Xiu could see his good external development, but the internal strength and vitality of Qi was weak. Tang Xiu was sure that Miao Wentang would lose all his strength very quickly. At the next level, Miao Wentang met a big beast. No one except Tang Xiu and Miao Wentang could see what was happening in the level. Last time, it was this beast that left big scars on Miao Wentang's face. He started shouting at the beast that came to take revenge on him. Miao Wentang was standing near the stone, touching it with his hand. A shock wave accompanied by smoke suddenly appeared. The crowd began to cough and were shocked. As soon as the smoke cleared, everyone around them forgave the new wounds on Miao Wentang's body. Tang Xiu realized that despite the long preparation, Miao Wentang would most likely lose to the beast and might die. But after a few seconds, Miao Wentang kicked the ground and shouted. He managed to defeat the beast, so he immediately went to the third level. Tang Xiu noticed that almost all the life force had left Miao Wentang's body. If he continued the ordeal, he would die. But Tang Xiu decided not to interfere yet. Master Jia Rui and his son went downstairs to have a better look. They were not interested in watching Miao Wentang. They were waiting for Tang Xiu to act. But a second later, they heard a shout. Miao Wentang began to scream loudly. His outer clothes flew apart and a deep wound appeared on his stomach, and he began to fall violently to the floor. Tang Xiu had time to react and caught Miao Wentang. He carefully placed him on the floor and analyzed his body. He knew that Miao Wentang would not survive the next level. Pointing his finger, Tang Xiu ordered Gu Yan to take away Miao Wentang's body, and he decided to continue the test that Miao Wentang had not finished. Gu Yan started yelling at Tang Xiu to stop him, but he didn't listen to her. Tang Xiu calmly walked to the stone to continue the test. After touching the stone, Tang Xiu found himself on the level. In front of him stood a large red skeleton wearing black metal armor and a sword in his hands. Tang Xiu was not surprised because he made this skeleton himself. The skeleton immediately went on the attack. Swinging his sword, he tried to strike, but Tang Xiu quickly reacted and dodged. In order to prevent the skeleton from striking again, Tang Xiu quickly closed his distance and punched him in the face, causing the skeleton to fall to the ground. Tang Xiu began to gather all the strength in his right hand. The test itself had few levels. Tang Xiu understood his level, so it would be difficult to pass 4 more levels. Tang Xiu was thinking about Miao Wentang's tactics. It required a lot of qi energy concentration and had many flaws. During this time, the skeleton managed to get up and swing to strike. In the old days, when Tang Xiu created these levels together with his apprentice, he did many tricks. This skeleton's weakness was in his right hand. Tang Xiu countered the attack by hitting the skeleton's right hand with the accumulated energy. There was a big explosion around the stone. The smoke and blue light blinded the people for a while. Gu Yan understood that the explosion was caused by a rapid increase in power. She was shocked, because she didn't understand how Tang Xiu could control her. She ordered the guards to quickly pick up Miao Wentang and take her to the hospital. Tang Xiu broke the rock with his strength and calmly walked on. Gu Yan was shocked and tried to stop him. After a while, Tang Xiu passed 6 levels and was on his way to the 7th level. The task of this level is to evoke emotions and kill all life force. Jia Rui and his son couldn't take their eyes off. Miao Wentang asked to stay and look at Tang Xiu. Gu Yan watched silently. Tang Xiu entered the level and his ex-wife who betrayed him appeared in front of him. She immediately threw herself into his arms, but Tang Xiu was ready for this. With a quick wave of his hand, he cut her throat and took off his bandage and moved on. Tang Xiu held a great grudge against her and 2 other former friends. Tang Xiu successfully passed all 7 levels. Everyone present couldn't take their eyes off and say a word. Tang Xiu calmly looked around and waited for something special. Master Jia Rui was the first to run to Tang Xiu. He was worried about his health, but Tang Xiu assured him that everything was fine and tomorrow's game would take place. Guyan approached Tang Xiu and apologized. She held out a gold VIP card and was about to tell about the teacher, but Tang Xiu stopped her. He already knew everything. Taking the card, he asked to contact him as soon as the teacher appeared. Miao Wentang walked up to Tang Xiu and slapped his hand. He began to thank Tang Xiu for his help. Tang Xiu warned that he should listen to advice and went to the hotel. Miao Wentang realized his mistake, turned around and asked to state his name so that they could meet again in the future. Tang Xiu took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and threw it to Miao Wentang. He ordered to drink it, and then the wounds would disappear. Miao Wentang caught the bottle and was surprised. He looked at the contents of the bottle, knowing that his wounds were very deep. He did not believe Tang Xiu's words that he could heal in 1 day. Tang Xiu gave the medicine because he saw great potential in Miao Wentang and called his name. Miao Wentang needs to gain more knowledge to be useful in the future, but Tang Xiu is interested in his monk method. The next day, in the open sea on a large yacht, one of the waiters began to announce the start of the game, which would be the final game of the season. The owner of the yacht, Miss Wall Lulu, will personally check the game. As soon as she came on stage, almost all the men started shouting and proposing to her. Some of them were showing their diamond engagement rings. The waiter asked everyone to calm down so that the game could start as soon as possible. Wall Lulu was tired of listening to the men, so she immediately went to check the cards and the game table. After checking all the places and cards, Wall assured Lulu that everything was fine, so they immediately announced the start of the game and began to announce the participants. From the left came Fu Tai, who represented the interests of Chen Kai. He was a well-known player, so the majority was sure of his victory. Tang Xiu came out from the right side wearing a business suit. He represents Jia Rui's interests. He didn't want his name to be called in public, but many people from behind started shouting his name. 20 minutes before the game, Jia Rui and Tang Xiu were watching the beautiful scene. Jia Rui told that he ordered Dolong to follow Fu Tai, and it turned out to be in vain. Fu Tai hired an illegal dealer to deal the cards. Jia Rui persistently asked Tang Xiu to hide the cards in his sleeve to increase his chances of winning, but Tang Xiu refused. He was going to win with his knowledge. Tang Xiu turned to Jia Rui and promised to win without cheating. He knew that Jia Rui was afraid of losing everything he had collected for many years, especially the columns that his late wife had given him. At one point they heard strange voices. Looking around, they saw Wall Lulu trying to find out more about Tang Xiu. They noticed Jia Rui and Tang Xiu, so they immediately went to them. Wall Lulu got very close to Tang Xiu and looked into his eyes. She informed that Tang Xiu is an ordinary guy, and she wondered how he was able to interest Long Chen. Tang Xiu wasn't going to waste time on idle talk, so he ordered Jia Rui to leave the area and go prepare for the game. Wall Lulu was shocked by such neglect of talking to her. Tang Xiu and Fu Tai sat down at the gaming table, surrounded by many people including Wall Lulu and all the dignitaries. The dealer called his name and began to announce the rules of the game. He warned that there are many cameras in the room, so the players will not be able to draw. They will play poker. The game system will be simple: 5 matches for 3 wins. Wall Lulu paid attention to this. Dolong couldn't calm down. He was very nervous. Jia Rui was calm and watched the game start. He could only trust Tang Xiu and watch the playing field. The dealer announced a minimum bet of 100,000. There were already 10 million chips on the table. Chips can be obtained at any time. The dealer announced the start of the game. Tang Xiu and Fu Tai announced their readiness, and the dealer started shuffling the cards. Tang Xiu was sure that in the first 10 games the dealer would use all his tricks, and this would give him a chance to win. Fu Tai picked up the cards and was happy. Chen Kai ran up to him and looked at the cards. Futai got a jack of spades and an ace. Chen Kai was even more happy. Master Jia Rui walked up to Tang Xu and was shocked by what he saw. Tang Xu was dealt a 7 and a deuce. It wasn't the best start. Knowing the opponent's cards, Futai immediately raised the bet to 1 million. Everyone present was shocked by such an act, but Tang Xu remained calm. He supported Futai's bet, but also bet 1 million. Tang Xu was not going to back down and had already come up with a few chips. The dealer skillfully threw 3 cards on the table. Tang Xu noticed that the dealer started to cheat. Jia Rui was sure that Futai wanted to collect the flash royal and got scared. Tang Xu loudly shouted that he raised the bet to 5 million. Futai laughed loudly. He supported Tang Xu's bet and asked to bring more chips to play. Telling the dealer to open all the cards, Futai expected an easy win. He bet another million and looked at Tang Xu. Futai started mocking him, realizing that Tang Xu would lose. He reminded that this is Jia Rui's last hope. But Tang Xu wasn't going to listen to him. He got Jia Rui's land documents worth 1 billion. He decided to add them as a bet. Futai was shocked to hear this. He did not expect that Tang Xu would immediately start playing everything. Tang Xu watched Futai's actions with a calm gaze. Jia Rui's son rushed to his father and tried to interrupt Tang Xu, but Jia Rui ordered him to be quiet and watch the game. Futai pointed his finger at Tang Xu and began to shout, from the support bet of 1 billion, hoping for the dealer to help him. But Tang Xu publicly asked Miss Wal Lulu to open the last card. She of course agreed, and Futai's face showed fear. Before the start of the game, when Tang Xu first met Wal Lulu, he asked if she was really the owner of the yacht and gaming club. She was indeed the sole owner. Tang Xu approached her and offered a deal. If he bet more than 800 million, she should open the last card and replace the dealer. Tang Xu assured them that the game would be fair. Wal Lulu agreed to these conditions without thinking long. She could change the rules of the game at any time and replace the dealer if she suspected him of cheating. After hearing about the dealer's replacement, Futai burst out of his seat and started yelling at Tang Xu for ruining his perfect plan to win. Tang Xu saw the fear in Futai's eyes. He asked to go back to his seat and calm down, because there will only be a dealer replacement. It is not my job to interfere with fair play. Wal Lulu confirmed Tang Xu's words and asked Futai to calm down. She happily agreed to replace the dealer and walked over to the table. Before the match, after talking with Wal Lulu, Tang Xu asked Jia Rui to give all his assets and money to raise the stakes. Jia Rui didn't want to lose everything, so he had doubts. But Tang Xu promised to return everything and warned about the future winnings that will be more 1 billion. Wal Lulu held up the papers on Jia Rui's land and announced the bid, but Futai began to hesitate, so she asked him to bid as soon as possible or he would be disqualified. Tang Xu also asked his opponent to speed up. Futai began to get angry and think about winning. He knew that Tang Xu's cards were not bigger than his own, so the victory was his. But he remembered one more card in his sleeve that would give him a guaranteed victory. Shouting loudly for the bet to be raised, Futai hit the chips in order not to visibly throw a card from his sleeve to the deck. But Tang Xu noticed his actions and understood what was happening. Tang Xu imperceptibly hit the table to change the trajectory of the card that Futai launched, and he succeeded. The card flew into the middle of the deck, so Tang Xu calmly waited for the last card to be revealed. Futai didn't notice where the card went, so he started shouting for Wal Lulu to reveal the last card as soon as possible. He was sure of victory. Wal Lulu opened the last card and asked the players to open their cards at the same time. Tang Xu started to smile and quickly showed his cards. Realizing what had happened, Futai was speechless. Tang Xu could see fear and anger on his face. Along with confusion, Futai couldn't believe his eyes. Miss Wal Lulu started to announce the results of the first match. Futai has 2 trump cards but no pair, while Tang Xu, having weaker cards, has 2 pairs and is the winner. Realizing his shameful defeat, Futai started yelling at Tang Xu, calling him a fraud. Chen Kai looked at Futai and realized how much money he had just lost. Tang Xu got up from his seat and said that the accusations were false, because before the game they had been thoroughly checked and many people were watching them during the match. If he has doubts, they can watch everything on the cameras. Tang Xiu approached him and told him that the only way to give himself an advantage is to buy a dealer. At that moment, Fu Tai understood everything. He had no idea that he would be watched. Looking at the dispute, Miss Wall Lulu offered her candidacy for the role of dealer to dispel any doubts and play fair. Tang Xiu was glad to hear this and thanked her. Tang Xiu grabbed the jade pendant that was hanging around Fu Tai's neck. He reminded that according to the terms of the contract, the pendant is transferred to him if he wins with a bet of more than 10 million. With a quick movement of his hand, Tang Xiu ripped the pendant from Fu Tai's neck. Holding his neck, Fu Tai accepted his defeat. Now he would be much more careful and watch Tang Xiu's every move. Jia Rui received the late wife's pendant and thanked. Tang Xiu sat down at the table and prepared for the next match. He saw Fu Tai's happy face and prepared. Fu Tai added a chip at his own expense. Wall Lulu started to announce new rules of the game, which alarmed Fu Tai very much. She took out a black card box. Fu Tai was happy, expecting the deck to be black, and that would give him a chance to throw his card. But as soon as Wall Lulu took out the deck, Fu Tai was shocked. It was pink. Wall Lulu announced that these are limited edition cards, made by the best gambling masters especially for her club. Fu Tai got up from his seat and wanted to talk to Wall Lulu. But Tang Xiu noticed his anxiety, so he asked loudly in front of everyone present why he was so nervous. Fu Tai took his seat and began to smile so as not to appear nervous. Now he would not be able to use the spare cards, so he hoped that his knowledge exceeded that of Tang Xiu. Looking at Tang Xiu, Fu Tai began to point his finger at him and shout loudly. He ordered to watch the game carefully. Then Tang Xiu will know why Fu Tai is called the demon of gambling. A few games passed. Tang Xiu was beating Fu Tai by a large margin, which made Fu Tai uneasy. He could barely contain his emotions. The third game was underway. Tang Xiu immediately received 2 aces, which already gave him an advantage. After a few seconds, all cards were revealed, and Wall Lulu announced Tang Xiu as the winner. Fu Tai could not accept the loss. He burst out of his seat and shouted that he wanted to play another game with all the money on the table. Tang Xiu smilingly asked him to think carefully. For everyone present to hear Fu Tai's words, Tang Xiu pointed his finger at him and ordered him to repeat his words again. Tang Xiu had already won more than 7 billion and had not lost a single game. Chen Kai intervened in her conversation. He quickly approached Fu Tai and slapped him by grabbing his collar. Chen Kai couldn't control his anger and tried to stop Fu Tai. Chen Kai forbade Fu Tai to return to the island and broke the agreement. Tang Xiu approached Fu Tai and mockingly asked if he wanted to play again. Fu Tai couldn't bear to throw his bank card on the table and agreed. Pointing his finger at the bank card, Fu Tai said that there were 300 million on it and he bet everything. Fu Tai ordered to support his bet, because he is sure of victory. Tang Xiu was surprised by Fu Tai's confidence. He wanted to change the game to increase his chances, so Tang Xiu inquired about the rules of the game. The dealer must throw up a deck of cards. Fu Tai and Tang Xiu must catch the highest card before they put it on the floor. Whoever has the higher card wins. Wall Lulu immediately threw up the cards. Tang Xiu concentrated. Among the many cards, Fu Tai noticed the Joker. It was the highest card that gave a guaranteed victory, so he quickly tried to grab it. Tang Xiu noticed Fu Tai's intentions. Using all his speed, Tang Xiu grabbed the Joker and left Fu Tai empty-handed. The crowd of people couldn't understand what happened. Tang Xiu was too fast for them. Looking back, Tang Xiu announced that he had caught a Joker and laughed at Fu Tai's speed. After the match, Tang Xiu was standing at the festive table. He received a message on his phone, looked and saw that the money was credited to the account. Master Jia Rui and his son approached him and asked if the money had arrived. Tang Xiu reported that it had arrived much more than they had agreed. Jia Rui bowed to Tang Xiu and thanked him for his help. He asked to accept all the money because he did not know how else to thank Tang Xiu. Jia Rui offered Tang Xiu to stay for a few more days to rest, but Tang Xiu refused. He had to return to the city today to continue his work. He had no time to rest. Dolong said that Tang Xiu might not attend training for a few more days, but Tang Xiu was still in training. He wanted to return to business affairs as soon as possible because time was against him. Jia Rui and the boys left Tang Xiu and went about their business. Tang Xiu knew that Kang Xie must finish the product tests and provide the results soon. Tang Xiu must raise his status to build a big company. His thoughts were interrupted by Miss Wall Lulu. She searched for him for a long time after the match and finally found him. The crowd of men behind her immediately started shouting as soon as he saw her. Wall Lulu wanted to know more about Tang Xiu. She congratulated Tang Xiu on his victory and thanked him. Thanks to him, she managed to collect a lot of money that the guests spent watching the game. Wall Lulu decided that Tang Xiu would like to have dinner with her as a gift, but Tang Xiu was not even going to listen to her. Chu Meng quietly whispered that she was talking to herself. Tang Xiu was already moving away from her. Wall Lulu started shouting at him and insulting him. Tang Xiu looked around and said that he was not interested in her and let him find someone better. Chu Meng decided to waste no time and immediately ran to Tang Xiu. Catching up, he extended his hand to say hello and introduce himself. Tang Xiu recognized him. Long Chen was talking about a rich guy from the capital. Wall Lulu couldn't stand it and hit Chu Meng on the head. He looked back and started yelling at her because he didn't understand why she did it. Her character was always hard, but Wall Lulu did not pay attention to Chu Meng's words. She angrily looked at Tang Xiu. She will always remember him, because no man in the world refused her a date. Tang Xiu quickly left them alone so as not to waste time while going to the cabin. He decided to go to the medicine market after arriving in the city to find something interesting. Miao Wentang appeared in front of Tang Xiu. He immediately congratulated Tang Xiu on his victory and thanked him for the medicine. It really helped him recover in one day. Tang Xiu was happy to see Miao Wentang. After a while, Miao Wentang started to ask about Tang Xiu's life, but never heard an answer. Tang Xiu decided to just move on and not answer. Miao Wentang didn't like this behavior. He decided to strike an unexpected blow, but Tang Xiu had time to react and blocked the blow with only 2 fingers, placing his hand on Miao Wentang's neck. Tang Xiu could have easily killed him, but he stopped and moved on. Miao Wentang was incredibly surprised because it was impossible to stop his powerful blow with just his fingers. Miao Wentang began to ask Tang Xiu to show the medicine recipe. In return, he would show strange wild animals. Tang Xiu immediately remembered the big snake that helped him level up. 2 hours later, they were driving along the beach of Jingmen Island. Miao Wentang asked Tang Xiu to check the message on his phone. Miao Wentang sent 10 million to Tang Xiu. Miao Wentang's family had great wealth, but it was less than Tang Xiu's. Miao Wentang apologized for the unexpected attack on the yacht. Tang Xiu decided not to pay attention to the incident, so he asked how he found out about the beasts. Miao Wentang found out that every month at one villa they served dishes made from huge sea beasts. At first he thought that these were ordinary animals, but after some time he managed to get to the exhibition. He saw a huge skeleton of an unknown animal. Checking them out, Miao Wentang thought they were ordinary sharks, but a great white shark could not be 4 meters long, and after a while he managed to sense an element of life force. Because of this, he decided that the beast was able to cultivate. Because of this, he invited Tang Xiu to verify his words. Maybe Tang Xiu could see something more. Miao Wentang suggested that they start hunting these beasts. If they could catch the sea beast, it would be a great success for them, and would allow them to progress faster. Tang Xiu agreed. He told that every material can be used. Miao Wentang was surprised by Tang Xiu's great knowledge. He asked him to teach him everything, and then Miao Wentang can help. Miao Wentang suggested taking the bones from the villa owner. It would speed up their search and give new information about the sea creatures. Tang Xiu agreed to follow Miao Wentang's instructions because he knows the area better and has more information. Arriving at the mountain villa they stopped at. After entering the villa, Miao Wentang met with the manager and asked to prepare the white shark meat. Tang Xiu pretended to look at the paintings on the wall. In fact, he was looking around and listening to their conversation. Tang Xiu understood that the method of leveling up in this world is no different. Miao Wentang has qi vitality, but their level of understanding and using aura is too low. The manager went to get ready. Miao Wentang suggested to sit down and wait. He wanted to stay the night to start the business tomorrow morning. There were many security guards and policemen in front of the villa. Tang Xiu asked who the owner of this villa was. because not everyone can have such a large security guard. Miao Wentang, lowering his voice, said that the host is one of the top 5 most powerful and rich people in the country, the patriarch who came from Beijing. The man was old, so his eldest son Don Tang handled the affairs. He appeared at the villa only during important affairs. Today there will be a private auction of the highest class. Maybe he will appear. Tang Xiu was interested in the idea of an auction. He wondered what was being put up for auction. An idea appeared in his head: how to get to know influential people. Miao Wentang said that the most expensive and valuable will be the Baohina flower, and there will also be many different medicinal herbs, which is the main goal of Miao Wentang. Tang Xiu offered to go to the auction together. At that moment, the manager opened the door and brought them the best white shark dish. Tang Xiu immediately took the chopsticks and decided to try the dish. He felt an incredible taste and something interesting. He felt an aura and realized that it was really not an ordinary white shark, but a real sea beast. Tang Xiu said that he needed to prepare some things before leaving tomorrow, and asked if the owner of the villa would come to the auction today. The manager grabbed his head. He informed that the owner will not come to the auction, but his son Don Tan should come. At this time, Don Tan appeared behind the manager and inquired about the guests. After some time, after a long conversation, Don Tang led them to the warehouse where they hung to dump the animals. There were a lot more skeletons before the auction, but most of them were sold. After inspecting all the skeletons, Tang Xiu offered 500,000 for each of them within a year. He warned that the skeletons must be intact, otherwise he would not need them. Dong Tang was happy to hear such large numbers. He asked why Tang Xiu had these skeletons, but Tang Xiu did not want to answer so as not to delay the deal. Tang Xiu took out his phone from his pocket and offered to make a deal immediately. He offered 800,000 at once. Dong Tang was even more happy and agreed. They left the warehouse and Tang Xiu immediately transferred the money to Dong Tang's account. He promised that his people would arrange the delivery soon and asked where the skeletons should be sent. Tang Xiu would send the address later. Before Dong Tang's eyes, the silhouette of a man who was lying in the hospital and connected to a breathing apparatus appeared. He realized that Tang Xiu was very similar to this man. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Miao Wentang was sitting in the hall waiting for the auction to start. Tang Xiu still did not appear. A few minutes later, the host announced the start of the auction. Just at that time, Tang Xiu appeared. He sat down next to Miao Wentang and told why he was late. He was checking the things that Dong Tang had bought him for hunting sea beasts. A few minutes later, the richest people in the country began to fight for a small pebble. The price rose to 10 million, which surprised Miao Wentang. Tang Xiu began to act. He raised his license plate and indicated the price of 15 million. Many people began to look at Tang Xiu with delight. None of the people present knew the true value of the stone. It was a meteorite from the celestial rift, which is the basis for creating a ring of time, thanks to which Tang Xiu will achieve his goals sooner. Miao Wentang watched Tang Xiu's actions with interest and tried to calm down. He was sure that Tang Xiu would not waste money and time on an ordinary stone. Tang Xiu understood that those present would not raise the price because they did not know the value of the stone. But at one point, a man from the hall shouted a price of 20 million, which killed Tang Xiu's bid. It was an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair. There was a security guard near him, and he himself was dressed in an expensive suit. Everyone present immediately started discussing him. A fight began between the man and Tang Xiu. Each time the man had the upper hand, but Tang Xiu was not going to give up. Tang Xiu announced the price of 60 million and looked at the man with a smile. The timer ticked away, but the man thought. The host announced Tang Xiu's victory. The man did not look at Tang Xiu for a long time and decided to leave the auction hall after a while. Tang Xiu was very calm. After the auction, he would pick up the stone. A few seconds later, he stood up and took out his phone, telling Miao Wentang that he would go and answer the call. Tang Xiu left the hall and picked up the phone. He received a call from Kang Xia, who said that she had sent the product to a professional institution for examination, and the result surprised her. Tang Xiu's product was made from real Chinese herbal ingredients. Kang Xia used it and noticed an incredible difference between all other products. She also applied for a patent for the product under the name of Tang Xiu. Tang Xu understood that Kang Xia agrees to work with him. She will come to the city the day after tomorrow and wants to meet Tang Xu personally, because she is coming with the team and wants to introduce them. Tang Xu said that he is currently out of town and will be back in a few days, so he will transfer 10 million so that Kang Xia can start working without his participation. After the conversation, Kang Xia informed her friends that they were going to Xincheng and starting work. Mike and Andy were very happy to hear this. Tang Xu should start the company as soon as possible to start receiving money. He knew that his money could run out quickly, and he would not be able to get new materials. After the phone conversation, Tang Xu looked around and saw an upset Miao Wentang. He asked what happened and whether the auction had ended. Miao Wentang said that his target was 1,000-year-old ginseng, but it was obtained by a man who raised the price to 300 million. Tang Xu reassured Miao Wentang because that ginseng was not 1,000 years old and its price is at most 50 million. Miao Wentang was happy to hear about the money saved. Tang Xu was about to leave the auction, but he was stopped. Miao Wentang stopped him and told him that the Red Bud auction has a secret item that is shown every year. It is really worth attention, because many rich people came to get it. It was at this moment that they heard the announcement of the discovery of a secret object. But this time it was not a thing. An object called 9 Dragons was put up for auction, and its minimum price was 500 million. After hearing the name of the island, Tang Xu stopped for a moment. He remembered the true value of the island. He was in the perfect place. Because of this, he could easily collect a universal aura, thanks to which Tang Xu could increase his strength several levels at once. At this time, Chun Jin was at home and training. A long time had passed, and he had almost succeeded in raising his level thanks to Tang Xiu's book. After a few hours, he passed the level, but this was only the beginning stage. For the first time in 10 years, he managed to pass the barrier that was hindering him, and it was all thanks to Tang Xu. At one point, he heard the phone ring. Tang Xu called him and immediately got down to business. He wanted to borrow money for a while and wondered how much free assets Chun Jin had. He didn't want to lose the opportunity to get the island. In half a day, Chun Jin will be able to get 5 billion, but now he only has 3 billion. He wondered why Tang Xu had so much money. A loud sum of 1.5 billion rang out in the auction hall. Tang Xu, upon hearing this, asked Chun Jin to transfer 3 billion to him immediately after the conversation. Chun Jin immediately agreed. Miao Wentang was sitting in the hall and waiting for Tang Xu. The presenter started the countdown to the sale. He started to get nervous because he didn't know what to do. He knew that Tang Xu wanted this island. Upon entering the hall, Tang Xu saw the same man who had insulted Qianzi's competition. Now he was trying to buy back the island and was once again interfering with Tang Xu's plans. He sat down next to Miao Wentang and looked at his phone. Chen had already transferred 3 billion to him. Seeing this, Miao Wentang couldn't help but be surprised, because it was almost impossible to get such a large amount of money in such a short time. Tang Xu calmly got up from his seat and held up the number plate. He loudly shouted the price of 2 billion. The crowd of people immediately began to discuss the wealth of such a young guy. The man raised the price to 200 million, but Tang Xu raised the bet again. The man began to get nervous because in front of him was an ordinary guy who did not stand out. He began to wonder where the guy got such a lot of money. The beautiful presenter, looking at Tang Xu, also began to doubt his wealth. She warned of serious punishment if he did not pay for the purchased item, but Tang Xu asked not to judge by his clothes. Tang Xu became angry at such accusations, pointing a finger at the man he ordered to raise the bid or end the bidding, and asked the girl to start the countdown. The man became even more nervous. 2 billion was much more than his budget. He did not know what to do and whether the island was worth such money. The auction ended. Tang Xu managed to defeat the man. Miao Wentang walked up to Tang Xu and began to congratulate with an easy victory. At one point they heard shouting and looked around. The man who lost went away, tried to catch up with the girl host. After their conversation, Tang Xu and Miao Wentang understood that the man promised to buy her an island, but could not. Because of this, the girl ran away from him and insulted him. Seeing Tang Xiu, she ran up to him and asked what he was doing tonight. She understood that he came from another place because Tang Xiu had a different accent. He understood what this girl really wanted and who she was. Tang Xiu ordered her to get out of the way and went about his business. Passing by the man, he informed her that his taste in girls was simply terrible. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Tang Xiu was sitting in his room and looking at the stone. He had all the material to make the Ring of Time, but he needed the genuine viper to get the flame. But for that, he needed to know the secrets of the 9-Dragon Island. Miao Wentang came out of the bathroom and announced that Tang Xiu could take a shower. But Tang Xiu stopped him because he wanted to ask a few questions and find out more information about Miao Wentang. He agreed to tell about himself. Miao Wentang is the head of the High King Miao family, also the president of the Miao Company. In his childhood, Miao Wentang met a man who later became his cultivation teacher, but he died 10 years ago. Tang Xiu apologized because he doesn't know anything about this world's cultivators and doesn't know most of their knowledge, so he wants Miao Wentang to tell him more about this world. Laughing, Miao Wentang agreed to tell everything he knew and thanked him for the medicine Tang Xiu had given him after the trial. After a long conversation, Tang Xiu decided to tell a little about himself, about the university and studies, and about the business he plans to create using recipes from another world. Tang Xiu wants to find a person who will manage the island, and Miao Wentang is suitable for this candidacy. But he suggested a British company that offers such services, but Tang Xiu did not want to give management to a stranger. Miao Wentang said that in this company it is possible to undergo training. That is, Tang Xiu should find a person whom he trusts and force him to undergo training in order to manage the island. Tang Xiu liked Miao Wentang's idea, but it was already late, so he suggested to go to bed because he had to get up early tomorrow and have a lot to do. The next day at 7 in the morning, Tang Xiu and Miao Wentang arrived at the fishing port. Miao Wentang was able to hire the biggest fishing boat on Jingmen Island. Tang Xiu was disappointed because an ordinary white shark can be up to 4 meters and those animals that were able to worship will be much larger. Miao Wentang imagined the size of the sea beasts, but this boat was the only option because there were no bigger ones. Tang Xiu resigned and promised to do his best. Miao Wentang was happy and they set off. Tang Xiu was standing on the highest point of the boat. He could feel how the spiritual power of qi became heavy over time. He was not surprised because there were large sea beasts somewhere nearby. Miao Wentang approached him and offered him a drink of water. Tang Xiu took the water and informed him that they would arrive at the place before sunset. Miao Wentang realized that he had time to rest, so he decided to go to the cabin. Tang Xiu decided to stay and walk around the stern of the boat. After a while, Tang Xiu felt an incredibly strong qi energy. This was a great opportunity for cultivation. He reached into his pocket and took out a bottle. He must act quickly because this time he hoped to go to another level of strength and reach the level of flesh growth. 2 hours later, one of the sailors tried to wake up Miao Wentang. When he woke up, he was ordered to quickly go to Tang Xiu to look at him. After leaving the cabin, Miao Wentang was surprised by the rapid change of weather. A storm was starting and the wind was very strong. The sailor asked him to come to the stern as soon as possible. Approaching, Miao Wentang saw Tang Xiu receiving strength from the storm clouds. He began to cultivate right on the boat so as not to lose a chance. Miao Wentang ordered all the sailors to drop anchor and stay in their cabins, forbidding them to go out until the weather improved. Miao Wentang approached Tang Xiu and began to observe. He noticed the flow of qi energy being wasted just like that. He decided to use it to cultivate. After a while, he felt all the life force that Tang Xiu possessed. With its help, he managed to cultivate and pass the barrier that had been hindering him for a long time. Tang Xiu had been receiving an incredible charge of energy from many realms for a long time. He felt that he had passed another level, and with a smile he entered the stage of flesh growth. After successful cultivation, Tang Xiu returned to reality. Miao Wentang started congratulating and thanking him because he too was able to cultivate. Tang Xiu was happy for Miao Wentang, but warned him not to rush his progress, because to begin with, it is necessary to form a solid foundation and gather inner strength. The sailors left the cabins and turned their attention to the island that can be seen in the distance. Tang Xiu looked around and saw the island of 9 dragons. Tang Xiu ordered the boxes to be brought from his cabin. Opening one of them, Miao Wentang and the captain were both shocked to find a water heaven crystal in the box. Tang Xiu took it out of the box and said that an ordinary crystal took over 1,000 years to form, and this crystal had a lot of heavenly and spiritual energy. They should make the most of it and not leave a single piece behind. Tang Xiu reported that almost all water crystals were worthless. Miao Wentang was sure that Tang Xiu knew much more than he was telling, so he asked for more details about the next course of action. Tang Xiu collected many such stones. They should scatter them on the sea around the island before nightfall. Miao Wentang was surprised and wondered why the stones were scattered. Tang Xiu couldn't just wait for the wild beasts to appear. These stones should attract the attention of all the beasts around, but it would be difficult for them to fight them in the sea. The only solution to the problem was the spawn of the dragons. They must lead the monsters to shallow water so that the advantage was on their side. They scattered the stones and landed on the island. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Miao Wentang approached Tang Xiu to replace him at the post. But Tang Xiu was silent. He listened to the water, and after a few seconds he felt the beast heading straight for him. Tang Xiu informed everyone of the approaching danger. Miao Wentang didn't want to wait for the monster to approach, so he immediately rushed forward. When he sensed it, Tang Xiu ordered him to turn back, but it was too late. A few seconds later, a huge white crocodile-like beast appeared in front of Miao Wentang. Miao Wentang didn't have time to react and almost fell into the beast's mouth. Tang Xiu expected this, so he managed to take Miao Wentang right before the crocodile attacked. Moving to a safe distance, Tang Xiu ordered to prepare for battle. He wanted to teach Miao Wentang how to use qi energy. He must concentrate on the vital and spiritual qi and collect them in his body. He must use the external force to contain the qi to the maximum, and finally connect them together. Listening to Tang Xiu's clear instructions, Miao Wentang prepared for battle. The crocodile at high speed with its jaw open rushed towards Miao Wentang to kill. Thanks to Tang Xiu, Miao Wentang felt something he couldn't imagine before. Gathering all his energy, he struck the crocodile and inflicted critical damage. The crocodile immediately fell to the ground. Miao Wentang managed to kill it with only one blow, which made him wonder no bounds. He could not believe that he possessed such power. A few seconds later, he felt a terrible pain in his heart. Tang Xiu came up and placed his hand on his back to seal the vital qi. Tang Xiu informed that strong use of qi can lead to death. Miao Wentang began to thank Tang Xiu for his knowledge and saving his life. Tang Xiu suggested that he quickly go to the beast to take its soul. Touching the beast's dead body, Tang Xiu was shocked because he couldn't feel its soul. Usually this kind of animal should have a soul. This made him wary. Tang Xiu began to go through the options why the beast had no soul. After a few seconds, he understood everything and shouted for everyone to be careful. Immediately after the words, Tang Xiu pushed Miao Wentang away from him because he sensed the approaching danger. A huge black crocodile rushed at Tang Xiu and pressed his body with his body, hoping to kill him. Tang Xiu managed to concentrate and defend himself from the crocodile's blow. Gathering his strength, he struck a blow that knocked the beast away. He understood that the soul of the white crocodile was in the black crocodile, which greatly simplified his task, because Tang Xiu would take 2 souls at once. Using one of his techniques, Tang Xiu easily cut off the beast's head, and as he began to think about his next course of action, the crocodile immediately fell to the ground. An hour later, the sailors began tying the body of the crocodile to ferry it to the other shore. Miao Wentang reported that the white crocodile had been sent on another ship. Tang Xiu obtained the crocodile's soul that he promised to give to Miao Wentang. Tang Xiu advised him to absorb the soul immediately after reaching a new level. Miao Wentang asked for more details because he wanted to absorb the soul of the black crocodile immediately. Tang Xiu warned that with Miao Wentang's current level, he risked wasting his soul, as he would not be able to absorb most of her energy. Miao Wentang decided that he had no right to such a big gift. But Tang Xiu began to persuade him, because Tang Xiu would take all the leftover crocodiles for himself. Miao Wentang did not understand why Tang Xiu was going to leave the island. But Tang Shu said that these two crocodiles were the strongest on the island, and there was no point in staying. In addition, more and more low-level monsters began to approach them. Tang Shu pointed to the sea. Miao Wentang saw a pack of small crocodiles. Tang Shu decided that they were the children of large crocodiles, and without their protection the children should not approach them. Tang Shu ordered to finish for today and returned to the ship to rest. The next day they returned to Jingmen Island. Miao Wentang thanked Tang Shu for the good trip and the great wealth of knowledge he had gained. Tang Shu decided to go to the local market, and the next day go to Xincheng. Miao Wentang has to leave Tang Shu, so he offered to take his car to move around the island faster. But Tang Shu was confused for a moment because he didn't know how to drive a car. Miao Wentang immediately understood what was the matter. He grabbed his head and apologized, called a taxi, left Tang Shu, and went about his business. After some time, Tang Shu came to the Chinese market. Walking around the market, he was looking for something interesting, but he did not find anything. Many people around offered him all kinds of little things that he did not pay attention to. He was overtaken by an unknown man who introduced himself as a guide. He realized that Tang Shu was not a local, so he offered his help. Tang Shu agreed and gave him 1,000 yuan. Tang Shu immediately ordered to take him to a shop where rare herbs are sold. The guide immediately showed him the shop, but warned that he needed to negotiate with the owner because they do not display rare plants. The conductor went to the shop to ask about the owner, but he was not there, so the conductor asked Tang Shu to wait there while he ran after the owner. Tang Shu agreed, but before the guide could leave the place when they heard a woman's cry begging for help, Tang Shu decided to find out what happened. The guide began to tell about a woman and her daughter. They came to the market 2 years ago. The little girl fell ill with a terrible disease that makes them suffer every day. They were in every hospital in the country, but they could not cure the girl. Because of this, the woman periodically brings her daughter here due to the fact that famous doctors often come to the island to buy medicinal herbs. The woman is ready to give all her possessions just to cure her daughter. In 2 years, none of the doctors were able to cure the girl. Tang Shu, while listening to the guide's story, looked at the girl and analyzed her behavior. Tang Shu decided to help her, so he went to the stage where the mother and the girl were. The conductor did not understand his intentions but followed him. An elderly man appeared on the stage. He decided to try to help the girl. Sitting next to her, he carefully examined the girl and noticed something terrible. The man concluded that the girl was born with a body of 1,000 heavenly needles and a secret ice vein. Such physical problems can be very difficult, but he has a master who can cure the girl, but it will take him 2 months. After a few seconds of fucking the girl, Tang Shu appeared. No one present had time to notice how he appeared on the stage. He put 2 fingers and understood the girl's problem. He got up and said that the girl could die in less than a month. So you shouldn't waste time and start treatment right away. The man standing next to the girl's mother started shouting at Tang Shu, calling him a charlatan. But Tang Shu interrupted him and told the mother that he could cure her. The woman immediately agreed to help. She didn't know who to trust, so she wanted to use every chance to cure her daughter. Tang Shu found a notebook and a pen. He wrote down all the drugs and herbs he needed, but the woman's money might not be enough, so he gave his bank card. The woman began to refuse because she could not use the money of the man she had just met. But Tang Shu raised his voice and ordered to find the herbs quickly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to save the girl. They were lucky, because a voice rang out from the crowd of people. A man who owns a herbal shop agreed to help them. Tang Shu inquired about the terms offered by the shop owner. The man offered a deal. If Tang Shu can cure the girl, it will be a good advertisement for the shop. If he can't, then he will pay the full price of the herbs. Tang Shu agreed. Leaning towards the man, Tang Shu promised to increase the amount tenfold if the girl was not cured, but if he succeeded, the man would fulfill his request. At that time, Miss Wall Lulu was walking around the market. She was talking on the phone with Chu Meng and yelling at him because he left her alone. At one point, she heard a familiar voice and went in his direction. Seeing Tang Shu, Wall Lulu started to get angry because she remembered how he refused her dinner invitation, saying that he was leaving the island. Tang Shu said that his medicine only affects the symptoms but not the root cause. so he needs material to process the medicine. So Tang Shu wants the man to get the snow lotus, for which he will get 10 times more money than the medicine. The man laughed loudly. He asked Tang Shu to think carefully about such a deal, because the snow lotus would cost him a considerable amount of money. Without thinking long, Tang Shu gave the man a list of medicines and tools and ordered to bring them as soon as possible and not to forget anything. After 20 minutes, Tang Shu got everything he needed. He started to prepare the medicine. A large crowd of people gathered to look at the healing medicine. The owner of the shop mockingly asked how long it would take to prepare the medicine because he was not going to wait long for the results. Tang Shu was not going to waste time either. He used his strength to speed up the preparation of the medicine. The people around him were amazed at his strength. The old man immediately remembered his teacher's words about people who practice cultivation. They use great qi power to improve medicine. Tang Shu prepared the medicine and approached the girl. He informed everyone that there might be a violent reaction, so he asked them not to panic and not disturb him. The girl took the medicine with Tang Shu's help. After a few minutes, she started to open her eyes and call her mother. She felt much better after Tang Shu's medicine. After a few seconds, the girl started to scream. She felt their body start to burn. The mother immediately rushed to her, but Tang Shu warned about some effects. The mother began to calm the girl. Because it will help her get rid of the disease, Tang Shu asked to be patient for a while longer. The girl agreed and promised to be patient. The girl's name was Yin Yin. Tang Shu sat her down with her back to him and began to treat her with qi, vital energy. Yin Yin began to scream because she was in a lot of pain. Immediately after the procedure, Yin Yin jumped to her feet and began to laugh. She began to tell her mother how good she felt, and her pain disappeared. The girl's mother did not know how to thank Tang Shu. She thanked him and wanted to give money, because that was all she could do to thank him. Tang Shu asked to wait for him for a while. He needs to buy medicinal herbs, and then he will tell something important. Yin Yin agreed. Tang Shu looked at the shop owner, who was popularly known as the Fifth Master. Tang Shu wondered if he had been able to get the snow lotus by now. The Fifth Master was confused and at first offered to go to his shop. In time his people should bring the snow lotus. The old man stopped Tang Shu and asked him to give his name, hoping that he knew his familiar master. Tang Shu gave his name and warned that he did not know any cultivation masters. He advised not to judge people by their appearance and moved on. The crowd of people who saw the girl's treatment began to discuss Tang Shu and call him a hero. Among them was Wal Lulu, who blushed and put her hand on her chest. 30 minutes later, Tang Shu bought everything he needed. The guide helped him with the boxes, and at this time, Yin Yin and his mother came up. But a second later, a voice behind began to accuse Tang Shu of cheating. Looking around, Miss Wal Lulu was standing there, who was angry with Tang Shu because he lied to her and stayed on the island. As an apology, she offered to eat together. Tang Shu thought about it. He said that he needed to talk to Yin Yin and her mother, and he was going back to Xincheng tomorrow. He asked Wal Lulu to prepare transportation for him. Tang Shu noticed how Wal Lulu was looking at him strangely and kept her eyes on him. Wal Lulu caught herself thinking that she likes Tang Shu because this is not the first time she has asked him out. Miss Wal Lulu took out the car keys and handed them to Tang Shu. She knows a quiet and peaceful place where he can talk to Yin Yin and her mother. But she was not going to be the driver. Tang Shu's face showed that he didn't know how to drive. Wal Lulu and the audience started laughing, which made Tang Shu angry. He handed over the keys and ordered Wal Lulu to get behind the wheel. She brought them to her house. Tang Shu asked Wal Lulu to leave them because they need to talk. Wal Lulu asked about the date. Tang Shu gave her a serious look and refused, because thanks to him Wal Lulu's profit increased several times. Now she repaid him by lending her house for a while. Tang Shu went into the house with Yin Yin and her mother and closed the door. Wal Lulu was left outside and started to scream because Tang Shu had refused her a date for the second time. In the house, Yin Yin asked for permission to go play in the garden. Her mother let her go, because she should not listen to the conversation of adults. The girl immediately ran to the garden. Tang Shu remembered the name of the girl's mother, Mu Qingping, and he asked her to briefly tell about their lives and when the disease first appeared. Mu Qingping started a business together with her husband, which immediately began to gain momentum. But her husband died in a car accident 5 years ago. It was at that time that Yin Yin fell ill with a terrible disease, and Mu Qingping had to spend everything she had to cure her daughter. She again asked Tang Xu to take her last money as a thank you, but he refused. The reason for their conversation was completely different. Tang Xu warned that his next words might seem strange. He asked if Mu Qingping knew about the cultivators. She was surprised to hear such a question. After 2 hours, Lulu sat down on the wall, gathered many influential people around her, and talked on the phone. She wanted her people to know more about Tang Xu, but most of them refused because they knew his strength. Tang Xu talked about the cultivators. He told the difference from the monks and other group figures. He admitted that he was one of them, thanks to which he was able to control the yin-yin disease. He knows many methods to cure people's various diseases. Tang Xu said that he could not cure the disease because it simply did not exist. The cause of such behavior was severe pain that caused physical problems. With the help of the 9 heavens of ice body technique, he will be able to completely rid the girl of pain. If you don't have time, Yin Yin will again feel unbearable pain that can lead to death. In order to avoid this, she must start cultivating as soon as possible. Then she will be able to heal herself and everyone around her. Mu Qingping was afraid for her daughter and did not know what to do. Tang Xu warned that everything depends on her decision. He will be able to prove to her that everything will be fine only when he teaches the girl. They went to Yin Yin. Tang Xu told that he can create magic and wanted to show it to Yin Yin. The girl's eyes lit up. She always loved magic. Tang Xu asked her to find a big stone. After a few seconds, the girl showed him where the stone was. Tang Xu saw him move away and carefully watch his movements. Gathering a small charge of energy, Tang Xu shot it directly at the stone, causing it to shatter into small pieces. Mu Qingping and Yin Yin were shocked. Yin Yin immediately rushed to Tang Xu. She began to ask him to teach her magic. Tang Xu agreed, but first she had to get permission from her mother. The girl immediately began to ask her mother to give her permission, promising that she would be the best mage in the world. Mu Qingping sat down next to her and agreed. She asked Tang Xu to obey and try hard. Tang Xu warned that they would go to Xincheng together with him tomorrow. Mu Qingping started thanking him because he was helping 2 strangers. Tang Xu only asked to make tea and prepare for the trip. An hour and a half later, the 2 men were walking down the corridor and discussing a guy who was Tang Xu. The 5th master was complaining that he lost the snow lotus, and the other was complaining that he lost the island and was kicked out of the Bayan Hotel. Because of this, he was dumped by the girl he spent on lots of money. Wal Lulu was walking towards them. The 5th master pushed them with his shoulder to get their attention. He immediately started apologizing and started to hug them. Unable to stand such harassment, Wal Lulu punched him in the face, causing her to drop the phone on the floor. The man immediately started insulting her. Wal Lulu crouched down to pick up the phone from the floor, but the 5th master kicked him and broke the phone. Wal asked Lulu what they needed from her, but the men only ordered the guards to catch her. One of the guards took out a knife and started to approach her. Wal Lulu spoke on the phone with Guyan, who understood what was happening. She ordered the security to quickly take her to the Star Sea Hotel. At one point, she remembered Wal Lulu's story that Tang Xu was at her house. Guyan decided to call him because he would be able to get to the Star Sea faster. Mu Qingping prepared several dishes. Tang Xu told that Yin Yin could be cured without the snow lotus. But he wanted to teach the old man who tried to profit from the misfortune of others. After sitting down at the table, Mu Qingping asked Tang Xu to taste their dishes. Tang Xu liked all the dishes very much. He gave several compliments to Mu Qingping. At one point he received a phone call. Guyan informed that Miss Wal Lulu had been kidnapped and was trying to do something terrible. Tang Xu burst out of his seat and asked him to reset the address. In the Star Sea Hotel, the men tore the jacket from Wal Lulu's body and threw her on the sofa. She tried to clean herself, but she was a weak girl. She was lucky because 3 waiters burst into the room. They reported that the owner of the hotel already knew everything and was on his way to them. The 5th master ordered his guards to deal with the waiters as quickly and quietly as possible, so as not to attract attention and begin their dirty business. The waiters were frightened and gradually retreated back, but Tang Shu appeared behind them and ordered them to stand back and watch him. One of the guards immediately rushed at Tang Shu as soon as he entered the room. Tang Shu gathered his energy and prepared to strike. With a quick movement of 2 fingers, Tang Shu broke the arm of the guard who tried to hit him. The guard fell to the floor in pain. Looking back, the 2 businessmen saw Tang Shu. They were shocked because they didn't think to see him again, while Lulu was happy to see him. The second guard immediately lunged at Tang Shu with a knife to kill him, but Tang Shu was prepared to do so and kicked him in the stomach. From a strong blow, he flew into the wall, and after throwing the knife, he lost consciousness. Tang Shu slowly began to approach the businessmen. Passing by another guard, Tang Shu hit him on the head, causing him to lose consciousness. The businessmen panicked. Tang Shu took off his vest and threw it to Wall Lulu. Tang Shu grabbed the businessmen by the collar and pulled them to him. He offered a deal in which they pay compensation or go to the hospital for more than a year and a half. After a while, Wall Lulu made the businessmen sing for her. Tang Shu decided to leave them and went to the door. Wall Lulu asked him to wait. She wanted to tell him something, but she was knocked over. The door suddenly opened with a loud crack. A man entered the room, followed by Guyan and a bodyguard. This man was Wall Lulu's brother. His name was Xiao Shui. He immediately noticed the guards lying unconscious, and the businessmen who had been beaten, kneeling and singing for Wall Lulu. The 5th master immediately recognized her brother because he was a very influential person. He ordered the guards to take the businessmen to a warehouse near the fishing port. Tang Shu and Guyan watched the businessmen being brought in. They were shouting and begging for help. Tang Shu saw Xiao Shui approaching him. He immediately started asking Tang Shu who he was and what he was doing here. Guyan said that she was the one who called him for help. Wall Lulu confirmed her words and informed her that Tang Shu was her friend who saved her. Xiao Shui couldn't believe it because the businessmen's bodyguards could face 10 men at once, and Tang Shu was able to deal with them alone. Tang Shu didn't want to stay with them, so he decided to go back to Mu Qingping, but was stopped by Xiao Shui and offered a drink. Tang Shu refused. He looked at Guyan and reminded them of their agreement on the teacher's account. Guyan promised to inform him immediately of his return. Wall Lulu was upset when she found out that Tang Shu and Guyan knew each other, but Tang Shu immediately invited her to have dinner with him. An hour later, after returning to Wall Lulu's house, Mu Qingping prepared several more dishes and put them on the table. After tasting them, Wall Lulu began to compliment Mu Qingping because the food was unusually delicious. Mu Qingping and Yin Yin decided to go to bed. Mu Qingping asked to leave the position on the table, and tomorrow morning she will clean everything. Saying goodbye and went to bed, Tang Shu and Wall Lulu were left alone. Tang Shu got up and said he was going to bed. Wall Lulu got up and asked him to wait. She started to walk towards him but tripped. Tang Shu managed to catch her. She looked at him and blushed. Tang Shu immediately let her go because he didn't want to have anything to do with her. Wall Lulu, in order to keep Tang Shu close, showed him a bruise on her arm and asked for her help. Tang Shu agreed in order to take off the vest. Wall Lulu immediately blushed. She didn't quite understand Tang Shu's words, but she agreed and went to the sofa. Tang Shu began to massage. Wall Lulu began to compliment her and thanked her for saving her. She wondered if Tang Shu would return to the island because she wanted to see him again. Tang Shu was not going to return to the island because there was no reason to do so. Wall Lulu got up and confessed that she liked Tang Shu. He got up from the sofa and wished him sweet dreams. Wall Lulu quickly ran to him and hugged him from behind. She wanted Tang Shu to be her boyfriend because she fell in love with him. Tang Shu looked at her and bent down. He saw her close her eyes for a while. Wall Lulu was happy and closed her eyes waiting for a kiss. But Tang Shu was not going to kiss them. He placed one of the points on her neck. From the forehead, Wall. Lulu fell asleep. He threw her on the sofa and went to sleep. The next day at 11 o'clock, Tang Shu with Yin Yin and her baby came to the manor in Xincheng. Now they will live there. Tang Shu promised to find a good school for Yin Yin. Now Mrs. Mu will be a housekeeper and will be responsible for everything in the estate. Also, Tang Shu gave them a bank card with 500,000. With this money they can buy anything. Tang Shu masked to leave them. He asked to contact him if they need anything, and asked to rest after a long journey. Mrs. Mu wants to see Tang Shu at the table in the evening. Tang Shu called a taxi and went to a warehouse near the new district, after which he informed his people that he had arrived in the city. In the warehouse, he found one of his men. He was informed that everything was checked. The bones of 4 sharks and 2 crocodiles were intact. Tang Shu asked to send everything to his villa. The boy said that Sushan often visits his mother's restaurant and wants to meet Tang Shu, but they chased him away every time as Tang Shu ordered, "Tang Shu will call him next time." Their conversation was interrupted by a car that stopped a few meters from Tang Shu. The boy was scared, and Tang Shu was expecting uninvited guests. Kang Xia got out of the car with her friends. They congratulated Tang Shu on his return to his hometown. Tang Shu said hello and started asking about business. The guy standing next to Tang Shu was shocked by Kang Xia's beauty and couldn't take his eyes off. At this time, Wal Lulu woke up and immediately started looking for Tang Shu. She saw a note on the table with only one word written on it, and Tang Shu's signature. Kang Xia found a good place for an office in a business center in Xincheng. Tang Shu liked the place because it was on a high floor with a view of the whole city. Kang Xia started to talk about the first steps of the company. First, she wants to contact Chen Jin from Bandu Company and talk about the production of the product. Tang Shu said that he already talked to him. Tang Shu let her fully make the decision, but Kang Xia was interested in his opinion. She gave a ticket with the company name and design written on it. Tang Shu looked at the ticket. He liked the idea of naming the company Tang because it brought back memories of the prosperous Tang dynasty. Kang Xia decided to move on to dating. The first was Endi, a beautiful blonde who is in charge of community relations and negotiations between companies. After seeing Tang Shu, Endi decided to Kang Xia and fell in love with him, and because of this, she began to cooperate with him so quickly, Kang Xia blushed with shame when she heard this. Mike, a tall blonde man, will be responsible for advertising and sales of the products. With his help, they will be able to find customers faster. Mike kept his eyes on Tang Shu. He immediately offered to become the face of the company because he had not yet met a more suitable person. But Tang Shu refused. Mike is right to persuade Tang Shu because it can turn out to be a good publicity move. Tang Shu was still hesitant to be the face of the company. He thought it was better to trust an experienced professional. Kang Xia and Enda immediately started supporting Mike's idea. Tang Shu promised to think about such a proposal, but only after they gave a clear plan of action. To begin with, Tang Shu wanted to achieve a small goal, and eventually begin to develop more and create an empire that would become the best in China. After a few minutes, they decided to go out for a snack. Andy and Mike started to argue while walking in front. Tang Shu and Kang Xia walked behind and discussed business. Tang Shu transferred 50 million to Kang Xia to start a business, but warned them to be careful, because now he has a debt of 3 billion. Kang Xia was shocked to hear this. Tang Shu asked not to worry about it, because he is teaching Chen Jin something, so there should be no problem with the flour. On the contrary, Chen Jin should help. Kang Xia asked what Tang Shu was teaching, but he didn't answer. He needed to go back to the villa so he would leave them. Kang Xia would contact him if needed. On his way to the taxi, Tang Shu asked Kang Xia to teach him how to drive as soon as he had free time. Kang Xia happily agreed. While riding in a taxi, Tang Shu decided to visit his mother at a restaurant on the last day before school. Tang Shu arrived at the villa and heard strange voices. He saw Mrs. Mu trying to prevent the strange man from entering the building, but he was not going to give up and insisted on going in to see Tang Shu. Hearing footsteps behind him, the man looked around and saw Tang Shu. The unknown man turned out to be Long Chen, who had been waiting for Tang Shu for a long time, and argued with Mrs. Mu. After entering the house, Mrs. Mu made tea and apologized to Long Chen. She couldn't know who he was. Tang Shu asked to leave them alone. Long Chen noticed the good choice of the housekeeper and immediately got down to business. He came to discuss the project that Tang Shu won. A few days ago, Long Chen showed the design to one of the partners. They liked the design. Now they want Tang Shu to make a general plan and design. Tang Shu asked how they want to cooperate with him. Long Chen said that at the moment they have 5 billion to start development. They are offering 10% of the shares. Tang Shu liked this proposal, but the design takes a lot of time, so Tang Shu wants 500 million to start. The price may change in the future. Long Chen agreed. It was a good deal for him because he wanted to create the best complex in China and even in the world. Because of this, he needed the best design. Tang Shu emphasized again that in the future, the price for the design may change. Long Chen was not worried about it, because a famous family from the capital would support them financially. He reminded of the Tang family that Tang Shu met on the island. Long Chen was thankful for the victory above against Futai as he made a deal with Chu Meng that gave him another 2% stake in one of the projects. Long Chen sat down on the sofa and grabbed his head. He had another reason to meet Tang Shu. His brother Long Zheng continued to play in the casino and did not study at all, and the entrance exam was coming up. Tang Shu understood that he wanted to ask Long Chen. Tang Shu would return to school after tomorrow and study Long Zheng. He promised to make him a good boy. Long Chen was happy and offered to go to the hotel to rest and drink some wine, but Tang Shu refused because he still had a lot to do. Tang Shu led the guest to the car. He told that Kang Xia is starting to prepare to start a business, so she should send the stock certificate soon. Long Chen said goodbye and drove off. Tang Shu started to shout yin yin. She ran up to Tang Shu and asked to train with her. Tang Shu was happy to hear that, so they immediately went to the backyard. Half an hour passed. Tang Shu tried to explain to Yin Yin how to use qi energy correctly, but she was having a hard time doing it. But she wasn't going to give up. Tang Shu sat down next to her and started to calm her down. He saw how the girl started to get nervous because she couldn't do it. Tang Shu also started with this. He went a long way to learn. Getting up, he asked the girl not to give up and continue training. He needed to do his own business, so he went to the house. Opening the door, Tang Shu heard Yin Yin's joyful shout. Looking around, he saw the qi energy she held in her hand. She did not give up, and everything worked out for her. He was scared for a moment, because Yin Yin had been training for less than an hour, and Tang Shu was scared because he saw the crazy potential in her. He began to praise the girl and ask them not to stop because this was only the beginning. Now she must gather all the qi energy and learn to control them. Yin Yin immediately ran to train. Tang Shu looked at her trail and wondered if she continued training. She would soon be able to overtake him. Returning to the house, Tang Shu asked where Mrs. Mu had put the boxes that came to him this afternoon. The boxes were already in the warehouse near the medicine. Tang Shu informed him that he would stay in the warehouse for a while and asked him not to go there under any circumstances. He warned that there would be a lot of strange noises, so he asked him not to pay attention. He needed to hurry up and start training to get to the next level, because he had lost a lot on the island. In the warehouse, Tang Shu immediately began to prepare a concoction. 3 vials of nutrient and shark bones with high-grade herbs would give a good result, but this was not enough. Tang Shu decided to use beast souls to increase the performance. After mixing all the ingredients, the concoction began to change color to golden, which is exactly what Tang Shu wanted, because it meant the highest result. He quickly removed all his things and prepared to dive in, but the decoction was still very hot. Without thinking long, Tang Shu decided not to wait and go into action. Because of the severe pain, Tang Shu began to scream. He did not expect the concoction to be so strong, but there was no way out. Hearing the screams, Yin Yin and her mother were frightened. They had no idea what was happening to Tang Shu. Mrs. Mu tried to calm her daughter down because Tang Shu had warned them about strange sounds. Tang Shu was able to pass another level. Now he could directly control his qi energy. The immortality technique practiced by demons and gods finally obeyed him. The next stage would be the bone-strengthening technique. A few seconds later, Tang Shu heard Mrs. Mu approaching. She knocked on the door and asked for permission to enter. Tang Shu quickly changed his account. After opening the door, Mrs. Mu brought the phone and said that it had been ringing all night. She decided to bring it when Tang Shu stopped screaming. Seeing the half-naked Tang Shu, Mrs. Mu immediately turned around and almost dropped the phone. Tang Shu looked at himself and realized what the matter was. Mrs. Mu apologized and said that he was called a lot. She started to worry, so she brought the phone here. Tang Shu saw that the red-haired man called him many times, and it was Kang Xia who called during the day. Mrs. Mu noticed that Tang Xiu looked different. She didn't want to disturb her, so she went into the house. Tang Xiu decided to call the redhead first, and then Kang Xia. Seeing the call from Tang Xiu, the red-haired man was happy and quickly picked up the phone. He informed that Su Lin Yun was in the hospital because they had been beaten, so Tang Xiu should come to the hospital quickly. Tang Xiu quickly put on his jacket and ran to the hospital. Running across the road, he saw Kang Xia's car and immediately ran to her. He immediately got into the car and ordered to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Kang Xia didn't even have time to ask why. In the hospital, in the head doctor's office, Chen Jin studied to prove to the head doctor Lao Li that he had gotten rid of his internal wounds. Lao Li fully examined Chen Jin and began to scream. He couldn't believe his eyes as his wounds were incurable. Chen Jin reported that his master was able to heal him. In a few minutes he was able to completely get rid of his internal wounds. Lao Li got up from his seat and began to shout even louder. He asked Chen Jin not to lie. Because his teacher died more than 20 years ago, Chen Jin asked him to listen to him until the end. He talked about his new master, who helped him pass the barrier that had hindered him for more than 10 years. Now Chen Mei does not prevent him from drinking wine. Lao Li remembered his student who has recently been behaving strangely after a trip to Jingmen Island. He told about a girl with a terrible disease that was almost impossible to save, but one young guy was able to do it in a few minutes. Chen Jin immediately remembered that Tang Xiu had also been on that island, and he asked what the name of the young man who had succeeded was. Lao Li reported that the boy also came from Xincheng, and his name was Tang Xiu. He was tall with black hair and a strange look. Chen Jin began to laugh loudly. He realized that his teacher, Tang Xiu, was able to save the girl. Lao Li was surprised by Chen Jin's sharp laugh. He said that this boy is his master. They also have business relations and often meet. Lao Li asked to introduce him to Tang Xiu. He wanted to see such an amazing guy. But Chen Jin was doubtful because Tang Xiu was a very busy person. After a few seconds, his phone rang. It was Tang Xiu who ordered to come to the hospital. Chen Jin informed him that he was in the hospital and would come to him as the chief doctor. Chen Jin looked at Lao Li and warned him not to talk too much. They should come to Tang Xiu to check on his mother. Arriving at the hospital, Tang Xiu immediately found his mother. The red-haired man tried to calm the doctor who left Su Lin Yun in the corridor, saying that there were no wards left. Su Lin Yun tried to calm Tang Xiu. She told that her arm is broken and she is in the corridor until the doctor gives her a ward. The redhead couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed at the doctor who tried to take more money from Su Lin Yun's situation, but Tang Xiu beat him to it. Grabbing the doctor by the collar, Tang Xiu lifted him up and started choking him. The doctor started calling for help, but no one was going to help him. Su Lin Yun started shouting at Tang Xiu to stop him. She started to get up from the bed, but her strength left her and she passed out. Lao Li ordered the doctors to prepare the best ward. After some time, Su Lin Yun was taken to the VIP ward. Lao Li examined her and reported that she simply lost her strength due to severe trauma. Tang Xiu noticed that the head doctor treated him and his mother with respect. He wondered where he heard about him, and immediately looked at Chen Jin. Lao Li asked Chen Jin not to quarrel. His younger student whom they met on the island told about a girl who needed help. Tang Xiu said that he doesn't like to ask for help from strangers, but this time he has no other options. So he will blame Lao Li and will definitely pay for the help. Tang Xiu remembered that Kang Xia had asked him to introduce Chen Jin in person. Now they have the opportunity to meet each other since they are in the same room. Tang Xiu apologized to Chen Jin. He won't be able to return the money soon, so he asked to wait. Chen Jin didn't expect an apology, so he was confused. He didn't demand a quick refund and agreed to wait as long as it took. Tang Xiu got up and asked everyone to leave the room. His mother needed some peace and quiet. He would leave her for a while and trust Lao Li. Tang Xiu called the red-haired man and ordered him to tell how everything happened. If those who offended his mother are still alive, then he is going to get their souls. On the way, the red-haired man told how yesterday unsold guests came to them. After the restaurant closed, more than 10 men started banging on the door. At first glance they seemed drunk, but shouted that they wanted to eat. Their leader was a famous local thief. Su Lin Yun decided to feed them and hoped that they would leave after that. But that was not enough for them. The leader started harassing Su Lin Yun. The leader's name was Tilong. He grabbed Su Lin Yun's hand and tried to pull her to him, but she started to lose her temper and beat him. After an unsuccessful attempt, the thieves began to destroy the restaurant. The redhead and his friends tried to protect everything there, but they failed due to the numerical superiority of the enemy. Su Lin Yun tried to protect the trophies and certificates that Tang Xiu won in the school Olympics, but Tilong hit her on the hands with a stick, and the neighbors later called the police. After a while, the police arrived and caught the gang along with Tai Long, but as he walked to the car, he promised to come back and deal with Su Lin Yun. After Tang Xiu arrived at the hospital, the red-haired man called the bald man, who informed him that Tilong was already free. Walking down the corridor, they heard a quick stomp, turned around and saw a bald and green-haired man. They reported that more than 10 Tai Long people were waiting at the main gate. Hearing this, Tang Xiu was happy. He did not expect such a quick meeting. He ordered the boys to stay at the hospital and watch over his mother. They refused because they wanted to take revenge. Tang Xiu didn't force them to stay and took them with him. They immediately went to the main gate. Lao Li saw Tang Xiu rushing towards the exit. Seeing his face, Lao Li realized that something terrible was brewing. They went outside and stood right in front of a gang of thieves. Tang Xiu could barely hold back, but first he needed to find Tilong. A man with yellow hair and a knife in his hands was standing in front of him. Tang Xiu asked where Tilong was. The man started laughing and threatening Tang Xiu. A policewoman appeared near them. Tang Xiu understood that he had to wait because the entrance exam was coming soon, and problems with the police would make his mother worry even more. Tang Xiu suggested that the thieves move to another place so as not to attract attention. The man with yellow hair laughed and said that they were not afraid of the police. Tang Xiu realized that he had no choice and had to start a fight, but Lao Li appeared behind him and stopped him. The criminals started laughing at Lao Li's appearance. He pointed his finger at the crowd of thieves and began to tell what he saw: a large crowd of unemployed people trying to make a mess at the main entrance to the hospital. Lao Li started pointing at the red-haired man and talking about the goodness of the man who was passing by. He decided to help and disperse the crowd of unemployed people. But they also had weapons, so the only way out was to break their bones. Tang Xiu immediately understood what Lao Li was implying. In addition, the chief of Xincheng Police Station, Lao Li's old acquaintance, and as the chief doctor, Lao Li must tell him everything that happened. Without thinking long, Tang Xiu kicked the man with yellow hair. He realized that Lao Li would cover him in front of the police, so the fight could start. Tang Xiu wondered if there were many doctors today because there are many thieves today heading straight for them. Tang Xiu began his warm-up. After some time, all the thieves were lying on the ground and screaming in pain. The redhead and his friends finished with the other thieves. Tang Xiu asked Lao Li to call an ambulance so that some of the thieves could survive. Lao Li agreed and asked Tang Xiu to come to him after his business. Tang Xiu walked up to the man with yellow hair and grabbed him by the collar. He ordered to call Tai Long right now. At that time, Tai Long was in the entertainment center with his friends. They were gambling and having fun with the girls. At one point, he felt the vibration of the phone. Picking up the receiver, Tai Long did not hold back his emotions. He was told that one man was able to beat 15 of his people. Tang Xiu snatched the phone from the thief's hands and told Tai Long that he would arrive at the place in half an hour. Tai Long started shouting into the phone and threatening Tang Xiu. His friends who mastered martial arts were sitting around Tai Long. He asked for their help. Tang Xiu ordered the redhead and his friends to take care of his mom until he returned. Tang Xiu tried to figure out the shortest route to Tai Long. The red-haired man took the bike keys out of his pocket and threw them to Tang Xiu to quickly deal with Tai Long and return to the hospital. A few minutes later, Tang Xiu raced at full speed to Tai Long's office. He would arrive there much earlier than the appointed time, so it would give him a chance to prepare. 30 minutes later, Tai Long arrived at his office with his friends. He couldn't imagine that Tang Xiu would arrive so quickly and wreak havoc. The office was completely destroyed. Its people lay unconscious in the corridor. All the surveillance video cameras were broken. One of Tai Long's friends smiled and noticed Tang Xiu's caution. Tai Long was surprised at his reaction, but was confused for a moment. Tai Long took out a gun and loaded it. He realized how strong Tang Xiu was, so he decided to play it safe, Fear was visible in his eyes. One of his men warned that some masters who possessed chi energy could stop bullets with their body. Tai Long didn't want to believe it. Looking at the floor, the man saw something interesting. He picked up the crumpled cartridge case and showed it to Tai Long. What he saw made Tai Long even more worried. The man saw his excitement, but reminded him that they could do the same, so there was nothing to worry about. Tai Long ordered to go to the manager's office, expecting Tang Xiu to be there. Walking along the corridor, Tai Long tried to calm down, opened the office door and started shouting and threatening to kill him. Tang Xiu stood calmly in the middle of the office, surrounded by men who had lost consciousness from the beatings. Tang Xiu finally waited for Tai Long. A man with a scar on his face approached Tang Xiu to warn him. They have been practicing martial arts for a long time and will easily defeat him. Those who are lying unconscious are not equal to them. He ordered to kneel down, and then they will show kindness and not hit hard. Tang Xiu smiled. He began to scoff at the pathetic attempts to intimidate him. No amount of fighting skills would scare him. The scarred man couldn't stand the taunts, so he immediately rushed at Tang Xiu, expecting an easy victory. He was a martial artist, so he was not afraid of a fight. Tang Xiu quickly dodged the blow and stood behind. The man did not expect such speed, so he hit the table and broke it. Seeing the opponent's technique and strength, Tang Xiu realized that each of them was practicing hard qi using their inner strength. This allowed Tang Xiu to come up with a counterplan. The man was not going to wait for Tang Xiu's reaction, so he immediately began to attack. Summoning all his strength, he punched Tang Xiu's head, hoping to end it. But Tang Xiu remained standing still and did not react to the blow, causing the man to become frightened. Tang Xiu grabbed his arm and threw him into the chinaware. He didn't feel the man's weight and paid no attention to him. Tang Xiu began to slowly approach the others. Seeing the strongest fighter pass out without even being hit, Tai Long and the others were confused and scared. Half an hour later, with cries for help and apologies echoing throughout the office, Tang Xiu broke several of Tai Long's bones and taunted him. After a while, Tang Xiu remembered that Tai Long had connections with the Long Company. Tang Xiu ordered to transfer all his money and assets to Long Chen. Tai Long transferred all the money to Long Chen. Tang Xiu ordered him to leave the city as soon as possible, or he will feel all the pain of life. A few seconds later, Tang Xiu received a call. Picking up the phone, Tang Xiu heard Long Chen's voice. He had just heard about Tang Xiu's mother, so he immediately went to the hospital. Tang Xiu said that he was currently outside the hospital and would arrive there in a while. Tang Xiu asked if he received 150 million. Long Chen checked the account. He received money from Tai Long. He wondered what happened because he realized that Tang Xiu was near him. Tang Xiu told that Tai Long is giving all my property in exchange for his life. He asked to transfer the money to his account as soon as there is an opportunity. After glancing at Tai Long's friends, Tang Xiu let them disappear and warned that if he hears about the Cruelty Martial Arts Hall again, he will visit it. One of them started apologizing and thanking him. He said that he only stayed with Tai Long for money and had no questions with him. Tang Xiu was not going to listen to this and ordered him to disappear quickly. Looking at Tai Long, Tang Xiu warned him again. Tai Long knew that he needed to leave the city that day to avoid more trouble. At this time, Chen Mei arrived at the hospital and tried to get information. Lao Li did not tell her anything. Because according to him he was in another place, the gang of criminals was also not going to cooperate with the police. Lao Li asked Chen Jin to confirm his words. Because they were together at that time, Chen Mei didn't know what to do without knowing anything. At one point she was called by one of the policemen. He reported on the Tai Long Construction Company, which was recently transferred to other hands. Many workers were seriously injured, and a gun with shell casings was found on the mask. The surveillance video cameras were broken. Chen Mei couldn't understand what was happening because in one day there were a lot of strange things. She ordered to quickly go to Tai Long Company. She saw Tang Xiu on her way to the car. Chen Mei stopped and looked at Tang Xiu. He quickly walked past her. He looked very angry and was walking quickly to the hospital. This raised some suspicions. Tang Xiu gave the bike keys to the redhead and asked where the other guys went. They went to the store to buy groceries for Su Lin Yun. Tang Xiu went to the ward, On the way he gave the redhead and his friends a day off because they had worked well. Entering the room, Tang Xu saw Lao Li and a nurse who informed him that his mother was fine. Su Lin Yun got up to look at Tang Xu. She asked where he went. In order not to worry his mother, Tang Xu decided to lie that he was helping the police deal with the bandits who attacked the restaurant. Tang Xu asked his mother not to worry and to rest more. Lao Li leaned over and said that he had talked about his relationship with Chun Jin. He promised to prescribe the best medicine available in the place. Tang Xu thanked him for his kindness. Lao Li decided to leave them alone, so he went to the door. Tang Xu looked at him and reminded him of the upcoming meeting. Lao Li was looking forward to it. 20 minutes ago, at the entrance of the hospital, as soon as Tang Xu passed Chun Mei, he gave a sign of silence in disgust, so that Chun Jin and Lao Li would not make any noises or attract the attention of the police. Meanwhile, in Lao Li's office, Chun Jin told that his daughter does not know about the student-teacher relationship. Tang Xu wants to keep it a secret because it can cause too many problems. Looking at Chun Jin, Tang Xu decided not to tell him about himself. Because his daughter could find out this information, Chun Jin was confused and scared for a moment. Lao Li asked not to argue with Chun Jin because it was just a coincidence. He decided to inquire if Tang Xu really killed Tilong for taking his company. Tang Xu was surprised by the information that Lao Li possessed. He said that he did not kill anyone, but only made him pay well for the disaster he had committed. He was not going to kill people just because of his desire. Tang Xu told that he made Tilong a cripple, indistinguishable from dead. In exchange for his life, Tang Xu took all his possessions. To thank Lao Li, Tang Xu gave him one of his recipes. With its help he can cure all bone diseases. In 3 days all kinds of disease will disappear. Lao Li was happy. Now he began to believe Chun Jin's words. Tang Xu asked to use it on his mother to speed up her treatment, but asked to keep her in the hospital for a few more days to rest. Lao Li immediately jumped up and bowed before Tang Xu. He began to thank and promised to do everything at the highest level, but he has one request. About a month later, a very influential person will come to Lao Li who is personally treated by Lao Li, but for a long time he has not been able to fully help the man. Even his master has not been able to do it. Because of this, Lao Li wants Tang Xu to visit them in that period. Tang Xu agreed because it was at that time that his entrance exam would end, and he would have more free time. But he warned that he did not have medical qualifications. Lao Li asked not to worry about it. By then he would be able to arrange everything. If Tang Xu could help the man, he would receive an incredible amount of money. Tang Xu agreed and asked to take care of his mother. Lao Li once again thanked for the recipe and hoped to meet them soon. Tang Xu left the office with Chun Jin. After leaving the office, Chun Jin began to apologize for the trouble he had given Tang Xu. He did not expect his daughter to come to the hospital. Tang Xu warned him to be more careful in the future. In the near future, Tang Xu was not going to show him his true identity, and reminded him to practice the techniques he had recently given him, as this was only the beginning of the journey. After some time, guys came to Su Lin Yun's ward and informed that a gift had arrived from the Long Chen restaurant. It was a unique soup that restored strength. Tang Xu warmed it up and decided to feed it to his mother. Su Lin Yun smelled delicious and hoped for a good taste. Tang Xu also smelled good, but noticed that his mother's soup was the best. Hearing this, Su Lin Yun's eyes filled with tears. She was incredibly happy because her son was changing for the better right in front of her eyes. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Tang Xu was driving home. On the way, Long Chen called him. He thanked Tang Xu for Tilong, because all the time Tilong had a lot of money that he stole from his projects. Long Chen offered to meet tomorrow morning and discuss the Shanping project. Long Jing would also be with them. Tang Xu agreed. Long Chen did not have time to agree on one more man who would be present. When Tang Xu said goodbye and hung up the phone, because when he arrived at the place after getting out of the car, he heard a familiar voice. Looking around, he saw his ex-wife from another world. She was happy and called him. Tang Xu realized that he had not thought. After wiping his eyes, he saw Han Qing in front of him, who was very excited. He slowly began to approach her and asked why she was here. She was passing by and decided to meet him. Longjing told where Tang Xiu lives. Han Qing asked how his competition on the island went. Tang Xiu realized that he had forgotten about him and did not take a few more days off. Hearing this, Han Qing started yelling at him because there was not much time left before the exam. The past test results were incredible, but she was still worried. Tang Xiu asked for 2 more days off because his mom was hospitalized and he wants to take care of her as long as possible. Han Qing didn't know that, so she started asking what happened. Tang Xiu couldn't tell everything that happened, so he reported that Su Lin Yun had broken his arm. Han Qing agreed to give him a few more days off because the reason was serious, but she reminded that this is a very difficult period, and he has to prepare for the exam. Tang Xiu said that he, along with Long Zheng and Yang Chun, will prepare at his house in the evening. Han Qing agreed to such conditions, but warned that she would come to see them at her leisure. Tang Xiu said that it would be better if she came and taught them herself. Han Qing turned and went to her car. Tang Xiu offered to walk her to the car, but Han Qing refused. Tang Xiu asked her to be more careful and went home. He felt his inner demon awaken. Han Qing didn't think that Tang Xiu would leave her so easily. Looking around, Tang Xiu followed her to calmly get into the car and drive away. He hoped Han Qing only looked like his ex-wife and nothing more. The next morning, on the northern slope of Shanping, Tang Xiu practiced restraining his qi energy. Shanping was one of the best places to do so. At one point, he sensed an approach. Looking around, he saw Long Chen and his brother. They apologized for being late because they didn't expect Tang Xiu to choose such a strange place. Tang Xiu told that the whole of Shanping can be seen from this place. Long Chen noticed that this place fully corresponds to feng shui. Long Zheng saw all the beauty of Shanping. After looking at all the places, Long Chen asked how Tang Xiu was going to plan the design and plan the place. Tang Xiu said, if they develop this place only as a tourist destination, they will lose the most important thing. To get the best effect, Tang Xiu wanted to use the complex not only for tourists, he wants to make it a business area and an area of elite villas. Long Chen laughed. He agreed with Tang Xiu, but warned that until now their funding would not be enough for such a project. Tang Xiu smiled. He reminded that he would do an incredible project that would allow him to get much more information. Long Chen understood Tang Xiu's mood. He managed to design the mansion in a few minutes, so Long Chen understood that designing such a large-scale project would not take much time in Tang Xiu. But first, they needed to check the soil and study the area. During the discussion, Tang Xiu heard strange sounds. After a while, he heard a familiar voice of a girl. Looking around, Tang Xiu did not expect such an encounter. Wal Lulu caught up with them and started yelling at Chu Meng because he left her alone at the very beginning of the journey. Long Chen approached Tang Xiu and said that he wanted to talk about Wal Lulu, but Tang Xiu hung up the phone very quickly. Tang Xiu realized that his task had become more difficult. He hoped that Wal Lulu would not bother him. She approached him and asked to show the plan. She will also invest in his project, but first she wanted to know the answer to her question that she mentioned on the island. Tang Xiu wanted to answer her, but at the last moment she stopped him. Long Chen was standing a few meters away from them, but unable to understand what they were talking about. Chu Meng was surprised at Long Chen's ignorance. Wal told Lulu that Guyan had also arrived in Xincheng and wanted to meet with Tang Xiu to tell something important. Tang Xiu was surprised. He asked Long Chen to do the surveying and cartographic map, and later send the results. Tang Xiu said that he had to leave them right now, because there were urgent matters. Long Chen warned that he would send the money along with the results of the land survey. Tang Xiu agreed and asked for a meeting after some time. Looking at Wal Lulu, Tang Xiu ordered to decide immediately, but she stopped him by saying that she twisted her leg while climbing. Tang Xiu looked at her feet and got angry. She was wearing high-heeled shoes. She knew she was going to climb a mountain, but she still didn't prepare. Not to waste time, Tang Xiu picked her up and made her hold on. Long Chen and Chu Meng were surprised by such actions. Wal Lulu blushed in embarrassment. Tang Xiu used his qi energy and quickly ran to the bottom of the mountain where Wal Lulu's car was parked. He hoped to find Guyan as soon as possible. After a few seconds, Long Chen realized that Tang Xiu liked Wal Lulu. Chu Meng was surprised at how ignorant Long Chen was about women's affairs, because it was clear from the beginning. Half an hour later, Tang Shu arrived at the hotel where Gu Yan was staying. She immediately noticed him and went to him. Gu Yan asked Wal Lulu to leave them alone. Wal Lulu became angry because she did not understand what they were going to talk about and became jealous. Gu Yan asked her not to be angry and leave them alone. Wal Lulu looked at Tang Shu and told her to watch her manners. Tang Shu could barely contain his emotions so as not to offend her. After a while, Wal Lulu left them. Tang Shu and Gu Yan sat down at the table and ordered coffee. Gu Yan asked what Tang Shu wanted to know about her master. Tang Shu wanted to know how she got into this world, because it was impossible to return from the world of immortals. Gu Yan admitted that she could not tell this earlier because she needed to make sure that Tang Shu was really the one the master told her about. Tang Shu asked if she knew anything about the flower goddess and the sun god. He hoped that she definitely knew about Emperor Danqing. Gu Yan shouted that they all deserved to die. It was at this moment that she realized that Tang Shu was indeed the man the master had told her about. Tang Shu understood that Gu Yan knew about them. He guessed that Yan Ye returned at the moment when he was killed, but there were no fewer questions. Tang Shu told about his long journey in another world lasting several thousand years. He did not know how he managed to return to this world. He also told about the betrayal of the people closest to him. He said that after a long time he found a girl who wanted to learn everything Tang Shu knew. He accepted her as a student and gave her the name Gu Yan Er. He took care of her for a long time. Gu Yan burst out of her seat and began to apologize for her rudeness and doubts to Tang Shu. She realized that he was the real master who taught Gu Yan Ye. Tang Shu ordered her to sit down and answer a few questions. He inquired about her master's whereabouts and why she had come to Earth several dozen years before his death. Gu Yan reported that her master was actually always at the Bayan Hotel, but she stopped and asked if Tang Shu knew about the spatial magic array. Tang Shu heard about this from a demon from the immortal world. He revealed the secret of time to him. Tang Shu guessed why this happened, but decided to hear Gu Yan's story. She continued to tell. When her master found out about Tang Shu's death, she tried her best to learn the secret of time to return to Earth before Tang Shu. When she used the array for the last time, she received great wounds from Zhu Wu. Tang Shu couldn't hold back his emotions. He got up from his seat and once again asked where Gu Yaner was. He wanted to meet her as soon as possible. Gu Yan reported that her master was under the influence of the evil yin energy. Because of this, she had to sleep all the time to fight it. She had very little time left. Tang Shu ordered to go to Jingmen Island as soon as possible. He was ready to book tickets, but Gu Yan stopped him and informed him that there is a faster way. They went to Wal Lulu. Hearing their request, she started to scream. Tang Shu asked to give them a private plane that Wal Lulu could pilot to reach the island, but she started to refuse. Tang Shu approached her and told her that this trip is very important to him, and it can affect their relationship. After hearing this, Wal Lulu agreed, but with one condition. She wanted to return to Xincheng tomorrow because she has urgent business with Chu Meng, and Tang Shu should accompany her all day without leaving. Tang Shu agreed. 2 hours later, they arrived at Jingmen Island. Wal Lulu sent them on errands and reminded them that she would be returning to Xincheng tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Unexpectedly, a car drove up to them. 2 guards got out and said hello. Tang Shu was surprised by this. Gu Yan announced the arrival and told the plans, so her people got ready. After a while, they found a boat and went to the closed waters of the Baiyang Hotel. Gu Yan began to use magic to open the entrance. A few seconds later, there was a huge temple in front of Tang Shu's eyes. His surprise knew no bounds. He taught how to use it as a weapon. But after a while, Gu Yanye converted it for protection. Now she is in the temple and sleeping. As soon as they entered the temple, Tang Shu felt a sharp coldness. He asked if there was anyone else in the temple besides Gu Yanye. Before Gu Yan could respond, an unknown woman with a stick in her hands and a strange appearance attacked Tang Shu. He managed to block her strike. Tang Shu concentrated, and with the help of new strength he was able to lift the woman. He saw her face and understood that she came from another world. Her family was called Mei. Gu Yan asked to let her go. She informed that this woman is her master's slave. Tang Shu was surprised and let the woman go. He did not expect that one day the Mei family would be Gu Yan'er's servant. The woman's name was Himya Mei. Gu Yan introduced Tang Shu to her and informed her that he was the great master. Him Mei immediately recognized him. In another world it was he who saved her family from the evil emperor. She knelt down and began to apologize. She did not know about his appearance, so she decided that he was a criminal. Tang Shu ordered her to get up. He noticed that her body was very damaged and she couldn't use all her strength to the fullest. Himye Mei said that she was supporting her life with an elixir. She immediately started talking about Gu Yan'er. She reported that Gu Yan had not visited them for a long time, during which time Gu Yan'er's condition had deteriorated significantly. So she insisted that Tang Shu come to her as soon as possible. Approaching Gu Yan'er, Tang Shu immediately felt the presence of her spirit flying around his body. He ordered to stay in a state of sleep and not strain. Tang Shu picked her up and hugged her to feel all the wounds. He vowed to kill Zhu Wu and avenge her. A few seconds later, he noticed the soul stone in Gu Yan'er's hands. Him Mei said that this is the only way they know to protect Gu Yan'er. She reminded that the soul stone is made to treat the symptoms, but it does not affect the disease itself. Him Mei apologized for not being able to help the master. Tang Shu knew that the divine herb and the time stone were needed to fully heal Gu Yan'er. A good thought immediately appeared in his mind. When Gu Yan'er disappeared without a trace in the world of immortality, Tang Shu successfully made a pill called Dan. After taking the pill, Gu Yan'er would be able to recover in 3 months and keep in good condition for 5 years. The main ingredient was the snow lotus that Tang Shu managed to get from one of the businessmen on the island. Tomorrow he and Himye Mei will go to Xincheng, where he will teach how to make the pill. Tang Shu asked to be left alone with Gu Yan'er. It had been a long time since he wanted to be alone with her. Gu Yan left with Himye Mei to prepare for tomorrow. The next day, Gu Yan decided to stay on the island to watch over the master. They would call Wal Lulu to take Tang Shu back to Xincheng. Gu Yan offered Tang Shu to become the owner of Baiyang Hotel, but he refused. Because for many years it belonged only to her, Gu Yan understood his choice and thanked her. At that moment a woman entered the room. Looking around, Tang Shu saw an incredibly beautiful girl in front of him. But after a while he recognized Himye Mei. Their family has always been famous for their mastery of transformation. After saying goodbye to Gu Yan, Tang Shu and Himye Mei went outside and waited for Wal Lulu. She didn't make them wait long. As soon as she saw Himye Mei, she immediately started yelling at Tang Shu. After returning to Xincheng, Tang Shu immediately gave the snow lotus to Himye Mei and ordered to return to the island to start making it quickly. Himye Mei agreed and asked Tang Shu to protect herself. As soon as she left, Tang Shu was approached by Wal Lulu. She said that she had never seen this woman in the Baiyang Hotel before. Tang Shu was not going to focus on that. He wanted to start fulfilling Wal Lulu's request. Tang Shu said that first he needs to visit his mother in the hospital. There will be a third with them. Wal Lulu started to get angry when she heard about someone extra. After a few seconds, she started a familiar voice. Yin Yin ran to them and said that she was ready to go. Wal Lulu could not refuse her because she knew her story. After a while, they went to have fun in the children's world. It all started with fun slides and gradually turned into a photo shoot. Tang Shu understood that he was wasting time, but he promised Wal Lulu. At the end of the day, Yin Yin asked Wal Lulu to come more often. Tang Shu was following them and carrying shopping bags. He noticed the school building and remembered that he promised to find a school for Yin Yin. Tang Shu called Yin Yin, sitting next to her. He asked what class she was in before her illness. Yin Yin left school in the 3rd grade. Tang Shu said that he wanted to hire a tutor so that she could catch up with her peers. Tang Shu asked her to work hard during the summer vacation so that she could go to a new school in September. Yin Yin was scared because it was almost impossible to catch up on 2 years of study and 3 months of vacation. Wal Lulu started yelling at Tang Shu because Yin Yin should spend all her time studying and forget about the vacation. But Yin Yin agreed and promised to do her best. They immediately went to school. Tang Shu wanted to find a good tutor, The woman said that it is almost impossible to catch up for 2 years during the summer vacation because it is very difficult for children. Tang Shu asked to clearly answer his question whether they can do it or not. The woman was scared by Tang Shu's look. She said that they will try their best, but they will need more than one tutor and a lot of money. Tang Shu said that money is not a problem. Tang Shu decided to wait for the principal and talk to him personally. Wal Lulu was unhappy with Tang Shu's initiative. She was against the school, but Tang Shu told her that she didn't need school for knowledge. She should learn to solve her problems and learn to communicate with other people. Tang Shu wants Yin Yin to grow up to be a strong girl who can solve all her problems and not waste time on all kinds of nonsense. Wal Lulu remained silent. A woman came up to them and said that she found one option that suits them. Yin Yin should take one trial lesson. If she can make it, the training will continue. The tuition fee will be 150,000 won. If you pay immediately, you can get a 10% discount. Tang Shu held up the bank card and ordered the woman to pay by herself. In the evening, Tang Shu took Yin Yin home and went to the hospital. Wal Lulu went with him. Entering the hospital, the redhead met them at the entrance. Tang Shu immediately asked how his mother was feeling. The red-haired man started to get nervous and grabbed his head. He said that Su Lin Yun was talking to some people, so Tang Shu had better see it for himself. Tang Shu immediately went to the ward. When he opened the door, he was as shocked as Wal Lulu. Tang Shu did not expect to see such guests. Next to his mother were Kang Xia and Han Qing. Su Lin Yun informed that they had come to visit her and brought some things. They had been by her side for a long time. Wal Lulu immediately started getting to know Su Lin Yun. She introduced herself as Tang Xiu's girlfriend and specifically went to meet her. Tang Xiu realized what was going to happen now and slapped his hand on his face. In order to somehow fix the situation, Tang Xiu informed that Wal Lulu was wrong and was not his girlfriend, but it was too late. The redhead who heard all this understood Tang Xiu's situation and hid behind the door and watched. Han Qing immediately began to question Tang Xiu why he left his mother and went to an unknown girl. Wal Lulu began to defend him and said that the student's personal life should not concern the teacher. A serious argument began between them. Kang Xia couldn't resist joining in. Tang Xiu stepped aside so as not to disturb them and waited his turn. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, all the girls left the ward and went home. Su Lin Yun fell asleep. So Tang Xiu also went out into the corridor. At this time, Lao Li, who had been looking for Tang Xiu for a long time, was walking down the corridor. Lao Li recalled his request to cure a very influential man. He immediately gave an envelope containing a doctor's certificate to Tang Xiu. Unexpectedly and abruptly, the door of the VIP room opened. Su Lin Yun heard the whole conversation, so she immediately decided to find out. She ordered Tang Xiu to quickly explain to her what was happening here and why he needed a doctor's certificate. They returned to the ward. Tang Xiu said that he found a book of his grandfather, which he used to cure a girl on Jingmen Island. The book had many different medicine recipes, but he needs to watch over the girl as soon as they returned, and Xin Cheng Longchun gave them a house. After some time, Lao Li found out about this, and they decided to thoroughly study the entire book, because of which Lao Li gave him a certificate of medical qualification. Su Lin Yun was still young when her grandfather died, but even after many years he was still called the best doctor in the village. Su Lin Yun asked what Tang Xiu was doing with Chun Jin and Long Chen, as she had some suspicions about their cooperation. Tang Xiu said that they are building a business based on his grandfather's book. They will produce Chinese medicine skincare products. Tang Xiu didn't tell this before because he didn't want his mother to worry about him. He also said that things are going well at school. Su Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to visit Yin Yin and her mother after her recovery. Tang Xiu agreed. Su Lin Yun asked to talk about Wal Lulu and called her cute, but she also liked Kang Xia no less than Han Qing. Tang Xiu grabbed his head and didn't know what to do. After a while walking down the corridor, Lao Li asked why Tang Xiu lied to his mother, because they didn't see any book. Tang Xiu said that it was an ordinary medicine book, and there was nothing special in it, and he lied because he didn't want to worry his mother. Lao Li understood him and promised to keep his mouth shut. Tang Xu said that he would visit him after the entrance exams and they would discuss future plans. The next day, Tang Xu decided to go to school. He was immediately noticed by Long Zheng, who gathered a crowd of people around him. Tang Xu approached him and asked who all these people were and why he gathered them. Long Zheng said that while Tang Xu was working, he gathered a gang and named them after him. Before they could prove it, Tang Xu and Long Zheng heard strange noises. Looking around, they saw Yang Chun leaping at them with a strange expression on his face. Tang Xu quickly understood Yang Chun's target, so he moved a few meters away. Yang Chun knocked Long Zheng off his feet and fell on top of him. Yang Chun quickly got up and approached Tang Xu. He was happy to see his best friend. Tang Xu didn't understand why Yang Chun was acting so strange. Han Qing quietly approached them. She asked them not to make any noise and to go back to class, because classes would soon begin. Tang Xu apologized for the noise and reminded her that she would have classes for Long Chen and Yang Chun in the evening. Han Qing agreed and said that she would definitely come to see their progress. Tang Xu looked at the boys and informed them that tonight they were going to have an incredibly difficult test that they had no right to fail. The boys were scared when they heard this. After the class, Han Qing and Yin Yin watched as Tang Xu taught the boys. He gave them 2 individual tests to determine their general level of knowledge. After a while, Tang Xu and Han Qing started reviewing the tests. Yang Chun talked about what he had been studying all the time, and Long Zheng sat idly by. After checking, Tang Xu threw the tests right in their face. Their GPA was less than high school level. They couldn't even think about the entrance exam. Tang Xu brought a large stack of books and set to study all the material in a month. He and Miss Han Qing would help them with their studies, but warned that they might forget their dreams. Yang Chun asked Han Qing to teach him, because in his opinion Long Zheng needed a stricter teacher like Tang Xu. Tang Xu took it as a compliment, so he decided to teach Yang Chun. Han Qing started to teach Long Zheng. After a while, Yang Chun was not the first time to get kicked by Tang Xu. Long Zheng quietly sneered. A few more hours passed. Tang Xu and Han Qing kept their eyes on the students, and after a while they got the result. Yang Chun was the first to finish. While Tang Xu and Miss Han Qing were checking the tests, Yang Chun and Long Zheng sat down on the couch and began to rest. Having spent almost all their strength, Long Zheng admitted that he had studied more formulas today than in his entire life. After a while, Tang Xu congratulated them for writing the test successfully. They passed the exam score. Long Zheng hoped that now they can go home, but Tang Xu stopped them and made them wait at home while he conducted Han Qing. On the way to the car, Tang Xu thanked Miss Han Qing for her help. She was happy because she saw Tang Xu's ability and was now confident in his exam. Tang Xu led her to the car and asked her to be more careful. Han Qing thanked him and asked her not to scare her anymore. In order not to waste time, Tang Xu said that the 2 girls that Han Qing met were just his acquaintances, and there was nothing more between them. Han Qing was confused and blushed. She asked to convey the apology to her mother because she had not behaved well that evening. After saying goodbye, she got into the car and drove away. After returning home, Tang Xu saw an interesting picture. Long Zheng and Yang Chun fell asleep on the sofa, waiting for Tang Xu. He immediately started shouting and woke them up to continue studying. The next day, after classes, Tang Xu called Kang Xia and said that the office would come soon. Putting the phone down, a gang assembled by Long Zheng appeared in front of him. Tang Xu decided to go the other way so as not to attract attention, but a car stopped behind him and Yang Chun and Long Zheng got out. Tang Xu reminded HM to come to his house at 8 o'clock. They caught up with Tang Xu and asked him to take them with him on business. Tang Xu refused, but the boys stopped and began to persuade him. Tang Xu couldn't take it anymore, so he agreed to take them with him. But first they have to get their gang to break up and start training. In the business center of the city, on his way to meet Tang Xu, an unknown man begged the girl to help him with a matter, but she refused because this matter belonged to the Long family. This man's recent affairs did not end in success, so the girl did not want to risk her life and refused his proposals. Tang Xu and the boys were already at the place and waiting for the other party to arrive. Seeing who came to the meeting, Long Zheng started to get angry. Yang Chun did not know who came. The girl turned out to be Jiang Qin, whom Tang Xiu met when he first gambled against Jia Rui and beat him to win several deals for the Long family. Jiang Qin immediately got down to business. She found out about the business Tang Xiu is trying to do and reported that he is squandering the money he receives from the Long family. Tang Xiu was not going to listen to her, so he immediately went to the exit. Jiang Qin was stunned by such an act. She ordered to stop and listen to her. Jiang Qin began to threaten Tang Xiu. She said that she was not afraid of the Long family, and if she wanted, Su Lin Yun would disappear, and Tang Xiu would show up on her knees. Tang Xiu could take it all, but no one had the right to threaten his mother. He swung and slapped Jiang Qin's face. Everyone present was shocked. Jiang Qin grabbed her cheek and couldn't believe what had happened. No one had hit her before. The man who came with her immediately rushed at Tang Xiu, trying to strike. Yang Chun managed to catch the man's hand. The man immediately recognized the position of the influential Chun family, so he immediately retreated back. Tang Xiu warned Jiang Qin if she threatened his mother again, he would make her regret it for the rest of her life. Yang Chun let the man go and smiled. Jiang Qin saw all the strength of Tang Xiu. She will always remember his slap. Tang Xiu asked to remember his words, and went to the exit in a layer with the boys. Yang Chun watched Jiang Qin's actions while walking to the exit. The man started yelling at her and didn't believe that she would let them go so easily. Jiang Qin was angry with him because she is only a weak woman and can't do anything to three big men. After thinking for a while, the man offered to find out more about Tang Xiu and returned to him to take revenge. He did not expect the son of the Chun family to be Tang Xiu's friend, so he was confused for a moment. Jiang Qin became even more angry. She ordered to call her husband to deal with Tang Xiu himself. The husband laughed when he heard this. He was sure that now Tang Xiu would really die. Going down the elevator, Yang Chun was happy because he was able to protect Tang Xiu. That man's name was Jiang Deqin. He was Jiang Qin's brother. Long Zheng silently listened to Yang Chun's joyful shouts. Tang Xiu wondered why he was so serious. Long Zheng said that Tang Xiu cannot worry, because the Long family will help him in the fight with the Jiang Qin family. But he warned that there are many things. Jiang Qin has big secrets. He remembered the gang of foreigners who kidnapped Yang Chun's mother. Their Jiang Qin was the main one. Yang Chun and Tang Xiu were shocked at what they heard. Long Zheng warned Tang Xiu that he might get hit in the back by an unexpected person. He warned that the Jiang Qin family could use any trick, and Tang Xiu would not be able to appear in two places simultaneously. Long Zheng told why he gathered a gang of people in the school: to protect Tang Xiu and his family. Long Zheng has no doubts about Tang Xiu's strength, but he would not mind helping. Tang Xiu put his hand on Long Zheng's shoulder and thanked him. He wouldn't count on the help of those guys because they wouldn't be able to help. They're too damn weak for that. But he was still grateful to him. Tang Xiu guessed that Jiang Qin's family would not be able to find information about him for a long time, which would allow them to find someone strong to support in the future. After some time, they arrived at Tang Xiu's office. Upon entering, the boys were shocked to see a bunch of people doing their own business. Among them was Kang Xia. Tang Xiu immediately called her and ordered her to go to the meeting room to avoid shouting and noise. Sitting at the table, Kang Xia said that in the past few days, Andy has found several dealers, but first they need to be checked and think twice before entrusting the work to them. Tang Xiu was glad that the work went so quickly. Chun Jin said that the production of products can be started at the end of the month. According to Kang Xia's plan, the products will appear on the market in a month. Tang Xiu asked to stick to this plan and asked if they had enough funds. Kang Xia reported that Chun Jin paid a large amount of expenses at his own expense, and there were no financial problems. Only one problem remained with the packaging. Mike insisted that Tang Xiu be the official face of the product. Tang Xiu promised to meet with him later. Tang Xiu decided to hire a group of people to protect the entire organization and the production line. Kang Xia informed that the security of Chun Jin's factories is very reliable, and asked if she should hire more people. Tang Xiu was sure that the additional security would not be superfluous, because if someone managed to steal the secret recipes, all their efforts would be in vain. He picked up the girl's phone and dialed Gu Yan. She immediately answered the call and informed that with the help of the magic pill made by Tang Xiu, Master Gu Yan Ye had become much better. Tang Xiu was happy to hear this, but he got down to business. He asked if there were cool guards at the Baiyang Hotel. He wanted to borrow them for an unknown period. Gu Yan guessed that one day they would be needed. She told about the 60 men that were selected by her master, and some of them possessed primary skills. Others were special forces fighters and good at kung fu. Tang Xiu asked to select 15 of the best fighters who are ready to start working. They should arrive in Xincheng on Sunday. Tang Xiu's men will meet them. Gu Yan was happy to help Tang Xiu. She will inform as soon as the fighters arrive in Xincheng. Tang Xiu thanked and hung up the phone. Yang Chun and Long Zheng listened carefully to Tang Xiu's conversation. As soon as he hung up the phone, they immediately began to express their surprise. They couldn't even guess that Tang Xiu had connections on Jingmen Island. Tang Xiu asked them to calm down. After a while, Tang Xiu met with Michael. He persuaded Tang Xiu to become the face of the products, so they immediately went to a photo shoot. Tang Xiu calmly posed for photos. Kang Xia approached Enda and Michael. She asked how the photo session was going. Enda couldn't take her eyes off Tang Xiu's beauty. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. Michael said that Tang Xiu was born to be a model. An hour later, the photo shoot was over. Michael really liked the photos and promised to do the best advertising for the products. Tang Xiu looked at the photos and didn't see anything special. Tang Xiu got up from his seat and ordered Michael to find a professional model for future advertisements. This time he agreed only because of the time that was very little left. Throughout the photo shoot, Tang Xiu wore sunglasses so that people would not know who he was. He hoped that Michael would understand why Tang Xiu did not want to show his identity to the public. Tang Xiu remembered that Gu Yan's soldiers would arrive after a while. He ordered Kang Xia to take rooms at the Long Hotel and follow them. Kang Xia quickly agreed and decided to go to the hotel. In the evening, when Tang Xiu entered the soldiers' room, he saw before him men dressed in business suits with sunglasses on their faces. All of them greeted him in unison. A tall, athletic man came out to him. He introduced himself as Zhong Tequi. He was the leader of this team of 15 men. He asked to give them an order. Tang Xiu knew where to start, but before that he asked them to sit down. Tang Xiu trusted Gu Yan's choice, but he still decided to learn more about them himself. So their main goal for today was to get to know each other. Tang Xiu wanted to talk to each fighter to find out what they were capable of. They sat down at the table. Tang Xiu stood up with a glass in his hands and began to speak. He hoped that in the future their cooperation would bring great achievements. He also emphasized that he would help them start a new and better life if they do their work well. After a long party, Tang Xiu and Zhong Tequi left the hotel. Tang Xiu said that Kang Xia will find them a new place to live tomorrow. Zhong Tequi sent everyone else to rest to start working tomorrow. Tang Xiu asked to listen to him as carefully as possible, because now he will tell about the main goals. He needs 7 men to guard the production lines and 4 more to guard the company and the office. 3 more men must guard his mother, so that she does not know about it. Zhong Tequi noticed that Tang Xiu had given tasks to 14 men. He wondered what another one would do. Tang Xiu informed that this last man was Zhong Tequi himself. He was to supervise all 3 groups and report the situation to Tang Xiu. Zhong Tequi agreed and promised to do his best. Kang Xia appeared behind them and apologized for the delay. She was opening an account for the guards. Tang Xiu asked what her plans were for the evening. Kang Xia was surprised by such a question. Tang Xiu said that he wanted to show her one interesting show, but in a moment he felt the presence of an unknown man who was behind the wall and eavesdropping on them. Tang Xiu decided not to start a fight in the city center. They got into the car and drove to the edge of the city. On the way, Kang Xia asked what she wanted to show Tang Xiu, but at one point he ordered to stop by the side of the road. Looking in the mirror, he noticed a car following them. Tang Xiu got out of the car and went to the pursuers. He ordered to immediately get out of the car and tell what they wanted from him. Kang Xia and Zhong Tequi quickly approached Tang Xiu and expected to meet unknown people. The men got out of the car and immediately rushed to Tang Xiu, but after a few steps they stopped because they recognized him. Tang Xiu also recognized them. They were the guys who helped Tai Long but betrayed him at the last moment. Tang Xiu was surprised by such an appearance. He ordered to tell what they were doing and why they were following him, because on that day they admitted that they did not want to have problems with the Long Company. He was interrupted by a tall man. He introduced himself to Zhu Tianqiang. He was Zhang Qin's husband and the head of the Great Dragon Martial Arts Hall. Zhu Tianqiang wants to take revenge for Ti Long and his wife. Tang Xiu began to smile. He wondered if his friends had talked about their past encounter, and if he was confident in his abilities. Even Tang Xiu easily defeated one of them. Looking at his friends, Zhu Tianqiang began to shout at them. As they retreated to the car and began to fear, they did not want to engage in a fight. As they were not Tang Xiu's level, they asked Zhu Tianqiang to resolve everything peacefully. Zhu Tianqiang got angry and promised to punish them after returning to the hall. He looked at another man standing nearby. He ordered him to join the fight. The bespectacled man said that his purpose was to gather information and not to participate in a fight. He did not have any fighting skills, so he refused to participate. Zhu Tianqiang started shouting at them even more. Zhong Tekui asked Tang Xiu to give him the opportunity to deal with the bandits. Tang Xiu agreed because he would be able to evaluate the skills of the head guard and asked him to do it as soon as possible, but not to kill them. Zhu Tianqiang began to shout at Tang Xiu. He ordered him not to look down on him and start a fight. He began to brag that after one blow his opponent fell unconscious. Zhong Tekui came out to him and asked for a fight. He understood that this was his first chance to show what he was capable of and stand out among the other guards, because Tang Xiu was watching. Zhu Tianqiang lunged at the guard and managed to land a few blows, but he noticed how Zhong Tekui restrained himself and did not dodge the blows. Taking advantage of this, he delivered a powerful blow that threw his opponent far back, but the guard remained standing. The bodyguard flew straight to Tang Xiu and stopped beside him. Tang Xiu reminded Zhong Tekui not to kill Zhu Tianqiang. Tang Xiu felt the incredible anger that had accumulated in Zhong Tekui's body. Quickly approaching the opponent, Zhong Tekui grabbed him by the neck and threw him to the ground with all his strength. Zhu Tianqiang almost lost consciousness from such an unexpected reception. Zhong Tekui swung to deliver another blow to his opponent's face, but Tang Xiu shouted for him to stop. Tang Xiu realized that the next blow would be fatal to Zhu Tianqiang. Zhong Tekui immediately turned to Tang Xiu and began to apologize. He admitted that he had lost control of his emotions and almost killed his opponent. Tang Xiu asked him not to do it again. Tang Xiu didn't want to kill people, but he was fed up with these scumbags disturbing him. Hearing these words, Zhu Tianqiang was scared, but he couldn't get up due to his injuries. Tang Xiu looked at the other men and ordered to take him to the Great Dragon Martial Arts Hall. The three men were incredibly scared, but agreed. At 11 o'clock in the evening in the martial arts hall, there was an unknown man, and he was talking to someone. He devoted his whole life to teach people kung fu. But now his wife is suffering from a terrible disease that does not give rest. The best doctors in Xinchen could not help her. Opposite him sat Lao Li. He tried to heal his old friend's wife, but he did not succeed. He hoped that his master would appear soon, but there was no news from him. Lao Li announced that a very strong specialist doctor would come to his hospital who would be able to cure his wife. Their conversation was interrupted by a guy who ran up to them and informed them about people who want to start a fight with them. The man and Lao Li immediately went to the entrance. The man immediately began to shout and wonder who had come to the martial arts hall to start a fight. But at one point he noticed his students kneeling. Tang Xiu immediately stepped forward and announced that he had come to the hall to teach the ignorant. Many boys immediately appeared around him waiting for their teacher's order to start a fight. Lao Li recognized Tang Xiu and was surprised. He came out to him and asked what brought him to the martial arts hall. Tang Xiu also recognized Lao Li. The teacher of all the fighters and the owner of the hall was called Lao Jian. He was surprised at his friend's strange acquaintance with Tang Xiu. Lao Li introduced Tang Xiu as the same specialist doctor who could cure his wife. After a while, Lao Jian stood in front of his disciples and tried to find out everything that happened. They talked about making money quickly, and the business they were supposed to do together with Zhu Tianchang. Lao Jian became very angry. Lao Jian slowly leaned towards the boys and informed them that they no longer had the right to be in the martial arts hall. He was kicking them out and did not want to see them anymore. Lao Jian looked at the other disciples. Tang ordered those who cooperated with Zhu Tianqian's team to leave immediately. He promised to find every accomplice and order not only banishment. After looking at Tang Xu, he began to apologize and admit his fault. Lao Jian gave him money as compensation, but Tang Xu refused. They solved the problem, especially since Lao Jian was Lao Li's friend. Standing up, Lao Jian offered Tang Xu a duel. Because Tang Xu came to him for this purpose, Lao Li tried to calm him down, but he failed. Lao Jian hoped that Tang Xu would not refuse him because it would be a good practice of fighting skills. Tang Xu gladly accepted the challenge. He was also interested in feeling the power of the martial arts master. After a few minutes they entered the field and prepared for a fight. Lao Jian did not want to delay, so he immediately went into action. Accumulating enough qi energy, Lao Jian launched the first blow, but Tang Xu easily parried it with his magic shield. Tang Xu immediately launched a counterattack, using a small charge of qi energy. He struck a blow that sent Lao Jian flying several meters. Tang Xu managed to overtake him and catch him. Lao Jian couldn't move away from the shock. His idea of Tang Xu's strength was completely gone. He didn't expect such a strong blow. Regardless of Tang Xu's age, Lao Jian recognized his strength. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qin came to them. She immediately saw Tang Xu and started screaming. As soon as she looked back, she saw her fiancé lying unconscious and immediately rushed to him. Tang Xu calmly approached them and informed that Zhu Tianqian would not die, but he would no longer be able to clench his fists. Tang Xu warned Zhang Qin to be more careful, as this was his last warning. Tang Xu wasn't going to stay long. Looking at Lao Jian, he asked to bring his friends to the hospital in a month. Then he would be able to cure her without any problems. As soon as Tang Xu left the area of the hall, Zhang Qin started shouting at Lao Jian because her husband was his right hand, and now he is lying unconscious. And Tang Xu left the area so easily, Lao Jian couldn't stand it and ordered her to shut her mouth. He said that ever since Zhu Tianqian started collecting ex-people's money and doing evil things, Lao Jian no longer considered him as his student. Now he had kicked him out of the martial arts school completely. Zhang Qin began to scream even more. She wanted to know why he didn't continue the fight with Tang Xu when she entered the hall. Lao Jian admitted that his title of Master of Cruel Qi was spoiled. He knew that there is always a mountain higher than the other. Tang Xu was much stronger than him, and it was felt after the first blow he received. Walking away from Zhang Qin, Lao Jian asked his disciples to lead them out of the hall. Zhang Qin began to shout after the master that she would take revenge on Tang Xu and show what the Zhang family was capable of. Tang Xu had already arrived at his house. He ordered Zhong Tequi to take Kangxia home and go to rest because today was a hard day. Tang Xu warned Kangxia that he wouldn't be at the company for a while, so he asked her to let him know when help was needed. But Kangxia couldn't take her eyes off of him and didn't start his words. Tang Xu called her several times, but she didn't answer. He saw the voice, and only then she regained consciousness, apologizing. Kangxia said that she is still in a state of shock from what she saw. She began to shower Tang Xu with compliments and noticed his blue aura and blushed. Tang Xu was surprised because Kangxia could see his aura. He decided to ask if she really saw it. Kangxia said that since she was a child, her cut was 3 times better than that of other children. Tang Xu remembered that the true color of qi energy could only be seen by people who practiced or were born with the heavenly eye. He understood that Kangxia possessed it, but it needed clarification. Kangxia asked why Tang Xu fell silent suddenly. He began to think about the heavenly eye. Tang Xu said that soon they will have a special conversation where he will tell who he really is. Kangxia got into the car and decided to go home. Tang Xu understood that if Kangxia possessed a true heavenly eye, then in the future she would become the most powerful assistant to help her return to the world of immortals. Upon entering the house, Yang Chun and Long Jung appeared in front of Tang. They said that they had finished all the tests and were waiting for them to be checked. Tang Xu noticed that they looked somewhat similar and ordered them to continue. 2 days before the entrance exam, Han Qing gathered the whole class and informed about today. It will be very difficult for all students, but for good results they will be rewarded. After the call, Tang Xu held many written messages in his hands. Yang Chun decided that they were all sent by Tang Xu's supporters. Even Long Jung received 5 messages, but Yang Chun didn't receive any, and it didn't seem fair to him. Walking down the corridor, Tang Xu heard a familiar voice calling him. Turning around, he saw Han Qing asking him to wait. She slowly approached him. Tang Xu noticed Han Qing's red face and did not understand what happened. He stopped and waited for her approach. Approaching it, Han Qing saw a large number of written messages. Most of them were with a heart, so it was clear who sent them. She carefully took out her message and placed it on the top, and quickly ran away, blushing even more. Seeing this, Yang Chun couldn't hold back his tears and ran away from Tang Xu. Long Jung started laughing at him, and Tang Xu didn't understand why he cried. In the evening, Tang Xu got out of the shower and immediately heard the phone ring. Miao Wentang called him and told him that he had found a professional teacher to study economics that Tang Xu had been looking for a long time. If Tang Xu has a suitable candidate, Miao Wentang will send a teacher at any time. Tang Xu said that he found a candidate who is ready to start next week, because Tang Xu has to pass the entrance exam to start. Miao Wentang reported another news. He managed to find traces of wild animals near Qingshan City. In addition to animals, there are many rare herbs and minerals growing, so Miao Wentang asked Tang Xu to come to him during the summer vacation. Tang Xu happily agreed. Miao Wentang wished great success in the exam and said that he would wait for a call. Tang Xu thanked and said goodbye. At the same time, he took out the envelope given to him by Han Qing and began to open it slowly. On the day of the exam, many TV presenters came to talk about the exam and ask the UNIV about their success. Now the last test on knowledge of foreign languages is taking place. Some students have already left the educational institution. The TV presenter immediately ran to one of the students, who turned out to be Tang Xu. She immediately started asking a lot of questions, but Tang Xu was not going to stop and answer them, so he continued to walk further. Tang Xu looked at his watch. He left 40 minutes after the exam started. Knowing Yang Chun and Long Jung, he was sure they would sit until the end. He remembered that before the exam they had agreed to meet at his mother's restaurant. Tang Xu caught a taxi and decided to go to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the place, he immediately noticed a significant change in the design of the restaurant. He was greeted by a red-haired man carrying a box. He congratulated Tang Xu on completing the exam. Tang Xu began to praise them for a job well done and reminded them to rest. Hearing Tang Xiu's voice, Su Lin Yun went to him. She immediately started asking about the exam because she was very worried about Tang Xiu's future studies. He knew that the result would be one of the best, so he reassured his mother. Tang Xiu noticed Mrs. Mu walking towards them. He immediately thanked her for the work done. Mrs. Mu informed that it didn't take long, so she came to help Su Lin Yun. In a short period of time, they became friends. Su Lin Yun asked Tang Xiu to wait for a while she prepares the dishes. Tang Xiu asked Mrs. Mu to give him a few minutes. He wants to discuss something. Tang Xiu said that he wants to make her the manager of the island that belongs to him. For this he has already hired a person who will teach everything and tell all the details. Tang Xiu admitted that he needs a person whom he trusts, so he asks Mrs. Mu to take this place. Mrs. Mu reminded him that it was he who saved her daughter, so she will always help him with all her strength. She agreed and will prepare to meet the future teacher. Tang Xiu said that the teacher will come to Xingcheng next week. Mrs. Mu should prepare a schedule that is convenient for her, so that her studies will not interfere with her work. Tang Xiu got up and decided to go to the kitchen, but before that he asked where Yin Yin was. Mrs. Mu informed that she was in the kitchen having fun with his cousin. Hearing this, Tang Xiu was shocked, so he immediately went to the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Tang Xu saw Su Fei cutting vegetables for soup. Tang Xu immediately asked why he was here and not taking the entrance exam. Su Lin Yun immediately ran to Tang Xu and stood in front of him. She told that she asked Su Fei to help her, because Tang Xu was in the exam. She did not have time to tell him about Su Fei. Su Lin Yun reported that something happened to Su Shang's house, so Su Fei asked to stay with them because he had nowhere else to go. Tang Xu understood that his mother was trying to protect him, so Tang Xu calmed down and decided to find out everything. Tang Xu asked Su Fei to go outside with him to talk. Tang Xu wondered why Su Fei didn't tell about everything that happened recently, about the fight with his parents. Su Fei said that from the beginning he wanted to find Tang Xu to take revenge, but when his father was taken away by the police, his father's last words were about action and punishment. He asked to go to Su Lin Yun. 2 days ago, Su Fei visited his father. Su Shang asked to convey the apology to Su Lin Yun and Tang Xu, and to return the money he had taken once. Tang Xu asked where Su Shan's wife had gone. Su Fei started to get angry. He told that his mother spent all the money to avoid punishment and left Xincheng. Finally, she divorced Su Shan. Tang Xu understood the whole situation of Su Fei. He asked why he didn't take the entrance exam. Su Fei told that his father promised to pay the money for the exam, after which he could enter any university in the country. But all plans failed. Tang Xu breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered Su Fei to go with him to the basement and quit smoking. Su Fei was confused for a moment. Unexpectedly, the door behind Su Fei suddenly opened and hit him on the back. Yang Chun looked out from the door trying to find Tang Xu. Su Fei immediately jumped up and started shouting at Yang Chun, who hit him with the door. Behind Yang Chun appeared Long Zheng, who didn't know what was happening. Tang Xu approached Su Fei and introduced him to Long Zheng. Tang Xu immediately ordered to return to the restaurant so as not to waste time outside. In the evening, Long Zheng called a taxi and promised Tang Xu to take Yang Chun home. Because Yang Chun drank too much alcohol and fell asleep, Long Zheng asked where Tang Xu was going to study after the exam results. Tang Xu didn't know where he would go yet, but he didn't care. Tang Xu wondered where a famous person like Long Zheng would go. Long Zheng also didn't know where he would decide, but he would have a good rest to begin with. The next day, Tang Xu arrived at Yang Chun's house. He promised to have dinner with his family. When he entered the house, he was met by Yang Chun's parents. The father began to thank him for saving his wife and offered to sit at the table. On his way to the table, Tang Xu asked to be treated like an ordinary guy. But Yuan Chun, Yang Chun's father, suggested that they discuss everything at the table. Recently, Yuan Chun began to notice his son's great academic achievements, as Yang Chun told him that he was able to achieve all this thanks to Tang Xu, who had been trying to teach him for a long time. Tang Xu was happy to help Yang Chun. He again asked to treat his feet like a normal guy, because Yuan Chun was very polite. After dinner, Yuan Chun asked Tang Xu to talk alone in his room. After a while, Yuan Chun together with Tang Xu were sitting in another room. Yuan Chun offered to drink a rare tea called pu'er. He had been saving it for a very long time for a rare occasion. Tang Xu had never heard of pu'er before, so he was happy to try it. After judging its taste, Tang Xu decided to cut to the chase and inquired what Yuan Chun's main purpose was. He immediately laughed and praised Tang Xu's straightforwardness. Yuan Chun heard from his wife that Tang Xu does not have any ordinary martial arts. Tang Xu said that he only knows kung fu, but Yuan Chun did not believe him. Yang Chun's father is engaged in the development of military equipment, and they recently collected a large batch of material. But too many criminal organizations found out about it and immediately came to the city. This project is under development and research. Yuan Chun can't trust the military to support the project and many data. But he found a second way. Tang Xu realized that the military will provide money for Yuan Chun to gather his team of guards. Yuan Chun understood how intelligent Tang Xu is. He also informed that the military provided a list of candidates who agreed to accompany the data. Yuan Chun asked if Tang Xu understood his hints. Tang Xu asked to give him a list of all the candidates. He will find suitable people and take care of them later. Tang Xiu promised to take over all of Yuan Chun's work. The first escort will be free, but for the next ones the price will start from 10 million. If he conducts the mission, then pay 10 times more. Hearing such bold words from a rather young boy, Yuan Chun burst out of his seat. He would provide a list of candidates, but wondered what Tang Xiu would do if he couldn't hire all the people. Tang Xiu boldly replied that it would show his weakness, and then Yuan Chun would gather the team and take care of his project by himself. But if Tang Xiu could handle the task, it would save a lot of time for Yuan Chun. Seeing no reason to refuse, they shook hands and signed a verbal agreement. Yuan Chun wished good cooperation and had high hopes for Tang Xiu. After some time, Tang Xiu called a taxi to go back to his business. Yang Chun asked to visit more often and let him know as soon as Tang Xiu received the exam results. While riding in a taxi, Tang Xiu looked at the list of candidates. He understood that in the future he would need people to work on the island of the evil dragon that he won at the auction. The first of the candidates were retired special forces. After taking a closer look, Tang Xiu realized that all the candidates were in the special forces. If he can find their chief with the call sign Wolf, then he can immediately hire all the candidates. But the wolf disappeared without a trace several years ago. One man on the list is near Qingshan, where Miao Wentang was able to find wild animals and rare minerals and herbs. Tang Xiu hoped to find out information about the disappearance of the wolf there. But first he had to visit the company. After a while, Kang Xia talked about the success of the company. The Messiah Cosmetics represented by Long Company is one of the best channels for Tang Xiu's products. Tang Xiu knew that with the help of the Long Company, his product would appear on the market faster, but he would have to give away a part of the profit. Kang Xia informed that this is only the beginning, and in the future they will switch to trading under their own brand. Kang Xia also reported that the Long Company invited her to a charity party. She hopes that Tang Xiu can come to it. Because it will improve the image of the company, Kang Xia wanted Tang Xiu to come personally, because she feels strange when he spends the company's money. Tang Xiu agreed but asked not to reveal his identity unnecessarily. Kang Xia was overjoyed at the news and grabbed the phone to order a suit for Tang Xiu. A few hours later, Tang Xiu was at Yan's charity party. He was standing at the farthest table and holding a glass of wine in his hands. He was trying to understand why he came here, and he remembered that he had to meet Miao Wentang tomorrow morning. Kang Xia ran up to him and asked to hang out with Enda for a while. Tang Xiu let them go, hoping that this would give him an opportunity to quietly disappear from the party. As soon as Tang Xiu decided to go to the door, he was immediately stopped by Long Chen's hand that landed on his shoulder. Long Chen didn't expect to see him at such a party, so he was quite surprised. Long Chen offered to leave the party and go to his office. He took out a bottle of rare wine and offered it to Tang Xiu. Kang Xia told him about joining the Messiah Company. Sitting down on the sofa, Long Chen thanked Tang Xiu for his help. He told how he met his brother after the exams. Long Chen immediately felt the change in Long Zheng's behavior and thinking. Tang Xiu asked where he was now. Long Chen told what he learned from his friend. Long Zheng took a small amount of money and went to Lan Cheng. He decided not to hide in the shadow of the Long family anymore and start earning on his own. Tang Xiu supported Long Zheng's choice. He realized that he had not wasted his time on his training. Tang Xiu informed that the project and design will be ready in 2 days. Long Chen was surprised and happy. He did not expect such a quick result. He decided to completely give the villa where Tang Xiu currently lives, and insisted that he taste the wines. Tang Xiu raised the glass and smelled a familiar smell. The wine had the same smell as one of the wines in another world. Long Chen informed that this wine belonged to one royal family. The wine had been stored for more than 100 years. Tang Xiu tasted the wonderful taste of wine. Many people say that wine only gets better with age, but Tang Xiu disagreed. He thought that the key to success lies in the process of making wine. Tang Xiu proposed to make several similar types of wine. Long Chen did not refuse and suggested Tang Xiu to make his own vineyard. The wine business has a great future, Tang Shu appreciated the idea and promised to try. Long Chen remembered that one of his friends had been wanting to meet Tang Shu for a long time, and at this time he was at a party. Long Chen offered to come down to see him. A waiter ran into the room. He said that some of the guests were trying to cause a scandal, so Long Chen should come to the banquet hall. Going down to the hall, Long Chen ordered those present to calm down and tell what happened. Tang Shu immediately noticed Enda, who ran to meet him. She said that the CEO of the Messiah started clinging to her. The CEO's name was Wu Changqing. He approached Enda, who was hiding behind Tang Shu, and began publicly insulting and humiliating her. He began to threaten to terminate the cooperation agreement with their company. Long Chen appeared behind Tang Shu, who started shouting at Wu Changqing and covered his mouth. Tang Shu inquired about the relationship between them. Long Chen only informed about the business relationship and allowed Tang Shu to act as he wanted. The man in the white suit heard Tang Shu's name. He immediately ordered Wu Changqing to apologize to the girl, otherwise he would be in unimaginable trouble. His name was Huang Shu. He immediately approached Tang Shu and introduced himself as a good friend of Long Chen. Wu Changqing began to shout to the whole hall. Kang Xia appeared behind Tang Shu. She said that she left the hall due to some important calls and came back as soon as she started arguing. She left Andy to talk to Wu Changqing and didn't think it would happen like this. Kang Xia reported that she managed to find out the information that Tang Shu requested. One of the trusted people found everything that was needed. Tang Shu told her to start. Kang Xia took out the phone and showed all the documents of the Messiah Company. She announced that all the achievements of the past 3 years were fake, so the Wu Changqing Company has no power. Tang Shu walked up to Wu Changqing and poured the drink in his face. Tang Shu announced the end of their deal. Wu Changqing couldn't know who was talking to him, so Tang Shu announced his name, turned around and left. Kang Xia asked why he announced his name. Because now everyone present knows about him. Tang Shu replied that he would be able to protect all of his people with his body. Long Chen approached Tang Shu and asked him to start boldly selling his products from his brand. Now Long Chen's company will support him in his time of need. Long Chen offered to leave the banquet hall and return from his office. Because the wine was left standing on the table, Huang Shu began to get to know Tang Shu along the way. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Tang Shu arrived at Lingchen Airport. He called Miao Wentang and informed him of his arrival. Miao Wentang insisted that Tang Shu spend the night at a local hotel and come to him in the morning, but Tang Shu refused and prepared to meet him in a few hours. Looking around, Tang Shu saw a taxi driver from him, so he ordered Miao Wentang to wait for him and hung up the phone. Tang Shu decided to go to the taxi driver to arrange a trip, but bad luck awaited him. The taxi driver refused to take him to another city. He only worked in one city. But Tang Shu heard another voice that promised to take him to Qingshan. Looking around, Tang Shu saw a man with a scar on his face and a cigarette in his teeth. The man did not look like a taxi driver, but there was no other choice. Tang Shu agreed and they immediately set off. While driving in the car, Tang Shu carefully watched the road through the navigator. The man noticed it and asked him not to worry because he has known these places since he was a child. Tang Shu said that he uses the navigator only for the sake of confidence. The man praised him and said that there were many bandits on the roads. Sharply hitting the brakes, the man stopped the car. Looking at Tang Shu, he said that he was a member of one of the gangs. Another car stopped in front of the car, and several men with weapons in their hands got out of it. After getting out of the car, the man asked to give all the money, and then he would leave Tang Shu alive. Tang Shu asked what would happen if he did not want to give the money and began to resist. A gang of men started shouting murder. Tang Shu counter-offered if they drove him to the location and gave their money, he would keep their bones. One of the thugs quickly approached him and began to threaten him with a large knife. But Tang Shu quickly grabbed the knife and began to squeeze it. The thugs were confused. Tang Shu tossed the thug to the side, only to be stopped by a car bumper that turned the other way. The thugs couldn't believe their eyes. Tang Shu decided to frighten the others, so he took a large knife and bent it in front of the thugs, causing incredible fear among them. The driver of the car took out a gun and aimed it at Tang Shu's face before he pulled the trigger and fired. The bullet hit Tang Shu directly in the face. The bandits hoped that this would be the end of it, but it was only the beginning. Tang Shu looked at them with a scary look and told them that this was their last chance. 2 hours later, Tang Shu arrived at the meeting place with Miao Wentang. He warned the bandit who was the driver's place not to run away for 2 days, because he needed a man who knows the area well. The bandit asked to be called Scar. Tang Shu offered 20,000 to each bandit for their help. Scar immediately agreed to such a great deal, but Tang Shu warned that if they started stealing again, they would regret it. Tang Shu entered the hotel. At the entrance, he was met by Miao Rush with his team. Tang Shu paid attention to Miao Wentang's face, which was covered in plaster, and asked what happened. Miao Wentang offered to discuss everything in the room. After some time, Miao Wentang began to talk about his findings. He found a crater that was made by a meteorite. Near it, there are many medicinal materials and ores. Miao Wentang's team arrived there 3 days ago, and they immediately began exploring the area and searching for new materials. But as a body, they went to the mountains. They met an unknown beast. It was very fast. Miao Wentang barely had time to notice it. Several people from his team were killed, and the cause of the wounds on Miao Wentang's body is the same beast. He barely had time to dodge the beast's deadly blows. Tang Shu wondered what the difference in strength was between this beast and the 2 crocodiles they had previously defeated. Tang Shu wanted to know as much information as possible. Miao Wentang said that last time, with the help of Tang Shu, everything went very well. But the level of this beast is much higher than 2 crocodiles taken. Tang Shu was surprised. The beast has high intelligence, so as not to waste much time, Tang Shu decided to use the array. But it needs to buy some materials. Miao Wentang should help with this. He asked not to worry and entrust most of the work to him. Miao Wentang thanked for the recipe that Tang Shu sold him to restore strength and heal wounds. With its help, Miao Wentang always feels good. Tang Shu remembered that before coming here, he made some elixir from animal bones and high-grade herbs. It is excellent at healing wounds and raising the level of cultivation. Tang Shu will give 1 bottle for free. The next day at 3 o'clock, Miao Wentang pulled up the car and his team started to load things. He remembered that Tang Shu had been doing herbs all night and didn't go to sleep until morning, so someone had to wake him up. As soon as he thought about it, Tang Shu appeared. Apologizing for the delay, he was completely ready to leave. Miao Wentang ordered everyone to get into the car and leave. After some time, they drove to the mountain area. Tang Shu informed that the beast that had previously attacked Miao Wentang and the team could only be a guard. Miao Wentang asked to tell more about his thoughts. A beast that has a high intelligence, it sees the aggressor as a body, immediately starts hunting him and does not let go until he kills. If he has something to protect, he will not chase the victim. Miao Wentang confirmed his guesses. The beast was not going to catch up with them last time. Tang Shu ordered Miao Wentang to pay more attention to details and analyze every enemy he encountered. The driver of the car informed them that they could not go any further. After leaving the car, they continued on their way. Miao Wentang showed them where they needed to go. Tang Shu understood that Miao Wentang's team had a weak cultivation level, so they would delay their journey, but he was not going to leave them. Towards evening, they arrived at the place. Miao Wentang showed the tracks of the beast and a broken tree near which a green aura remained. Tang Shu understood that the beast had passed through here recently. One of the companions shouted about the find. Tang Shu looked around and saw the body of a dead tiger. A green aura was coming from its wound. Tang Shu understood that the animal was here a few minutes ago. It must return because it did not take its prey. Tang Shu ordered to stay here and prepare things. He decided to wait for the beast's return to use the tiger's dead body to catch it. Around the tiger, Tang Shu placed magic stones. With their help, Tang Shu will be able to make a thunder array and catch the beast. Miao Wentang had doubts about the array because the stones could be seen from far away. To calm Miao Wentang's conscience, Tang Shu used a technique that hid the stones underground. Miao Wentang did not expect such awareness from Tang Shu. Miao Wentang began to praise Tang Shu for such knowledge. He became what he could to help. Tang Xiu asked him to deliver the final blow to the beast while Tang Xiu distracts him, but Miao Wentan must catch the right moment. 30 minutes later, the beast returned to the tiger. It looked like a big black panther with red eyes. Seeing the beast, Tang Xiu knew it was time to start. Quickly leaving the hiding place, Tang Xiu climbed as high as possible and activated the thunder array. The beast immediately noticed Tang Xiu and began to prepare for battle. At that moment, the thunder array hit the beast with energy that stopped it for a while. Tang Xiu landed next to him and tried to contain the energy of the array. The beast turned out to be much stronger than Tang Xiu expected. It was difficult to restrain the array. Tang Xiu understood that it would be a terrible failure if Miao Wentang attacked before time. A few seconds later, Miao Wentang jumped out of cover and ran towards the beast. He saw the right moment, but Tang Xiu noticed that Miao Wentang was moving recklessly, and it could lead to failure. Miao Wentang struck the beast with the strongest blow, using almost all of his energy. The beast fell to the ground and did not move. Miao Wentang decided that it was a victory and relaxed. For a moment, Tang Xiu lost track of the beast's energy. He also decided that that was it. But a second later, he saw the beast suddenly rise up and rush towards Miao Wentang. Tang Xiu screamed, but it was too late. The beast grabbed onto Miao Wentang's right arm and bit him, tearing the muscles. Miao Wentang didn't have time to understand what happened. He only saw the head of the beast. Tang Xiu quickly approached them and, using magic to tear the beast away from Miao Wentang, using almost all of his energy, Tang Xiu barely restrained the beast. While holding the beast, Tang Xiu remembered that with the latest cultivation level increase, he can talk to animals. He decided to try. The beast nodded his head and gave a sign that he understood Tang Xiu. After stopping the magic, the beast fell to the ground. Tang Xiu continued to talk to it and ordered it to show its loyalty. He decided to ask a few questions to find out more information. But first, Tang Xiu took his soul and changed its color from green to blue, thus marking it with which he could immediately kill the beast if he betrayed him. With the help of the beast, Tang Xiu learned that there is another beast in the crater that is much stronger than Tang Xiu himself, but there are many materials and herbs that will help him. Tang Xiu understood that they would not be able to move on. The beast was sure that Tang Xiu would lose. This information made Tang Xiu confused. He ordered the panther to turn into a spiritual object. Tang Xiu held up an amulet-like object. It was the same beast. He announced that they were ending their journey today and would be returning back. Tang Spa told everything he learned from the panther. Miao Wentan had a hard time believing it, but he understood very well that he was no longer a fighter, because the panther had torn most of the muscles on his right arm. Tang Xiu bandaged Miao Wentang's hand and decided that tomorrow morning they would go down the mountain. Miao Wentang asked not to worry about him, because he had taken with him the body-strengthening elixir that Tang Xiu had prepared. Miao Wentang hoped to recover by tomorrow morning, but Tang Xiu told him that the fortifying elixir would not help him so quickly. It would take more than 5 days to recover from such a serious injury. Hearing this, Miao Wentang was saddened, but he was immediately happy when he remembered the golden spirit pills that Tang Xiu had given him before he left. With their help, Miao Wentang's wounds would be completely healed very quickly. Tang Xiu remembered that he had 4 more pills. If he took them at the same time and concentrated, he would be able to reach the next step. Miao Wentang asked to tell more about them. Tang Xiu told that the wounds could heal in a day or maybe a few hours. It all depends on his qi energy. Tang Xiu said that he needed to start cultivation as soon as possible and move to the next level overnight. Then tomorrow morning they will go here again. Miao Wentang jumped up with joy. He promised to start the treatment immediately so that he could give it his all tomorrow. But he stopped for a moment. He asked to talk about the technique of taming animals. He wondered how much Tang Xiu had this technique. Tang Xiu said that he can easily use it on weak animals. If the animal has a weak intelligence, then it can be easily taken under control. This technique allows you to turn a fierce-level monster into a spiritual item like an amulet, and the new item will receive its power. Miao Wentang asked why Tang Xiu didn't tame 2 crocodiles. The answer was simple. Tang Shu saw no use for them. Their material was much more valuable because he allowed him to cultivate, especially since Tang Shu promised to give the soul of one of them to Miao Wentan. Tang Shu decided to test the power of the panther. Clutching the amulet in his hand, he felt a sharp increase in energy. Miao Wentang saw the blue glow from the amulet and carefully watched what would happen to Tang Shu after a while. Tang Shu quickly got out of Miao Wentang's sight. He got the incredible speed of a panther. In a few seconds, he flew a long distance. Miao Wentang barely had time to notice where Tang Shu was moving. Miao Wentang asked Tang Shu to teach him to use this technique. With its help, he will become much stronger and be able to help Tang Shu more with the search for materials. Tang Shu promised to talk about it later. Now they need to rest before returning to the crater tomorrow. The next day, Miao Wentang observed his body after taking the golden spirit pill. His wounds disappeared overnight. His cultivation level had greatly increased and was close to level up. Every day, Miao Wentang thanked Tang Shu more and more for his help. If it wasn't for their meeting, Miao Wentang was still trying to pass the test of Baiyang Hotel. In one moment he felt a sudden wave of energy. He looked around and saw a glow deep in the forest and headed towards it. Approaching the place, Miao Wentang noticed Tang Shu, who was emanating purple energy. As he got closer, he saw a strange expression on Tang Shu's face. Demonic-like horns appeared on his head. Tang Shu acquired the Infinite Desolation Connection technique and advanced to the first stage of the color star body. This body has a divine to demonic origin. After some time, Tang Shu completed his cultivation and reached the Yijing degree. The remnants of magical energy around him began to develop, and Tang Shu regained his normal countenance. Miao Wentang approached him and asked how everything went. Tang Shu looked around and smiled. He was able to achieve what he wanted. Now they can go to the crater to meet the unknown monster. This time Tang Shu was confident in his abilities. Miao Wentang couldn't hold back his emotions of surprise. Tang Shu had only passed the 5th part of the technique degree, but his aura was already 10 times larger than on the island during the battle with the crocodiles. Tang Shu informed that this was not all the advantages of the technique, and it was only the beginning. He himself was surprised because he managed to pass 2 levels at once. Tang Shu decided to leave Miao Wentang's team on the mountain and not take them to the crater, because there they will be threatened by an unknown monster, and Tang Shu is not sure if he can protect them. He asked how Miao Wentang is doing. He is fully healed and ready to go to the crater. Thanks, he was not only cured with pills, but also raised his level of cultivation. Tang Shu was happy to hear this. He wanted to start moving towards the crater as quickly as possible, so he ordered to follow him. Tang Shu promised to move slower so that Miao Wentang would not expend too much strength. Tang Shu decided to go ahead. Their difference in level was very noticeable because Miao Wentang was running fresh at top speed, but he was barely able to catch up with Tang Shu. He informed that they would not be able to take a large amount of materials because there were only 2 of them left. Tang Shu understood this, so the first reason he came here was to search for a single precious mineral. With its help, Tang Shu would be able to make a spatial ring from the space stone bought at auctions. With its help, Tang Shu would be able to collect anything. Miao Wentang had heard about such a ring from his teacher, but he thought that it was just a legend for children. Miao Wentang could not imagine that Tang Shu could make such a ring without any effort. Tang Shu said that there is some truth in every legend. At night, Tang Shu learned information from the panther, but it never approached the crater. Upon arriving at the site, Miao Wentang reported that thanks to the drones, they were able to find deposits of liquid minerals as well as healing herbs. Tang Shu approached the edge to check what was below with his spiritual sight. The information was true, but the quality was low for Tang Shu. They would only agree for Miao Wentang. Tang Shu reported that he didn't sense any monsters nearby, and he didn't really need the minerals and herbs because they didn't represent any value. But for Miao Wentang, they would be a good start for cultivation. Tang Shu still decided to go down with Miao Wentang. They jumped to the bottom. Tang Shu found it strange, because the panther was talking about a terrible monster that lives in the crater. Because of this, Tang Xiu hoped to find something valuable, because he could miss something important. Once at the bottom, Miao Wentang began to rejoice, because for the first time in his life he saw so many useful minerals and herbs. He began to regret that he did not take a larger briefcase. Tang Xiu began to look around and found something interesting. Not far from them, Tang Xiu noticed a bright red light that emitted a strong energy from the depths of the cave. Tang Xiu made sure not to touch anything and stand still. He couldn't understand what it was. Miao Wentang approached Tang Xiu and also saw the light. Tang Xiu decided to check with his eyes what was there and what caused the light. He needs to concentrate fully to look into the cave. Tang Xiu saw a divine beast from the immortal world called Fiery Qilin. It looked like a red dragon with horns, and underneath it was a sword-like thing. Miao Wentang saw the worry and confusion in Tang Xiu's eyes. He wondered what Tang Xiu saw, but he stood silently for a few seconds, staring into the cave. As soon as Miao Wentang heard about the Fire Qilin, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He had previously considered the Fire Qilin to be a mythical and divine beast, but he never expected to meet him in his life. Tang Xiu corrected Miao Wentang. He told that it was a real divine beast that most likely came from the world of immortals. Tang Xiu had often heard of such cases before. Tang Xiu was sure that this crater was not made by a meteorite, but by Qilin. Miao Wentang said that this crater is more than 10,000 years old. He wondered why Qilin never left the crater but stayed in the cave all the time. Tang Xiu said that people's weapons could not harm Qilin, and they would be lucky. Tang Xiu knew that together with Qilin, a cultivator from the world of immortals had to appear in this world. With the help of spiritual vision, Tang Xiu saw a sword-like thing that was most likely left by a cultivator. Also, Tang Xiu understood where so many minerals appeared here. Miao Wentang also almost understood what Tang Xiu was going for. All the minerals around the cave were installed by a cultivator from another world to make a barrier for Qilin. It remained in place for more than 10,000 years, only thanks to the minerals that blocked its power. Miao Wentang immediately apologized for the questions and asked if Tang Xiu could defeat Qilin. Tang Xiu was not sure of his victory, but he saw the thing that the cultivator left and he must take it. For this he is willing to take risks and attack. Near Qilin, Tang noticed 2 stones of golden sand from the world of immortals. The price of one such stone is several times higher than all the miners present here. Miao Wentang wondered what he could do to help Tang Xiu. Miao Wentang should stand guard at the entrance and wait for Tang Xiu to throw out the golden sandstones. As soon as he gets them, Miao Wentang should immediately run away, because Tang Xiu does not know the strength of the containment barrier. But Qilin definitely should not go beyond this mountains. Tang Xiu warned that if he did not return in 20 minutes, then Miao Wentang must leave him. A few minutes passed before Tang Xiu went to Qilin. Miao Wentang was standing at the entrance and waiting on the stone. He was shocked by Tang's great knowledge about all immortals. He could not imagine that children's fairy tales would become reality. Tang Xiu entered the cave where Qilin is located. Hiding, he analyzed the enemy's level. His level was similar to the panther that Tang Xiu had tamed, but it was risky to use it. Tang Xiu's level was weak, but he decided to use demonization to increase his strength not by much time. Activating his powers, Tang Xiu immediately rushed towards the golden sandstones because they were the main target. As soon as Tang Xiu approached them, he felt a sharp burst of energy. Qilin woke up as soon as he felt Tang Xiu's demonic power. Climbing up the mountain, Qilin used explosive energy and pushed Tang Xiu back. Tang Xiu fell to the floor. Golden sandstones and an ancient sword fell beside him. This made it possible to grab them and quickly run away, but Tang Xiu knew that Qilin would not let him go so easily. Qilin stood in front of Tang Xiu and gathered energy for a powerful strike. Tang Xiu saw a large flame bursting out of Qilin's mouth that could easily kill him. Miao Wentang was still waiting at the entrance. He was very worried. 19 minutes had already passed and Tang Xiu still hadn't appeared. But at one moment he heard a loud scream coming from the side of the cave, which was immediately followed by an earthquake. Turning around, Miao Wentang saw Tang Xu holding stones and a sword, who Qilin was chasing. Tang Xu threw everything at him and ordered him to run because Qilin was not going to stop. Now that the two of them were running away from the evil dragon that was keeping up with them, Miao Wentang decided to use all his energy to make a quick dash and disappear so that Qilin wouldn't pounce on him. Looking back, he saw Tang Xu receiving a fiery blow to his back from the dragon. Tang Xu released the stones from his hands and barely stood on his feet. Miao Wentang was not going to leave Tang Xu alone with the enemy, so he stopped nearby. Tang Xu became angry and returned to Qilin. He decided to fight back to buy time. Tang Xu mustered up the last of his energy and charged at Qilin, but the dragon managed to block Tang Xu's attack in an attempt to land his blow. Tang Xu decided to use all the energy that was left in his body, thanks to which he was able to strike Qilin and make him stop. Miao Wentang watched everything and couldn't help Tang Xu. He saw the purple aura around Tang Xu begin to dissipate. It meant that Tang Xu had lost all his strength. Qilin stood still and watched. After a few seconds, Tang Xu's aura had almost completely disappeared. Qilin lost interest and slowly turned around and walked to his cave. Tang Xu was surprised at his decision, but it was a big chance. Miao Wentang quickly approached Tang Xu and caught him as he fell. Tang Xu was completely powerless. Miao Wentang knew that if he were in Tang Xu's place, he would have died immediately. The power of the qi energy explosion was much more than he had ever seen in his life. Tang Xu ordered with the last of his strength to immediately leave the cave until Qilin returned to them again. They grabbed all their belongings and began to climb out of the crater. The next day, Tang Xu woke up in the car. He immediately asked where they were. Miao Wentang informed them that they had almost returned to the city and told that Tang Xu had been idle all day. Tang Xu reported that he was feeling fine now. He had spent too much qi energy, but it had almost completely recovered. He was glad because they managed to take the golden sandstones and the ancient sword. They were lucky because Qilin was rushing to retreat. Miao Wentang decided that the fiery Qilin decided to surrender because he realized that he would not win. But Tang Xu reported that at the last moment his energy ran out and he could no longer hold back Qilin's blows. Tang Xu did not know why Qilin surrendered. Tang Xu was sure that a cultivator from the immortal world who ended up in this world together with Qilin was involved in this. Miao Wentang was happy with the whole car because they managed to do the impossible. Tang Xu said that the golden sandstone is really a treasure. Even in the world of immortals, it is very rare and worth an impossible amount of money. Miao Wentang inquired that according to the ancient sword and casket that Tang Xu managed to take with him, the sword was an imperial sword. With one technique, it would be very fast, but the sword was very old, and its quality was low. It needed to be reworked to start using it. Taking the casket in his hands, Tang Xu decided to open it later in order to keep the intrigue in front of Miao Wentang. Tang Xu also did not know what was in it, but he hoped that it would surprise him in a good way. Miao Wentang began to laugh loudly. He said that the 2 days with Tang Xu were like a movie. He could not even imagine that he would feel so many emotions. Turning to Tang Xu, Miao Wentang asked to tell more about himself as soon as the time came. In addition, Miao Wentang asked to sell him the beast taming technique as well as the golden pill creation method. Tang Xu agreed, but warned that the price would be very high, so he asked him to think carefully. Arriving in the city, Miao Wentang invited Tang Xu to have dinner. He said that there are several fine restaurants in this city. Tang Xu agreed, but first he decided to read the message that had just arrived. Tang Xu received a message from the bank. 2,500,000,000 yuan was deposited into his account. Tang Xu understood that the money was sent to him by Miao Wentang. He quickly agreed to buy the beast taming technique and the method of making golden pills. After some time they came to the restaurant. Entering the middle, they noticed a dispute between men at one of the tables. Tang Xiao recognized one of them. The man who shouted at the whole restaurant was Scar. He told about his principles and announced that he was leaving the gang of criminals. From now on he would do good deeds and work for one of his acquaintances. His real name was Chiang Gei. He said that he bought the gun only to scare people and did not intend to kill anyone, but one day he still shot. He admitted that he was very lucky because the man felt sorry for him. Chiang Gai decided to try his parents' brewery to earn an honest living. The men sitting next to him began to sneer. Tang Shu slowly approached Chiang Gai and asked to treat him to wine in the future. Turning around, Chiang Gai was startled because he did not expect to see Tang Shu. Chiang Gai apologized and began to pour the wine. Tang Shu praised him for not running away and staying put as Tang Shu had ordered. It was worthy of respect. Tang Shu and Miao Wentang drank the wine. Miao Wentang liked its taste. Tang Shu rated it as average, but the production process was very familiar. Chiang Gai said that this recipe had been passed down in his family for many generations. Tang Shu ordered to give the bank account. A few seconds later, Chiang Gai received a message. Looking at the phone, he was shocked. Tang Shu transferred 200,000 yuan to him. Chiang Gai asked what he got such a reward for. Tang Shu replied that he had heard their entire conversation. 20,000 will be divided between them. Everything else is startup capital to start a wine business. Chiang Gai was confused. Despite the past, Tang Shu treated them like ordinary people and helped them. Chiang Gai promised to go through fire and water to help Tang Shu in the future. Tang Shu went to another table. Pausing for a moment, he reminded that Chiang Gai had promised to help him find one person. So tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Tang Shu would be waiting at the entrance to the city. The next day, Tang Shu, while talking to Miao Wentang, told him his worries. He was worried that there are still cultivators from the world of immortals on Earth. He warned that no one should know about the golden sandstones because it is a rare material that criminals can come for. Miao Wentang promised that no one would find out about the stones. He had to go on business, so he said goodbye to Tang Shu and left. Tang Shu remained waiting for Chiang Gai. He wondered how many people from the immortal world had come to this world. Tang Shu knew that he would meet many more unexpected things in time. His next step was to find a man from the list of which he used to be a commando. Furthermore, Tang Shu has reached the Yijing stage. Now he needs to choose a cultivation direction before finishing the tyrannical body. He needs to make a decision as soon as possible. While thinking, Chiang Gai came to him. He got out of the car and asked Tang Shu to hand over the bag. He wanted to carry it to the car himself to help Tang Shu. But after grabbing the bag, Chiang Gai couldn't tear it off the ground. It didn't even move. Chiang Gai apologized and asked what Tang Shu was carrying in it. Tang Shu easily picked up the bag and went to the car. Chiang Gai could not understand how Tang Shu did it, because in his opinion the bag weighed no less than 300 kilograms. Tang Shu replied that there was a stone. After getting into the car, Chiang Gai said that he knew every man in that town. Tang Shu gave him a photo to look at the man. Chiang Gai said that he knew him, but he did not know him personally. The man's name was Wang Ming, and he was a former soldier. Chiang Gai did not know where he was, but he knew where his brother lived. Tang Shu ordered to go to him. On the way there was a conversation between them. Chiang Gai said that he wants to send his child to Xincheng to study. But the study is expensive and he hardly has enough money. Tang Shu wondered why he wasn't in the wine-making business. Judging the taste of the Chiang Gai family's wine, Tang Shu felt his skill. The way of making it was different from most others. Chiang Gai said that in today's society, many winemakers pay attention to the packaging and appearance, but completely forget about the taste of the wine itself. Since childhood, Chiang Gai had problems with his legs, which led to prison. After serving several years, he could not find a normal job. Tang Shu looked at him and insisted on returning to winemaking. He offered to work for him. Tang Shu would provide the recipe for Chiang Gai to make wine. He would replace the technical director of the distillery. His salary would be 1 million plus 5% profit. Chiang Gai was incredibly happy. The unexpected offer made him forget about the steering wheel for a moment. Chiang Gai happily agreed and promised to become the best in the wine market. Tang Shu said that Chiang Gai would return with him to Xincheng after the business was over, and after the business started, he could pick up a child. Tang Shu had promised to send his child to one of the best schools, but that was only after they found a commando. Chiang Ge couldn't hold back a few tears and thanked Tang Xu for a long time for such an incredible opportunity. Chiang Ge said that Wang Ming and his brothers came to this town more than 2 years ago. Wang Ming's brother often went out with an acquaintance of Chiang Ge, so they often crossed paths in the company. They went to the garage where Wang Ming was. Chiang Ge told that one day his friend wanted to hire Wang Ming and test his skills. But Wang Ming was already big and easily against other men. Wang Ming approached them and asked what brought them to him. Tang Xu couldn't believe that a former wolf group member was in such a predicament. Wang Ming was surprised at Tang Xu's awareness. Wang Ming turned around and asked them to leave the garage because he still had a lot of work to do. Tang Xiu immediately started to act. He wondered how long Wang Ming and Lan Tu would be hiding in this town. A few seconds later, a man entered the garage. He called Wang Ming and asked who these 2 men were. Chiang Ge recognized the guy. He approached Tang Xu and introduced himself. His name was Wang Xiang, and he was Wang Ming's younger brother. He asked why they were looking for his brother. Tang Xu told that he knows Wang Ming's past. He also has all the information about Wang Ming. Tang Xu wants for him to help with one thing. Wang Ming approached Tang Xu and asked him to leave his garage again, but Tang Xu was not going to leave him so easily. Tang Xu said that he can give a chance that will help them get out of this town. Wang Ming will use his abilities for good purposes. Wang Xiang approached them and started shouting at Wang Ming. He said that this month's salary is not enough even for food. So Wang Xiang wants his brother to go back to work and do useful things that he likes, so that he can leave this town in the future. Wang Ming couldn't stand it and slapped his brother. But Wang Xiang didn't stop. He continued to insist on the right decision that would completely turn their lives around. Wang Xiang did not like Tang Xu at first, but in the course of the conversation, Tang Xu began to fully support him. Tang Xu told that following the rules is difficult to achieve success. In life, you need to look at the distance. Tang Xu offered to discuss the terms of their agreement. Wang Ming didn't want to say anything. He didn't back down on his words. Tang Xu noticed the anger in his eyes that was growing by the minute, and he decided to take advantage of it. Tang Xu said that from the very beginning he considered him a real soldier who appreciates opportunities, has foresight and patience. But it turns out to be the opposite. He can't even discuss the terms of the contract. Tang Xu decided that he and his comrades are ordinary weaklings who bury their heads in the sand. Hearing such words about himself and his battle buddies, Wang Ming couldn't hold back his anger. Swinging, he quickly struck Tang Xiu's face. Wang Ming noticed that Tang Xiu was not going to dodge, but took a small step back. Chiang Ge was scared when he saw this. Wang Ming felt a strong pain in his hand, quickly returning to his place. He could not believe that Tang Xiu was standing on his feet without a single injury. The remnants of the blue energy that he had used for protection flew around Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu noticed the difference between Wang Ming's abilities and the other fighters he met. Tang Xiu knew why they were hiding in such a faraway town, but Wang Ming and Lan Tao must live their lives differently. Turning around, Tang Xiu asked to convey his words to Lan Tao. If they make the right decision, then they should arrive at Jai Shaiping district in Xincheng City in 3 days. Tang Xiu looked at Wang Ming with a serious look and asked him not to disappoint him again. Sitting in the car, Chiang Ge marveled at Tang Xiu's abilities. He realized that Tang Xiu had specially angered Wang Ming to start acting. Tang Xiu guessed that they would start acting soon, and he would meet them soon. A few seconds later, Tang Xiu received a call from Yin Yin. She informed that her new teacher wanted to meet him and discuss some details. More importantly, Yin Yin missed Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu also missed Yin Yin. Tang Xiu promised to finish things tonight and return to Xincheng. He asked Yin Yin and the teacher to wait until his arrival. He also promised to go for a walk with Yin Yin as soon as he had free time. At this time, Wang Xiang was treating Wang Ming's arm. He apologized for starting to shout and persuade him to choose Tang Xiu's proposal. He admitted that he was very impulsive at that moment. Wang Xiang began to think that Tang Xiu was cool, because Wang Ming can withstand a blow not everyone. Wang Ming recognized that Tang Xiu had stepped back, so that he didn't do that. Wang Ming's arm was completely broken. He became curious to know more information about Tang Xiu because it was the first time he had met such a man. Wang Xiang burst out of his seat and insisted that they follow Tang Xiu. Wang Xiang found out where Tang Xiu's villa was located. It was in the richest part of the city and one of the most expensive. Wang Ming asked him to calm down because every time he only thinks about money. Wang Ming asked his brother to leave the organization in which he participates as soon as possible, because if Wang Ming agrees to cooperate with Tang Xiu, he will not be able to take his brother with him, and he will be in danger. Wang Ming put his hand on his brother's shoulder and apologized for the slap he gave him. Wang Ming asked to make dinner because Wang Ming couldn't do it with his hand. Wang Xiang agreed and went to the kitchen. Wang Ming waited until his brother entered the kitchen and moved to a safe distance, taking out his phone. He called the group commander and offered to meet. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Xiu, together with Chiang Gai, arrived at Xincheng City Airport. When he went outside, he heard a familiar girl's voice calling him. Tang Xiu turned around and asked how she found him. Behind him was a joyful Wal Lulu. She came to pick up Tang Xiu and take him home. She didn't answer Tang Xiu's question like that. Tang Xiu understood that Wal Lulu asked Yin Yin to call him. Because of this, she knew when Tang Xiu would arrive at the airport. Wal Lulu told that she overheard Yin Yin's conversation and decided to pick up Tang Xiu. Wal Lulu knew that Tang Xiu had taken a vacation, so she decided to spend more time with him. So as not to continue the conversation, she asked to get in the car and go home, because Yin Yin and the others were waiting for them. Tang Xiu informed that Chiang Gai would stay at the hotel and ordered to put himself in order. Tang Xiu's people would contact him in 2 days and report on the full course of action. Chiang Gai immediately agreed. A few minutes later they arrived at the hotel. Chiang Gai said that he would wait for a call. Tang Xiu transferred another 100,000 yuan to him and ordered him to spend it wisely. Chiang Gai started to refuse because he had money left over from last time. Tang Xiu still transferred the money and said that it was an advance payment for leaving Chiang Gai for a few days in an unknown place. Chiang Gai thanked and went to the hotel. Driving to the villa, Tang Xiu took out his phone and called Kang Xia to inform her of his arrival in the city. Wal Lulu wondered what Tang Xiu would be doing in his spare time. Tang Xiu didn't hear Wal Lulu's question, because Kang Xia picked up the phone. Tang Xiu asked her to come to his villa quickly. Putting down the phone, Tang Xiu asked Wal Lulu what she was interested in, but she chose to remain silent and increased her speed. After a while, they arrived at the villa. Yin Yin immediately ran to meet Tang Xiu and jumped on him to hug him. Tang Xiu asked where Mrs. Mu was. Yin Yin said that she was studying home economics, and Yin Yin's tutor was waiting for Tang Xiu in the library. Wal Lulu slowly entered the villa. She overheard Yin Yin and Tang Xiu's conversation, so she decided to cook dinner instead of Mrs. Mu, because she had been studying cooking for a whole month and had learned something. After hearing this, Tang Xiu suggested Yin Yin to order pizza from Long Restaurant. Yin Yin was very happy. Wal Lulu started to get angry, but at one point they heard the doorbell ring. Wal Lulu opened the door and saw Kang Xia with Director Chun Jin in front of her. Kang Xia announced her arrival and greeted Tang Xiu. But then Wal Lulu noticed. An argument started between them. Kang Xia did not expect to see Wal Lulu, so she asked what she had forgotten here. Wal Lulu told her that Tang Xiu had brought her here from the airport and stayed to prepare dinner for him. Tang Xiu began to get angry. He ordered Chun Jin and Kang Yong to wait for him in the living room while he spoke with tutor Yin Yin, and immediately went to the library. After a while, Wal Lulu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Tang Xiu. While singing a melody, she remembered her brother's words. He informed his father about Tang Xiu and invited him to meet them. Tang Xiu was amazed at Yin Yin's results. The tutor reported that she had never seen such rapid progress. Yin Yin was able to complete a whole semester's course in 1 month. Tang Xiu was happy to hear this. The tutor informed that Tang Xiu's plan to catch up with the curriculum is completely ready. She will select teachers and start practicing immediately. Tan looked at the joyful Yin Yin and asked her not to stop, but to continue at this pace. With the beginning of the school year, she will be able to go to school. Yin Yin was even happier and promised to try. Tang Xiu decided to pay for all the training at once. He wondered how best to do it. The tutor guessed that this would be the case, so she took a terminal for bank transactions with her. Yin Yin saw the tutor and returned to the house. She informed that Tang Xiu was waiting for Chun Jin and Kang Xia in the library. Chun Jin noticed that Yin Yin called Tang Xiu master. He wondered why. While Tang Xiu was waiting for Kang Xia and Chun Jin, he decided to distribute all his earned money and see what he had left. A few minutes later, he heard a knock at the door. Kang Xia quickly ran into the room and reported that 200 million yuan had been deposited into the company's account. Chun Jin immediately ran for her, who received 3 billion. They announced it loudly. Yin Yin closed the milestone from such a cry. Tang Xiu didn't understand their reaction. There was complete silence for a moment. Tang Xiu first ordered them to sit next to him as he wanted to discuss some important matters. They sat down next to Tang Xiu and started a conversation. Tang Xiu said that the 3 billion Chun Jin received was a debt repayment. Tang Xiu apologized for not being able to repay them for so long. Chun Jin thanked him and informed him that the 3 billion was a gift to Tang Xiu. Because Chun Jin received much more than he gave, Tang Xiu asked not to confuse these factors. Tang Xiu knew that Chun Jin invested a lot of money in the production of the company's products and did not tell anyone about it. Because of this, he should not be thanked. Also told Tang Xiu that more than anything in the world he does not want to blame anyone, so he returned the money as soon as an opportunity arose. Tang Xiu switched to Kang Xia. He said that of the 200 million, half should be used for direct sales of the company's products. Lately he noticed how nervous Kang Xia had become. She asked where another 100 million were needed. Tang said that he has a secret recipe for making wine in his hands. He decided to open a winery. The 100 million will be the startup capital. Tang Xiu has already found a man responsible for technical supervision. Tang Xiu asked to contact Chiang Gai in the next 2 days and find a suitable place to build a factory. In the future, Kang Xia will be in charge of this factory. After hearing this, she was incredibly happy and asked to let her know when the first sample of wine was ready. Tang Xiu praised Kang Xia's determination, but asked her to rest more often so that she wouldn't lose her enthusiasm. He heard from some people that Kang Xia Chao works at night. She asked him not to worry. She informed him that the best reward for her is the great success of the company. Tang Xiu was happy to hear this and mentioned that she was called the best manager on Wall Street. Next, Tang Xiu decided to introduce Yin Yin to them and told them that he met her on Jingmen Island and decided to take her in as a student, so from now on, Chun Jin should take care of her as a rare sister. Tang Xiu asked them to call each other brother and sister because it would help them bond, and in the future Tang Xiu would show them what it was for. Yin Yin stood up and greeted Chun Jin, calling him elder brother. Chun Jin was confused for a few seconds. He asked to be less polite because it made him feel very old. Tang Xiu remembered that Kang Xia used to be interested in me teaching Tang Xiu something about Chun Jin. Kang Xia began to worry because Tang Xiu did not tell her anything at that time and sometimes changed the topic of conversation. Tang Xiu asked her to calm down and listen carefully. He informed her that he was checking on her then, but now it was time to tell about himself. Kang Xia and Chun Jin prepared for a long story. Tan admitted that among all the people around him, he trusts only the 3 who are sitting next to him. Because of this, he will tell about his personality, but no one should know about it. Tang Xiu began the story. About a year ago, he was hit by a car at high speed when Tang Xiu tried to save another person. Chun Jin immediately understood that the same boy who saved the girl and became famous throughout the city was Tang Xiu. For a long time, this story was reminded in every corner of the city. After the accident, Tang suffered serious internal injuries that led to a coma, which caused Tang Xiu to spend a long time in the hospital. But at one point, in the midst of complete darkness, he saw a flash of light. After the light disappeared, Tang Xiu opened his eyes and found himself in an unknown place. Looking around, he saw strange places and strange clothes on him. He realized that he was in an unknown world. After staying there for several months, Tang Xiu realized that he had entered the world of immortals, which he had previously only heard about in legends and myths in the ordinary world. After some time, Tang Xiu realized that there were two souls in his body. At the same time, he felt how the souls began to merge into unity. As a result, Tang Xiu gained knowledge of someone else's soul, and after a while he managed to become the eldest son of the head of the Xing faction from the world of immortals. In the future, he managed to find several ways to return to Earth, but the risk was very great, especially in the world of immortality. Tang Xiu had a lot of work to do. Because of this, it took him more than 10,000 years to grow stronger and find a way to return to Earth, even for a while. But he needed to reach the highest level of cultivation, which was called an immortal deity. But Tang Xiu could not imagine that his best friends along with his beloved wife would betray him at the last moment. They tried to kill Tang Xiu and take his power for themselves. But before the very moment of death, Tang Xiu's soul returned to the ground in an instant and merged with the other part of his soul that remained on the ground. Tang Xiu hoped that now they will understand where he has such great knowledge and incredible abilities. He also learned the recipes from the world of immortals. Everyone present in the room could not take their eyes off Tang Xiu. They listened carefully to his story. Tang Xiu looked at Kangxia and said that there are many people on Earth who practice qi energy. It will be like cultivating in the world of immortals. That is why he started teaching Chun Jin. Kangxia admitted that it was difficult for her to believe Tang Xiu's story. But looking at everything he had done and how much he had discovered for her, she saw no reason not to believe him. Chun Jin believed his words and realized that Tang Xiu was building many companies to earn money and buy all the necessary materials for further cultivation. Tang Xiu confirmed Chun Jin's guesses. He revealed that his earthly body had never experienced true cultivation, so he had to start from the beginning. Chun Jin understood that Tang Xiu was going to continue cultivating until he became an immortal deity in order to return to the world of immortals. Tang Xiu confirmed Chun Jin's words again. He wants to return to the world of immortals to take revenge on the traitors and take what is rightfully his. Tang Xiu asked to listen to his next words very carefully. He said that he could help Chun Jin reach the full ideal in his physical and spiritual development in a very short time. Chun Jin has ordinary abilities, but he can achieve longevity and strength undreamed of by an ordinary man, and this is not a big problem. Kangxia and Yin Yin have a special body structure. Kangxia's body is perfect for cultivation. In the future, she will be able to move through the air. Kangxia did not expect to hear this. Tang Xiu said that from now on they will share joy and sorrow, because when he leaves this world, he wants to know that there will be loyal friends that he can rely on. Yin Yin is still very young, so Tang Xiu will not bother her for a few more years, as long as he only trains her and looks after her. Tang Xiu gave them a choice. They can pretend they didn't hear any conversation and just continue to do business together to make more money. Another option would be to continue cooperation and increase income, along with cultivation training, to return to the immortal world with Tang Xiu in the future and help him deal with the traitors. Kangxia and Chun Jin were silent for a few minutes. They had a difficult choice to make right now. Yin Yin immediately approached Tang Xiu and told her that she would always be by his side, because over a long period of time he had become a very close man to her. Kangxia made the choice first. She said that she knew nothing about cultivation and the world of immortals, but she was ready to learn everything in order to help Tang Xiu with all her problems in the future. Chun Jin confirmed Kangxia's words. He was willing to go through all the trouble on the way and go with Tang Xiu to the world of immortals. Tang Xiu thanked them for their great trust. Tang Xiu got up from the couch and clenched his fist. He said that when they arrived in the world of immortals, they would face many dangers, but he would definitely protect them. Tang Xiu was happy with their choice. Now he offered to go to the table because while Lulu had to prepare dinner, Kangxia got up and said that she would go and help prepare dinner. Tang Xiu noticed Chun Jin's slight embarrassment. He asked what happened and what he was interested in. Chun Jin asked to see the Yin Yin level. Tang Xiu agreed. Yin Yin stood in the middle of the room and concentrated on her qi emotions. It was difficult for her to show all her strength, but with the help of Tang Xiu she managed. A red energy appeared around her, and a sharp burst of qi energy. Chun Jin was very surprised because he did not expect such a strong energy. He realized that despite such a young age, Yin Yin possessed incredible strength. Tang Xu explained that Yin Yin possessed a unique body structure that was completely suitable for cultivation. Because of this, she was able to quickly reach a fairly high level and master spiritual consciousness. Tang Xu asked not to think about it, but rather to use it to study the technique of the first step that he recently gave. Chun Jin promised to speed up and learn the technique in the shortest possible time. Approaching the table, everyone present was shocked. All the food prepared by Wal Lulu was burned. Tang Xu asked Yin Yin when Mrs. Mu would return. She would only be back in an hour. Now Wal Lulu herself offered to order pizza. Tang Xu decided to try one of the dishes similar to rice with meat. He understood that Wal Lulu was trying, so he decided to take a chance. But after a few seconds, he vomited directly on the floor. A few hours later, Tang Xu led the guests to the car. He reminded Kang Xia to contact Chiang Ge as soon as she returned home and find land to build a factory. Tang Xu will make the first wine sample in 2 days. He also asked her to memorize the meridian and acupuncture point guide. This would be the beginning of her training. Then Tang Xu would teach her the first-degree technique. Chun Jin promised to help her choose a city for the factory. After saying goodbye, Tang Xu left for the house. Kang Xia asked to answer one of her questions. She asked if Tang Xu had a girlfriend, but he said that there was no time to think about it. Tang Xu stopped in the yard because he felt Wal Lulu's presence for a long time. She hid behind the fence and eavesdropped on their conversation. Tang Xu told her to come out and explain why she was doing this. Wal Lulu explained that she just went out to get some fresh air. Wal Lulu immediately got down to business. She informed that her family wanted Tang Xu to visit them to discuss future cooperation. Wal Lulu asked him to find a time to meet. Tang Xu immediately remembered that he had to visit the Bayan Hotel and visit Gu Yaner. It had been a long time since the last meeting, so this was the main purpose of his visit to Jingmen Island. Tang Xu agreed to Wal Lulu's offer. He will try to find some free time and go to the island with her in the next few days. He also said that he will finish the blueprint for the construction today and asked for help to deliver it to Longzheng tomorrow. Wal Lulu was incredibly happy to hear Tang Xu's agreement. She decided to lie so that Tang Xu agreed to meet her parents to get acquainted. She also agreed that she would help him with the project tomorrow. Tang Xu announced that he would go to the warehouse to continue drawing the project and told Wal Lulu to go to bed. She agreed. Overhearing the conversation between Tang Xu and Kang Xia, Wal Lulu realized that Kang Xia is only a business partner for Tang Xu, and this gives her the opportunity to try to start a relationship with Tang Xu. While Wal Lulu stood in the yard and rejoiced, Tang Xu planned his actions. In 2 days he has to make a sample of wine. The raw material supply is very little, but it should be enough for cooking. Tang Xu decided to buy some more kinds of fruits and grains. 2 days later, Tang Xu and Yin Yin went to the market. On the way he said that he had time to make wine, and after dinner Kang Xia would receive a sample. She reported that she had found a place to build a factory and asked permission from Tang Xu. He agreed and asked to make it as soon as possible. He also ordered to ask Chun Jin if he would like to become a shareholder in his factory, and to discuss the matter with him. After saying goodbye to Kang Xia, Tang Xiu offered Yin Yin to buy something for her. Yin Yin refused and said that she had enough. The main thing was that Tang Xiu was next to her. Turning the corner, Tang Xiu saw an ice cream seller and decided to treat Yin Yin. As soon as Tang Xiu offered Yin Yin to buy ice cream, he immediately felt a strange look on him that confused him. Looking in that direction, Tang Xiu was surprised. Yin Yin did not understand what was happening with the master. Tang Xiu saw a crowd of men watching him far away on the hill. One with him was looking directly at Tang Xiu through binoculars. The other 3 were waiting for information and an order to start action. The man who was watching them through the binoculars, she felt Tang Xiu's harsh gaze. He was looking directly into the man's eyes, which gave him goosebumps. Tang Xiu offered Yin Yin to go to the house. He would walk her to the house and come back to get the ice cream and then bring it home. Yin Yin happily agreed. Passing by the ice cream seller, Tang Xiu looked at him to analyze. He noticed that the seller was getting nervous and shouting louder about buying ice cream. Tang Xiu realized that the ice cream seller was somehow related to the group of men on the hill. He had to quickly take Yin Yin home and return to find out what they needed. The man who had been watching Tang Xiu with binoculars got up and said that Tang Xiu is a very interesting person. They had been watching him for 2 days, and the information they found shocked every member of the group. The commander of the group found it suspicious, because an ordinary high school student from the village was able to open a company with an initial capital of 50 million yuan in 3 months. It is also surprising that Tang Xiu has a very good relationship with the business sharks of the city of Xincheng. He also has good fighting skills, and it is interesting that he is being hunted by hired killers. The commander handed the binoculars to one of his men and ordered him to look at the ice cream seller near whom Tang Xiu was walking with the girl. The current ice cream seller was the cleaner of the cottage yesterday. He has been around Tang Xiu for more than 2 days. One of the men offered to help Tang Xiu and deal with the hired killers, but the commander decided to see how Tang Xiu could deal with them himself. The unknown group of people turned out to be special forces led by Lan Tu. Wang Ming managed to get the war wolves and tell about Tang Xiu's proposal. But first, Lan Tu wants to test Tang Xiu's abilities, because their trust must be earned. Tang Xiu approached the house, met Mrs. Mu. He gave Yin Yin to her, and told her that he would come back to buy groceries and ice cream for Yin Yin. Mrs. Mu thanked him and took Yin Yin away. As soon as Tang Xiu left the house and turned towards the market, an ice cream vendor appeared behind him and had been watching Tang Xiu from the beginning and reporting his every move. In front of Tang Xiu appeared a couple of lovers who were going to meet him and talking about something strange. Tang Xiu immediately felt a strange look on him. Approaching Tang Xiu, the couple of lovers took out their guns and pointed at him. They ordered him to stay still and listen to them quietly. The same ice cream seller appeared behind Tang Xiu with a gun in his hands. Threatening with a gun, the ice cream seller announced that Tang Xiu had been ordered to kill one of the influential men of Xincheng City. Tang Xiu immediately asked who he was, but the killers remained silent. Tang Xiu warned that he was giving them the last chance. If they remained silent, they would die. Tang Xiu was going to leave one with him alive to find out all the information. He didn't care about the others. The bespectacled man laughed at Tang Xiu's threats. He began to threaten him and ordered to prepare to meet the demons. Tang Xiu could not resist and quickly hit him, recognizing his neck. Tang Xiu quickly turned around and managed to catch the gun and move it aside at the moment of the shot. The ice cream seller didn't have time to react and felt Tang Xiu cut his neck. Tang Xiu grabbed the girl by the neck and lifted her up to his level. He began to squeeze her neck and ordered to tell about the customer. Then he would give her a quick and easy death. After some time, Tang Xiu returned to the house and immediately decided to go to the warehouse. Lighting a fire, Tang Xiu began to burn the things that were stained with blood. He got a phone number from the girl which he can use to contact the customer. As soon as Tang Xiu thought about it, he heard the phone ring. Looking at the phone, it was Zhang Tequi. Picking up the phone, Tang Xiu was shocked. Zhang Tequi reported that Su Lin Yun was attacked. One killer tried to sneak into the restaurant and kill her. Tang Xiu became angry after hearing this. Zhang Tequi reported that they managed to prevent the attack, but they lost one of their fighters. The killer managed to shoot several times at the guard, from which he died. Tang Xiu could barely contain his anger. He ordered to get rid of the records, and while he finished his job as the security chief, Tang Xiu ordered Zhang Tequi to guard his mother 24/7 until he got rid of the client. Tang Xiu immediately called the number the girl gave him. An unknown man picked up the phone. Tang Xiu introduced himself and said that all the killers had been killed. The man on the other end of the phone couldn't believe that his best men had failed and been killed. Tang Xiu started to scream. He realized that he was talking to the middleman in charge of planning and coordination. Tang Xiu insisted on telling who ordered his mother and himself, and then he pay 5 times more. Tang Xiu advised him to think fast and take the money, because if he finds the middleman and the customer, he will make them hell on earth. Tang Xiu promised not to kill the middleman if he made the right choice. The man on the other end of the phone immediately agreed. He is waiting for Tang Xiu to transfer 50 million kai to a foreign account. Only then he will receive all the information he needs through a message. Tang Shu immediately sent the money and waited for the message. He immediately got dressed and went to the exit. Tang Shu understood that the customer had carefully checked all the information about Tang Shu's family and decided to act in several directions at once. After leaving the warehouse, Tang Shu realized after the failure of the assassination attempt, no new enemies should appear for a while. The middleman happily agreed to work with him, which means that the middleman and the customer have nothing in common except money. After a few seconds, Tang Shu received a message from an unknown number. The intermediary sent all the information he possessed. Tang Shu guessed that his old acquaintance did it to take revenge. Mrs. Mu approached Tang Shu. She asked what happened because as soon as Tang Shu returned, he immediately ran to the warehouse. Mrs. Mu saw Tang Shu's concern. Mrs. Mu reported that Yin Yin was starting to worry about him. Tang Shu apologized and said that he had to deal with his affairs quickly. He said that everything is fine and Yin Yin cannot worry. He had a lot of business, so he will be absent from tonight's dinner. On his way to the exit, Tang Shu remembered that he warned the customer and gave him one last chance. Unfortunately, he did not listen to Tang Shu and decided to do his own thing. Now Tang Shu must use force. Evening came. The police arrived at the scene of the murders and started searching. Chen Mei also arrived at the scene. One of the police officers reported that they could not find any important evidence. All the surveillance video cameras were broken, and the scene of the murder was cleaned, because the police could not find any fingerprints or shoe prints. Both men and women were found to have severe heat burns around their necks. Doctors say they are unlikely to be able to get fingerprints from the necks of the victims, and the fingerprints on the weapons were completely erased. Chen Mei hit the wall with her fist. She was angry because since the beginning of the year, a lot of strange things have happened in Xincheng, starting with foreign drug dealers. Then there was the theft of a construction company. Chen Mei was sure that all this was done by only one man. She decided to go back and study the materials of all past cases. She ordered the policeman to drive the car and take her to the station. On her way to the car, Chen Mei noticed a reporter who was near the scene of the murder and was broadcasting live. The presenter said that the police could not find out the identities of the dead and were not doing their job. Chen Mei couldn't stand it and went to the reporter to chase her away from the crime scene. It wasn't the first time she forbade them from approaching the crime scene, so she grabbed the microphone and smashed it on the ground. Zhang Qin and his brother were watching this live broadcast. Zhang Deqin couldn't call the assassins. It meant that Tang Shu was able to deal with them. Zhang Qin couldn't believe it. She understood that Tang Shu is not as simple as it seems at first glance. They underestimated his strength, for which they paid their people. Zhang Deqin began to insist that his sister call the mediator and inquire how things were going. He didn't want to sit around and wait for Tang Shu to find them. Zhang Qin slapped her brother in the face and told her to calm down. He was preventing her from coming up with a new plan of action. It wasn't the first time a group of hired killers had worked with them, but this kind of failure only happened once. Zhang Qin understood that the plan to kill Su Lin Yun and Tang Shu had completely failed, because according to the contract with the mediator, he had to report the situation immediately. Zhang Qin ordered Zhang Deqin to calm down. She reminded that their family always got out of difficult situations. Zhang Qin understood that Tang Shu already knew who the customer was. Zhang Qin burst out of her seat and ordered her brother to immediately leave for Lancheng, so that he could hide for a while with an acquaintance of Zhang Qin's. Zhang Deqin refused to go to Lancheng because he wanted to help his sister, but she ordered him to leave immediately in a more cruel tone. Zhang Deqin understood the seriousness of his sister's intentions. She ordered him not to linger and to pack, because Tang Shu or his men could appear at any moment. Walking to the door, Zhang Qin admitted to herself that she had underestimated Tang Shu's strength. She guessed that he knew about the customer and was already coming up with a plan of action. She began to prepare to strike. At this time, Tang Shu headed to Long Chen's residence. After waiting for a few minutes, Tang Shu heard the sound of the door. Long Chen came out of the shower and was startled by Tang Shu's unexpected visit. He was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the dark room and waiting for Long Chen. Tang Shu immediately apologized, because he had to climb through the window, because the local security did not know who he was and would hardly let him in. Long Chen was surprised by this decision. He promised to tell the security about Tang Xiu so that in the future he could enter without any problems. Long Chen turned on the light and told that he had received the project scheme that Wal Lulu had brought. Everyone liked it, so there will be much more sponsors than expected. Tang was happy to hear this. Before continuing the conversation, he asked Long Chen to let the guard standing outside the door leave her for a few minutes. Tang Xiu wanted to discuss something important. Long Chen agreed without a problem and sent the guards away from them. Tang Xiu asked him to sit down and listen carefully to his story. Tang Xiu told that Zhang Qin wanted to kill him and his mother, but they didn't know about the true power that Tang Xiu possessed. That's why they lost. Tang Xiu said that it wasn't the first time he gave them a chance to make amends, but each time it only got worse. Because of this, he decided hit them back. Tang Xiu didn't kill them immediately because he thinks it's an easy death for scoundrels like Zhang Qin and Zhang Deqin. That's why he came to Long Chen, because he would benefit the most from the death of Zhang Qin's family. Long Chen fully confirmed Tang Xiu's words, clenching his fist. He said that the Zhang family is the biggest enemy for this family. If they are gone, then the Long family will get priority over all the real estate business in Xincheng City. It was because of this that Tang Xiu decided to use the Shanping Township project and extract all the money that the Zhang family had. After a while, Tang Xiu would undertake the complete destruction of the entire Zhang family. Long Chen was shocked by such a bold statement, but he warned that the Zhang family had great strength and power, so Tang Xiu's strength would not be enough to defeat them on his own. Even with the help of the Long family, it would be almost impossible to do so. Tang Xiu agreed with Long Chen's words, but he assured that he had enough strength. Because more than one family decided to take his side, Tang Xiu decided to tell who would be with him. Chen Jin, Wal Lulu, Chu Meng, and one of his good a friend from Haiqing province. His name is Miao Wentang. Hearing Miao Wentang's name, Long Chen jumped up from the sofa and was shocked. He didn't expect so many families to be on Tang Xiu's side, but most of all he didn't expect to hear about Miao Wentang. Tang Xiu said that on the way here he called Miao Wentang and arranged for a future meeting. He asked what Long Chen knew about Miao Wentang. Long Chen had heard about him many times but was not personally familiar. When he was in university, he heard about a young talented businessman. At the age of 18, he took control of the entire Miao clan in Haiqing province. If he can come to Xincheng, then it will be just wonderful. Tang Xiu immediately remembered Miao Wentang. He was surprised that Long Chen talked about him as a talented businessman, because to Tang Xiu he was an ordinary joking guy who was eager to fight. For a moment Tang Xiu felt like a fool, because he himself once said that one cannot judge a person by clothes. Tang Xiu asked Long Chen to gather as much information as possible about the Zhang family, and Tang Xiu would gather all the interested people at his hotel tomorrow to make the next plan of action. Long Chen agreed. Tang Xiu took out a sample of the wine he had recently made. He promised that Long Chen would try it first. If he liked the wine, then Tang Xiu would be happy to see him on the list of shareholders. He said that Kang Xia would wait for Long Chen's call. Tang Xiu left Long Chen's residence and went outside. Less than 20 minutes passed and Kang Xia called him. Long Chen had already tasted the wines and agreed to become a shareholder. Tang Xiu asked her to deal with Long Chen herself. Furthermore, before coming to Long Chen, Tang Xiu had ordered to prepare one contract that would help him carry out his plan to destroy the Zhang family's business. Kang Xia reported that the contract is almost ready, only she was confused by one factor. Even generous offers were written in the contract for the Zhang family. She warned that this could cause suspicion on their part. It was because of this that Tang Xiu asked Long Chen to meet with the Zhang family and talk to them as a representative of the Long family. They have always been opponents, but if you look at it from another side, you can see that at the same time the best partners for each other. Tang Xiu asked to finish the contract as soon as possible and send it. Kang Xia promised to do it by tomorrow. Putting the phone in his pocket, Tang Xiu went about his business, but in an instant he felt the top's eyes on him. Tang Xiu suddenly turned around and looked back. The man who was following him was 10 meters away from Tang Xiu. He barely managed to hide behind the deal without giving himself away. Tang Xiu immediately realized that he was being followed by the same people who were on the hill. When he was walking with Yin Yin, Tang Xiu decided to quickly go around the corner and wait for the unknown man. As soon as Tang Xiu went around the corner of the house, the man immediately looked out and started looking for Tang Xiu. He realized that Tang Xiu noticed him and quickly hid. The man decided that he needed to quickly catch up with him and continue to follow. Running past the corner where Tang Xiu turned, the man did not expect that he was already waiting for him. Tang Xiu, who was waiting for him, ordered Long Tu to stop so as not to waste time. Long Tu was surprised by Tang Xiu's masterful counterintelligence skills. They moved away from one place so that Long Tu could know his camouflage stuff and not attract too much attention. Long Tu saw how Tang Xiu was able to deal with 3 armed professional killers. So he recognized that there was work to do on Tang Xiu will be an excellent option. But Long Tu said that he had one bad habit that could affect the beginning of their cooperation. He quickly got into a fighting stance and said that he was used to checking everything with his own hands. Tang Xiu was not against testing the strength of the future employee. After a few seconds, Long Tao was lying against the wall and holding his hand. He was unable to land a single blow. Even though Tang Xiu used the least possible force, he asked if Long Tao wanted to continue the fight, or if it was possible to try something else. He said that he always fights until the end. Long Tu wiped the remnants of blood on his lip and said that a wise man will always judge the situation correctly. Long Tu is confident in Tang Xiu's strength and his twisted arm was worth it. Now Long Tu was ready to work with Tang Xiu. But first he wondered why such a strong man's special forces are needed. Tang said that no matter how strong he was, he would still be alone and would not be able to appear in several places at the same time. Tang Xiu said that he needed special forces to accompany the military caravan. In addition, he bought an island in the Pacific Ocean that needed to be guarded. Long Tu was shocked by what he heard. He understood that Tang Xiu wanted to make his own personal armed squad of people who would do important work in many directions at the same time. Tang Xiu wondered if Long Tu and his men could handle such a big task. Long Tu rose to his feet and asked him to take his next words as truth. He said that his group of fighters was the best in this country, but Long Tu warned that he had one condition, upon fulfillment of which his men would immediately arrive at Xincheng and immediately begin their tasks. Tang Xiu guessed that the request would be about the people who wanted to kill him. Long Tu began to laugh loudly. He began to praise Tang Xiu for his incredible intuition. Long Tu wanted Tang Xiu to first get rid of all the invisible intermediaries that threaten him. Once Tang Xiu did that, Long Tu and his men would immediately start cooperating with Tang Xiu. Long Tu decided to leave Tang Xiu to think about the request well, but Tang Xiu immediately agreed and ordered him to stay in Xincheng so that he could see the whole show that Tang Xiu would put on. Long Tu agreed and said that he would watch his actions every day. Tang Xiu asked to stop for a moment and asked if Long Tu knew anything about Zhong Tequi. After hearing the name, Long Tu was surprised and asked how Tang Xiu knew about him. Seeing Long Tu's reaction, Tang Xiu realized that they really knew each other. Tang Xiu noticed that during the fight, Long Tu used several techniques that Zhong Tequi also used, although the difference in strength between them was great. Long Tu was even more surprised, because Tang Xiu even knew his old friend's tricks. Tang Xiu told that Zhong Tequi has been working for him for some time. Now he hopes that the Special Forces group will join him, and great achievements await them in the future. Long Tu would never have thought that a commander who had disappeared without a trace would unexpectedly appear in a few years, but Tang Xiu left the area. Long Tu removed the chain with a small casket from his neck. After hitting her, he began to look at the photo that showed Zhong Tequi next to Long Tu. He was surprised that the best commander of their group would appear after a long time and work for Tang Xiu, a boy who had risen from the bottom to the top in a short time. Top business sharks Shin Chung. The next evening at the Long Hotel, Tang Xiu arrived at the hotel and immediately met Kang Xia. She had fully prepared the documents and informed that all the invited guests had already arrived and were waiting for Tang Xiu. He was happy to hear this, so he immediately went to see them. Approaching the elevator, Tang Xiu began to worry. He hoped that his plan would work without any changes. After a few seconds, he again inquired about the documents that Kang Xia had prepared. They were the most important trump card in front of the Zhang family. Kang Xia saw Tang Xiu's worry. She offered to check all the documents herself while they were waiting for the elevator, because she was doing them at night and might have missed something. Tang Xiu took the documents and started checking. At first glance, everything was fine. After some time, while rising in the elevator, Tang Xiu completely checked the documents. Everything was in order as he wanted. The elevator doors opened. Tang Xiu immediately got out and apologized for being late. He said that he had been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Long Chen, Miao Wentang, Chun Jin, Chu Meng, and Wal Lulu, along with their brother, greeted Tang Xiu while waiting for him. They had time to meet each other and had a great conversation. Tang Xiu thanked everyone for being able to come and suggested that they start right away. Sitting down at the table, Kang Xia handed out copies of the documents to everyone. Tang Xiu told that this contract was the key to the execution of his plan. Everyone present carefully read the terms of the contract. Miao Wentang was the first to ask a question. Tang Xiu immediately remembered Long Chen's words without looking at his age. Miao Wentang was a very smart guy in the field of business. Miao Wentang realized that Tang Xiu wanted to use the Shanping Town project to force the Zhang family to invest money, and then force them to break the contract, which would reduce the Zhang family's financial capacity to an incredible extent. Tang Xiu completely confirmed Miao Wentang's guesses. The return on capital under the terms of the contract is extremely high, but there are also great risks. If the Zhang family decides to enter the game, then Tang Xiu will have the opportunity to leave them with no money at all, which will take them out of the game. Brother Wal Lulu read the contract completely. He said that it is very risky to rely on one plan of Tang Xiu, especially since, according to his information, the Zhang family has incredibly large wealth. It will be very difficult to destroy their capital. Long Chen said that this is the reason they were all gathered in this hall. Chu Meng and Long Chun only have 5 billion in the early stages of investment. Yesterday, Long Chen hired a person to study all the joint assets of the Zhang family. The result was shocking. The Zhang family has more than 20 billion won in joint assets, but currently they can only use 5 billion. Long Chen and Chu Meng are willing to increase their contributions to 8 billion to lure the Zhang family more likely. Brother Wal Lulu saw all the confidence of Chu Meng and Long Chen. The sum of 20 billion sounded like a very attractive piece of pie. So he announced that his family was willing to invest 5 billion won. Tang Xiu was glad to hear it. There were still a few men left. Chun Jin immediately looked at Tang Xiu and said that he joins all the investors. But he does not own such large assets, so he can only invest 3 billion yuan. Miao Wentang also supported them and said that he can invest 4 billion. Tang Xiu was happy to hear this. If you add all the investments, it will be just 20 billion. Now they are ready to start the game. After a while, Tang Xiu will spread rumors about their capital, then Long Chen, as the person in charge, will pretend to take a loan from the bank. In addition, it is necessary to publicize the Shanping Town project through TV channels. Kang Xia noticed that Zhang Qin is a very careful girl. Her brother, Zhang Deqin, always clearly checked all the information about the projects and contracts that Zhang Qin was interested in. She warned that we had to be very careful for everything to work. Tang Xiu reported that their main enemy is not Zhang Deqin. Today he received important information from Long Chen, after which he sent one person to do a full investigation of all the circumstances. Zhang Qin only got the company in her hands last year, But recently the results have become much worse. Because of this, they are thinking of changing it. Tang Xu is sure that the next head of the family will be the past representative of the board. It was Jiang Qin's father. His name is Jiang Fengxiang. He has been involved in all the family's business for many years, and he knows almost every problem. Chen Jin was familiar with Jiang Fengxiang. He told that Jiang Fengxiang is greedy for money, so Tang Xiu's plan should work in the shortest possible time. Tang Xiu confirmed Chen Jin's words. He wants all the money to be in two people, because it will be easier that way manipulate the Jiang family. Tang Xiu asked Long Chen and Wall Lei to take responsibility. Long Chen would be the head within Xingcheng City, and Wall Lei would be in charge outside it. Wall Lei agreed and named Tang Xiu as the future family. Tang Xiu didn't understand why he called him that. Tang Xiu knew that Wall Lulu greatly exaggerates their relationship, but he didn't guess that by that much, Tang Xiu asked him not to call him that anymore, and stick to friendly relations. Wall Lei started to get angry because he thought that Tang Xiu had slept with his sister. Wall Lulu blushed and tried to cover his brother's mouth so that he wouldn't tell more about her fantasies. All the people in the hall started laughing at the funny situation. 2 days later, at the residence of the Jiang family, a newspaper with news flew into Jiang Qin's face. She began to hear shouts and humiliation directed at her. The newspaper wrote about the beginning of the Long family's actions and about the construction project of Shanping Town. A man with glasses shouted at her and told her that the Long family, together with the Wall family, had started to invest 20 billion in the project, and they were also going to take a loan from the bank for a considerable amount. Jiang Qin could not imagine how much money this project would bring. Jiang Qin began to refuse and reported that the Long family's project was just a scheme that they arranged to win as much money as possible, but they were not going to listen to her. She could not get the right to develop, and now she wanted to take on an even bigger project. The man with the glasses turned out to be her father, Jiang Fengxiang. He ordered her to be quiet and told her that from now on she had no right to interfere in the family's affairs. Jiang Fengxiang decided that it was better to make friends with the Long family to get a piece of the pie. He himself decided to meet with Long Chen to discuss all the details. After some time, Jiang Fengxiang arrived at Long Chen's office. The secretary forbade them to go any further, even though they had no scheduled meeting. But this did not stop Jiang Fengxiang from walking into the office with his bodyguards. After loudly opening the door, Jiang Fengxiang walked into the conference room. Long Chen and Wall Lei were talking to one bank manager who was supposed to give them a fake loan at this time. Long Chen said hello and asked why Jiang Fengxiang came to him without an invitation. Putting his hand on his heart, Jiang Fengxiang wondered why he couldn't just visit his beloved nephew. Everything was going according to the plan that Tang Xiu came up with. Long Chen invited him to the table to start a nice conversation. But first, Long Chen said goodbye to the CFO of the bank and asked him to come next time. Director Wang began to worry and agreed to come tomorrow. After gathering his things, he went to the door where Jiang Fengxiang was standing with the guards. As he passed by Jiang Fengxiang, Director Wang caught a strange look. Jiang Fengxiang had never seen the chief financial officer of Yangguan Bank before, but he immediately remembered the past dealings with Yangguan Bank. This same Director Wang refused him a loan because he reported that this year Yangguan Bank had problems with financial transactions. Because of this, there were difficulties in issuing loans. Jiang Fengxiang began to suspect him of a contract with the enemy. Long Chen noticed Jiang Fengxiang's suspicious look. He immediately invited him to the table to start a conversation and find out the purpose of his arrival. Jiang Fengxiang immediately agreed and headed to the sofa. He also wanted to start a business conversation as soon as possible. Long Chen poured wine into the glasses and suggested to start. Jiang Fengxiang asked who was sitting next to Long Chen. Wall Lei introduced himself and said that he is a business partner who invests in the Shanping Town project and is also one of Long Chen's friends. Jiang Fengxiang had heard about his family many times. In most cases, they did not interfere in the affairs of Xincheng and did all their affairs outside of it, investing in the Shanping Township project, aroused Zhang Fengxiang's interest. He decided not to prolong the conversation, so he immediately informed the purpose of coming to Longchen. Zhang Fengxiang told that for a long time in Xingchun, the Zhang family was not inferior to the Long family. From the very beginning, it was the Zhang family who planned to start construction on Shanping territory, but Longchen replaced his daughter. Zhang Fengxiang remembered an interesting saying that was perfect for this situation. A bad truce is better than a good fight. He decided to communicate his plans directly and not hide his thoughts. He admitted that he wanted to participate in the Shanping Town project. Longchen happily announced that the Zhang families joining the project would save them from the extra trouble with bank loans, and many things would also become much easier. But they did not plan that there would be more participants, so if he really wanted to join, he should invest a large sum of money. Zhang Fengxiang ordered him to name the amount without any suspicion. He was sure that he would earn much more from this than he invested, especially since he did not expect too much amount to begin with. After taking a sip of wine, he could barely refrain from laughing at his perfect plan. Longchen said that 10 billion yuan is needed to start, Wale confirmed his words. The decisive moment has come. If Zhang Fengxiang agrees, then Tang Xiu's plan has fully worked, and now it is possible to start acting in all directions. After hearing about the 10 billion yuan, Zhang Fengxiang carefully placed a glass of wine on the table. He was stunned by such sadness. Longchen said that if the Zhang family invests in the project as soon as possible, they will immediately start working and launch the project in full. Longchen fully understood that 10 billion is not a small amount to start with. He and the Wall family are also taking a risk by investing such a large amount of money. Longchen said that Chen Jin is also planning to invest, but at the moment he has not announced his final decision. Zhang Fengxiang was shocked when he heard about Chen Jin. He wondered if Chen Jin from Bade Company would really invest in this project. He had heard about Chen Jin many times. According to others, he was a very skillful investor and never missed a chance. All the projects in which he invested became successful in the shortest possible time. Without thinking long, Zhang Fengxiang grabbed the phone and called his daughter. He informed about the contract he was going to sign and the amount of money he needed as soon as possible. Longchen and Wale realized that they were approaching the finish line. Zhang Fengxiang was shocked when she heard her father's words. In order to get 10 billion in a short period of time, he took a loan and left all the subsidiaries of the entire Zhang family as collateral. If he cannot repay the debt in a few years, they will lose a significant amount of their business. Zhang Fengxiang signed the contract prepared by Kang Xia. Longchen said that all issues have been resolved and he hopes for a successful cooperation. Zhang Fengxiang said that now they need to nominate one responsible man each and choose one to lead the entire project. Wale reported that he knew a suitable candidate, a young businessman who mastered all kinds of activities and held the entire clan in his hands. Miao Wentang from Haiking Province, Longchen confirmed that this was the most suitable option. Zhang Fengxiang did not argue and agreed. For 2 days, Tang Xiu spent all his time in ordinary business. He did not engage in business and did not contact Longchen and others. He knew that for several days in a row he was being followed by a group of men sent by Jiang Qin. Walking from Yin Yin, Tang Xiu noticed the scout more than once. Passing by, Tang Xiu pretended not to notice anything and behaved as usual. The man called Jiang Qin and informed her that for the past 2 days, Tang Xiu had not gone anywhere except driving school, and now he was spending his free time with a little girl. Jiang Qin did not expect that Longchen would not inform his friend Tang Xiu of such a significant event. She decided that Tang Xiu was not involved in the Shanping Town project. That is, he would not plan to frame them. Jiang Qin decided not to interfere with his father's work. After looking at her brother's photo, she decided to call him, because a lot of time had passed and they still hadn't contacted each other. But after a few seconds, she heard that the caller's phone was out of range, so she decided to call later. While walking with Yin Yin, Tang Xiu received a message. Looking around, he didn't notice the scouts, so he decided to read the message. Long Chen reported that Zhang Fengxiang signed the terms of the contract and agreed to cooperate. Everything went as Tang Xiu wanted. He immediately decided to act. Tang Xiu called Zhang Tekui and asked how everything went. Zhang Tekui said that all the people were stationed and waiting for orders. Only Zhang Diqin left Xincheng a few days ago. They couldn't find him. Tang Xiu decided not to send people to look for Zhang Diqin. He ordered to be ready and wait for his call. Yin Yin watched Tang Xiu's serious look and waited for them to go home. At 11 o'clock at night, Tang Xiu received a message. All parties to the contract decided who would be the responsible persons. Zhang Fengxiang was responsible for managing the funds. His representative turned out to be his younger brother, Zhang Fengming. Tang Xiu ordered to start with Zhang Fengming. All the documents that had been prepared before should be anonymously put into the hands of the police. Also need to distribute undercover commercial spies to start destroying the business operations of the Zhang family. Miao Wentang will immediately start working. In one moment, Tang Xiu, the doorbell began. After leaving the house, Tang Xiu realized that they were waiting for him outside the courtyard. When he opened the door, Chen Mei appeared in front of Tang Xiu. He did not expect such a guest, so he was surprised. Chen Mei said hello and asked to enter the house to start a long and interesting conversation. After a few minutes, Tang Xiu made tea and sat opposite Chen Mei. He asked to know the reason for her visit at such a late hour. Chen Mei said that Tang Xiu surprised her, because it had been several months since her last visit, and Tang Xiu had already started living in one of the most expensive luxury buildings in the city. Tang Xiu said that with the help of luck, he was able to achieve this in a short time. Tang Xiu said that with the help of several recipes of his grandfather, he was able to help influential people with whom he began to do joint business. He again asked what the main reason for her visit was. Chen Mei took a sip of tea and wondered where Tang Xiu was at 15 hours and 45 minutes past noon on June 18th. At this time, Miao Wentang told the tasks to her people. Tang Xiu had already sent people to follow the Zhang family. Miao Wentang ordered her people to start an operation against the members of the Zhang group. Tang Xiu also wants to start a game with Zhang Fengxiang's younger brother. Also, Miao Wentang ordered to change the subject of the anonymous report to Zhang Fengming and send what was in the hands of the police today. Miao Wentang's bodyguards agreed and immediately started working on his orders. Miao Wentang understood that the coolest game of his life had begun. Miao Wentang knew about the strength of the Zhang family. This fueled the fire in his chest even more. For greater effect, he ordered his men to focus on Zhang Fengming's companies so that their family would start a scandal. When Tang Xiu heard Chen Mei's question, he immediately understood her purpose. She wanted to know about the murder of 3 hired killers that happened 2 days ago. Tang Xiu wondered why she chose such a late time to visit, and apologized because he could not help her. Chen Mei understood that Tang Xiu did not want to cooperate with her and refused to answer the questions. She reported that while checking the surveillance video recordings, it was noticeable that at the same time Tang Xiu was walking to the future scene of the murder. She wondered if he had seen something. Tang Xiu confirmed her words. At that time he was heading towards his mother's restaurant, but he didn't find or notice anything suspicious on his way. Tang Xiu guessed that Chen Mei might visit him, so he immediately prepared several answers in front of him. Chen Mei began to smile. She said that those 3 people were indeed professional killers, but they could not complete their task because an unknown man was able to kill them. After examining the bodies, it was found that the killer was a master of martial arts. Chen Mei said that it reminded her of the kidnapping case at the university where Tang Xiu studied, which happened not long ago, because Tang Xiu was able to single-handedly defeat a foreign drug dealer who was killed right in the hospital after a while. 2 weeks after his death, all the drug dealers who were with him in the group were also killed. It was at this time that the police received a call about the kidnapping of a person and strange men in an old abandoned factory near the city. The call was made by Yang Chun's father. He reported that his wife had disappeared and insisted on an immediate investigation. But after some time he took a statement from the police. Chun Mei openly reported that it was very suspicious because it was Yang Chun who was able to defeat one of the drug dealers. Tang Xiu understood Chun Mei's intentions. She wants Tang Xiu to tell her everything he knows, because he is Yang Chun's friend and should know everything that happened that day. Tang Xiu said he didn't know anything and asked how it relates to the matter she came for to him at such a late hour. Chun Mei immediately got down to business. She said that while looking at the surveillance video cameras, one of the foreign drug dealers was really near Yang Chun's house. Because of this, she thinks that it was they who kidnapped his mother, because all the TV channels had information about his heroic deed. Tang Xiu got tired of hearing this. He got up from the sofa and decided to voice his opinion. He understood that Chun Mei believed that Yang Chun's mother was really kidnapped, and in light of Tang Xiu being able to beat up one of the dealers, Chun Mei wants to say what exactly Tang Xiu killed the other drug dealers and saved Yang Chun's mother. Because Tang Xiu was able to catch and hand over one drug dealer to the police, Chun Mei decided that he was one of the main characters, but Tang Xiu warned that, on the cameras or surveillance, it can be seen that Tang Xiu was not far from the scene of the events at that time. That's why Chun Mei concluded that it was Tang Xiu who killed the professional killers 2 days ago. Chun Mei really came close to the truth, so Tang Xiu played the role of an innocent boy to pass the time. He said that it was already late and he needed to go to bed. He had a lot of work waiting for him tomorrow. He turned and left, and asked Chun Mei to close the door behind him. Chun Mei asked him to wait. She wanted to know some more important questions, especially information about Talong and his mother's restaurant. But Tang Xiu slowly walked to his room and insisted that she leave his house. Chun Mei was not going to give up. She ran up to Tang Xiu and started a conversation about his mother's restaurant when it was destroyed. The next day, Tai Lun's accomplices were badly injured and broken at the main gate of the hospital where Su Lin Yun was. Then Tai Lun's company was looted, and Tai Lun himself disappeared. Tang Xiu couldn't take it anymore. Quickly turning around, he grabbed Chun Mei's hands and told him to listen carefully. Now he was asking questions. Tang Xiu asked why the criminal who destroyed his mother's restaurant and who broke Su Lin Yun's arm. The police let him go the next day after detention. Tang Xiu admitted that he was very glad that there was a man who could teach that criminal. Tang Xiu ordered never to accuse him again without clear evidence. He asked him to leave his house and not bother him again at such a time. At that moment, Chun Mei received a call. Tang Xiu let go of her hands and she hesitated to pick up the phone for a while. Tang Xiu was tired of hearing this, so he ordered her to pick up the phone and leave his house. Chun Mei picked up the phone. One of the policemen called her and told her that they had received an anonymous letter and told her that she needed to come to the station as soon as possible to see everything with her own eyes. Chun Mei ordered to briefly tell what was written there. She hoped to hear information about Tang Xiu. The policeman said that the letter contains many details about the murders in the city, and there is also evidence of the signing of a contract by the top manager of the Zhang Company in the city of Xincheng with a foreign drug organization in the drug trade and cooperation with hired killers. Chun Mei ordered to save the letter until her arrival. She will go to the branch immediately. Almost all her suspicions about Tang Xiu's account disappeared. She felt crazy for a moment. Chun Mei hung up the phone and decided to leave Tang Xiu's house. Tang Xiu was happily surprised. He did not expect that Miao Wentang could turn things around so quickly and send a letter to the police. Thanks to this, Tang Xiu got rid of suspicions on his side and started a very interesting game. Now all that was left was to wait for the actions of the police. Chun Mei informed that she had to leave Tang Xiu immediately. She apologized for needing him at such a late hour. Tang Xiu asked her to protect herself and offered to walk her to the car. Chun Mei refused. Stopping at the door, she informed that the policeman who investigated Su Lin Yun's case had long since been fired. Chun Mei promised to find out everything she could. Tang Xiu thanked her and asked her to give him 1 minute of attention. Tang Xu decided to tell that Chen Jin, her father, is also involved in the Chinese herbal cosmetics business. Tang Xu also revealed that he was the one who healed her father's internal wounds. While Chun Mei froze in place in surprise, Tang Xu said goodbye to her and went to the room. She leaned on Tang Xu in shock. She did not expect to hear such a thing from him. Her father also did not tell anything about the cooperation with Tang Xu. This caused some suspicions and surprises. Chun Mei decided to observe their actions for a while, but first she had to go back to the station. 5 days later, all the news in the city talked about the Zhang family. According to some information, the deputy chairman of the company group, Zhang Fengming, who was responsible for the construction work of some companies, was successfully exposed in the theft of construction materials, and the investigation is currently being carried out by the responsible authorities. Zhang Fengxiang was looking at the phone and was very angry. The shares of the Zhang Group have lost their value for the 5th consecutive day. Some information sources have reported that Zhang's company has joined the construction of Shanping Town, which has put the entire construction project of Shanping Town at risk. Zhang Fengxiang forcibly gathered the whole family and responsible people in the meeting room. He ordered to immediately tell him what was happening with the whole business. Because he was rapidly losing all his money, Zhang Qin was sitting next to him and could barely contain himself. Zhang Fengxiang began to get angrier and ordered to fine Zhang Fengming, who is suspected of embezzling building materials and financing the Shanping Town project. He had all the money invested by other families. If he is not found, it threatens them with collapse. Zhang Qin couldn't hold back anymore. She reported that Zhang Fengming disappeared after collecting all the investments to himself. She began to suspect that he took all the money and disappeared, betraying the whole family. Zhang Fengxiang was shocked by such thoughts about his own brother from his daughter. Before he had time to finish, the secretary entered the room and informed them that unsold guests had come to them and demanded a meeting with Zhang Fengxiang. Immediately after her words, several policemen led by Chun Jin entered the room. She announced that she was looking for Vice Chairman Zhang Fengming for a very interesting case. The policemen came to the table and waited for an order. Chun Mei got a police badge and an arrest warrant. She reported the suspicion of Zhang Fengming and some top managers of the Zhang group of companies who were connected to the murder of foreign drug traffickers. Zhang Qin and Zhang Fengxiang were shocked by what they heard. They were not prepared for the worst scenario in life. Zhang Fengxiang did not know about the cases with foreign drug dealers that his daughter was filming. Zhang Qin did not expect that their cases are still being investigated. At this time, Tang Xu ordered all the groups to go into action. In a short time, they had done almost the whole thing. Tang Xu's plan worked almost perfectly. Now all that was left was to wait for further action. He decided to call Zhong Tekui and inquire how everything went. Zhong Tekui reported that Zhang Fengming was under their control. They had managed to catch him and not attract the attention of others. Now they would wait for further instructions and prepare for the next stage of the plan. Tang Xu was glad to hear that. After a while, Zhang Fengxiang was taken into custody by the police to be sent to the station and investigated. Zhang Qin ran around him and tried to tell everything she knew. Zhang Fengming was in charge of all international transaction protocols. She and her brother were only responsible for negotiations. She did not. You can guess who told this information. Zhang Fengxiang slapped her on the face and ordered her to shut her mouth immediately. He reminded that there were many police officers and reporters around them who could hear her story. He decided to talk about it later. In order to avoid punishment and get out of the water dry, they must find Zhang Fengming before the police find him. This will give them an advantage and allow them to avoid prison and deal with the company's financial problems. Zhang Fengxiang ordered to get into the car to continue their conversation. He said that he has a person who can find Zhang Fengming in the shortest possible time, but before that he needs to avoid the police. After getting into the car, Zhang Fengxiang started to talk about drug trafficking cases. And why he stopped, Zhang Qin said that recently one of the drug dealers had given himself away, and after that the police arrested him. All the TV channels showed this news. She remembered that the main character of that day was one of the students of the university who was able to detain the drug dealer and catch him. Jiang Qin immediately remembered his last name. It gave her a lot of suspicion. That boy turned out to be Yang Chun. Jiang Qin knew that he was Tang Xiu's best friend. Yang Chun was the eldest son of his family and possessed some abilities, but he had never learned martial arts, so he could hardly stop the drug dealer alone. She realized that the group of drug dealers was made of armed bandits who could easily kill a person. She decided that Tang Xiu interfered in the affairs, and Yang Chun helped. Even Master Jiang himself from the martial arts club Great Dragon said that Tang Xiu is much stronger than he himself. Zhang Fengxiang reported that not long ago the police mentioned that one person from their company hired hitmen. He guessed that it was his daughter together with his brother, because they were afraid that the drug dealers would be able to give statements to the police against their family, through which Jiang Qin and Jiang Fengming hired killers to remove witnesses. Jiang Qin began to shout that her father misunderstood everything. The killers were not hired to kill drug dealers, but for some other more important matter. At that moment she realized that she had revealed all her cards, because she admitted that she had hired the killers. Zhang Fengxiang got angry. His daughter started a very bad game that would cost a very big price. Jiang Qin started to make excuses, but Zhang Fengxiang didn't want to listen to her anymore. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. Miao Wentang called Zhang Fengxiang to tell him some terrible news regarding his brother, which Zhang Fengxiang did not expect to hear. Miao Wentang reported that Jiang Fengming's younger brother withdrew all 30 billion from the account yesterday, but he has not been contacted. Miao Wentang reported that the police have already started looking for him. Zhang Fengxiang became even more worried after this information. Miao Wentang said that he would wait for him at the Long Hotel, and immediately went there, putting down the phone. Miao Wentang said that the matter was done, and it was possible to proceed to another stage of the operation. Tang Xiu, who was standing in front of him, was happy to hear this. His men had already started to act. Now all that was left was to wait for Zhang Fengxiang to arrive and start the final stage. Miao Wentang looked at Tang Xiu as a true god. Jiang Qin looked at the driver and ordered him to change his route and go to Long Hotel. But the driver did not change his course and continued to drive. Jiang Qin started shouting and ordered him to turn back immediately or he will be fired. The driver took off his hat and looked at Jiang Qin. He saw an incredibly great fear in her eyes. The driver turned out to be Zhong Tequi, who was Tang Xiu's main bodyguard. He was the one who first beat her husband. Zhong Tequi ordered to sit down and calmly wait for the arrival. After some time, Tang Xiu, along with Miao Wentang, Long Chen and Wal Lei arrived at an abandoned factory near the city. Long Chen reported that his men had brought Jiang Fengming. He was sure that someone would be able to save him. He could take this chance and take control of the entire Jiang family. Tang Xiu knew that for the sake of his salvation, he would have no choice but to surrender his entire family. Miao Wentang said that he had received all the records of the international connection with the drug trade. As soon as the case was over, he would give all the data to the police. He also reported that Zhang's group of companies frequently moved the entire project fund, which means that they violated the terms of the contract, and this is enough to take all the money from them and leave them at the bottom. Tang Xiu knew that the banks had started to demand the return of the loan from the Zhang family. Their stocks had just collapsed completely. This would undermine their vitality. They also owed 20 billion, so they would be left with no money at all, which would completely destroy their lives. Tang Xiu was happy because everything turned out as he wanted. There was still a matter to be resolved with the Zhang family members. Long Chen wondered how Tang Xiu was going to do it. Tang Xiu asked to wait a few minutes. He opened the door and entered the next room. Looking down, Long Chen saw the entire Zhang family and some of the responsible faces who ran the business. Tang Xiu loudly announced for them all to look at him and listen carefully. When Jiang Qin saw Tang Xiu, she immediately started shouting at him. She guessed that Tang Xiu was behind all the problems of her family, who managed all the operations. Zhang Fengxiang realized that he knew about it. Tang Xu was angry and told her to shut her mouth when she hired killers to kill him and his mother. She didn't feel any emotion, and now she wanted Tang Xu to show mercy and save their lives. He reminded her that it was one time give her a chance. But she continued to do everything to take revenge. Tang Xu said that she was the only one to blame for all the problems of her family. Because of her, the whole family would die in this factory. Zhang Fengxiang immediately began to shout at his daughter. He blamed her for all the family's problems. Other people who stood nearby also started to blame her. It was because of her that the plans lost everything they could, and after a while they will lose their lives. Zhang Fengxiang looked at Tang Xu and offered to make a deal. If Tang Xu would let him go, he would get 5 billion yuan, and he would get the password to all the family's savings, the public one of which is more than billions. Tang Xu only heard the deal for himself. He wondered if Zhang Fengxiang would really leave his family to save his life. He ordered to answer his question immediately, and then he would think about his proposal. Zhang Fengxiang was immediately silent. Several men immediately started shouting at him. One of them asked where he got the 5 billion yuan, and the other realized that Zhang Fengxiang did not value it, and was ready to sacrifice even his own daughter, just to save his life. Unable to bear such pressure on himself, Zhang Fengxiang shouted for everyone else to shut up. He announced that Zhang's group of companies, this is a business that he has been engaged in all his life. This is a business that he raised with his own hands from the very beginning. Now the crowd has completely destroyed all his effort. After a few minutes of silence, Zhang Qin inquired about her. She wanted to know her father's opinion about her. A few seconds of silence, and Zhang Fengxiang looked at her. He said that his main problem was Zhang Qin, his own daughter who was able to ruin the life of the entire Zhang family in a short time. He ordered to submit to fate and follow the events. Zhang Qin realized that her father would not save her, but would only fight for her life. So she decided to take matters into her own hands. Looking at Tang Xu, she warned that her brother, Zhang Deqin, would never forgive her death, and would definitely take revenge. Tang Xu smiled and said that some time ago, their younger brother went to Lancheng, and 2 days ago some of Tang Xu's acquaintances reported some interesting news and sent a photo, after which Tang Xu became much less troubled. He reached into his pocket to take out the photo. Tang Xu told a story in which a young man who came from Xincheng decided to gamble in one of the Lancheng casinos. As a result, he was caught cheating and paid dearly for it. Tang Xu dropped the photo to the bottom. Zhang Qin understood that the story was about her brother. They quickly caught the photo. She could barely contain her horror. The photo showed Zhang Deqin, who was tortured for a long time and then mercilessly killed. Tang Xu told that there are very cruel laws in those parts. Zhang Qin began to scream and threaten Tang Xu. She warned that even after death she would come to him in nightmares and not leave him alone until he himself died. Tang Xu began to shout. He reminded that Zhang Qin had killed many people with her own hands. That's why when she went to hell, she would have something to do with the souls of the people she killed. Long Chen looked at Tang Xu and couldn't look away. He saw a man who does not back down and has a tough character. Tang Xu ordered to listen to him carefully. He informed that his men were around the factory and guarding the perimeter. The Zhang family could not escape from here. Tang Xu warned that he could kill them as soon as he saw extra movement. Tang Xu said that he could give one of those present a chance to survive, but they must listen to his conditions until the end, and then maybe one of them would get a chance to survive. Zhang Fengxiang immediately started shouting that he would do whatever Tang Xu said and give 5 billion for salvation. Tang Xu was not going to listen to him. He didn't need money, so Tang Xu continued the story. He said that most of all he wants to see who from the Zhang family can survive. He noticed that the apple does not fall far from the apple tree, so his next words will be decisive. Tang Xu reported that younger brother Zhang Fengming, for the sake of his own salvation, and in the future for the sake of managing all the Zhang family's business, signed an agreement in exchange for the lives of the entire family. and he also transferred all the money of the Shanping Town project to Miao Wentang's hands as required. Everyone standing below was shocked by what he heard, especially Zhang Fengxiang. He could not imagine that his own brother could betray him and sell the whole family for his life, although at one point he understood Tang Xiu's words, "The apple does not fall far from the apple tree." Tang Xiu made sure to listen to him carefully, because he would inform about the only chance for survival. Pointing his finger at the end of the warehouse, he told about a box that would help one of them survive. In the middle of the box there is a weapon of an assassin hired by Jiang Qin to kill him and Su Lin Yun. The weapon contains the exact amount of ammunition as there are people in the warehouse, meaning one of them can survive. The first one to get a weapon and kill the others will survive, and then Tang Xiu will allow him to leave the factory and continue living his normal life. After wishing Tang Xiu success, he and his friends went to the exit. Some men and Zhang Fengxiang immediately rushed to the box. Most of them remained standing and watching. Jiang Qin fell to her knees, because she knew that this would be the end of it. As soon as Tang Xiu closed the door behind him, gunshots rang out throughout the factory. Tang Xiu counted 6 shots, marking the end of the Zhang family, with one more bullet left in the clip. Zhang Fengxiang walked up to his daughter and pointed a gun at their head. He asked to forgive him for this, but there was simply no other choice. Jiang Qin could not believe it. Zhang Fengxiang did not hesitate to shoot. After a while, looking around, he began to scream as hard as he could. The entire Zhang family was lying around him, whom he had killed with his own hands. The bloodstains would never disappear from his hands. After hearing another shot, Tang Xiu realized that this was the end. Only Zhang Fengming remained. Tang Xiu called Zhong Tequi and ordered him to be brought to the warehouse in 10 minutes and immediately report it to the police. At this time, Tang Xiu and his friends will leave the area. Long Chen wondered what would happen next. Tang Xiu decided that if the police started to deal with all this, with the materials that Miao Wentang had sent to the police, they would make a joint conclusion that would lead to peace of mind. After 10 minutes, Zhong Tequi led Zhang Fengming to the warehouse. Stopping at the door, Zhong Tequi started to untie his hands. Zhang Fengming started to get nervous and reminded him that he made an agreement with Tang Xiu, so he shouldn't have any problems. After taking off his bandage, Zhang Fengming saw a gun in front of him. Zhong Tequi gave him the key and loaded the gun. Zhang Fengming became even more nervous. He thought he would die now. Quickly opening the door, Zhong Tequi threw him into the warehouse and threw a gun at him. He said that now everything depends only on himself. Closing the door, Zhong Tequi left the area. Raising his head, opposite Zhang Fengming was his older brother with a gun in his hands. Zhang Fengxiang pointed the gun at the younger brother's face and began threatening to kill him. Zhang Fengming began to plead for help and not to kill him. While he distracted Zhang Fengxiang by talking, he remembered the gun that Zhong Tequi had given him. He found it with his right hand and prepared himself. Quickly raising his gun, Zhang Fengming managed to aim it at his brother. But Zhang Fengxiang's gun was already aimed. A loud shot rang out, and there was complete silence for a while. Zhang Fengxiang felt a strong pain in his heart area. He realized that there were no bullets left in his gun, even though Tang Xiu said that their number was equal to the number of people in the warehouse. After a few seconds, he heard himself lose consciousness. Zhang Fengxiang began to fall to the floor. Zhang Fengming realized that he was the winner in this battle, and now he had to leave the factory area in time to return to Xincheng and start work. Now the entire business of the Zhang family belonged to him. But after a few seconds, the police burst into the warehouse and ordered them to immediately put the gun down and surrender, including Chen Mei, who was in charge of this operation. Zhang Fengming realized that he would not be able to get out of this situation, so he would most likely go to prison for the rest of his life. He decided not to give up and pointed his gun at the police. As soon as he tried to do so, Chen Mei and several other policemen immediately started shooting. Several bullets hit Zhang Fengming's body, causing him to die immediately. 2 hours later, the police searched the entire area. One of them approached Chen Mei to report what they had found. all the members of the Jiang family were dead, and they also found evidence of the connection between Zhang Fengming and the drug dealers. He immediately reported that everything happened as it was said in the anonymous letter. The internal conflict between the members of the Zhang family led to such a result. Chen Mei ordered to drop this investigation. This incident opened up a lot of interesting things for other investigations. The police officer agreed with her. Tang Xiu and Long Chen were already far away from the crime scene. Tang Xiu received a message from Zhong Tekui that the cases were done. The police would soon completely close the case of the Zhang family. After completing the operation to destroy the Zhang family, according to the contract, they must pay 20 billion. Each party that cooperated will receive an equal share. Thus, each will receive 3 billion and 300 million yuan. They decided to celebrate it immediately. Also, each party decided to continue to invest in the Shanping Town project. The starting capital of 20 billion has not changed. The Tangshu group of companies receives 10% for making and implementing the project scheme of Shanping Town. The Wall family from Jingmen Island wants to invest even more money in the Shanping project in the future. So they asked Wall Lulu to talk to Tang Xiu about it and find out as much information as possible. While traveling with Kang Xia, Tang Xiu told her everything, especially about the Wall family's plans. Kang Xia decided to learn more about her plans, because Kang Xia understood that Wall Lulu wanted to get as close as possible to Tang Xiu. He said that the Wall family wants to invest more money in the middle of the development of the Shanping Town project to get more shares and become the managing family of the project. Kang Xia asked what Tang Xiu was planning to do. He announced that he will not compete for command. He will be responsible only for development and planning, and the Wall family will have to fully manage the money and support the financial condition of the project. With the money they received from the Zhang family, they will be able to support and develop their business in the future, but it will take a long time to receive the full amount, and the further development of the company and cultivation will require much more money than they will have. It is because of this that Tang Xiu needs the help of the best manager from Wall Street. Kang Xia agreed to help, but informed that the Wall family has other plans for Tang Xiu. She knows that Wall Lulu does not like Tang Xiu early, so they always try to get closer to him. Tang Xiu understood what Kang Xia meant. He didn't want to continue this conversation, so he asked to drop him 10 meters away. He said that he will go to his mother's restaurant later, so Kang Xia may not wait for him. Tang Xiu got out of the car and took care of business, but Kang Xia stopped him and asked him to come back. She got the driver's license that Tang Xiu successfully obtained in the driving school. He didn't take it, so Kang Xia did it for him. Tang Xiu took the license and looked at the photo in surprise. He said that he had a lot of work lately. That's why he completely forgot about his driver's license. Tang Xiu smiled and thanked her. Kang Xia saw his smile and blushed. She informed that she had prepared a gift for him. She gave it to Mrs. Mu and ordered to immediately absorb it after returning home. Tang Xiu thanked and went to the university. After entering the classroom, Tang Xiu met Yang Chun. He immediately grabbed his letter of recommendation and started reading. Yang Chun was surprised because Tang Xiu's priority was Jiao Tong University, Modu City. Tang Xiu offered to end the conversation about him and wondered where Yang Chun would go next, because with Tang Xiu's help, he was able to get a pretty good passing score for entrance and university. Yang Chun immediately began to ask. His score was not as high as Tang Xiu's, but it would be enough to enter a second-tier university in Modu City. Tang Xiu was surprised at the coincidence and congratulated Yang Chun. He remembered Tang Xiu's promise. If Yang Chun could get into one of the universities and his score was higher than Tang Xiu's set limit, then Yang Chun would start learning martial arts from him. But Tang Xiu mentioned one more condition. Yang Chun had to lose weight. Han King stood by the blackboard and helped one of the students. She heard Yang Chun's strange cries, looked around and saw Tang Xiu and was happy. She couldn't take her eyes off him for a long time and blushed a little. After the call, all the students decided to go home. Tang Xiu said goodbye to Yang Chun and asked to send the entrance results as soon as he received them. Yang Chun agreed and went home. Tang Xiu looked at his watch. At this time there shouldn't be too many people in the restaurant, so he should come quickly to talk to his mother before she has a lot of work. But in one moment, Tang Shu heard a familiar voice calling him. Han Qing was standing behind him. She asked if he had time, and if he was free, she asked him to take her to the bus stop. She could not drive a car that day. They walked to the bus stop in silence for a few minutes. At one point, they mentioned the postcard and started talking at the same time. Tang Shu decided to start the conversation first. There was a small pause between them. Tang Shu started to speak. He said that he read the letter. He knows that Han Qing feels guilty because of the incident last year where Tang Shu saved her and got injured. Tang Shu decided to ignore the situation. What happened that year stayed there. He asked Han Qing not to think about it anymore and forget about the situation altogether. Tang Shu openly replied that she is sorry to Han Qing. She informed that he did not reply to her messages in the past. Because of that, she wrote a letter and personally delivered it. Han Qing began to smile and rejoice. Tang Shu said that after reading the letter, he became upset. Han Qing was surprised and asked why. Tang Shu had hoped that teacher Han Qing had sent him a love letter, but it turned out otherwise. Han Qing immediately turned away from Tang Shu so that he wouldn't see her reddened face. She started making up all kinds of nonsense to change the topic of conversation. Tang Shu happily walked beside her and smiled. An idea came to Han Qing's head. If Tang Shu really forgave her, now they can be called friends. She asked if they could meet sometimes. Tang Shu happily agreed. After putting Han Qing on the bus, Tang Shu returned to the restaurant. After a while, he was already sitting at the table and greedily ate the food that his mother had prepared for him. She asked him to eat more carefully and slowly, because Tang Shu could choke. Su Lin Yun asked if Tang Shu had gone to fill out the forms for further admission to the university. She also wondered which university Tang Shu had decided to enter. Su Lin Yun asked about the universities in Jingcheng City. Tang Shu was surprised and asked why Mom was asking about universities in Jingcheng City. Su Lin Yun said that some relatives on her father's side live in Jingcheng, so she wanted Tang Shu to be supervised so that she would be less worried. Tang Shu immediately became angry. He had agreed with his mother earlier not to bring up this topic, but Su Lin Yun was very worried about him, so she decided to bring up the topic. He couldn't hold back and started shouting at his mother, because after his birth, his father abandoned him in the most difficult period of his life. Tang Shu did not want to have any relations with him. Calming down, Tang Shu recalled that he wanted to change his surname to Suno more than once. He admitted that he never had a father, so he asked not to mention him at all. He came to Mom and hugged her. Tang Shu apologized for yelling at her and asked her not to be angry with him. Tang Shu promised never to yell at Mom again. Tang Shu announced that he had chosen Jiaotong University in Modu City. After hearing this, Su Lin Yun immediately forgot about his cry. She was surprised because it was one of the best universities in the country. She began to worry about him even more, because studying there required a lot of time and knowledge. Tang Shu promised that everything would be fine, and he would definitely cope with all the difficulties. After a while, Tang Shu decided to go into his old room where he started his journey. Seeing a pile of clothes in the closet, he decided to try them on. But when he picked them up, he realized that after cultivation he became much bigger and all his clothes became very small. Tang Shu realized that he needed to make a large purchase of things and some other materials. On his way to the door, he noticed a photo that was upside down on the table. He rushed out to check what kind of photo it was. Picking up the photo, Tang Shu saw his mother, who was pregnant with him. His father was next to her. Looking at the photo, he put it back in its place. After some time, Tang Shu returned home. He was immediately met by Mrs. Mu and told that Tang Shu received a postcard from an unknown man. Mrs. Mu said that the man who brought it asked him to open it immediately. Tang Shu immediately understood who sent this letter. He wondered what Kang Xia had prepared for him. Mrs. Mu immediately ran to get a gift from Kang Xia. Tang Shu decided to start by opening the letter. Mrs. Mu quickly brought a gift from Kang Xia. She asked to open it only in the warehouse. Tang Shu was surprised by this and immediately went to the warehouse. The door of the warehouse opened very slowly. After a few seconds, Tang Shu saw a large gift in front of him, which was in a red cape. He guessed what was under the cape. First, he opened the box and took out the letter itself. Kang Xia congratulated him on getting his driver's license and prepared a suitable gift for him. She hoped that Tang Xiu would like it. Right under the letter were the keys to the Mercedes. Tang Xiu quickly took off the cape from the gift. Under it was a big black car, Mercedes-Benz AMG. Tang Xiu was very surprised and happy. He will definitely thank her for such an incredible gift. Tang Xiu remembered another letter sent by Lan Tu. After opening it, Tang Xiu began to read. Lan Tu said that he knows about Tang Xiu's successful operation. He and his people want to start cooperation and are waiting for a call. There will be a number on the back of the letter phone. Tang Xiu looked at the golden sandstone and the materials lying nearby. He decided to start cultivation as soon as possible, but to make wine, he needed to use the last supplies of some materials. He needed to buy more materials for cultivation. Tang Xiu has one piece of mid-level life force orb and a dead crocodile body, but they are not suitable for medicinal raw materials. Tang Xiu will not be able to reveal their full potential. He decided to make a list and ask Chun Jin to buy the materials for him. Tang Xiu saw that he had all the materials to create a space ring, but using a golden sandstone for this would be very wasteful in relation to golden sandstones. First-class medical raw materials cannot be bought in an online store, but there are many sources where you can buy rare and precious stones. Tang Xiu decided to look for more suitable materials than gold sandstone. After looking at the ancient sword, Tang Xiu realized that even if he completely reworked it, he would still not be able to use its power, but his attention was drawn to a casket that he had never opened. The casket's true owner had sealed it using life force qi. Tang Xiu decided to use his life force qi to destroy the seal and open the casket. As soon as he managed to remove the seal, he opened the casket and was incredibly surprised. In the middle of the casket was a pill to achieve immortality, and on the side of the lid was a note. Tang Xiu decided to read the note. The man who was able to open the casket had definitely passed the fiery Qilin test. This pill is made to achieve immortality. It is for whoever opens the casket. The man who wrote the note warned that no one should ever try to destroy the formation around Qilin, because then there will be irreparable troubles. Tang Xiu knew that the day Qilin released him, the pill to achieve immortality was a medicine that was very difficult to make. Tang Xiu realized that he had underestimated that cultivator. Tang Xiu decided to take the immortality pill right away, and in order to immediately start cultivation, he must reach the Yi Jing phase. So this time, Tang Xiu decided not to take demonic cultivation, but to go to divine cultivation right away. After taking the pill, Tang Xiu felt his vital qi leaving his body. He didn't understand what was happening because it should be the other way around. Tang Xiu started to worry, but after a few seconds he felt something interesting. At one point, he exploded from overexertion of qi energy. He immediately accepted the demonic account and made a burst of strong energy several times. A large light began to shine from the composition, which could attract someone's attention. 5 hours later, Tang Xiu was able to reach the divine cultivation form. After spending some time in this form, Tang Xiu decided to dissipate the energy and see what would happen next. Tang Xiu realized that he had made the wrong decision. The transition to divine cultivation affected his current level of cultivation, which he had achieved with the help of demonic cultivation. The more Tang Xiu lost an insignificant amount of qi energy in the demonic record. Tang Xiu felt that his abilities improved, but not much. He was unable to break through his barrier. He realized that he had wasted the pill to achieve immortality. He decided to start by choosing a cultivation direction between demonic and divine cultivation in order to complete the transition into the body of the star hegemon, the first level of immortality attainment. Also, Tang Xiu has a third development option. He must come up with a way to balance between divine and demonic cultivation. This will give him much more opportunities. The next day, Tang Xiu called Chun Jin and told him that he had sent a list of the materials and herbs he needed, and asked that they be sent to his house immediately. After saying goodbye, Tang Xiu continued to search for online stores to buy liquid minerals. After a while, he managed to find one shop. Tang Xiu immediately saw the materials he needed, such as the Yin Winter Stone and the Broken Star Stone. If combined together with the Nibel Stone, they would be enough to create a spatial ring. The shop is located in Jingcheng City, and the name of the store is Ancient Gates in the Wasteland. There are a few days left before receiving the exam results, and going to the hospital for a medical examination, Tang Xiu can use them to visit the store. First of all, Tang Xiu decided to visit Jingcheng to shop. He must buy all the necessary materials to create a ring of space to use it instead of a backpack in the future. Tang Xiu immediately went to the airport, approached one of the workers. He was informed that his flight was delayed for 1 hour. Tang Xiu decided that while there was time, he would go and sit in one of the local cafes. Upon entering the cafe, he was met by a friendly woman who asked what he wanted. Among the large selection, Tang Xiu decided to try a cold Americano without sugar. After receiving his order, he went to one of the tables, because the wait was still long. Sitting at the table, Tang Xiu understood that after buying all the necessary materials, he should return to Xincheng as soon as possible. Because the time he had promised Mr. Lao Li was approaching, he should not be late for this meeting. After a while, Tang Xiu heard strange screams in the cafe. Looking in their direction, Tang Xiu noticed a girl who gave one of the patrons a phone to call someone. But the patron began to abuse the girl and insisted that she take off her glasses. Tang Xiu decided to watch them for a few minutes. The man carefully studied the girl and complimented her figure. He suggested that they form a company for the next 2 days in Xincheng, and for this he would buy her at least 10 phones. The girl was not going to follow his instructions. She started insulting him and decided not to waste her time on him. She was about to leave the cafe, but Tang Xiu decided to help her. He slowly approached her and offered to use his phone. The girl happily agreed. But at one point Tang Xiu heard a man's voice trying to stop him. In order to silence the man, Tang Xiu asked if he would keep him company in the near future. He is also on his way to Xincheng, so there will be enough time to get to know him better. Seeing Tang Xiu's fearful look, the man immediately closed his mouth and decided to calmly continue drinking his drink. He didn't want to get into big trouble, so he apologized to the girl. The girl thanked Tang Xiu and said that due to her carelessness, she lost her phone and her luggage. Because of this, she asked people for a phone number more than once. But no one helped. Tang Xiu invited her to sit next to him. The man who was trying to coax the girl to take off her glasses sat in his seat and looked carefully at Tang Xiu. He saw how strong and confident Tang Xiu was. Tang Xiu decided to treat the girl to a drink, because in her mind she lost everything she had, not even money left. So to ease her anxiety, he went to get a drink. While going to get a drink, Tang Xiu understood why that man was clinging to her. She was very similar to one famous star, Zhang Xinya. Tang Xiu had never been interested in the life of stars, but he had seen them many times on TV. Wang remembered that Yang Chun was a big fan of hers. She was his muse. Tang Xiu decided to get her autograph for him to see his happy face. He remembered Yang Chun's joy when Zhang Xinya released a new album. Zhang Xinya accidentally went to Tang Xiu's contact list. She saw that he had very few contacts and felt sad for him. She wanted to leave quickly but saw something interesting, but did not have time to check it completely. Tang Xiu quickly snatched his phone from her hands. He saw that she was messing around where she shouldn't. He didn't want someone he didn't know to see the list of his contacts and connections. Tang Xiu started to get angry because he wanted to do a favor to a stranger and let her call, and she started rummaging through his phone. The girl immediately got scared and started apologizing. Panad asked how Tang Xiu knew Wal Lulu and Chu Meng and where she got their contacts from. Tang Xiu was not going to answer her questions. He insisted that she quickly leave the cafe and leave him alone. Zhang Xinya wanted to negotiate to the end. She informed that Wal Lulu is her best friend. She knows her number by heart, and to prove it she asks to give her the phone again. But first she decided to introduce herself. Tang Xiu's guess was true. The girl introduced herself as Zhang Xinya. She is a famous singer and TV presenter. She said that she is really Wal Lulu's best friend and also knows Chu Meng. She asked to give her the phone so that Tang Xiu could verify her words for himself. Tang Xiu rudely replied that he didn't care who she was and what she had achieved in life. He began to hesitate and asked them to leave the cafe and leave him alone. He just wanted to finish his coffee and go to the plane. The girl began to shout at him. She did not expect such disrespect in her direction, because all the men who found out who she really is immediately began to do everything for her attention. In one moment, she thought that Tang Xiu really had a different orientation. Tang Xiu couldn't take her stupid guesses anymore. He agreed to give the phone, but with one condition, that she would speak on speakerphone. Zhang Xinya immediately called Wal Lulu. She picked up the phone and called Tang Xiu love, which caused Zhang Xinya to be incredibly surprised. Tang Xiu was no less surprised than her. A few seconds passed, after which Zhang Xinya was able to speak. She informed that it was not Tang Xiu who was speaking, but her best friend. Wal Lulu was surprised by this and immediately started asking many questions, because she did not expect that Zhang Xinya knew Tang Xiu and would still be on the phone with his phone. Wal Lulu immediately wondered what was happening, and why Zhang Xinya was calling her from another phone. Wal Lulu began to get nervous because her imagination had time to start work. Zhang Xinya informed her that Tang Xiu had met her on the way, and she should not worry. Zhang Xinya explained that she had come to Xincheng on business, but on the way, due to her carelessness, she had lost her phone along with her luggage. So she had to ask the first man she met for help. But she was helped by Tang Xiu, who gave his phone. Tang Xiu, from nerves, crushed a glass with coffee and ruined it. Wal Lulu asked why Zhang Xinya came to a city like Xincheng. Zhang Xinya said that it was all because of her father's illness. She said that she heard that the chief representative of the Bade Pharmaceutical Company, Chen Jin, was once sick with a similar disease, but unexpectedly recovered. Tang Xiu understood the purpose of her coming. He decided not to interfere in their conversation. Zhang Xinya called him more than once, but Chen Jin never picked up the phone. She wants to find someone who can help her contact Chen Jin so that he can tell how he cured the disease. This was the main goal for Zhang Xinya. She wanted to meet Chen Jin by loving methods and asked him for help. She was willing to pay a lot for it. Wal Lulu laughed and said that she was very lucky. Wal told Lulu that the guy she met in the cafe and who gave her the phone is a good friend, Chen Jin. He can help her if she asks nicely. He can arrange their meeting in the shortest possible time. Zhang Xinya already knew about the relationship between Tang Xiu and Chen Jin, because she happened to go to his contact list and saw almost all the phone numbers. She will try to arrange with Tang Xiu to arrange a meeting with Chen Jin. Tang Xiu was standing by at this time with her and heard their entire conversation. Wal asked Lulu to hand over the phone to Tang Xiu. She hadn't seen him for a long time, so she decided to at least talk to him, especially if she would ask to help her best friend. He wouldn't have to refuse. Tang Xiu didn't want to pick up the phone and talk to Wal Lulu, but there was no other choice. Wal Lulu confirmed that Zhang Xinya is her best friend, so he should help her and lend a small amount of money so that she can get to the city and meet Wal Lulu. Tang Xiu agreed to end the conversation with her as soon as possible, but Wal Lulu immediately started asking many questions. She wondered if Tang missed her, and whether he had fallen in love with Zhang Xinya because she was beautiful. Tang Xiu could barely contain his emotions. Wal Lulu didn't finish talking. After several of the same questions, Tang Xiu couldn't stand it and said goodbye to her in a cruel tone, telling her that he was being called on important business. In fact, he was just tired of listening to her. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tang Xiu said that he would call Chen Jin and arrange a meeting with Zhang Xinya. But she should not interfere in their conversation and not run away. Zhang Xinya thanked Tang Xiu and waited for the end of the conversation. After a few minutes, Tang Xiu asked how things were going with the purchase of cultivation material. Chen Jin was still buying them. Tang Xiu told about a girl who wanted to meet him. Chen Jin told the time and asked for his phone number so that she could call him personally. Do not call the work number. Tang Xiu found a piece of paper and a pen. He wrote Chen Jin's personal phone number and explained why she couldn't call his other phone number. Zhang Xinya thanked Tang Xiu for her help and promised to pay him back when she had the chance. Tang Xiu got up from his seat and gave 2,000 yuan so that Zhang Xinya could get to the city. He grabbed his backpack and said that he had to leave for the plane, so he would leave her immediately. Zhang Xinya blew up and said that she didn't need the money, her assistant should come in a few minutes. Tang Xiu did not take the money back but ordered to keep it. Zhang Xinya thanked him again. Tang Xiu remembered that he wanted to get her autograph for Yang Chun, but at the last moment he decided to take it another time, because in his opinion now was not the right time for that. Tang Xiu said goodbye to her and went to the plane. Zhang Xinya asked to wait for a few seconds. She wanted to ask Tang Xiu one question. She wondered what kind of relationship he has with Wal Lulu. She thought that they are dating and much closer than they show in the presence of other people. Tang Xiu slapped his face in surprise. He didn't expect such a question from a person he hardly knew. He said that they had a normal business relationship and there could be nothing more between them. Zhang Xinya started to laugh and covered her mouth with her hand. Zhang Xinya looked at Tang Xiu for a long time. She said that they will not meet once again, and she hopes that the future meeting will be beautiful. A large crowd of men appeared behind her who recognized her and started calling all the fans. 4 hours later, Tang Xiu arrived at Jingmen Antique Street, where the shop he needed was located. The taxi driver told him the route by which Tang Xiu would quickly get to the shop. So as not to get lost, Tang Xiu decided to check everything on the phone. After a while he found the shop. Tang Xiu went to the door and knocked. He didn't hear any answer for a long time. Tang Xiu was already beginning to think that he wasted his precious time. But at the last moment, he heard a voice from inside that slowly approached him, and wondered who came. Tang Xiu said that he is the same man who contacted the shop owner not long ago. He said that he wanted to buy some materials for his business. He had warned the owner in advance about his arrival. The door was opened by a beautiful girl with red eyes and a beautiful red dress. She informed that the shop owner was busy with his own business, but Tang Xiu could go with her and wait for him inside. After entering the middle, Tang Xiu heard 2 men talking. One of them was trying to buy one of the family heirlooms for 200,000, but the other man hesitated and tried to destroy the price. The girl asked Tang Xiu to go on and not disturb the men. A young man tried to persuade another elderly man to smoke his casket, which was a family heirloom from ancient times. The man looked like a shop owner. Looked at the box from all sides. It looked like a small game. He noticed that the casket had historical value. He had not met such, but reported that its maximum price is no more than 100,000 yuan. Tang Xiu froze in place for a while. He looked closely at the casket the man was holding in his hands. He noticed how small energy waves emanated from the casket. Tang Xiu tried to take a closer look at it. He understood that this was an unusual magic casket. It was a real and one-of-a-kind demonic stone with incredible magical power, and with its help, Tang Xiu would be able to accelerate his cultivation much more. The demonic stone, just like the celestial stone, was used as the main mineral for enhancement and smelting. It is almost impossible to meet such rarities on Earth, the original of the secrets of the great ways. This is a dual secret demonic magic. Tang Xiu must get this demonic stone. Tang Xiu asked to give him the stone so that he could look at it more closely and take a full look. The old man extended his hand with the stone in his hands. He asked who came to him and for what purpose he was interested in the stone. A girl in a red dress approached him and reminded him of a meeting with a big customer. She informed him that this boy is the customer. The man was surprised because he did not expect to see such a young guy in front of him. Tang Xiu got the stone in his hands and began to examine it. He used a little qi energy to check if the stone was really demonic. The stone was indeed demonic. Tang Xiu was very lucky because it was impossible to find such a rarity. He asked for more details about where the stone came from. Appeared at the boy's house. He didn't know what to say. The boy only heard about it from his relatives, and he only knows that this stone is passed down from generation to generation. Tang Xiu wondered why the boy decided to sell it, especially for such an unequivocal price of 200,000. The guy said that recently their house burned down. Only this stone was left of all the property. There were many different things in the house, but it was this stone that managed to escape the fire. After the fire subsided, the guy accidentally found it and decided to take it because it is a family heirloom. At the time of the fire, his father was in the house and he was badly injured in the fire. He was taken to the hospital and given medical treatment, but the full treatment required 200,000 yuan, which is a very large amount for his family. Tang Xiu listened to his story. He decided to kill two birds with one stone. He agreed to buy the stone for 200,000, because in this way he would help the boy's father and get an incredibly rare relic for such a small amount of money. After a few minutes, the guy gave the bank account. Tang Xiu immediately transferred the money and asked the guy to check if the money arrived. The guy took out his phone and was surprised at what he saw. He thought that Tang Xiu was wrong and decided to ask again. He received 50,000 more than he was supposed to receive. He informed Tang Xiu about this, but he smiled and ordered to spend the 50,000 on groceries and medicine for his father, because 200,000 will only go to treatment and need to live for a long time. The boy fell on his knees in front of Tang Xiu and began to thank him. He promised to return the money as soon as he had the chance, but Tang Xiu refused. He helped the boy to his feet and ordered him to go to his father immediately, because every second was worth it. The shop owner looked at Tang Xiu happily and smiled. The boy asked Tang several times for his kindness and quickly ran to the door. He wanted to meet his father as soon as possible and tell him the great news. Tang Xiu said goodbye and heard the shop owner's cough. Turning around, Tang Xiu saw that the owner had already prepared the winter fluorite and broken meteorite. The owner invited him to sit down and start their deal. The owner said that he has all the necessary materials that Tang Xiu needs. He will be able to sell them privately without any hesitation. He decided to start with these 3 pieces of material. Tang Xiu asked what the final price would be for such materials. He understood that the owner has a large stock of such stones. This would be the best option for Tang Xiu. The final price will be 15 million yuan. The owner expected that Tang Xiu did not have such large reserves of money, but Tang Xiu did not even move. He noticed that the owner was serious. The girl in the red dress was called Wan Ying. She immediately began to ask why the owner decided to sell his best materials for such a meager price. The owner asked her to calm down and informed her that their deal was not yet complete. He said that recently there have been a lot of secret buyers, and there are fewer and fewer workers left. The owner admitted that he admires Tang Xiu's character, but there is one caveat. He reminded that the price would be greatly reduced, but it was within his tolerance. If Tang Xiu could not pay by the end of the day, then the deal would be exhausted. Tang Xiu immediately asked for a bank account. He was not going to waste time and wait for the owner to finish his story. After a few seconds, the owner received 15 million yuan in his account. He was surprised by the steadfastness of the young guy. Wan Ying was also surprised because it was the first time she had seen such a rich guy. The owner began to laugh loudly and praise Tang Xiu. He apologized for having doubts about him, but after a few seconds he actually began to cough significantly. Wan Ying asked him to go and rest. The owner refused to go to rest and continued to laugh. Tang Xiu heard this terrible cough and realized that the owner has a big problem with his lungs and he needs to start treatment immediately, or he may die. The owner decided to treat Tang Xiu and invited him to the best restaurant in town called Lotus House. Tang Xiu happily agreed to such an offer because his consent is the best thanks for such a deal. At 7 o'clock they arrived at the restaurant. The owner of the shop told that he does calligraphy. He personally made the sign in this restaurant. And in order to become a member of the community, you need to master traditional Chinese techniques deeply. He does not consider himself talented, but he has some significant skills. Tang Xiu praised his skill. He also noticed a great authority among people. It had been a long time since they met, but Tang Xiu did not know the name of the shop owner, so he decided to correct this mistake. The owner immediately apologized and said that he has a bad memory. His name is Hu Bai. He is from Tianjin. He also teaches archaeology at one of the universities of communication. His family's hobby is sometimes to spend time in the antique shop when they visit the city. Tang Xiu was surprised, because Hu Bai will be his teacher in the university. In the development of archaeology, he was lucky to meet him earlier and see himself as a good person. Tang Xiu hoped that in the future studies they can become friends. Hu Bai also decided to introduce the girl in the red dress. Her name is Wan Ying, and she is the daughter of one of Hu Bai's friends. She graduated from law school last year and is now preparing for the exams that Hu Bai will take. Even if she gets into the master's degree, she also very talented and knows calligraphy. Wan Ying asked Tang Xiu to introduce herself and tell more about herself. Because now the VVN knows much more about them than they know about him, Tang Xiu agreed without a problem. He told them that he came to them from Xincheng, and this year he recently finished the entrance exams. He wants to get into one of the best universities in the country. At the same time, he is engaged in a small business and travels around the country. Wan Ying couldn't hold back her emotions when she found out Tang Xiu's real age. Hu Bai started laughing and said that Tang Xiu is really different from all her peers. Hu Bai asked what university Tang Xiu was going to enter. As soon as he started to talk, two people entered the room and interrupted Tang Xiu. The owner of the restaurant came to them to announce one piece of news. She brought with her a new member of the Lotus House community. Using this opportunity, she decided to immediately introduce him to a member of the community. The hostess decided to introduce Mr. Zhong, who won first place in the Guqing National Gaming Championship last month, and Zhong began poignantly straightening his hair while the restaurant owner talked about his success. Hu Bai said that he knew his father. They met more than once. Hu Bai tried to start a conversation with Zhong, but he just stood there and looked down on everyone present at the table. Wan Ying turned to look at Zhang. When she saw him, she immediately turned away so as not to see his face. He immediately recognized Wan Ying and tried to start a conversation. The owner of the restaurant asked if Zhang knew Professor Hu Bai. Zhang ignored the landlady's question and immediately approached Wan Ying and put his hands on her shoulders. He reminded her that at the last auction he was able to win and pick up a painting that she liked very much. He said that he was ready to make a deal with her personally. Wan Ying immediately ordered him to remove his hands from her. She tried to get up, but he wouldn't let her by holding his hands. Hu Bai immediately got up and ordered him to leave the room threateningly with his fist. Unexpectedly, a metal spoon flew into Zhong's face. Wan Ying was surprised because she did not expect such a thing. Hu Bai and the landlady were also surprised and did not notice what hit Zhang. Tang Xiu got up and ordered him to leave the room immediately, but before that he must apologize to Wan Ying. Tang Xiu gave him a few seconds to do everything, otherwise he would be forced to use force. Unable to hold back her emotions, Zhang grabbed the edge of the table and threw it at Tang Xiu. Wan Ying ran to Professor Hu Bai and the landlord to avoid being hit by one of the men. Tang Xiu calmly stood on the city and waited for Wan Ying to move to a safe distance. He used an uncharacteristic qi energy to smash the table flying towards him. With one blow, the table shattered into small pieces. Everyone present, including Zhang, was shocked by Tang Xiu's strength. He looked like a strong guy, but they couldn't even guess what kind of strength he possessed. Tang Xiu began to speak. Vulgar costume and such a dramatic story. A very boring script, Tang Xiu warned Zhang. If he acts according to someone's script and acts according to the circumstances, then Tang Xiu can take advantage of it without any attention. He ordered to quickly apologize and disappear. Otherwise, his next blow would be on Zhang's face. Tang Xiu began to slowly approach him. Zhang began to think of him as a monster. Because it was impossible for an ordinary man to break a trail with one hand, he realized that Tang Xiu was not to be trifled with. Gathering all his courage into a fist, Zhang barely managed to say a few words, pointing his finger at Tang Xiu. He challenged him to a duel in the Lotus House. Tang Xiu was surprised because he did not know what duel he was talking about. After collecting his thoughts, Zhang announced that now he is a VIP person. Now, according to the rules of the restaurant, he can challenge anyone to a duel. If he loses or refuses, Tang Xiu will never be able to come to the Lotus House again. The one who loses must forever forget the art in which he is strong. Zhang informed that his art is guqin. He pointed his finger at Tang Xiu again and challenged him to a duel again. The owner of the restaurant decided to intervene. She asked Zhang to consider her honor and presence. She asked him not to fight because he and Professor Hu Bai were her friends, and she didn't want to see them fight. But Zhang decided to take advantage of this chance and announced that she was the one who set the rules, so he only used the VIP person's right and announced the duel. Zhang was sure that Tang Xiu didn't know what guqin was, so he was hoping for an easy victory. Tang Xiu thought for a few seconds. But during that time, Zhang began to mock him, deciding that Tang Xiu had already given up. Tang Xiu smiled, but decided to ask if Zhang was sure of his victory. Tang Xiu's smile showed that he was serious, and all he wanted was victory. Seeing Tang Xiu's smile, Zhang began to worry. He did not expect that Tang Xiu knew about guqin to intimidate the opponent. Zhang revealed that he had been practicing acting for a long time and had built a great and successful career. Tang Xiu began to laugh. He realized that Zhang had made his bet. Now Tang Xiu had to announce his. He decided to ignore Zhang's professional level and raised the bet several times. If Tang Xiu loses, he will pay 2 million yuan and leave the Lotus House. But if he wins, Zhang must not only leave the Lotus House, but also give the painting that Wang Ying liked. She was surprised because she did not expect that Tang Xiu would want to return the painting to her. Zhang immediately agreed, but first asked to provide proof that Tang Xiu has 10 million yuan. Professor Hu Bai immediately announced that he would become a guarantor for Tang Xiu. If he did not have such money, then Professor Hu Bai would immediately give the money in his place. Zhang said that according to the rules of Director Bai, he gives the right to judge the guests. He said that Tang Xiu had already lost the moment he started the argument and agreed to a duel. A few hours later, everything was ready. A large number of people gathered in the hall to watch the match. Zhang started the duel. Because he was a famous player, most people immediately recognized the tune he played. It was called Wandering Monk on the Xiangjiang River. It was one of the best tunes in his arsenal. Tang Xiu, along with Wang Ying and Professor Hu Bai, watched his playing. Wang Ying didn't want to admit it, but his playing was good. Zhang built a great career as a good musician on his own. The landlady approached them and gave the bad news. None of the other players can give their guqin. Because they are all on good terms with Zhang, he forbade them from giving any help to Tang Xiu. The landlady apologized, but she had no other option. She couldn't do anything. Tang Xiu asked her not to worry. He already had an idea in his head. Tang Xiu said that the game would not be fair and impossible if he did not get guqin. So Tang Xiu decided to borrow it from Zhang himself. He should not refuse. Hu Bai wondered how Tang Xiu would do it, because Zhang was his opponent, especially since he forbade other musicians to provide their instruments for Tang Xiu's performances. Tang Xiu was sure that Zhang would give him his guqin, because he was sure of his victory. At the same time, Tang Xiu would be able to look at his courage. He would check whether Zhang's audacity was enough. Right after the game ended, Zhang received a big applause from the audience. Most of them applauded and complimented him. Zhang made a mistake in front of the audience and announced the end of his game. He immediately went to Tang Xiu and announced that it was time for his speech. Zhang fixed his hair and began to look at Tang Xiu from a high angle. Smiling, Tang Xiu announced that he lacked a musical instrument, so he asked Zhang to provide his so that Tang Xiu could play and show off his abilities. Zhang laughed and said that cars, women, and musical instruments should belong to only one man. That was his life principle. If Tang Xiu didn't find guqin, he would automatically lose and be forced to leave the Lotus House and pay a lot of money. Tang Xiu expected such a reaction from the mean Zhang. Tang Xiu boldly jumped onto the stage and flew past Zhang. Not expecting this, he was scared and confused for a moment. Tang Xiu looked at him and laughed. He informed that Zhang was a real jerk. And much more than expected, Tang Xiu decided to play a song for guqin on another musical instrument, because he knew that it was possible to imitate the sound. Zhang began to mock because he was sure that Tang Xiu would not be able to imitate the guqin sound on another musical instrument. He said that if Tang Xiu could do it, Then Zhang would admit defeat. Tang Xiu quickly found an electric guitar and started tuning. Fully prepared, he went on stage to show what he is capable of. Seeing what Tang Xiu picked up, Zhang began to mock him. He was sure that Tang Xiu would lose immediately, because the sound of the electric guitar and guqin were incredibly different. Tang Xiu looked at Zhang. He wondered what difference it made to him which musical instrument Tang Xiu would play if he was sure of his victory. Zhang agreed with Tang Xiu's words. He asked to start the performance as soon as possible because he wants to see his victory and get money into his account. In high school, Tang Xiu together with Yang Chun formed a music group. Tang Xiu had some ideas about the guitar, but it was still a Western musical instrument. But he was a string player just like guqin. Having been in the immortal world for about 10,000 years, Tang Xiu at an early age had achieved perfection in playing the guqin. He needed to use his vital energy qi while playing. Only then would he be able to imitate the sound of the guqin. Tang Xiu didn't hesitate, so he immediately approached the edge of the stage, closer to the people. As soon as Tang Xiu started playing, a crowd of people immediately started to go to the stage to see who was playing the guqin. But when they got closer, they all saw the electric guitar and were surprised. Zhang and Wan Ying with Professor Hu Bai couldn't believe their eyes. Tang Xiu had managed to imitate guqin's sound exactly, and even surpassed it. Using his qi energy, Tang Xiu decided to play one melody from the immortal world. No one present could hear it on the ground. For a moment, Tang Xiu felt his soul from another world leave his body and start dancing. A large crowd of people came closer and closer to the stage. They wanted to see the incredible player who was able to play guqin's sound on the electric guitar. They liked Tang Xiu's music from the first second and began to shower him with compliments and applause. The owner of the restaurant listened to Tang Xiu's speech for only a few seconds and immediately told Professor Hu Bai that she wanted to see Tang Xiu in the Lotus House. She decided to make him a full member of the community and give him a membership card. Wan Ying couldn't take her eyes off Tang Xiu. They were more and more amazed at his incredible skills. From breaking a table to playing the electric guitar, she realized that Tang Xiu is really not an ordinary guy. Despite his young age, he is very smart and intelligent. After a while, Tang Xiu decided to use the distortion pedal that was right under his foot. The audience immediately noticed and were surprised. It is needed to change the tone of the electric guitar. It is mostly used in music genres like punk rock and hard rock. Tang Xiu decided to go all out and end his performance with this. At the last minute, he played an incredible melody and ended his performance with that. Playing the electric guitar took a lot of strength and qi life energy from him. There was complete silence around Tang Xiu for a few seconds. Zhang thought that this would be the end of his victory, but at one point, everyone started shouting and showering Tang Xiu with even more compliments and asking him to play again. At that moment, Zhang lost the ability to speak. Tang Xiu thanked everyone in the audience and looked at Zhang. He reminded that Zhang had promised to admit defeat if Tang Xiu could play the electric guitar as well as guqin. He did much better than expected. So Tang Xiu reminded Zhang not to forget to bring the painting which Wan Ying liked. After the game ended, the owner of the restaurant came on stage and asked what kind of strange and beautiful composition Tang Xiu played. He apologized and said that he had misled everyone because it was not a composition, but only his improvisation. The hostess laughed and thanked for the great performance. They went to the edge of the stage and started to announce the winner. She thought Tang Xiu won, but she should ask the audience's opinion. Zhang was standing behind her and was scared, because Tang Xiu won for the hostess. Everyone who listened to Tang Xiu's composition voted for him in unison. None of those present had heard such a beautiful melody before, especially the melody should be played on guqin. But Tang Xiu was able to play the electric guitar and exceed all the expectations of the audience. Tang Xiu slowly approached Zhang and asked him to immediately bring the painting to Wan Ying. He also ordered him to apologize to her and Hu Bai and leave the area with the Lotus House community. An hour later, Tang Xiu, along with Hu Bai and Wan Ying, were sitting at the table discussing Tang Xiu's performance. Hu Bai couldn't get the look on Zhang's face when he was declared the loser. In one moment there was a knock on the door of the room. The owner of the restaurant entered the room with another woman. She came to personally give Tang Shu the Lotus House membership card and thank him for the incredible game. Tang Shu received the card and thanked her for the invitation. Now Tang Shu was one of the VIPs of this establishment. The hostess decided not to delay and immediately introduced the woman who came with her. Her name was Mrs. Huang Zi. She was a regular customer in this restaurant. She also saw Tang Shu's incredible performance and decided to offer him one deal. She wants to tell it in person. Mrs. Huang Zi started to get a little nervous. She said that she works as a teacher at the Jingcheng Conservatory. Tang Shu's performance impressed her, so she decided to meet him in person. Tang Shu bowed in front of her and thanked and praised her. He saw that Mrs. Huang Zi was anxious to start a conversation, so he decided to ask himself what business she had come to see him for and what they were interested in. Breathing a sigh of relief, Mrs. Huang Zi said that their conservatory lacks a teacher like Tang Shu. She wants to invite him to study with them, and promised that in 2 years Tang Shu will be able to become a professor because he has great playing skills. Tang Shu thanked for such a great opportunity, but immediately refused. He said that he had recently passed the entrance exams for one of the universities, and he was not going to change his decision. Hearing about Tang Shu's young age, the owner of the restaurant together with Mrs. Huang Zi were incredibly surprised. They thought that Tang Shu just looks very young, but he really just graduated from school. Mrs. Huang Zi immediately decided to take advantage of the situation and inquired which university Tang Shu had chosen. She said that her husband was a teacher at one of the local universities and he would help with admission to the university. Tang Shu listened to her and repeated his words. He was not going to change his decision. But he admitted that Mrs. Huang Zi reminded him of an even more important matter that he was unable to finish. Tang Shu looked at Hu Bai and slowly approached him. Professor Hu Bai did not understand what Tang Shu wanted to do. He went to the table and poured himself a cup of sake. Tang Shu bowed in front of Professor Hu Bai and informed him that he had chosen the archaeology department of Modu City Jiao Tong University. Hu Bai would teach Tang Shu some things in the future, so Tang Shu asked to take care of him. Professor Hu Bai did not expect to hear such a thing from Tang Shu. He decided to ask again if he understood him correctly. Professor Hu Bai began to cough because he was not expecting to be confused. Tang Shu said that he has already decided on his direction and will study with Professor Hu Bai. Starting in September, Tang Shu wants to see Professor Hu Bai as his class teacher. Hu Bai was happy to hear this. He said that he always dreamed of a disciple like Tang Shu. Taking a cup of sake, Hu Bai offered to drink, but after getting up from the chair he started to cough again, but this time he had blood coming out of his mouth. Tang Shu immediately rushed to him. After some time, Professor Hu Bai was in the hospital of Luchen City. Wan Ying sat next to him and waited for the professor to come to his senses, because that evening Tang Shu barely managed to catch him, so that the professor who had lost consciousness did not hit the floor. After a while, Professor Hu Bai regained consciousness. Wan Ying immediately rushed to him and helped him up. He asked why he was in the hospital because recently he and Tang Shu had been drinking while sitting in a restaurant. Wan Ying said that last night during the banquet, Professor Hu Bai lost consciousness because his tuberculosis started to progress. He started coughing up blood, and after a few seconds he lost consciousness. Some memories flashed before Professor Hu Bai's eyes. He remembered that Tang Shu had used something similar to the Qi technique to try to cure tuberculosis. Hu Bai thought it was just a dream, but it was real. Wan Ying reported that Tang Shu had left a note with prescriptions and said that it would help to cure the disease and get rid of it completely, but one had to follow the instructions carefully and take the medicine in advance. She also said that Tang Shu believes that after many years of archaeological excavations and expeditions, Professor Hu Bai somewhere got a large number of parasites that started the development of tuberculosis and affected his lungs. Professor Hu Bai was very shocked and pleasantly impressed by Tang Shu's great knowledge. He wondered where Tang Shu had gone, and if he would return to them, he wanted to meet and talk with him again. Wan Ying informed that Tang Xu should return to Xincheng this afternoon, because he has a lot of business. At this time, he should go to the airport and wait for the plane to Xincheng. Professor Hu Bai immediately remembered one expedition, about 20 years ago, when he was filmed excavating one tomb. He accidentally inhaled the corpse gas of one zombie. After that, he visited all the famous doctors in the country, but no one could help him. Wan Ying noticed Professor Hu Bai's concern. She asked what happened. The professor replied that everything was fine. He only mentioned one incident. He asked what Wan Ying thought about Tang Xu. Wan Ying immediately remembered the professor's words that you shouldn't judge a person by his clothes, regardless of his young age. Tang Xu was a very mysterious guy. She admitted that Tang Xu managed to surprise her and leave pleasant memories. Professor Hu Bai fully confirmed her words. He admitted that Tang Xu had helped him again. And even though the training had not yet started, the professor already owed a lot to Tang Xu. He would definitely repay for such a great help. The professor decided to change the subject a little. He mentioned that Wan Ying entered the university at the age of 17, and this year she is graduating. That is, she is currently 21 years old. Professor Hu Bai did not have a very good memory due to her age. Professor Hu Bai said that she is perfect for Tang Xu, because a girl who is 3 years older is like a bar of gold in his hands. Wan Ying did not immediately understand what the professor meant, but she was still confused. Wan Ying understood what Professor Hu Bai meant. She immediately cried out in shame and blushed. She said that she had only known Tang Xu for a few hours, and they barely knew each other. There was no way to even think about it. Professor Hu Bai wasn't going to give up. He reminded her that Tang Xu had returned Wang Shiri's painting to her, which she liked very much. Besides, Tang Xu was much taller than her, and he was quite a handsome guy. Wan Ying turned away from the professor, but blushed even more. She asked him to stop and not talk about Tang Xu anymore. She decided that Professor Hu Bai was starting to laugh at her. The professor asked her to prepare his things and get together. We need to leave the hospital because the professor has a lot of business and also one important business for Wan Ying. She asked what the matter was, but the professor was silent. Tang Xu had already arrived at the airport. He arrived at the place much earlier and hoped that his departure would not be postponed again. Looking at his watch, he decided to sit in a local cafe. But behind him, he heard a woman's voice calling him. Looking around, Tang Xu didn't expect to see Wan Ying. She informed that Tang Xu didn't leave any contact to make contact. That's why she decided to come to the airport to find him. Tang Xu noticed a wooden box in her hands. Tang Xu said that he was worried about the plane, so he quickly left them. He asked to be called simply Tang Xu without any formalities, and asked about what business she came to see him at the airport. Wan Ying said that Professor Hu Bai would be grateful for the help, so he prepared a gift and asked her to personally deliver this casket into his hands. Tang Xu took the casket and said that Professor Hu Bai should rest and be treated with the recipe. He should not have prepared this gift. Tang Xu asked how Professor Hu Bai was doing. Wan Ying said that with the help of the recipe they managed to make a decoction. Professor Hu Bai does everything as indicated in the note. After a while he felt great relief, and the cough almost disappeared. Tang Xu was glad to hear this. He asked to convey a big thank you to the professor, and accepted his gift. He asked if he could open it right away to see what was there. Wan Ying allowed. Opening the casket, Tang Xu saw 3 pieces of winter fluorite and 2 pieces of meteorite. Their quality was much higher than the ones that Professor Hu Bai had lost before. Wan Ying reported that the professor asked not to refuse his gift because Tang Xu saved his life, and this is the minimum payment he can give for his help. Tang Xu accepted the gift and asked to convey to Professor Hu Bai that he would be waiting for the earliest meeting at the university in a few months. Wan Ying informed that these stones were treasured by the professor all his life, but he happily gave them to Tang Xu. Wan Ying extended her hand to Tang Xu and said that she would also wait to meet him at the university. Tang Xu understood that she would study with him. They shook hands. Wan Ying asked him to take care of her. Tang Xu asked the same. 2 days later, Tang Xiu was in the hospital because he promised to cure John's wife and to cure an important man who would come to Lao Li. After a while, he gave a prescription to John's wife and said that it would completely cure her illness. She started thanking him. Tang Xiu asked not to thank him, because he had promised Chief John that he would be able to cure her illness without too much effort. He told her that the prescription should be strictly followed, and the illness would disappear in the near future. Chief Jian thanked him for treating his wife and for forgiving past insults. He didn't know how to repay such a great kindness, so he asked directly what Tang Xiu needed. Tang Xiu said that nothing was needed, because in the future he could also ask for help, and he hoped that the head of John would not refuse him. John bowed before Tang Xiu and promised to help under any circumstances. Lao Li started shouting loudly in the corridor, looking at the line of people waiting to see Tang Xiu. He was shocked. Because of the long wait, people started fighting and shouting. Tang Xiu reported that he cured Jian's wife only because he promised him. But he did not promise to treat a large unknown crowd of people. Lao Li only arranged for a highly respected man to come from Jingcheng, and now there is a crowd of people standing under the office waiting to see Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu asked why he had to receive unknown people since yesterday. Lao Li became nervous and said that the respected man decided to postpone his trip for 2 days because he had a lot of business. Moreover, yesterday, Tang Xiu was able to cure extremely serious diseases of some patients in 1 day. Because of this, rumors about the incredible doctor quickly spread around the hospital. Because of this, so many people came to him. Also, Lao Li said that the television wanted to see him on the air. Tang Xiu forbade him to let the television in here because he doesn't want his identity to be revealed. That's why he wears glasses. It distracts people from his true appearance. Lao Li promised to restrain the television. Lao Li apologized for such inconvenience. He did not expect that the high-ranking man would postpone the meeting. Lao Li promised to pay Tang Xiu generously for his work. He only has to come from the morning and devote a few hours to this matter. Tang Xiu started to get angry because he had so little time, but he decided that this would be a return of Lao Li's debt for the previous help with the police. But then Tang Xiu started to ring his phone. It was Yang Chun's father calling him. Picking up the phone, Tang Xiu asked why he was calling. But Tang Xiu was shocked when he heard the reason. Yang Chun was kidnapped, and Yuan Chun needs help. Tang Xiu immediately understood that he needed to run, because he heard the sounds of gunshots. He quickly threw off his doctor's cape and apologized to Lao Li. He announced that he had to run immediately. Tang Xiu asked Yuan Chun to not hang up the phone and tell him what happened while he ran to the car. Tang Xiu quickly got into the car and set out on the road. Yuan Chun told that his company started developing new weapons, and foreign armed organizations were interested in their research. After kidnapping Yang Chun, they want Yuan Chun to give all the documents and information about the weapons. Yuan Chun said that he took his men and came to the place of the contract but fell into a trap. Among his men, there were many killed and wounded. They were cornered. She finds in an abandoned market of supported cars in the northern part of the city. Their location is very far from Tang Xiu. If he uses the technique, he can get there much faster. But he will have to fly all over the city, which may lead to a lot of attention. Zhong Tekui and his people are also in the city, but they are also will be able to get there quickly. Tang Xiu remembered that Lan Tao and his men were also in that part of the city. He immediately called Lan Tao and ordered to immediately go to the abandoned used car market in the northern part of the city, and ordered to help and rescue the group of people who were ambushed. He warned that opponents have a large stock of weapons. Lan Tu understood and ordered Tang Xiu, and warned that they would leave in a few seconds. Tang Xiu asked to leave a few enemies alive to find out where they had taken Yang Chun, who was among them. Lan Tu said he would do his best. As soon as Tang Xiu hung up, Lan Tu immediately told his boys the news and ordered them to prepare and leave immediately. He would tell them the plan of action on the way. To be safe, Tang Xiu decided to call Zhong Tekui and send him to help Lan Tao along with his men. Tang Xiu had to save Yuan Chun and Yang Chun by his own methods. At this time, in the abandoned used car market, a group of people stopped shooting. They were waiting for Yuan Chun to come out to them himself to surrender. They managed to defeat most of Yuan Chun's guards, so they decided to wait. Their leader ordered to get Yuan Chun alive to get all the information from him. But the group commander got tired of waiting for Yuan Chun to come out to them, so he ordered some soldiers to go around him from the other side and force him to surrender. At this time, Lan Tao's group had already arrived at the place. They quickly ran to their places and waited for the order. Lan Tao approached the enemy group commander with a knife hiding behind the wall. Waiting for the right moment, he ordered his men to start the operation. Quietly walking up to the enemy commander's back, Lan Tu quickly covered his mouth and stabbed him in the heart, causing the enemy commander to die immediately before he could give an order to his men. The soldier who was next to the commander immediately heard strange sounds, turned around, and saw how Lan Taoyu killed his commander. He quickly pointed the machine gun at the enemy, but he failed to fire. The sniper's bullet hit him directly in the head. Lan Tu looked at the roof of one of the buildings and saw Wang Ming. He was moving on the roofs of the buildings with a sniper rifle and taking aim at the enemy at long range. He was also trying to cover his friends with fire. Looking at the emblem of the enemies, Lan Tu recognized the symbol of the hired killers from the Death Sickle organization 5 years ago. Because of them, Lan Tu's squad was forced to disband. Lan Tu was surprised at how close the world around him was. He decided to take revenge on the enemies. Using the walkie-talkie, Lan Tu informed them about their opponent. Today, they got a chance to take revenge on them for the past. Lan Tu ordered to mercilessly kill all the members of the Death Scythe and leave 2 alive to find out the information later. 20 minutes later, Tang Xiu still hadn't reached his destination. He received a call from Lan Tu and quickly picked up the phone. Lan Tao informed him that the mission was accomplished and they managed to save Yuan Chun. Tang Xiu was glad to hear this because he was getting very nervous. Lan Tu said that 2 of his fighters were wounded, but were able to continue the fight. He released 2 enemies to show the way to the hideout. His men were following their movements. Tang Xiu asked who their enemy was and what he was capable of. Lan Tao told about a group of hired killers who call themselves Death Sickle, a terrible and famous terrorist organization that is spread all over the world and has power in every country. Tang Xiu wondered which way the 2 enemy soldiers went. Lan Tu reported that the 2 men went south. His men attached a motion sensor to them. They are together in Yutian Street and continue to move. Tang Xiu was also in that street. He decided to find the enemies. Tang Xiu stopped and got out of the car, and told Long Tu not to put down the phone. Tang Xiu decided to use the divine mind technique to sense the location of the enemy soldiers. But this technique required a lot of energy and concentration on the object you want to find. After a few seconds, Tang Xiu sensed the enemies and saw which direction they were moving. The emblem of the sickles confirmed that it was them. Tang Xiu asked to hand over the phone to Yuan Chun to talk to him. Tang Xiu asked if there was anyone else besides the Death Sickle organization. He wanted to know if anyone else could interfere in their affairs. Yuan Chun said that he did not know about it. But if he knew the military affairs correctly, the enemy must have reinforcements. Yuan Chun asked to save his son at any cost. Tang Xiu asked him to calm down and promised that he would save Yang Chun. Tang Xiu asked to hand over the phone to Lan Tu. Tang Xiu told him to take people who can fight and go to the enemy's hideout. They will meet there at the spot. Tang Xiu said that they will strike from the middle and from the outside at the same time. Lan Tu didn't quite understand Tang Xiu's plan, but said that they were already on their way to the enemy's hideout. Tang Xiu immediately sent a message to Zhong Tekui that he and his men should arrive at Tang Xiu as soon as possible. Tang Xiu looked around. There shouldn't be any cars or people on the street in the outskirts of the city at this late hour, so Tang Xiu decided to use his strength to get to Yang Chun as quickly as possible. At this time, in an abandoned chemical factory in the northern part of Xincheng City, Yang Chun was tied to a chair and was being beaten by a large man. Yang Chun tried to withstand each blow and stay conscious. The man with the scar on his face was called Tagore. He was the leader of the 5th group of hired killers of the Death Sickle. There was another man standing next to him. They had been bullying Yang Chun for a long time. Tagore offered to cut off his nose and send it to Yuan Chun. Tagore grabbed the knife that was lying on the table and approached Yang Chun. He told him not to move, and then everything would be quick. Yang Chun tried to dodge, but Tagore grabbed him by the neck, but at one point he was called and he stopped. A tall man with a blindfold appeared behind him. It was the vice head of Hokusin Itor, Yamamoto Ichiro. He approached Tagore and informed that the reinforcement group should already receive their reward and leave the area. Tagore asked him to wait a little longer because, in his opinion, while his men were busy with the case, the reinforcement party was doing nothing, so they should shut their mouths and wait for the results of the operation. An argument began between them. Yamamoto Ichiro got tired of waiting. Tagore quickly stood up and approached him. He insisted that the reinforcement group wait for the result and not prevent him from mocking Yang Chun. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the soldiers who was informed about the return of the two soldiers. They immediately ordered to bring a doctor because one of the fighters was seriously wounded and lost consciousness on the way here. The other had to carry him in his arms for several kilometers. It was clear from their appearance that there was a fierce battle. The soldier, who remained conscious, reported that they were ambushed, and only the two of them managed to survive. All their fighters, together with the commander, were mercilessly killed by a group of unknown mercenaries. They bypassed them from behind and unexpectedly attacked. Tagore could not believe it, because those were his best men who had gone through many adventures with him. Now only two fighters remained from the whole group, and one of them was seriously wounded. Tagore gripped the pistol in his hand more and more tightly. Yamamoto Ichiro was shocked by what he heard. He hoped that they managed to keep the secret of the hiding place. Tagore pointed a gun at Yang Chun. Tagore wanted to kill Yang Chun to avenge his father for the death of his best fighters. Yang Chun sat calmly on a chair and tried to control himself. Tagore happily announced that he would collect his brain in a pile and put it in his father's office. 10 minutes before, near the chemical plant, Long Tu and his men had arrived at the meeting place. He contacted Wang Ming and reported his arrival at the location. But Wang Ming had difficulties with the tracking mission. He reported that he and the reconnaissance group did not approach the enemies, because there was a chance that they would be noticed. Lan Tao began to worry and ordered to tell what happened during the surveillance. Wang Ming heard some sounds, but decided not to pay attention to it and continue the conversation with the commander. Wang Ming was standing next to the body of one of the enemy soldiers. He said that he was not far from the location of the commander and found the body of one of the soldiers. He was brutally killed and stripped. This causes him a lot of suspicion. Lan Tu immediately remembered Tang Xiu's words, which he did not understand. Tang Xiu said that they would hit the enemy from the middle and at the same time from the street, in order to divide their forces and deal with the enemy faster. Lan was shocked at how tough a man Tang Xiu is. He ordered to quickly deal with the body of the enemy fighter and join their group. They were in the air to prepare for the start of the operation. Tang Xiu sent Lan Tu the code word before the start of the operation and ordered everyone to be ready. The fighter who was next to Wang Ming asked what he ordered Lan Tu to do. As soon as Wang Ming started to speak, he heard a strange sound behind him. He did not have time to look around, as his partner was instantly killed by using a throwing knife. Wang Ming wanted to turn around and fight the unknown opponent, but as soon as he took a step, a sword appeared at his neck, and a red-haired girl unexpectedly appeared in front of him, warning him that if he made one wrong move, he would die immediately. Several more men in black clothes appeared around Wang Ming. They looked like ninjas. They had katanas hanging from their backs, and their faces were covered by black masks. They quickly searched Wang Ming and took his weapons. The girl warned him that from now on, he would obey her completely, or she would just kill him, and then kill his entire team in front of him. At this time, Yang Chun could not believe his eyes. Right in front of him, one of the soldiers arrived. Tagore hit his son and killed him. The blood fell directly on Yang Chun's face. Yamamoto Ichiro was confused and did not know what to do. The fighter took off his mask. Tang Xiu appeared to them. He immediately informed Yang Chun that the entrance exam results should come today, so he is waiting for his result. Yang Chun was incredibly happy to see Tang Xiu in front of him. Yamamoto Ichiro ordered everyone present to kill Tang Xiu as soon as possible. The soldiers standing nearby were confused for a moment and did not know what to do. They did not expect such an appearance of the enemy. They pointed their weapons at Tang Xiu and started shooting. A large number of bullets began to fly straight at Tang Xiu, followed by Yang Chun. Tang Xiu immediately concentrated his qi energy to protect himself and Yang Chun from the bullets. Tang Xiu managed to activate one of his techniques that allowed him to deflect the bullets with his body. With this, he was able to protect Yang Chun and himself, concentrating even more. Tang Xiu was able to return the bullets to their owners. Thus, he was able to instantly kill most of the shooters. Yamamoto Ichiro was surprised. He realized that Tang Xiu was a cultivation master, and as he began to worry even more, he ordered the shadow ninjas to kill Tang Xiu and bring his head to his feet. The ninjas immediately began to attack Tang Xiu. During this time, Tang Xiu managed to untie the wiring with which Yang Chun was tied and free him. Yang Chun immediately warned Tang Xiu that the shadow ninjas were approaching. He explained that they are masters of swordsmanship and are very good with their swords. While waiting for their attack, Tang Xiu used another technique called a burst. Qi life force began to flow from his hands, which replaced his sword. The ninjas decided to attack him at the same time. But this did not stop Tang Xiu from protecting himself and Yang Chun. Reacting quickly, Tang Xiu was able to easily kill the two opponents and rapidly approach Yamamoto Ichiro. He didn't even have time to notice Tang Xiu killing his men. Tang Xiu approached Yamamoto Ichiro and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up. He wanted to kill him immediately, but at one moment he heard a whistle. Looking around, Tang Xiu saw a rocket projectile in front of him, which was rapidly approaching him. An explosion rang out. The projectile clearly hit Tang Xiu. The Death Sickle fighters started cheering and ordered to capture Yuan Chun's son. Yang Chun couldn't believe that this was the end of it. He hoped that Tang Xiu was able to retreat and hide in a safe place. But when the smoke cleared, Tang Xiu was left standing still holding Yamamoto Ichiro in his hands. Tang Xiu managed to use the energy of the life force qi to create an impenetrable shield around him. Yang Chun could not believe his eyes. Tang Xiu remained unharmed and also saved Yamamoto Ichiro. The soldier who fired a projectile from a grenade launcher could not believe that Tang Xiu remained in place. He began to consider him a real monster because it was impossible to survive such an explosion. As soon as he was about to give the order, a bullet hit his head. All the fighters turned to repulse the enemy, but it was too late. Most of them received mortal wounds and died immediately. Lan Tu's group cleared the perimeter and entered the middle. They immediately found and began to kill the enemy fighters. They were lucky because Tang Xiu gathered all the attention, and this gave them a good opportunity to bypass the enemy. After a while, all the enemies were killed. Yamamoto Ichiro was captured. Long Tu announced that it was time to leave the area. Tang Xiu announced that after a while Long Tu and his men would receive a great reward. Yang Chun and Yuan Chun stood behind Tang Xiu and hugged each other. The mission was successful. Yamamoto Ichiro started to laugh. He said that nothing is finished and everything is just beginning. Long Tu offered to kill him, but Yamamoto Ichiro shouted for Sanji to come out, which surprised everyone present. A few seconds later, Tang Xiu saw a dagger in front of him flying straight towards Lan Tao's neck. He quickly managed to catch it right in front of Lan Tao. A few seconds later, they heard a loud whistle and noise. Instantly, ninjas appeared around Tang Xiu and the entire Lan Tao group. The red-haired girl led Wang Ming forward and ordered Tang Xiu to let go of her uncle, or she would kill Wang Ming. She ordered to decide quickly as her patience was running out. Clutching the knife near Wang Ming's neck, the girl insisted on making a decision quickly. She did not give Tang Xiu time to come up with a plan of action and hinder her. She understood that he was a very strong opponent, because she had seen his previous actions. Lan Tao could not even imagine that his best fighter would end up in the hands of the enemy. He wondered how it happened and where the other people from his reconnaissance group had gone. Wang Ming told that his whole group was killed by shadow ninjas. They were sitting in an ambush and waiting for them. Ninjas. And there is a group of reinforcements for the sickle of death. The girl shouted for her to stop talking, or she will kill Wang Ming. She said that there are more than 30 of her soldiers inside the chemical plant. Each of them has explosives. And if they do not leave the plant in 10 minutes, her people will go inside and blow it up, so there is very little time left for thinking. Tang Xiu understood that the girl was speeding up time for a reason. The couple's goal was to free Wang Ming from her hands, and only then to deal with her. Without thinking long, Tang Xiu came up with a good plan. The girl was constantly watching Tang Xiu's movements. She was in control of the whole situation and was not going to back down. She had to free her uncle Yamamoto Ichiro, because now this was her main goal. After failing the first task, she couldn't fail another one. Tang Xiu decided to bide his time. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket and called an unknown number. Hiding the hand with the phone behind him, he offered the girl to exchange hostages. There was a complete silence between them. The girl didn't notice Tang Xiu's phone. All the fighters were in a very tense state. They were ready to start the bloodshed, but they were waiting for the order of the commanders to start. The girl started mocking Tang Xiu. She informed that he is in a very difficult situation, so he has no right to command the situation. She warned that she will easily kill Wang Ming in a matter of seconds, and her people will be able to deal with all Tang Xiu's fighters. Tang Xiu decided to change the beginning of his plan. He saw how confident that girl was. She was not afraid to lose her people and her life to save Yamamoto Ichiro. Tang Xiu decided to take advantage of this, because it would even make his plan easier. Looking at Yamamoto Ichiro, Tang Xiu ordered him to get up quickly. The ninja behind Tang Xiu prepared to quickly dash to Yamamoto Ichiro's desk, but the girl nodded her head, ordering him to stop. Tang Xiu decided to take the only chance to succeed. He grabbed Yamamoto Ichiro and threw him straight at the girl. He knew she would try to grab him, thus letting Wang Ming go, and he could approach Tang Xiu. But the girl turned out not to be as stupid as Tang Xiu thought. She did not decide to catch her uncle, but on the contrary squeezed even harder the knife that was near Wang Ming's neck. Tang Xiu realized that it was time to use his power again. He quickly approached Wang Ming and grabbed his jacket. Tang Xiu hoped to throw him back with maximum speed, so that the girl would lose her balance and tried to grab his uncle. After a few seconds, this happened. Wang Ming flew back a few meters from Tang Xiu's push. The girl was confused and could not choose what to do due to the sudden changes of actions. She froze in place for a few seconds and tried to choose. While she was thinking, the choice came to her. Yamamoto Ichiro flew into her at full speed. She was barely able to stop him. She immediately decided to rush at Tang Xiu to take revenge. Reacting quickly, she caught up with Tang Xiu and swung to deliver a critical blow. But her uncle Yamamoto Ichiro ordered her to stop because she would not be able to kill Tang Xiu. He was much stronger than she imagined, but it was no longer possible to stop her sword. Tang Xiu froze in the city and waited for her to approach. He was gathering the remnants of his life force chi to concentrate it in his hand and use it as a sword. After a few seconds she approached and swung. Tang Xiu decided to strike first. Unexpectedly, right before Tang Xiu's punch, Yamamoto Ichiro appeared in front of the girl and covered her from Tang Xiu's punch. Seeing this, Tang Xiu was not surprised, and the girl could not believe her eyes. She did not understand why her uncle did this. Tang Xiu didn't care who he killed. He remained standing still and waiting for further actions from the enemy. Tang Xiu understood that he had killed the most important man in the ninja gang, and now the girl whose real name was San Zi would take revenge and not let him go just like that. She held her uncle in her arms and begged him to hold on. She hoped he would survive. Yamamoto Ichiro could barely stay conscious, but was signing away his life force. Lan Tu and his men did not waste time. They were able to take aim at all the ninjas that surrounded them, one more time, and they would all die at once. Wang Ming ran up to the commander, and holding his neck, said that everything had become much better. Yang Chun and his father were safe. They were standing behind the best men of Lan Tao. All the ninjas around froze in the city and waited for their commander. From now on, they were completely commanded by San Zi. Tang Xiu approached her. She immediately started insulting him and threatening him, because Tang Xiu killed her uncle right in front of her eyes. She could no longer contain her emotions and started screaming. With her scream, she ordered her people who are inside the chemical plant to immediately break into the middle and destroy everything around her. She decided to end her life and kill the one who killed Yamamoto Ichiro in one fell swoop. A few seconds passed, but she did not hear any answer, and people should have already run into the warehouse and destroyed everything around. But several minutes passed and nothing happened. Tang Xiu looked at her and said that he was surprised by her courage, but her emotions led her in the wrong direction. It was because of the loss of control over her body that she rushed at Tang Xiu and hoped to kill her. But instead she was left with an uncle who did not have long to live. Tang Xiu calmly took out the phone from his pocket and inquired how Zhang Tequi coped with his task. Zhang Tequi immediately reported that he got rid of all 30 ninjas and defused all the bombs. Hearing this, Sanji was shocked by Tang Xiu's incredible skill and ability to manage people. Sanji saw behind Tang Xiu the silhouette of a large and strong viper. She realized that his strength was much greater than her own. She admitted to herself that this time she lost. Sanji lowered her head and didn't know what to do. She took out a short sword used by ninjas to do harakiri and raised it up to end her life. But before the very blow, Yamamoto Ichiro, with all his might, forbade her to do so. Sanji stopped and looked at him. There was complete silence in the air. Sanji thought that Yamamoto Ichiro had already gone to another world, so she decided to follow him as well, because the operation was a complete failure, and she did not see a future after that. Yamamoto Ichiro, using his last strength, began to speak. He reminded that Sanzi is the only heiress of Hokusin Itor and also the last of the Yamamoto family. He asked to roll before Tang Xiu and serve him with faith and truth, and ordered to live a dignified life. Immediately after these words, Yamamoto Ichiro is dead. His head was powerless on Sanji's hands. She began to scream as hard as she could, because she had lost the last person close to her. Tang Xiu was standing next to her and watching her. He heard Yamamoto Ichiro's last words and thought about them. After some time, Tang Xiu put the Chun family in the car and informed that Zhang Tequi would drive them home. Yuan Chun was extremely grateful to Tang Xiu for saving him. He promised to deal with everything else by himself and asked Tang Xiu to rest because today was an extremely difficult day. Yuan Chun said that he would need some time to rest after such a big event. Yang Chun sat next to him with his head down and looked at the floor. He couldn't do anything to help Tang Xiu, so he felt worthless. Tang Xiu agreed with Yuan Chun's words. After such an event, one really needs to rest. Tang Xiu noticed Yang Chun's concern and asked what was bothering him. He reminded that Yang Chun should immediately inform him of the results of the entrance exams. Yang Chun looked at him but couldn't figure out where to start. He started to get nervous, so he couldn't say a word. His face was very swollen from the beatings and bruises started to appear on his skin. Tang Xiu understood what was the matter, so he asked him to forget his question. Tang Xiu asked him to rest well and prepare to study in Modu. Tang Xiu said that he would find him there immediately and start teaching him some techniques so that in the future he could stand up for himself and for his family. Yang Chun was happy to hear this. He couldn't hold back his tears and cried. He was very pleased to hear such words from Tang Xiu. Yang Chun knew that Tang Xiu is a good person and always helps him, so he determined to become stronger to help Tang in the future Xiu. Tang Xiu decided to send Zhang Tequi home to rest. He said that work was over for today, so he deserved a rest. Zhang Tequi agreed and started to leave, but stopped at one point. He looked back and saw his past gang. He noticed Lan Tao and stared at him for a few more minutes. Lan Tao also noticed Zhang Tequi and started looking closely because Tang Xiu blocked Zhang Tequi with himself. Long Tao was happy to see his old commander and best friend. He was sure that he was back and working for Tang Xiu. Many years had passed and they met again. Lan Tu wanted to meet him face to face again. Zhong Tequi turned around and raised his hand to greet Lan To and let him know that he was glad to see him. Zhong Tequi went to the car to go home. Tang Xiu walked past Wang Ming and Lan Tu and approached Sanji. After hearing Yamamoto Ichiro's last words, Tang Xiu thought for a long time about what he should do with her and the other ninjas. Because there were not many of them left, Lan Tao saw Tang Xiu's hesitation for the first time. In front of him were several groups of ninjas. In the middle sat Sanji waiting for Tang Xiu's decision. In front of him was the last heiress of the Hokusin Itor ninja clan, Yamamoto Sanji. It is from Tang Xiu that her future life and the life of the ninja family depend. Tang Xiu decided not to kill them because they voluntarily surrendered, and sat in one place. He tried to figure out where he could use them and for what purposes, because Tang Xiu now had enough fighters to provide full protection for his family and business and fighting. Tang Xiu asked what Sanji and her people could do useful for him, and what they were doing she did not want to answer. Tang Xiu said that if she remained silent, he would order her to be killed immediately, because he was not reluctant to waste his precious time. San Tzu knew the mask from her face and again informed that she is the only heir of Hokusin Itor, Yamamoto San Tzu. But at that moment, Lan Tu came downstairs. He was incredibly surprised when he saw San Tzu's face and started talking about Hokusin Itor. He immediately remembered that when he was in Japan, he heard many times about Hokusin Itor. This clan has a rule that if their heir is captured by the enemy, for the sake of their salvation, they can agree to become a slave of the enemy, for a period of 3 years and without any hesitation obey orders. But after 3 years, the master must release them. Otherwise, the whole clan will come to take revenge on him. To do it at any cost. Tang Xiu thought even harder when he heard this. He could not guess that slavery still exists in the modern world. Sang Zi confirmed Long Tu's words. She offered a ransom of $500 million in order to free her people and herself. Sang Zi decided to try to redeem herself at once, so as not to be enslaved, and after regaining her strength, immediately begin to take revenge. Tang Xiu agreed that $500 million was not a bad amount for a small number of people, especially since it would allow him to speed up the purchase of cultivation materials. He began to think the Japanese were very strange people, but he refused the money. Tang Xiu knows that Sang Zi will immediately start to take revenge. He said that in this way she will not be able to regain the chance of survival for herself and her people. Because he is not interested in money, Tang Xiu said that he wants to offer another deal that will benefit the two of them. Sang Zi could not believe that someone could refuse such a large amount of money. She realized that Tang Xiu was not appreciated. Sang Zi was confused and decided to listen carefully to Tang Xiu's proposal. She did not expect that the deal would benefit both parties. Tang Xiu said that he would not restrict her freedom, nor would he take her money, but only if she became his subordinate. Tang Xiu had already come up with a brilliant plan that would bring him many benefits and help him speed up his progress in the future. Tang Xiu said that he saw great potential in her because during the battle she was able to see all his movements. This speaks of great potential. No one before could not believe the extraordinary speed with which Tang Xiu moved. But now Tang Xiu met for the first time someone who sees all his movements. Sang Zi has a lot of knowledge and battle experience, but there is still an incredibly big difference between them. Tang Xiu is much stronger than Sang Zi. He reported that he didn't even use half of his strength and energy during the battle, but he was still able to easily win. Tang Xiu sat down next to her and continued to speak. He guarantees that in the next 3 years, San Zi will become at least 10 times stronger than today. Also, Tang Xiu will help her become the head of the Yamamoto family and unite the Hokushin Itor clan under her management. It was a very profitable deal for Sanji. She had long dreamed of uniting the Hokusin Itor clan under her leader, but she decided to find out how Tang Xiu could help her. She decided that Tang Xiu wanted to deceive her to use her for his own purposes. Tang Xiu informed her that everything is very simple and he will show everything now. He warned that she would feel a slight pain followed by immediate relief. He touched her forehead emblem with his finger and began to infuse a small amount of his vital energy, Sanzi began to scream from of pain. The ninjas around her saw a yellow light and were confused. It was the first time they had seen such a thing. Tang Xiu removed her finger from her emblem, after which it immediately disappeared. Sanzi felt an incredible flow of energy in her body. She felt her strength increase several times. She had already forgotten about the few that filled her body a few seconds ago. Tang Xiu told her that he had transferred a small amount of his qi life energy to her, which should have increased Sanzi's strength by at least half. Tang Xiu hoped that this would be enough to confirm his words, and waited for Sanzi's answer. She believed his words. Feeling an incredible power in her body, Sanzi decided to use it. While Tang Xiu waited for her answer, she thought of several options for the development of events and decided to use the power she received. After waiting for Tang Xiu to relax, she immediately rushed at him to kill and avenge Yamamoto Ichiro. She hoped that the strength she gained and her combat experience would help her kill Tang Xiu. But after a few seconds, she felt a great pain. Tang Xiu looked into her eyes and used one of his techniques. Sanzi froze in the city and couldn't understand what happened. She completely lost control of her body and couldn't move. Falling to the ground, she was able to reach her heart with the last of her strength. It started to hurt incredibly badly. Because of this, Sanzi lost control of her body. Tang Xiu remained sitting next to her and watched her further actions. After some time, Tang Xiu revealed that together with his life energy, Qi had programmed a control technique into her body. He warned that he could kill her at any moment, and now he was giving her 3 seconds to give her final and clear answer to his proposal. Tang Xiu stood up and waited for her answer. Without thinking for a long time, Sanzi stood up with her last strength and knelt down. She began to swear allegiance. From today, she officially serves only Tang Xiu and obeys his will. 2 hours later, Tang Xiu and Lan Tu drove up to Tang Xiu's house. He said that he would order his people to transfer money to his account in the near future. Tang Xiu also said that he would give more money for Lan Tu to solve the case with the lost soldiers and gave money to their families. Lan Tu agreed and asked to contact him at any time. He was always happy to cooperate with Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu entered the courtyard. After taking a few steps, he heard Yin Yin's joyful shouts. She immediately noticed Tang Xiu and quickly ran to him. Tang Xiu wondered why she was still awake, because it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yin Yin reported that it was all because of him. Su Lin Yun came to them and tried to call Tang Xiu, but he never picked up the phone. She wanted to know the results of the entrance exams, and whether Tang Xiu managed to get into the university when he did not answer the phone for a long time. Su Lin Yun began to worry. Tang Xiu said that he had a very hard day today and didn't have time to talk on the phone. Even on the way home, he forgot to check his phone, taking it out of his pocket. Tang Xiu saw a large number of messages from different people and several missed calls from his mother. He decided to quickly read a few messages. While Lulu and Kang Xia inquired about his results, Chun Jin and Long Chun only found out about the exams today and also decided to inquire about the results. Yang Chun sent a message that he received the results. His score was 470 points. And now he will be able to easily enter the university. Tang Xiu was happy to see so many messages and worries. He was happy for Yang Chun because now they can see each other in another city. Tang Xiu decided to call Mom right away and tell why he didn't pick up the phone to ease her worry. Su Lin Yun immediately hung up the phone. She waited for her son's call. She immediately began jokingly scolding him because he made her worry. Tang Xiu apologized and said that he had a hard day. Su Lin Yun immediately wondered what score her son was able to get. She was most worried about that. Tang Xiu saw give him a few seconds to check his scores. He hadn't seen them yet because he immediately called his mother. After a few seconds, there was complete silence between them. Su Fei and the red-haired man with his friends were standing around Su Lin Yun and waiting for the result. Tang Xiu reported that he managed to score 745 points. There was complete silence between them again. After a few seconds of silence, Su Lin Yun and the surrounding boys began to shout loudly. and congratulate Tang Xu with such an incredible score. With such a score, he will easily enter the best university in the country. After listening to the many congratulations and compliments, Tang Xu thanked everyone for their support and help. He was glad that he was able to calm his mother's worries. Now she has 100% confidence in her son. Su Linyun suggested that he visit her right after the hospital. She would make Tang Xu her best dishes to celebrate his results and talk about his future plans. Su Linyun could barely hold back her tears of happiness. Tang Xu gladly agreed and asked to prepare more dishes. Putting his hand on Yin Yin, he said that he would come to his mother with his friends. Su Linyun did not mind and happily agreed. Today there was a big feast downstairs that Tang Xu arranged. The next day, from the very morning, the door of the restaurant began to be knocked loudly. The red-haired man could not stand it and went to open the door. The restaurant was still closed, so he did not wait for visitors. As he went to the door, he shouted for the visitors to stop knocking. After opening the door, the redhead was confused and scared. He didn't expect to see a large crowd of reporters trying to enter the restaurant and find Tang Xu. They reported that Tang Xu was able to score the highest score among all the students in the country, and they want to talk to him and find out how he did it. The red-haired man immediately closed the door. The journalists continued to knock on the door and demand that Tang Xu come to them and give an interview. At that time, Tang Xu was not in the restaurant, but none of the journalists knew about it. They continued to stand at the door and demand a meeting with him. The red-haired man stood at the door and tried to hold back the large crowd of people. He tried to tell through the door that Tang Xu was not in the restaurant now, but he was not heard. They also wanted to talk to Su Linyun to find out how she reacted to his son's results. The red-haired man realized that need to guard the restaurant and called Tang Xu. At this time, Kang Xia was in the office. She announced that she had two news, one good and one bad. Her face showed that she was not in a good mood today. She was very serious and had several questions for Tang Xu. He noticed her seriousness and asked what was troubling her and what news she brought him. Kang Xia said that she didn't understand why Tang Xu ordered Zhong Tequi and Lan Tu to be paid from the face of the company, because it hit her financial situation hard. She reported that now they don't have enough money to start production, and she doesn't know how to pay for the winery. After a while, people will need money that she doesn't have, and this will cause a lot of problems. Tang Xu smiled and said that everything is clear with the bad news. It's only a matter of time and money that he will be able to solve. He asked what good gift Kang Xia brought for him. She was surprised because Tang Xu started to smile after hearing the bad news. She turned to the other side and said that they had recently received compensation from the Zhang family in the amount of 3,300 million. After a while, she would transfer all the money to Tang Xiu's account so that it would not be in the company's account, because it is dangerous. Tang Xiu began to smile even more. He said that 2 billion would be enough for him. She could leave the rest of the money to the company and not worry about further financial problems. At one point, Tang Xiu solved two questions at once. Kang Xia was very surprised because she did not expect that Tang Xiu would give up almost 1.5 billion yuan so easily. She decided to inquire whether Tang Xiu was joking. If he really gave this money, it would greatly accelerate the pace of the company's development, and after a while it would help in the development viticulture. Tang Xiu said that he will always support her and help her as much as he can. He will try to meet her requirements as the manager of this company. Tang Xiu stood up. He wanted Kang Xia to start producing products as soon as possible before they faced financial problems again. Kang Xia thanked Tang Xiu for her support. Her mood immediately changed for the better. She asked not to worry and informed that the warm-up of the audience has already started, and the product will be released in 1.5 months. If nothing is done to them, then even sooner. She promised to make every effort for this. Tang Xiu said that it was time for him to go to the hospital because today a high-ranking man whom Lao Li asked to cure should come. At that moment, Tang Xiu received a phone call. Looking at the phone, he saw that a red-haired man was calling him. Picking up the phone, Tang Xiu wondered what he was calling for. Tang Shu immediately thought that something had happened to his mother. The red-haired man was startled and scared. He ordered Tang Shu to quickly turn on the TV and turn on the news channel. Almost all TV channels showed journalists trying to get into Su Lin Yun's restaurant. One of the journalists said that they have been unable to get inside for a long time and cannot contact Tang Shu. He refuses to come out to them. Tang Shu and Kang Xia looked at the story of one of the journalists for a while longer. The red-haired man barely squeezed them at the door, but his strength was already running out. He asked Tang Shu what they should do and how to get rid of the journalists, because they started looking for Su Lin Yun to hurt her a few questions. Tang Shu asked if the red-haired man had informed them that Tang Shu was in another city and had not been in the restaurant for several days. The red-haired man said that he had tried many methods to drive them away from the door, but to no avail. The journalists continued to storm the door. Tang Shu ordered to hand over the phone to his mother. Su Lin Yun took the phone and asked what they should do. Tang Shu said that she did not want to make a big news out of this and did not want to appear on television. Su Lin Yun understood him but said that the journalists were not going to leave restaurant. An idea came to Tang Shu's head. He ordered to check if the reporters were standing near the emergency exit. The red-haired man immediately ran to see. Returning after a few minutes, he reported that there was no one there. This was good news for Tang Shu. He said that he would find someone who could pick them up near the emergency exit and ask them to stay in touch and report on the situation. Su Lin Yun and his assistants immediately started preparing for the arrival of the car that would pick them up. After putting down the phone, Tang Shu said that he was already late for the hospital, so he asked if Kang Xia had any important work in the near future. If not, he asked her to go and save his mother from the crowd of journalists. Kang Xia agreed and started packing. 20 minutes later, Tang Shu was already at the hospital. Quickly grabbing the doctor's robe, he ran to the dignified man in the VIP room. There were many well-trained guards in the corridor who were most likely guarding the man. Tang Shu took out his phone and called Su Lin Yun. She informed that Kang Xia had already taken her away. Tang Shu asked to stay with her grandmother for a few days to calm things down. Tang Shu asked to consider it a well-deserved rest. Su Lin Yun agreed. But she wanted to celebrate Tang Shu's results today. Passing by the guards, Tang Shu paid attention to them. He informed that Su Lin Yun could hide the dinner at his grandmother's house and celebrate together at her house. He told that he had not seen her for a long time and missed him. He promised to come to them in the evening. Putting the phone in his pocket, Tang Shu stopped at the door of the VIP room. He saw that the door was guarded by highly trained soldiers. Tang Shu realized that the high-ranking man must already be in the room and waiting for him. Tang Shu was a little late, so he hurried to the room. As soon as Tang Shu entered the ward, he was immediately met by Lao Li. It was obvious that he was nervous. Because of Tang Shu's lateness, he was incredibly happy to see him and asked to immediately proceed to the case, but the patient has been waiting for him for quite a long time. Tang Shu apologized for the delay and said that he had unexpected family matters that caused him to be late. Lao Li gave him a medical history and asked him to come to the patient as soon as possible. Tang Shu immediately left. After entering the patient, Tang Shu immediately apologized for being late. Raising his head, he saw a familiar man. They met at the same auction where Tang Shu was able to beat him. There were two more unknown people next to him. Most likely they were his assistants. The man immediately recognized him, straightening his beard. He was surprised because the one who beat him at the auction will now be his doctor. The man did not mind. He did not even pay attention to the rather young age of the new doctor. One of his assistants started yelling at Lao Li. He was not sure about Tang Shu's qualifications because he saw how young he looked. Lao Li was confused for a moment because he understood that he was telling the truth. Lao Li began to assure him of Tang Shu's qualifications and asked him to listen to him. He warned him not to underestimate him. Lao Li began to explain that Tang Shu deservedly received his certificate and helped more than a dozen people. The man turned out to be the captain of the security service of a respected man. He began to get angry and ordered to quickly bring a normal doctor who would examine the patient and give the right treatment. The man who was waiting for the treatment to start shouted for his assistant to close his mouth and listen carefully to the doctors. The security captain immediately closed his mouth and was surprised by the chief's decision. He stepped aside and began to listen to the video of what the doctors had to say. He decided not to interfere with the work and not to interfere with his actions. The dignified man apologized for his son to Tang Xu and Lao Li and asked them to start the treatment. Tang Xu said that everything was fine because he understood his son's concern. As soon as Tang Xu approached him, another man appeared behind him. He immediately ran to the ward and announced that he had come to visit a respected man. Tang Xu looked at him and was surprised. He did not expect to see old acquaintances. The man immediately reported that his father had told about the arrival of a respected man in Xincheng, and he immediately put aside all his affairs and went to the hospital to meet him. The dignified man was surprised that his father began to worry about him and asked what business brought him to Xincheng. Because their family's business was in another city, and they visited Xincheng very rarely and only for recreation. The man said that one of the local businessmen decided to buy one of the white sharks that they managed to catch recently. Tang Xu stood nearby and listened carefully to their conversation. He was surprised that someone was interested in white sharks. Tang Xu decided to interrupt their conversation and take the moment to say hello to an old acquaintance. He looked at the man and asked how his business was going and if he had any rare materials for Tang Xu. This man turned out to be Dong Tang, the manager of the Hill Channel. When he saw Tang Xu dressed as a doctor, he was very surprised and asked what he was doing here. After a while, Tang Xu began to conduct an examination. The dignified man asked why Tang Xu buys white sharks and how he uses them. Tang Xu asked to wait for his answer, because he needs to clearly interrupt the man's health condition. The dignified man decided to continue asking questions so that Tang Xu would answer them all at once. He was surprised that at such a young age, Tang Xu had achieved such a successful career as a doctor, and wondered why he was purchasing such materials as white shark bones. Thanking Tang Xu for his patience and compliments on his career as a doctor, he said that he buys bones and similar material to later turn it into wonderful medicine to later treat seriously ill patients. The dignified man asked to understand his next words correctly. He said that he never judged people by their appearance and did not have a bad opinion about them without obvious reasons. He said that at that time, at the auction, he did not expect that someone would fight so fiercely for a piece of metal called a meteorite, especially that he did not expect that a rather young guy with large reserves of money would go against him. The man said that at that time he was in a difficult financial situation, so he did not continue to fight for the meteorite. But now he corrected the situation and offered Tang Xu to sell him the meteorite for any price that Tang Xu would name. Tang Xu immediately apologized and said that he could not sell it. He said that he needed the meteorite for an experiment with the help of which he would be able to treat people much more effectively. Tang Xu decided to lie a little to refuse the man. The man's son immediately interrupted their conversation. He ordered Tang Xu to immediately sell the meteorite and told him that his father is a very influential person who will always get what he wants. Tang Xu decided to remain silent and wait for his father's reaction. He looked at his father and wondered if he would really allow someone like Tang Xu to keep the meteorite for himself. His name is Tang Yunpeng. His father warned him that if he continued this conversation, he would immediately leave the ward and go home. Tang Xu was surprised to hear the man's surname, because their surnames were very similar to each other. Tang Xu decided to inquire about their family, but only after they finished arguing with each other. Tang Yunpeng continued the conversation and didn't intend to end it. He didn't hear his father's threats and insisted that he take back the meteorite by force. His father's patience was running out. Tang Xu saw anger towards his little son on his face. He ordered him to leave the ward immediately and go home. Tang Yunpeng did not expect this from his father and froze for a few seconds. His father repeated again for him to leave the ward and give him peace. Tang Yunpeng immediately went to the exit. He was not going to continue arguing with his father. Tang Xiu continued to check on the respected man's health regardless of their family relationship. The man apologized for his son. He said that Tang Yunpeng is not a bad person, but he has a stupid character. He hoped that Tang Xiu could see him and not take Tang Yunpeng's words to heart. The man said that Dong Tang is his nephew. He owns some business and sells some goods. Yours like white sharks and many other things. Tang Xiu was already familiar with him and even bought white shark bones from him. The girl standing next to him was the daughter of a highly respected man. Her name was Tang Yunxia. For the entire time Tang Xiu was in the ward, Tang Xiu did not hear a single word from her side. She bowed down to say hello to Tang Xiu. For a while, Tang Xiu couldn't continue checking. He was very surprised, because everyone present had the root Yun in their names. Tang Xiu didn't know only the name of the respected man, and he didn't know how to address him. While straightening his beard, the man noticed Tang Xiu's attentiveness and waited for his further questions or actions. Tang Xiu could not do anything for a while because he was very surprised. Tang Xiu couldn't come to his senses and believe that it was true. He couldn't have expected so many coincidences. He knew that they came from Jingcheng City. Their surname was also Tang. And the name had the root Yun. Tang Xiu thought about it for a while hereby. The dignified man saw concern in Tang Xiu's eyes. He inquired what he managed to find out during the examination. Tang Xiu reported that he has asthma, which is caused by the stagnation of qi energy and blood in the vessels, as a result of such work for several years in a row. Tang Xiu reported that similar symptoms are always attributed to asthma, and he also noticed that the respected man is often nervous. Because of this, he will not be able to heal, because first of all he needs complete rest and rest. Tang Yunxia became nervous after hearing her father's diagnosis. She did not know if they could cure him because he had worked all his life and was not going to rest until he was very old. She wondered if it was possible to somehow cure him without forced rest. The dignified man interrupted her question. He said that it was already too late to correct his character. He did not expect that the usual pulse measurement let Tang Xiu understand the cause of the disease and prescribe him treatment. The man said that he consulted almost all the famous doctors in the country, but none of them gave a clear answer and diagnosis. And now the young boy gave him a new and true diagnosis after a few minutes of examination. The man was surprised because Tang Xiu clearly noticed his hard work for several years in a row. Tang Xiu informed that there is one way to cure the venerable man with medical treatment, but it will take even a long time. He has another solution that he is willing to offer. Tang Yunxia immediately approached them to hear about the solution. Tang Xiu suggested to try acupuncture therapy to restore the vital energy of qi and meridians. The procedure is one-time but very painful, so if the man agrees, he should be prepared for the severe pain that awaits his body, but it will be able to cure his disease. The dignified man did not hesitate to agree to Tang Xiu's proposal. He had been suffering from an illness for a long time only to retreat before it was resolved. He was willing to endure all kinds of pain just to become healthy again and rectify the situation. Tang Xiu asked to wait for a while for him to prepare. In the middle of a few minutes, Tang Xiu returned to the ward and asked the man to take off his robe. Everyone standing nearby could not understand what Tang Xiu would do next. The dignified man sat down on the edge of the bed and took off his robe from his shoulders. Tang Xiu held a small, sharp wooden stick in his hands. Tang Yunxia was scared when she saw it and could not understand what they were going to do, Tang Xiu. Seeing the man's back, Tang Xiu was surprised. The venerable man had many scars and bullet marks all over his body. Tang Xiu did not expect to see such a thing. The man announced that he was ready for the operation and asked to start as soon as possible, because the room was cold. Tang warned that he would now start inserting the needles into the man's body and reminded him of the severe pain he would feel. Looking at his back, Tang Xiu realized that it was not the first time he had to endure such pain. Concentrating, Tang Xiu directed his qi life force into the needle. Tang Xiu approached him and inserted the first needle near the man's neck. This was just the beginning. Tang Shu watched the man's body react for a while, but nothing happened, so he continued his business. At first, the man didn't feel any pain. He thought that Tang Shu lied to him or did something wrong. But after a few seconds, he could barely hold back from screaming in pain. After a few seconds, the pain spread to his whole body. Tang Shu noticed that the man's face changed dramatically. He said that he needed to insert at least one more needle to finish the operation. The man ordered him to continue doing his job. He was ready to endure this difficult and painful period. A few minutes passed, the operation was almost over, and the man felt incredible relief throughout his body. It became much easier for him to breathe. He felt how the blood began to run throughout his body, filling him with the strength and energy of vital qi. Tang Shu completed the operation and informed the man about it. He managed to restore the vitality of qi and meridians. From now on, all the problems of the man should disappear in the near future. But if they do not disappear, then Tang Shu asked to return to him for further treatment. The dignified man quickly jumped up from the bed and grabbed Tang Shu by the shoulders. He felt an incredible lightness in his body. The SIDS filled him more than the joyous emotions of solving his problem. Tang Shu was surprised at his reaction. The venerable man bowed before Tang Shu and began to thank Tang Shu for the incredible effect. Tang Shu saved his life, so he deserves a great reward and thanks. Tang Yunxia walked up to them and strengthened in front of Tang Shu, thanking him. Tang Yunpeng entered the room. He said that he was watching everything while in the corridor. He started apologizing to Tang Shu for his behavior and disgusting words in this direction. Tang Shu asked to forget this incident. The dignified man put on a robe and approached Tang Shu. He informed that regardless of the basic payment, he would give a great reward for the incredible result. The man asked not to refuse the money and accept it. Tang Shu said that he didn't need the money, he only did his job as a doctor. He asked that he better transfer it to the hospital account and inform Lao Li about it. Tang Shu decided that the bullet scars and the man's body were the result of protecting the country, so he thanked him for that. The dignified man began to laugh loudly and complimented Tang Shu several times and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that he was lucky to find a new friend like him. Tang Shu was surprised by this. The man offered Dong Tang to sponsor Tang Shu with all the materials he needed for the production of medicines. Dong Tang thought about this proposal. Tang Shu decided that it would be a good start to their business relationship and would also bring great benefits to him. Dong Tang agreed, but immediately remembered one problem. He hoped that if Tang Shu could cure his uncle, then he could cure his brother who has been in a coma for 18 years after a terrible accident. The dignified man understood who Dong Tang was talking about. The man who had an accident 18 years ago was named Tang Yunde. A photo of his mother and father immediately appeared before Tang Shu's eyes. Tang Shu couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted. He wondered if he thought about that man, Tang Yunde, a soldier originally from Jingcheng 19 years ago. When he was 25 years old, he moved to Xincheng and isolated himself from society. The dignified man was surprised because Tang Shu exactly told the story of his youngest son. He asked how Tang Shu knew about him, because he has been in a coma for more than 18 years. Tang Shu's expression immediately became very serious. He ordered them to go back to their city and never come back here. Everyone present was surprised by this development and did not understand what was happening. Tang immediately went to the door. He couldn't stay among these people any longer. As he walked to the door, he shouldered Tang Yongpeng and angrily walked to the exit. He wanted to leave the hospital area as soon as possible and go to his mother. The dignified man immediately approached Lao Li and asked how old Tang Shu was now. Lao Li did not know exactly how old he was. He said that he was about 18 because Tang Shu had recently passed the entrance exams. The man understood what was the matter. He ordered Tang Yongpeng to quickly bring Tang Shu back. He wanted to explain everything that had happened during these long years. Tang Shu had already left the hospital and was on his way to the car. The dignified man understood why Tang Shu's face seemed very familiar to him. He realized that Tang Yunde was Tang Shu's real father, so he decided to bring him back and tell the whole truth. After a few minutes, Tang Yunpeng returned and said that he could not find Tang Shu because of the large crowd of people. He ran outside, but he was not there either. He asked the people if they had seen him, but no one answered him. His father ordered him to quickly find him, and after an hour to find all the information about him and send it to him, he decided to fully take on Tang Shu so that he would learn the whole truth about his father and family. Tang Shu was already halfway to his grandmother's house. He called his mother and told her that he was already on his way. He asked not to ask too many questions and to talk later, because at the moment he was driving. Tang Shu was developed. He began that his father was in a coma for more than 18 years. It was because of this that he was unable to return to him and continue to raise him while taking care of his mother. Tang Shu remembered how as a child he used to fight with other children, for which his mother scolded him severely. Sticking a band-aid on Tang Shu's little hand, Su Lin Yun reminded him that she had repeatedly asked him to stay back and not fight with other children. It was the memories of 10-year-old Tang Shu. He told his mother that one of his boys was called Bull, told others that Tang Shu was an illegitimate son because he didn't have a father, and called his mother a bad woman. Tang Shu bowed his head in front of his mother and said that he could not trust her anymore because when they start this conversation she is always silent. Tang Shu wanted to fully discuss this topic with her. Su Lin Yun understood her son very well. She admitted that it was all because of her, and she shouldn't have yelled at him. She felt a lot of guilt about herself for more than the first year in a row, and tried her best to fix it so that Tang Shu wouldn't see her efforts. Tang Shu began to scream and told her that it was not her fault. He blamed his father who abandoned them when Tang Shu was born. He knew that it was because of his father that they had to go through a long period of suffering that was not over yet. Su Lin Yun perfectly understood Tang Shu's emotions, but she still believed in the whole man. She knew that he did not want to leave them, but he had very big reasons for it. She repeated it more than once, but Tang Shu did not want to listen to it. Tang Shu calmed down and started to laugh. He knew that his father, the youngest son, came from a rich Jingcheng family, a soldier and a war hero, who was kicked out of the house for an unknown reason. Tang Shu said that such a thing is not written even in terrible novels. Su Lin Yun could not bear such a thing from her son. She could not believe that her son would talk about his father like that. She could not bear it and slapped Tang Shu's face. He froze in place. After a few seconds, she realized what she had done. Tears fell from her eyes. Su Lin Yun grabbed her head and began to cry hard. It was the most difficult moment in their lives. Tang Shu understood his mother's emotions. He realized that he was longing for the stick and quickly approached her. Tang Shu began to apologize. He did not want to offend her but could not control his emotions. Tang Shu hugged his mother and promised to start working and earn a lot of money to make her the happiest woman in the world. He began to calm Su Lin Yun. Many childhood memories flashed before Tang Shu's eyes, but this was one of the worst. Without thinking long, Tang Shu hit the gas pedal and accelerated the car. He wanted to meet his mother as soon as possible. At this time, Tang Yunpeng couldn't believe his father's words. Tang Yunxia was also surprised by this fact. Tang Shu was indeed Tang Yunde's son, but no one could guess it. The dignified man received a report from his people about Tang Shu's family. He recognized his mother's name and made sure that his guess was correct, because Tang Shu's mother's name is Su Lin Yun. He remembered that before Tang Yunde left for home, he called and told that his wife was pregnant, and he would tell everything immediately after returning home. Tang Yunde was very happy and tried to come home as soon as possible to tell the good news to the whole family eat. He was very happy to announce the pregnancy of his wife. She was already in the 3rd stage of pregnancy, and he decided to tell everything himself when he came home. But unfortunately, after the call, he did not come. Immediately after that, his father found out about a terrible car accident, after which Tang Yunde became completely paralyzed and fell into a coma. At that time it was impossible to find his wife because no one knew who she really was, not even her name. Tang Yongpeng was shocked and repeated that Tang Shu was very similar to his father. He immediately noticed their resemblance but thought that it was a coincidence, so he remained silent. He realized that Tang Shu was really his nephew and grandson for his father. Now the respected man understood why Tang Xiu reacted like that. He is angry because his father did not come back as promised. And all these long years he and his mother went through a lot of all kinds of problems and were left alone. Tang Yunpeng promised to talk to him and tell the whole truth about the situation with Tang Yunde. Because Tang must know the truth about his father. Even if he doesn't want to return to the family, he will know the truth. His father supported his words. He knew that Su Lin Yun and Tang Xiu had gone through many years of hard life. But the time had come to change everything. He hoped that Tang Xiu would be able to heal his father even if he could not forgive him. The dignified man received a phone call and was informed that Tang Xiu had been found and was heading towards Qinghe. He understood exactly where Tang Xiu was heading and ordered him to continue following him. The dignified man ordered Tang Xiu not to be released from custody and not to give himself away. He ordered a car to be prepared quickly and informed them that they would go to the village where Tang Xiu's grandmother lives. After checking the report he received, his words were confirmed. Tang Xiu's grandmother really lived there. Tang Yongxia helped him up from the chair and led him to the exit. Walking to the door, the man ordered Tang Yongpeng to go to Jingcheng and prepare everything for their return. He hoped if he could persuade Tang Xiu to return to Jingcheng with him and persuade Tang Yunde to heal. He was informed that the car had already arrived at the hospital. The man asked Tang Yunxia to support him and go with him to Tang Xiu so that she could help him persuade him and explain the whole situation. At this time, Tang Xiu had already arrived at his grandmother's house. When he got out of the car, he saw that Su Lin Yun was following him. She began to wonder what Tang Xiu wanted to talk to her about, because she heard his anxious voice on the phone and began to worry. Tang Xiu closed the car and went to meet his mother. She informed that his grandmother asked him to apologize because she could not wait for him and went to sleep. Tang Xiu agreed because his grandmother was a very energetic person. He asked his mother to listen carefully to his next words. Su Lin Yun agreed in surprise. Tang Xiu's words sounded quite mysterious to her. She asked to start the conversation as soon as possible, as her excitement grew with each passing second. Tang Xiu didn't know how to start the conversation, so there was a long silence between them. Tang Xiu gathered his thoughts and said that he met with Tang Yunde's family while he was examining one of the patients who turned out to be Tang Yunde's father. That is, his grandfather. Hearing this, Su Lin Yun grabbed her head. She didn't expect to hear such a thing, so she was confused for a moment. She immediately started asking Tang Xiu many questions, and the main question was where Tang Yunde was. She wanted to meet him as soon as possible after such a long separation. Tang Xiu understood Mom's worry, but asked them to calm down because otherwise he wouldn't be able to tell her anything. He grabbed her shoulders and asked her to take a few deep breaths to calm down. He asked her to listen carefully to his story because this is the only way she can understand what happened during these 18 years of Tang Yunde's absence. But he warned that he does not know everything except what he learned from his grandfather during the examination at the hospital. After learning that Tang Yunde fell into a coma as soon as he left for home, Su Lin Yun could barely hold back her tears. She always believed that her husband had great reasons to leave her pregnant, but she didn't think it was that serious. The reason why he didn't come back to her was because of the foreman's accident, after which he fell into a coma. Tang Xiu understood the whole situation very well. He informed that it was most likely true. Tang Yunde's father's name was Tang Guosheng, and he was an officer. That's all knew Tang Xiu. He wondered what his mother knew. She said that for a long time, Tang Yunde told her that his family was going through hard times, and Tang Guosheng pretended to kick him out of the house so as not to harm him and give some of his problems to his son, so Tang Yunde decided to go to Xincheng. Then they met and met. She reported that he didn't tell all the details during that period to protect her, and when Su Lin Yun became pregnant, he decided to return home to tell his father the good news, and promised to tell everything after returning to Xincheng. After he disappeared for quite a long time, Su Lin Yun went to Jingcheng more than once and tried to find him, but she only knew his name, so it was impossible to find him. Su Lin Yun tried to hold back her tears, but she couldn't, because came out. She looked at Tang Xiu and asked him to take her to him. She wants to look at him and maybe help with something. Tang Xu stood in the city and did not know what to answer to her mother. There were many thoughts in his head, and he could not decide. Su Lin Yun began to cry even more, and begged Tang Xu to take her to him. She began to shout that she loved him the way he was, and she didn't care what had happened in these 18 years. She was not going to leave her loved one without help. Tang Xu didn't want his mother to cry, so he agreed to take her to his father. But from the beginning he decided to communicate an important position for him. He said that he was raised by the Su family, and he will always be grateful and loyal only to them. Tang Xu can see that Tang Yunde disappeared from his life when he needed his father's help more than anything in the world. So he is a stranger to Tang Xu, and even if they are bound by blood ties, he is not going to forgive his father. And even the car disaster is not an argument for him. Su Lin Yun understood that Tang Xu would not go back on his words. He was already a very healthy boy to follow his mother's opinion. Unexpectedly, a voice came from behind Tang Xu that agreed with him. Behind Tang Xu appeared Tang Guosheng, who understood perfectly why Tang Xu said that. He promised that the Tang family, all his life, would try to correct the fault before him. Tang Xu did not expect that he would be found so quickly. Tang Yunxia slowly approached the downstairs, holding Tang Goshen's arm to keep him from falling. Tang Guosheng approached Tang Xu and told him what happened on the day his father disappeared. He told him that Tang Yunde called him and told him about Su Lin Yun's pregnancy, and warned him that he was going home to explain everything in detail and inform the family. But several days passed after his last call, and Tang Yunde did not come home. A few days later, his people found Tang Yunde, but he was already in a coma. Tang Guosheng said that he had spent 5 years to find Su Lin Yun, but he failed because he did not know anything about her and could not guess that she would leave Xincheng. Tang Yunxia approached Su Lin Yun and greeted her. She introduced herself as Tang Yunxia and informed that she is Tang Yunde's sister. She asked to treat her without any formalities because they were almost the same age and so-called family. Su Lin Yun was confused, so she only greeted her. She didn't know where to start their acquaintance. Tang Yunxia asked her to relax and not worry. Tang Guosheng came closer to Tang Xu and called him to continue the conversation. Bowing his head, he said that he hoped for Tang Xiu's understanding. He wanted Tang Xu to return to the Tang family and move to Jingcheng with his mother. But Tang Guosheng warned that he would not insist on this and that the main decision would be left to Tang Xu. But if he needs help from his family, Tang Goshen is always happy to help. He will gladly do everything in his power for Tang Xu and will not spare his efforts. Tang Guosheng knew that Tang Xu might hate him for the past, but he asked to come back and help his father, because now Tang Xu knows that he did not just disappear, yes, but because of a terrible accident. Tang Guosheng suggested that he go to Jingcheng with him and try to cure his father, and bring him back to life after pulling him out of his coma. Tang Guosheng hoped that Tang Xu would agree, even if he didn't want to stay with them. He might at least try to help his father. Tang Xu remained standing still. He began to hesitate on his decision and went through the thoughts in his head. Su Lin Yun began to suggest Tang Guosheng and mentioned that Tang Xu was able to heal many people, and she was sure that he could bring her father back to normal life. She rushed to Tang Xu and began to ask for help. Tang Xu knew that his mother loved her husband very much and would not back down. He saw and understood her mother's emotions very well, so he began to think about how to do it. Tang Xu agreed, but warned that he wasn't sure if he could do it because Tang Yunde had been in a coma for over 18 years, and he couldn't guarantee a full return to normal life, but he promised to try for his mother's sake. His doubtful words were interrupted by the unexpected appearance of someone close to him. Just as Tang Xu was about to say a word, a voice that sounded from the side of the house assured him that he believed in Tang Xu's success, and he would definitely try his best. Behind Tang Xu, his grandmother appeared, who was sure that Tang Xu would definitely do everything to make his mother happy. Su Lin Yun and Tang Xu did not expect that the grandmother would appear at such an opportune moment, because she had recently gone to sleep. After hearing their conversation, she asked Su Fei for help to go outside. Su Lin-yun immediately threw herself into her mother's arms and began to cry. She said that she finally managed to find out what happened to her husband. The grandmother was glad to hear that. Now all that was left was to deal with the others and make arrangements with Tang Xiu. The grandmother raised her head and looked at all the people around her. She realized that the stooped man in a business suit was Tang Yunde's father. She said hello and continued to comfort her daughter. Tang Guosheng made a mistake in front of her and introduced himself. He started apologizing because 18 years ago he couldn't find her daughter together with Tang Xiu. He said that he put a lot of effort and time into it, but he couldn't know about the village where her mother was. The grandmother informed that all her life Su Lin-yun only loved Tang Yunde. She warned that now she feels an incredibly strong pain inside her. Because of this, she asks Tang Guosheng not to go back on his words and take her to Tang Yunde. The grandmother said that she was an ordinary peasant all her life, and Tang Guosheng is a highly respected man with a large family. She hopes that he will keep his word and take care of her daughter. Otherwise, she will never forgive them for these 18 years. Tang Guosheng was surprised by their words. He saw in front of him an incredibly strong woman who had passed many trials in life. He promised her that he would do everything in his power, but most of it depends on Tang Xiu. His mother's happiness and his father's life depend on his decision. The grandmother said that there is no need to worry about it. She approached Tang Xiu and asked him to visit her when he solves all the affairs. Tang Xiu looked at the grandmother and apologized for not having time to come earlier and tell about everything that happened to him recently. Grandma asked him not to worry about it, because Su Lin-yun told her everything. She said that she was proud of them, because he followed in the footsteps of his grandfather, who was the best doctor in the whole district. She said that his grandfather was proud of them. Bowing her head, she asked Tang Xiu to go to her father and try to heal him for her mother's sake. She asked him to let go of the past and start living in the present. She hoped that Tang Xiu would understand her words correctly. Tang Xiu looked at her and fully understood what she wanted to tell him. He asked them not to worry, and promised to do everything possible to bring father back to a normal life and make Su Lin-yun happy. Grandmother was happy and smiled. She approached Tang Guosheng and offered to drink tea. She immediately ordered Su Fei to make it with the best herbs and prepare the best dishes. Tang Guosheng apologized and asked to wait for a while. He said that the matter with Tang Yunde must be resolved first, and only then we can drink tea. He asked Tang Xiu to decide as soon as possible, and they went to Jingcheng. It is about 600 kilometers from this village to their home, so they need to set off immediately. Tang Guosheng will order his people to prepare for their arrival and inform everyone about finding their long-lost relatives. Tang Xiu calmly approached the door of his car and announced that he and his mother would sit in the back. Tang Xiu decided to help his father only for the sake of his mother. He was not going to return to the Tang family because he had been raised by the Su family all his life. He looked at the grandmother and thanked him. He said that he wanted to eat her pork shank in sweet and sour sauce. Immediately after returning to her, he asked Su Fei to stay with the grandmother for a few more days to help her with the household. Looking at the mother, he asked her to sit in the car. The grandmother informed that the pork knuckle would be waiting for him immediately after his return and the surgery was completed. She knew that he would be able to bring Tang Yunde back to a normal life because she believed in her grandson more than in herself. 2 hours later, they were already driving along the Xincheng-Jingcheng highway. Tang Xiu's car was completely silent. Su Lin-yun was worried about meeting her husband, and Tang Xiu was trying to figure out how to bring his father back to normal life and bring him out of a deep coma. Tang Guosheng asked his daughter to call his grandson and tell him to return home, and to tell everyone else to return to their home in Jingcheng as well. Tang Yunxia immediately took out the phone and called her son. Her son immediately picked up the phone and asked what happened. Tang Yunxia informed that they managed to find his uncle Tang Yunde's son and wife. Tang Yunde's son turned out to be the same doctor who was able to cure Tang Guosheng, so he should come to Jingcheng as soon as possible to meet with by him. As soon as their son learned the name of Tang Yunde's son, he was shocked to hear because he had known Tang Xiu for a long time and had met him several times. Tang Yunxia's son turned out to be Chu Meng. Thanks to Long Chen, he had met Tang Xu more than once but never could have imagined that they would be a family. Chu Meng couldn't hold back his emotions and began to scream. Even Tang Goshen sitting next to him heard his scream. Tang Yunxia wondered why he reacted like that to this news. But Chu Meng couldn't calm down for a few more minutes. After a few minutes, he reminded her that he had told her about a talented business partner from Xincheng, who was able to rise and become friends with the best sharks in the business. That was Tang Xu. He had talked about him several times but did not mention his name. After some time, one of the members of the Tan family was brought the financial report for the first half of the year. He thanked and asked to leave the report on the table. After a few seconds, he heard a loud noise in the corridor that approached his office. His son ran into the room and told him that Chu Meng had called him and told him that Tang Gosheng had found Tang Yunde's wife and son. They were already on their way to the house and ordered everyone to return soon to introduce Tang Xu. The man immediately jumped up and left all his affairs to the assistants. He ordered the car to be prepared immediately and things to be prepared as they quickly set out for the parents' house to meet Tang Goshen and his family. At this time, Chu Meng visited another relative and reported the same news. He reported that he had been ordered to gather everyone at his parents' house as soon as possible, because Tang Goshen had already come most of the way. After getting into the car, the girl asked to tell about Tang Xiu's cousin. Chu Meng said that Tang Xiu is an exact copy of Tang Yunde. It's like they were molded from the same dough, although Tang Xiu will be much taller than his father. But it's not the most interesting thing that he can tell. Chu Meng said that Tang Xiu achieved incredible success at the age of 18. He mastered Kung Fu and obtained a doctor's certificate in a very short time. Also, Tang Xiu received the highest score in the country in the entrance exams. Another member of the Tang family, Tang Ning, was engaged in military affairs. He served in the army and was an instructor for new cadets. At one of the training sessions, he was called to the phone because he was called on a personal matter. Tang Ning ordered that he should not be disturbed during the training, but the woman he informed about the call was not going to back down. He informed that Tang Yunpeng was calling and ordered him to go to the phone immediately because he had important information. After receiving the phone, Tang Ning wondered what his father wanted to tell him. Because he distracted him from an important training, Tang Yunpeng started shouting and ordered to always go to the phone when he calls, because most of his calls don't just go through. Tang Yunpeng reported that Tang Guosheng had found Tang Yunde's wife and son and ordered him to quickly return to his parents' house to meet them, and he also asked Tang Ying to report this so that she would also come home. Tang Yongpeng immediately ran to the hospital and started looking for his mother. He met Xin in the corridor and asked where his mother was. Xin said that his mother was sitting next to Tang Yunde and talking to him. She was waiting for him to wake up. He said that Tang Goshen managed to find Tang Yunde's family and immediately ran to his mother to tell her about it. Xin stayed in the corridor and was shocked by what she heard. She was confused and did not know how to help her. Tang Yunpeng immediately ran into the room where Tang Yunde was lying. His mother was sitting next to him and watching him. She saw how Tang Yunpeng ran into the room at full speed. Very startled and surprised, she asked what happened. He immediately approached her and told her that he had two wonderful pieces of news, the first being that Tang Guosheng was now completely healthy. The second news was that Tang Goshen was able to find Tang Yunde's family, and at this time they are already on their way here also. Tang Yunde's son was able to cure Tang Goshen, and will try to cure his father and bring him back to normal life. He hoped that he had according to his father. He is an excellent doctor. His mother could not believe this. She did not expect such pleasant news that for a moment she was confused and did not know what to do. After a few seconds, she decided to ask again if it was true. It was hard for her to believe it. Tang Yunpeng repeated his words once more. He assured his mother that her grandson was an incredibly talented doctor who would come to them soon and try to save Tang Yunde. Tang Yunpeng could barely contain himself as he wanted to drink to such wonderful news. His mother couldn't bear it and cried with happiness. She couldn't wait for Tang Goshen to come home and bring Tang Yunde's family with him. She looked at him and repeated her son's words. She wanted him to start her and wake up soon from long coma. She repeated this for several minutes and was incredibly happy. She hoped that her grandson would be able to help his father, and at the same time her son, Tang Yunde, was lying on the bed and was in a coma. He had lost a lot of strength holding on for life. At this time, one of Tang Xiu's sisters was looking at the painting he had won for Wan Ying. They were friends, and at that time she was at Wan Ying's house. Looking at the picture, she said that she was amazed at such art. Wan Ying brought a glass of wine. Looking back, Tang Xiu's sister was startled by Wan Ying's unexpected appearance. She reported that she was too engrossed in the painting and didn't notice Wan Ying. She noticed that Tang Xiu had given Wan Ying a beautiful gift and started praising him, and wondered if there was something between them. Wan Ying was confused and blushed greatly at such a question from her friend. She did not know what to answer, because she really liked Tang Xiu, and Professor Hu Bai also insisted that Wan Ying start a relationship with Tang Xiu. Wan Ying quickly returned the glass of wine and turned away from her friend. She asked her not to talk nonsense and to change the subject, because Wan Ying was blushing at the thought of Tang Xiu. The girlfriend looked at Wan Ying and saw how she blushed. Putting her hand to her mouth, she said that Wan Ying blushed a lot, which means that she really likes Tang Xiu. She began to insist that they start dating. Wan Ying began to shout and wave her hands for her friend to stop talking about Tang Xiu and getting close to him. Wan Ying said that she does not like Tang Xiu, and all that can be between them is only friendship and business relations, and nothing more. Seeing how much Wan Ying was starting to worry, her friend tried to calm her down and patted her head. She said that she was just joking and decided to check Wan Ying's reaction. And just then she felt the phone ring. The girl apologized and left to take the call. Wan Ying stayed there waiting and continued to be angry with her. She didn't want to tell her friend about Tang Xiu anymore, because she thought she would start bullying her again. Tang Ning called her, picking up the phone. She asked how he was doing and how the training of the cadets was going. She did not expect his call because he never called her just like that. Tang Ning ordered her to quickly return to her parents' house, because her father had just called him and told him some interesting news, because of which the whole Tang family is gathered at her parents' house. So she should be there too. Tang Ning said that Tang Guosheng was able to find Tang Yunde's family, and they had already traveled most of the way and were approaching their parents' house. He also said that Tang Yunde's son's name was Tang Xiu, and his mother's name was Su Lin Yun. Hearing such news, Tang Ying was shocked. But when she heard the name of Tang Yunde's son, she was even more surprised and realized what a really narrow world, because a few minutes ago she was bullying Wan Ying because she liked Tang Xiu, and now she found out that he is her brother. Tang Ning ordered to quickly pack things and return to Jingcheng as soon as possible to meet Tang Xiu and Su Lin Yun with the whole family. He said that he was already approaching his parents' house, so he would hang up the phone and wait for her arrival. After hanging up, Tang Ying, without turning around, asked Wan Ying what is the name of her beloved husband, who gave her a gift in the form of a painting that he won in a competition against one of the best musicians in the country. Wan Ying noticed that Tang Ying's mood changed dramatically after the call. She mentioned Tang Xiu's name and asked what had happened that changed her mood. She also asked not to call Tang Xiu her beloved husband, because there was nothing between them and could not be. At most only business relations. At this time, Tang Xiu, together with his mother and Tang Goshen, arrived at his parents' house. Tang Xiu saw in front of him a huge estate owned by the Tang family. Su Lin Yun also did not expect to see such a big house. She knew that the family Tan is rich, but she didn't know how much. As soon as Tang Xiu and his mother entered the house, they were immediately greeted by the whole Tang family. In the middle of all of them stood the length of Tang Goshen. She happily announced that she had been waiting for this meeting for more than 18 years, and finally she was able to see her grandson with his mother. She was supported Tang Yunpeng. She approached Tang Xiu and asked to take a closer look at him. She reported that Tang Xiu is very similar to her father but much taller than him. She couldn't take her eyes off him for a long time and tried to look at him completely. Chumeng unexpectedly appeared behind Tang Xiu. He was glad to see Tang Xiu and said that he couldn't even imagine that they are related to him. He said that his mother, Tang Yongxia, is actually Tang Xiu's own aunt. Tang Xiu said that he had guessed about the leak for a long time and did not see anything surprising in it. Tang Guosheng understood why Tang Xiu answered everyone present so coldly. He did not feel like he was among his family, and everyone present seemed like strangers to him. Tang Xiu raised his head and loudly announced that he did not come here to meet, but only to help his father and make his mother happy. So he insisted that he be taken to Tang Yunde as soon as possible to start treatment. Tang Guosheng wanted to immediately fulfill Tang Xiu's request, but Chu Meng interrupted him. He put his hand on Tang Xiu's shoulder and informed that they are not strangers, so Tang Xiu can relax, and offered to get to know the whole family, and only then get down to business. Tang Xiu grabbed his hand that was on his shoulder and threw it away. He said that he didn't have time to waste on idle talk and acquaintances. He turned to Tang Guosheng and insisted that he take him to Tang Yunde to finish the matter quickly. Chu Meng was scared behavior of Tang Xiu. Su Lin Yun asked her son to be more reserved and patient for her sake. Tang Xiu agreed to be more careful with his words, but still insisted on being taken to his father. He didn't want to stay here for long. Tang Ning immediately approached him and grabbed Tang Xiu by the collar. He couldn't bear to treat his family like this, so he decided to show Tang Xiu his strength so that he would start treating the people present more respectfully. Squeezing Tang Xiu's mosquito, Tang Ning announced that he would teach him for his ignorance towards his family. He announced that he was Tang Xiu's cousin and would teach him manners. Tang Xiu was surprised by this, but he was not going to back down. Tang Xiu grabbed his hands and began to squeeze them with great force. He was tired of wasting his time on unnecessary acquaintances. He advised Tang Ning to remove his hands quickly or he would break them, so Tang Xiu began to insist on a peaceful solution to the issue. Tang Ning felt the incredible strength that Tang Xiu possesses. No one has ever been able to surpass Tang Ning in strength, so he was surprised when he felt how strong Tang Xiu was. He immediately let go of him and stepped aside. Tang Goshen was not going to tolerate such behavior in his home, and from his family's side, he shouted for them all to calm down and go back to their seats, leaving Tang Xiu alone. He informed that now is really not the time to get acquainted. Tang Ning was frightened by Tang Goshen's shout, but stopped immediately. Tang Goshen ordered him to gather all the relatives in the hall and wait for their return. He understood that in a few minutes they were able to show themselves from a not very pleasant side, so he apologized to Tang Xiu. He let go of Tang Ning and adjusted his collar. Tang Xiu again insisted Tang Goshen to take him to his father so that he could quickly start the examination and try to help him. Tang Goshen immediately agreed and went to the front to show the way. Walking down the long corridors of the building, Su Lin Yun wondered how big it was. When she got to the room, Tang Guosheng opened the door and stepped aside to let Tang Xiu and his mother enter the room first. Tang Xiu saw a large room that had been converted into a medical ward. It made his work much easier. In the middle of the room was a medical bed on which his father was lying. Tang Xiu slowly began to enter the room. As soon as Su Lin Yun saw her husband, she immediately shouted his name and froze in place. She couldn't help but start to cry. Tang Xiu didn't expect her mother's cry, so he was surprised and continued to watch her actions. After a few seconds, Su Lin Yun immediately rushed to the bed. She wanted to look at her husband as soon as possible. Tang Xiu tried to stop her by grabbing her vest, but at the last moment he remembered her grandmother's words and changed his mind. Tang Xiu stopped at the door and froze in place with his head bowed. He saw how his mother approached the bed and began to cry even more and talk to Tang Yunde, who was in a coma. She asked him how he could allow such a thing to happen, and reminded him that he had promised to return to her and tell about his family. Tang Xiu was still standing at the door and couldn't take a step. Tang Goshen came close to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He understood Tang Xiu's emotional state and insisted that he get over himself and come to his father to see his face for the first time in his life. Taking the first step, Tang Xiuna could understand what was happening to him. He felt unknown emotions that overwhelmed him. With each step he felt a new rush of emotions. He understood that he must hate the man lying on the bed in a coma. But as soon as he walked into the room, this feeling disappeared. Tang Xiu approached his mother and put his hand on her shoulder. Su Lin Yun continued to talk to Tang Yundi and asked him to open his eyes and see how mature his son had become. After hearing this, Tang Xiu became even more confused in his emotions. Looking at his father's face, Tang Xiu felt strange emotions. His father's face seemed alien to him, but at the same time he felt the complete opposite. He continued to look at him for a few minutes and did not take his eyes off it. Su Lin Yun couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Tang Xiu. She started to cry even more because she understood that Tang Yunde wouldn't answer her. Tang Xiu sat down next to his mother. He didn't understand why his tears couldn't stop and why they appeared at all. Tang Xiu tried to calm his mother down. He promised to do his best to bring his father back to life. Su Lin Yun looked at his son and saw his tears. She didn't expect that Tang Xiu would also cry when he saw his father. Tang Xiu said that he needed to start an examination to find out the cause of the coma. He again promised to do everything possible to bring his father back to normal life, so that he would tell him everything. After calming down, Tang Xiu immediately began to diagnose his father's body. He sat down next to him and began to check his blood pressure and pulse. Tang Xiu ordered the room to be completely silent so that he could clearly check his father's health. After 10 minutes of checking, Su Lin Yun couldn't stand it and inquired about her husband's health. Tang Xiu said that he had several ideas, but for this he needed to act very quickly. Tang Xiu said that he needs very rare herbs to cure his father. It will take a lot of time and effort to fully cure him, but he will try to do his best for his mother. Su Lin Yun was scared, but continued to believe in her son's strength. Tang Gosheng asked what kind of herb was needed for the treatment. He would try to get a large amount in a short time. Thanks to the large family, they would be able to find much more of the needed herb. Tang Xiu looked at Tang Goshen with a serious look. He said that it is necessary to prepare as soon as possible and more dragon grass. Without it, he will not be able to save his father. Tang Goshen was surprised when he heard that it was necessary because he knows how rare this herb is. But he didn't lose hope. He smiled and promised that he would be able to get her, so he immediately went to the door to start searching. Tang Xiu continued to check on his father's health and tried to reassure his mother. At this time in the hall, Tang Ning told how strong Tang Xiu was. Tang Ying bandaged his hand, because Tang Xiu squeezed it very hard and broke several fingers. Chu Meng sat across from him and wondered what happened to Tang Xiu and why he reacted to him. Tang Ning wanted Tang Xiu to join him in the army, because they need such strong men. They will definitely be able to achieve a great rank. Tang Ying began to laugh, because she knew that Tang Ning would raise this topic and want to accept Tang Xiu into the army. Tang Ying absorbed Chu Meng and asked her to tell more about Tang Xiu from the moment they met, because she didn't learn much from Wan Ying's words, because Wan Ying decided that she was preparing to make fun of her again. Chu Meng wondered why Tang Ying wanted to know more about him. As far as he remembers, she has a boyfriend, and it is not normal to be interested in another man. Chu Meng laughed loudly and said that she would soon find out everything herself from Tang Xiu himself. Tang Ying reported that Tang Xiu is very close to her sister Wan Ying, so she decided to learn more about her future relative. She asked not to ignore her questions and to trust a woman's intuition, because she has never failed. Chu Meng burst into tears. He couldn't understand why Tang Xiu is so attracted to girls. First he took Kang Xia to himself, and now he has a big fan club that the girls created for him. Even Wal Lulu went to him and forgot about Chu Meng. All this time, they were watched by Dong Tang's family. His father informed them that they could no longer stay on Jingmen Island, so they would immediately fly to Beijing tomorrow. Unexpectedly for everyone, Tang Goshen suddenly opened the door and entered the hall with his sons. He ordered everyone to start searching for dragon grass and bring as much as possible and as quickly as possible. He declared that the price did not matter. He would pay for all their financial losses. At this time, Tang Goshen said that she would go to the kitchen to prepare food for them, and they could rest and walk around the house for now. She said that there were many places in the guest room where they could rest. She said that once, Tang Yunde asked to feed Tang Xu the best dishes she had ever made. So she wanted to take advantage of her son's request and not miss this opportunity. Tang Xu didn't mind having a snack. Su Lin Yun offered her help in the kitchen because Tang Xu also liked her dishes. She also wants to repay the hospitality. Tang Guosheng's wife agreed, because they would be able to cook more dishes and discuss many things at the same time. Su Lin Yun was only in favor. She always wanted to meet Tang Yunde's mother. Su Lin Yun looked at Tang Xu and wondered what he was going to do. Tang Xu said that he would conduct another examination and then join them, while he would prepare some materials he needed. Tang Guosheng's wife approached Tang Xu and asked her to look at him again. She couldn't believe that he was an exact copy of Tang Yunde, only he was much taller. Tang Xu thanked her for her patience and hospitality. She was surprised by Tang Xu's words, but then she realized that he is not used to them yet, so he cannot relax and strengthen himself calmly. She asked not to worry because they are family, and in the future she hopes that Tang Xu will call her grandmother. Walking to the kitchen, Su Lin Yun stopped at the door. She looked at Tang Xu and wondered if this procedure was safe for her husband. She was able to see him for the first time in 18 years, so she didn't want to lose him forever. Tang Xu told her that she should not worry. Everything will be fine and he will be able to heal his father. Actually, Tang Xu had big doubts, but he didn't want his mother to worry even more, so he decided to lie. Tang Xu walked over to his father and placed his hand on his head. In his mind, he apologized to his mother for lying. He decided to check his father's condition with the vital energy of qi to fully feel his condition. Using one of the techniques, Tang Xu managed to get into his father's soul. What he saw there caused him incredible fear and conscience in his powers. Now Tang Xu became even more nervous. His father was sitting in the middle of the black void and repeated his name and his mother's name. There were many metal chains with unknown energy around him. Tang Xu understood that in order to save him, Tang Yunde must destroy the barrier he himself made. He must free his soul before the demon consumes it. Unexpectedly for Tang Xu, his father sensed the presence and looked at him. Without thinking long, Tang Yunde immediately rushed at him. He almost succeeded in getting Tang Xu's soul, but he left his father's body in time. Tang Xu was frightened, because his father had almost completely become a demon. In many years, the demon had almost completely absorbed his soul. If Tang Xu did not have time to leave his body in time, he might become a demon himself. Tang Xu grabbed his hand because he felt a lot of pain. Within a few seconds of being in his father's body, the demon was able to harm him. Tang Xu understood what risk he would have to take to free his father and return him to normal life. A few minutes later, he came to the kitchen and sat down at the table next to Tang Guosheng. His length prepared several of his signature dishes, so he insisted that Tang Xu try them first. She reported that Su Lin Yun told a lot of interesting things about him. She was glad that she had such a beautiful grandson. She knew that they had to go through many trials in life, but now they are at home and can count on her support. Tang Xu said that he is not going to stay here for a long time, because there are many things in business waiting for him in Xincheng. Especially since September, he will move to another city to start his studies. Grandma let out a heavy breath and remembered Tang Guosheng's words. He asked not to force Tang Xu to stay in Jingcheng. Now she saw for herself that he can decide everything by himself, because now he is an adult. Tang Xu said that the fried wings that Grandma cooked were very tasty. He asked to cook them again next time. Grandma was happy to hear this. She agreed without hesitation to cook them every day so that Tang Xu would visit them more often. Tang Guosheng asked Tang Xu to eat as much as he wanted, because there was an important operation ahead that would take a lot of time and energy. Tang Guosheng did not ask Tang Xu about his life, because he understood that it was too early for that. Tang Xu looked at her mother and wondered why she didn't try the fried wings. He immediately put her several pieces and told her that she had a strong competitor in cooking. Su Lin Yun could barely hold back her tears. At this time, Chu Meng found the dragon herb. He knew that his acquaintance was selling rare herbs, so he immediately visited him and did not miss. Putting the box with the herb in the trunk, he got into the car. As soon as he got into the car, his sister asked why they were looking for dragon grass. While Tang Xiu is having dinner with Tang Guosheng and Grandma, she thinks Tang Xiu should be helping them to search for dragon grass. Chu Meng informed that Tang Xiu needed to gather strength before an important operation, so he stayed with Tang Guosheng and Grandma. Chu Meng asked not to bring up the subject again, otherwise they might quarrel. After some time, they all returned to the house. They managed to collect 20 bunches of dragon grass. Tang Guosheng asked if this would be enough for the operations. Tang Xiu said that more was needed, but everything might be enough. Tang Xiu said that the dragon herb is very valuable and medicinal. In a fairly short period of time, they will hardly be able to find more, so it is necessary to distribute the herb rationally and start preparing. Tang Guosheng suggested that people from other cities be added to the search to expand the search circle and find more grass. But Tang Xiu stopped him and told him that they had very little time left, so they needed to start acting. Tang Xiu told that Tang Yunde even lay in a coma for a long time. He honestly informed that he had no more than 2 days left, so they should start treatment immediately, otherwise it will be too late. Tang Guosheng was incredibly surprised and asked why. Just at that moment, Tang Ying ran into the room with a big box. She announced that she managed to get 8 more bundles of dragon grass. Tang Xiu looked at her and wanted to ask a question, but she interrupted him. Tang Yin informed that she is his cousin, and she managed to get so much dragon herb with the help of her sister. She had a large supply of herb and immediately gave it away as soon as she found out what it was needed for. Tang Ying said that her sister's name is Wan Ying, and as soon as she found out who was asking for help, she immediately gave everything she had. Tang Xiu took the box and immediately smelled it. He asked to give Wan Ying a big thank you and said that now they have enough herbs to start treatment. They quickly moved the dragon herb to the room where Tang Yunde was. Su Lin Yun approached Tang Xiu and asked him to do his best to bring her husband back to life. Tang Xiu asked her not to worry and trust him. Tang Xiu looked at Tang Guosheng and ordered him to make sure that no one entered the room and did not disturb him. Tang Guosheng immediately announced that he would personally guard the room and place guards around the perimeter. Tang Xiu also asked Chu Meng to come to him. He will help him with the procedure. Tang Guosheng immediately contacted Chu Meng and ordered him to come to Tang Xiu and prepare to follow his orders. Walking to the door, Tang Guosheng immediately called the security chief and ordered everyone to be placed around the perimeter. Su Lin Yun stayed in the room and waited for Tang Guosheng to come out. Tang Xiu wondered what she was waiting for. Su Lin Yun asked Tang Xiu to call Tang Yunde Papa after the successful operations. Tang Xiu was surprised and promised to overcome himself and call him father. Su Lin Yun left the room. Tang Xiu took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. He began to prepare to meet his father's inner demon. Tang Xiuna was sure that he would be able to bring him back to normal. At this time, Chu Meng entered the room and was surprised, asked how he could help Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu told Chu Meng's duties. He must go out the door once an hour, set fire to the dragon grass, and then bring it into the room and close all the windows and doors. This will help Tang Xiu deal with the demon inside his father. Chu Meng was surprised by this treatment method. He did not understand why to smoke the herb. He thought that the herb was needed to produce a medical ingredient. Tang Xiu asked him to do everything as he said and not to interfere. Tang Xiu said that not one herb in the world can cure brain damage, so the herb is needed for Tang Xiu himself to be able to get out of the trance. He needs to enter his father's body and find his soul, which was almost completely absorbed by the demon. Chu Meng began to shout. He understands that Tang Xiu might not come back and then they will lose 2 people. Chu Meng began to get nervous and wanted you to tell Tang Guosheng. He didn't want to risk so much and hoped that there was another way to help Tang Yunde. Tang Xiu forbade him to approach anyone else. He started shouting and explained that they didn't have time left. In a few minutes, Tang Yunde would be completely absorbed by the demon, and then there would be no chance to save him, so he needed to act immediately. Tang Xiu saw the fear in Chu Meng's eyes. Calmed down. Tang Xiu asked for help and asked him to calm down. He reminded that this is the last chance for a successful treatment, on which the lives of his father and his mother depend. Tang Xiu informed that he might pass out, and then Chu Meng should contact Wal Lulu and ask her to bring Guyan from Baiyang Hotel to them. She can pull Tang Xiu out of the trance and bring him back to consciousness. Chu Meng fully understood his intentions. He saw that Tang Xiu had thought everything through to the last drop. Chu Meng warned that Tang Xiu could not be hurt because they had not yet celebrated his return to the family, so he was waiting for a successful operation. Tang Xiu raised his head. He promised to do everything possible to save his father, but if he doesn't come back, then Guyan must finish what he started. Chu Meng wished him luck and started to rally. He believed in Tang Xiu. A few minutes later, Tang Xiu sat by his father's bedside and used his qi life energy to slowly and carefully enter his body. Tang Xiu knew that he might encounter a demonic barrier that would immediately deprive him of the ability to use his abilities, after which Tang Xiu will not be able to get out. For a long time, Tang Xiu tried to enter his father's body. This time, it was much more difficult, because he began to worry and tried to do everything slowly and carefully. In one moment he felt a strange force that quickly threw him into his father's body. Tang Xiu found himself in the black wasteland again. In front of him was his father, who repeated his name and his mother's name again. There were many more metal chains around him. The aura around them was ominous. Tang Xiu began to slowly approach his father. This time, Tang Yunde didn't feel Tang Xiu's presence and continued to sit still. Tang Xiu mustered up the courage to shout his name to attract attention. Tang Xiu stood still and waited for his father's reaction. Tang Yunde quickly looked at Tang Xiu. His eyes glowed a bright red color, and the skin all over his body became a pale shade. He turned even more into a demon, causing the number of chains and aura to increase. Tang Xiu walked up to him and looked at his whole body. He hoped to suppress his father's aura with his qi energy, but it was not for long. Tang Xiu's strength was disappearing at an incredible speed. Looking at his father, he expected to see a worse situation, but this one was also not very pleasant. Tang Xiu tried to talk to him. He told that Tang Yunde should not stay here, because in a bad case, he will die. Tang Xiu hoped that his father would understand him and start fighting the inner demon inside him. It would make the procedure of returning to life much easier. Tang Xiu extended his hand to his father. He informed that his family and wife were waiting for his return, including those whose names he repeated more than once. Tang Yunde continued to sit and look at Tang Xiu without understanding a word. After a few seconds, Tang Yunde tried to slowly get up from his seat. Tang Xiu noticed how he was trying to restrain himself by force. Tang Yunde slowly reached out to Tang Xiu and took his hand. Tang Xiu hoped it was a great success. But as soon as Tang Yunde touched his hand, his eyes began to glow even more with a red light. He tried to grab and pull Tang Xiu towards him, but he managed to react and push his father away, increasing the distance between them. Tang Yunde didn't miss the opportunity to attack Tang Xiu and put up a resistance. Tang Xiu quickly dodged his attacks and tried not to hit his father so as not to cause more trouble. The metal chains prevented him from using all his abilities and took away his qi energy. After dodging once more, Tang Xiu felt a severe pain in his left arm. Tang Yunde was in his territory, so the advantage was his. The demon fully used the territories to his advantage and did not give rest. Tang Xiu almost exhausted all his strength, but decided to continue. Looking at the hand, Tang Xiu was surprised because the demon was able to get it. Tang Xiu's left hand began to change color and spread throughout his body. Tang Xiu knew that he needed to get his father out of here as soon as possible and return to his body. Tang Yunde froze in place and looked at Tang Xiu. He didn't want to attack and waited for him to act. Tang Xiu realized that after a while his body would fall to pieces because his qi life force would no longer be able to contain the demon poison that was rapidly spreading throughout his body. Tang Xiu looked around and saw a white glow in the midst of complete darkness. It was the only way out to the normal world, so Tang Xiu decided to take advantage of it. For this, he would use all his energy and leave his body with his father. But after a few seconds, Tang Xiu started a strange sound. The demon managed to use one of his techniques, thanks to which the metal chains covered Tang Xu and lifted him up. They began to lose all qi energy and allowed the demon to start acting. Tang Xu realized that he did not have enough strength to break the chains. Without thinking long, Tang Yunde rushed at Tang Xu and grabbed his shoulder with his teeth. Tang Xu began to scream in incredible pain. He couldn't believe that he would lose for the first time in a long time and be swallowed by the demon that swallowed his father. An unknown power began to spread throughout Tang Xu's body. Tang Xu began to feel incredibly weak. He understood that if he continued like this, he would stay here forever. His skin had almost completely changed its color. Tang Xu looked at his father, who broke away from his shoulder and started to approach his neck. Tang Xu was confused and didn't know what to do. He couldn't move, and the fresh qi energy completely left his body. He tried to hide his neck from the demon, but he couldn't. After a few seconds, the demon gripped Tang Xu's neck with its teeth and began to spread its energy. Tang Xu began to scream in pain. His body and face almost completely changed color. Tang Xu felt like he was losing consciousness. After a few seconds, Tang Xu no longer knew what was happening. He had spent all his senses and could not think of anything. His face completely changed color and Tang Xu lost consciousness. The demon broke away from his neck and looked at Tang Xu in surprise. Tang Yunde took control of the demon and realized what he had done. He could hear everything Tang Xu said. But it took him a long time to take control of the demon. But unfortunately, he did not have time to save Tang Xu. Chu Meng was standing under the door of the room and looked at the clock. He started to prepare to burn the grass, but at one moment he heard a loud roar in the room. For a moment he was at a loss as to what to do because the time had not yet come. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Meng decided to enter the room. Opening the door, he saw a horrible scene and screamed. Tang Xu lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Tang Yunde began to whisper something softly. Chu Meng immediately remembered Tang Xu's order and started to act. After some time, Tang Xu was put on the bed, and the best doctor was called. He checked Tang Yunde and Tang Xu. The doctor said that Tang Yunde is on the mend and will soon be able to get out of bed, but Tang Xu's situation is very difficult. The doctor looked at Tang Goshen and told him that there was nothing he could do now. He needed time for a full examination and a lot of tools. All Tang Xu needed was rest and time. Tang Guosheng asked the doctor to come up with something to help Tang Xu. Su Lin Yun couldn't believe that she could lose her son. At this time, Chu Meng was standing next to them and tried to call Wal Lulu, but she didn't pick up the phone for several minutes. After some time, Chu Meng managed to call Wal Lulu. She apologized and said that she was at the beach, so she didn't hear his call. Chu Meng started shouting into the phone to give him Gu Yan's phone number and which one as soon as possible. Wal Lulu asked why he was talking so fast and informed her that Gu Yan was near her. Chu Meng understood that Wal Lulu would be talking to him for a long time, so he immediately told what happened to Tang Xu to speed up the conversation. As soon as Wal Lulu realized what had happened, she immediately gave the phone to Gu Yan and informed her that it was about Tang Xu. He was in danger. Gu Yan quickly took the phone and asked her to tell what happened. As soon as Chu Meng started Gu Yan's voice, he immediately started shouting for her to quickly go to Jingcheng and save Tang Xu. He informed that there was very little time left and told Tang Xiu's words. Gu Yan was confused and couldn't believe that Tang Xu had lost his connection to the Ark. There is only one way to bring him back to life, and that is a forbidden technique that can cause you to die. Gu Yan announced that she was leaving quickly. A few hours later, Wal Lulu and Gu Yan arrived at the Tang family's parents' house. Gu Yan ordered to quickly grab her belongings and lead her to Tang Xu. She informed that no time should be wasted, or they would not be able to bring him back to life. Tang Goshen and his wife and Su Lin Yun met them at the house. Tang Goshen asked how they came so quickly. Gu Yan asked to take her to Tang Xu and not to waste time talking. Tang Goshen agreed. Wal Lulu immediately rushed to Su Lin Yun and asked her to tell her what happened to Tang Xu. She was very worried about him. Su Lin Yun was confused and did not know what to say to her, because she herself did not know much. She reported that Tang Xiu couldn't wake up from sleep, but the doctor said his vital signs were normal and he should wake up soon. Su Lin Yun was just as worried as Wal Lulu but tried to calm her down. Gu Yan immediately shouted that it was not true. She said that the technique Tang Xiu used was not compatible with life, and he might die soon. Chu Meng informed that Gu Yan is Tang Xiu's friend and his student, so she should be taken to Tang's room immediately. I wish she would save him. Hearing such words from Gu Yan, everyone present was confused and froze in the city for a moment. Tang Goshen ordered to quickly go to Tang Xiu and not to waste time. He said that he would do everything for Gu Yan to bring him back to life. She entered Tang Xiu's room and asked the others to stay in the corridor. She put her hand on his head and couldn't feel his soul. Tang Xiu progressed very fast, so Gu Yan began to use all her strength to help him. After checking Tang Xiu's condition using her qi energy, Gu Yan realized that she had no time left for conscience. She needed to act immediately, or Tang Xiu would die. She had to channel her qi energy into Tang Xiu's soul to wake him up. She brought his body up and sat him on the edge of the bed. With every second, Tang Xiu fell deeper into a deep sleep. Gu Yan didn't know where to start, but there was no time to think. She decided to use the most effective and risky method. Sitting behind Tang Xiu, she bit her finger until it drew blood to release more of her energy and break through Tang Xiu's life force barrier. She knew that Tang Xiu was a very strong guy, so she decided to use all her strength. Touching Tang Xiu, she gradually increased her energy, losing her vital qi. She did not harm her condition because she wanted to save Tang Yunde more than save her life. For a few seconds, Gu Yan couldn't break through Tang Xiu's life force defense. She had to use all her strength to break through his defense. She knew she might die, but she didn't back down. Gu Yan suddenly felt weak all over her body. She began to cough up blood, but did not stop and continued to increase her strength. Tang Xiu's defense still failed her. At this time, Wal Lulu couldn't calm down and cried in the guest room. There were many people around her who tried to calm her down. Chu Meng said that Tang Xiu is a very strong guy and he will manage to get out. Gu Yan will help him in this. Wal Lulu said that she has known Gu Yan for a long time. She was silent all the way here, which means that the matter is really serious. Wal Lulu wanted to believe that Tang Xiu would come back to life, but she was not sure about it. Chu Meng bowed his head and said that unfortunately they cannot help. They can only wait for the result. The best doctor in the capital has not come to them. It has been a long time. Tang Ning quickly burst into the room and loudly announced that Tang Yunde would regain consciousness. Everyone present in the room immediately ran to Tang Yunde's chamber to see it with their own eyes. Running to Tang Yunde's ward, Chu Meng asked his mother if it was true that Tang Yunde had come back to life. She confirmed Tang Ning's words and asked her to wait for a while until he regained his strength. Tang Guosheng with his wife and Su Lin Yun were at his bedside. Su Lin Yun started to cry and asked if Tang Yunde could hear her. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw his wife and called her name. It was hard for him to speak because for a long time he lost too much vitality. Tang Yunde asked where their son was and told that he had a terrible dream where his son was already very grown up and talking to him. Then he saw his mother and father. Tang Yunde tried to talk to them, but it was difficult for him. Su Lin Yun began to cry even more. She was overjoyed that now their husband would be by her side. Tang Gosheng's wife also cried with happiness. Now they only had to bring Tang Xiu back and everything would be fine. Tang Yunde wondered why he felt so weak in his whole body. He tried to get up, but he lacked strength. Su Lin Yun asked him not to get up and feel, because he had lost too much strength. Su Lin Yun asked him to listen carefully to her story. She wants to tell everything that happened during the 18 years while he was lying in a coma. After hearing about the coma, Tang Yunde was surprised and started to listen. After a few minutes, Su Lin Yun finished the story and asked him not to worry. Because he needs to regain his strength, Tang Yunde listened to everything his wife said in shock and couldn't believe it. Immediately after the story, Tang Yunde began to cry. He understood that he failed to raise his son and fulfill his manly duty, and now his son risked his life to save him. He could not hold back his tears. Tang Yunde tried to get up from the bed again. He looked at Su Lin Yun and asked why she didn't stop Tang Xiu. He doesn't want his son to lose himself because of his stupid father. Tang Yunde couldn't believe such a terrible situation. Su Lin Yun couldn't answer this question. She didn't know how dangerous the operation would be. Tang Guosheng said that Tang Xiu didn't tell anything about what might happen. He confidently said that everything would be fine, but it turned out that now he is bedridden. Tang Yunde looked at his father and asked him for a big favor. He asked to be taken to his son so that he could see him and apologize for everything that had happened and for the terrible 18 years that he had been absent from his life. At this time, Tang Xiu came to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he did not understand where he was and what had happened. Seeing the remnants of Qi life energy in red color, he realized that he had lost contact with his soul, and Gu Yan was able to save him. Tang Xiu immediately felt something heavy on his shoulder. Looking around, he saw Gu Yan barely holding on to keep from losing consciousness. She began to slowly fall on the bed and lose her strength. Seeing this, Tang Xiu immediately grabbed her in his arms. He couldn't believe that Gu Yan used a forbidden technique that could kill her to bring him back to life. Tang Xiu was afraid that he might lose her because of his carelessness. Gu Yan looked at Tang Xiu and smiled. She said that she was willing to give her life for him because he was a very close person to her. She knew that Tang Xiu would do the same if she needed his help. Tang Xiu was confused by such kind words for a while. He looked into Gu Yan's eyes and called her a fool. Tang Xiu was incredibly grateful for the help. He would never forget this act. Tang Xiu took her by the arms and they left the room. Almost all the family was walking down the corridor to meet them. In the middle of them was Tang Yunde in a wheelchair. Tang Xiu realized that he was overwhelmed with incomprehensible emotions. He had never felt such a feeling before. Tang Xiu looked at everyone who approached him. He realized that he felt concern for himself, and saw how others were concerned about his health. Tang Xiu had never felt such emotions even in the world of immortals. Tang Guosheng was driving the wheelchair where Tang Yunde was sitting. He kept his eyes on Tang Xiu and reacted to him in surprise. Su Lin Yun immediately rushed to Tang Xiu to hug him and tell him the good news, while Lulu looked at their sad appearance and immediately ran to Gu Yan. Tang Xiu understood that he only wanted to see a smile on their faces. Looking at his father with a smile, he understood that they needed to discuss a lot and get to know each other better. Tang Xiu understood that Tang Yunde did not want to leave them. Millet, it happened. Su Lin Yun ran up and hugged Tang Xiu. Chu Meng caught up with her and stood next to Tang Xiu, telling him the story. While Lulu hugged Gu Yan and started thanking her for saving Tang Xiu, he realized that as long as they were all together, they could overcome all the problems. That smile will not disappear from their face for a long time. Su Lin Yun looked at Tang Xiu and reminded that he promised to call Tang Yunde to his parents. She asked him to fulfill his promise right now. Tang Xiu remembered this and looked at Tang Yunde. Just as he was about to do so, he was stopped. Tang Yunde slowly drove up to Tang Xiu and stopped him. He perfectly understood that it would not be in time. Tang Yunde knew that Tang Xiu was not used to him yet and did not perceive him as his own father. That is why he left them. Tang Yunde raised his head and looked at Tang Xiu with tears in his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Tang Yunde said that he heard his words in his heart. Tang Xiu didn't answer a word. He just looked at his father and understood what he meant in mind. After some time, Su Lin Yun and Tang Yunde had a wedding ceremony. Su Lin Yun had dreamed of this all his life, and finally it came true. Tang Yunde was still sitting in a wheelchair, but he was already trying to move by himself. His strength started to return to him. The next day, Tang Xiu and the others commemorated the dead ancestors at the family altar. Tang Xiu didn't know his ancestors, but still honored her. Su Lin Yun also didn't know anyone, but she wasn't going to give up on them. In the evening, they had a big party where the whole family gathered. Tang Xiu agreed with his grandfather that he and his mother and father would return to Xingcheng, and Tang Xiu would visit them sometimes. Tang Guosheng agreed and was happy to hear it. Tang Xiu stood aside from everyone and watched the family. Lao Lingzi repeated more than once that he could provide Tang Xiu with all necessary materials and opportunities. But Tang Shu refused such an offer. Tang Shu decided that he has enough money to provide his family with everything they need. Because of this, he will not allow himself to sit on someone's neck. He must achieve everything he wants himself, otherwise he will lose himself. After looking around everyone, Tang Shu noticed the Dongtang family acting suspiciously. Tang Shu decided to ignore it and continue drinking wine. He didn't want to start family problems, so he decided to look at his mother and father. But Wal Lulu unexpectedly appeared in front of him and offered to drink with her. Tang Shu saw how much she blushed, and realized that she had had enough to drink because she had to take them back to Xincheng. Wal Lulu called him to go out to balcony. They left the hall, they went out to the balcony. Tang Shu stood behind and asked Wal Lulu not to drink anymore because they are going to Xincheng from tomorrow morning. She stood by the railing and lowered her head. After a few seconds, she collected her thoughts and gathered her courage and ran to Tang Shu. She quickly approached and kissed him right on the lips. Tang Shu was surprised and couldn't do anything. After a few seconds, he stopped her and asked why she did that. He grabbed her hands to keep her at a distance. Seeing her face, Tang Shu was confused and didn't know what to say. He let go of her hands and waited for further action. Wal Lulu began to cry and told how much she was worried about his life. She was afraid that Tang Shu would not wake up again, but she admitted that she still loved him. She asked him to promise that he would not risk himself again. Tang Shu hugged her and thanked her for those words. In a few days he felt much more pleasant emotions than in his entire life. Even the emotions from the immortal world cannot compare to these. A few seconds later, he heard a strange sound. Turning around, they saw Tang Yunde. He accidentally hit one of the flower pots and broke it. He looked at Tang Shu and apologized for distracting him. Tang Yunde asked to find him and talk to him. Wal Lulu realized that Tang Yunde could see and chat everything she was doing. Confused, she ran to the hall, apologizing several times and wishing her a good night. Tang Yunde wanted to stop her, but she ran further. Tang Shu invited his father to talk. Tang Yunde approached Tang Shu and told him that these 2 days were very busy. They didn't even have time to talk properly. Tang Yunde thanked him for his hard work. Tang Shu said that he did what had, and there is no need to thank him. Tang Yunde looked at the starry sky. He said that the doctor required him to spend several weeks in a wheelchair and regain his strength, but there was something that worried Tang Yunde very much. Looking at Tang Shu, he promised to be a good father, despite the fact that Tang Yunde Shu is already an adult. Tang Yunde said that he had not once imagined how he would raise his son and take care of his length. But at one point, after a long sleep, he saw how his son became a real man who solves all his problems and takes care of his mother. Tang Yunde apologized for the fact that he was not around for 18 years. When Su Lin Yun became pregnant, they were very young and energetic. Tang Yunde was the same age as Tang Shu, and now he is more than 40 years old and confined to a wheelchair, and now he can be called uncle. He apologized to Tang Shu again, and promised to catch up on the missed years. He promised to watch over his mother and love her all her life. Tang Shu took off his jacket and threw it on his father. Because it was getting colder outside, Tang Shu said that he does not take offense at him, and Tang Yunde is really worthy of his mother. Tang Yunde did not expect such words and was confused. The next day, Tang Shu and his family arrived at Xincheng Airport. Wal Lulu dropped them off in her private plane. After saying goodbye, Wal Lulu waited for another meeting with Tang Shu. It was during this period that the driver came to pick up the Tang family. Tang Shu looked at Gu Yan and said that as soon as he had free time, he would come to visit her to see Gu Yan Ye and discuss many matters. Gu Yan happily said that he would wait for his visit. Wal Lulu looked at Tang Shu and asked to find time to visit her on Jingmen Island as well, as she will not be able to visit Xincheng for several weeks due to some matters on the island. Tang Shu agreed and asked her to take care of herself, saying goodbye. Tang Shu helped his father get into the car, and they drove to the village where the grandmother lived because Tang Shu promised her to come back. Arriving at the scene, Su Lin Yun said that she would help Tang Yunde get out of the car and asked Tang Shu to take all the luggage from the car. Tang Shu agreed. As soon as Tang Xiu closed the car door, he saw all the people nearby. They were all waiting for him to come back. Kang Xia was standing in front of everyone and supporting Grandma, Yin Yin with her mother, and Han Qing also came to Grandma to meet Tang Xiu. Yang Chun told that everyone learned about the happy news that happened in the Tang family. He said that it must be celebrated. Hao Mao's grandmother's incomparable dishes were almost ready, so Tang Xiu should rather sit down at the table and tell how everything went. Tang Xiu didn't expect that they would all know and come to him so quickly. Tang Xiu immediately started joking that Yang Chun had lost weight and became smarter. He was pleasantly surprised. Su Lin Yun approached him and informed that she was the one who asked Kang Xia to gather everyone here. She recalled that Tang Xiu had promised to celebrate the results of his successful exams, so she decided to celebrate two events at once and informed everyone else. Tang Xiu looked at everyone and thanked them for taking the time to come to him. He suggested not to waste time and sit down at the festive table as soon as possible because he had many stories that he was going to tell with joy. The next day in the evening, Tang Xiu returned home. All the goods he ordered from Hubei were already waiting for him. He immediately went to the warehouse to see everything he had received. Tang Xiu had been very busy lately and had not been able to devote time to cultivation. Now is the time to change it. Tang Xiu picked up the democracy stone and prepared. There were many materials in front of Tang Xiu. Most of them were of excellent quality. He also got crocodile and shark bones from Dongtang. Some materials are not needed for Tang Xiu, so they can be used for Chun Jin to raise his level. If Tang Xiu manages to combine all the materials he needs, then he will be able to recover the 7 Yuan Shen from the Huo Cave, which will give more opportunities to start developing. Tang Xiu understood that Yin Yin and Chun Jin had reached the appropriate level, but they still needed Yuan Shen to raise their cultivation level much faster and more efficiently. Tang Xiu also wanted to help his father regain his strength as soon as possible, so he needed to make several bottles of elixir to restore the vitality of qi and treat internal wounds. But there was one more task. Gu Yan used the blood spell technique to save Tang Xiu's life, after which she needed the healing Yuan Shen. Zixiang also had to use the Yuan Shen to heal. If he did everything right, he would only have 2 Yuan Shen left, but he needed much more. So Tang Xiu decided to please how much money he still needed to reach his goal. For 5 boxes of herbs, Tang Xiu gave 200 million yuan. He saw that they and ore materials may not be enough. If you count all Tang Xiu's needs, he needs to work for several more years without resting. Tang Xiu knew that there was a lot of money needed on Earth to continue cultivation. He would not be able to take the materials from him by force alone, since he did it in another world, so he decided to come up with something immediately. First of all, Tang Xiu decided to make the pills to repay the others for their help, and to keep a small supply for himself to use in his introductory cultivation. He was already very far behind his schedule. The next step will be to make a ring of space so that he can carry all the things he needs without carrying a large backpack. With its help, Tang Xiu will be able to collect much more of the necessary materials himself. Not to waste time, Tang Xiu immediately went into action. Starting with making pills, Tang Xiu will smoothly move on to making an elixir for his father that will help him recover. The next day, Su Lin Yun and Tang Yunde came to Tang Xiu's house. They were met by Mrs. Mu and Yin Yin. Mrs. Mu told them that they should not go to their house alone. If they called, she came and picked them up. Su Lin Yun reported that the doctor ordered them to go out more often, so they decided to visit Tang Xiu and take a walk. She asked where her son was now. Mrs. Mu said that Tang Xiu has been in the warehouse for quite some time studying medical books. He asked not to be disturbed for a while, because he found something really important. Mrs. Mu suggested that they move in with them, because that way she can help Su Lin Yun take care of Tang Yunde and help around the house. Su Lin Yun thanked for the offer but declined while she successfully coped with all the responsibilities herself. Mrs. Mu said that she would be happy if Su Lin Yun asked for help, but now they had to go to the store, so they said goodbye. Su Lin Yun said that they would wait for Tang Xiu at the house. Mrs. Mu agreed and left them the keys. Su Lin Yun thanked her and took Tang Yunde to the house. Leaving the house, Mrs. Mu called Yin Yin. She reminded that Tang Xiu asked them not to talk about his training. Yin Yin remembered this. Because Tang Xiu reminded her more than once, she promised to keep her mouth shut. At this time, Tang Xiu had already managed to make the last 2 yuanshen. In one day, he managed to prepare for all the future expenses and prepare for cultivation. Tang Xiu decided to do one more important thing before making the Ring of Space. He remembered the stone game, the same demonic stone that he managed to obtain with the help of Professor Hu Bai. Tang Xiu knew that only he could open it, but since he was already trying to restore the magic, it would take a little more strength. A Jain's stone tomb has great power, but what is inside it is much more valuable. With an effort, he managed to open it. Seeing what was inside, Tang Xiu couldn't believe such a wild success. The chance of finding this item was one in many billions. In the middle of the grave, there was a magical amulet with a rune that was used by the 4 kings of the demon world. It was an incredible relic that would give much more than all the herbs that Tang Xiu received. Tang Xiu remembered seeing it in one demon prince who fought him in heaven one day. He had a magic manuscript. He passed through the eternal. In one night, Jain wrote this rune on one of the amulets and then hung his neck. The war continued for more than 300 years, and Tang Xiu's side lost most of their magical powers, but they still managed to defeat the demons who wanted to seize the natural resources of the magical world. It was at that time that there were rumors that the 4 demon kings had found the ancient techniques of gods and demons. It was because of this that they went to the world of magic to use its resources to expand their spiritual cultivation possibilities. It was this belief that brought Tang Xiu to him. The technique called sky-piercing Wan Yuan was perfected by Xin Yuan's power. Tang Xiu wanted to obtain this technique and did everything to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. 2 demon kings died on the battlefield. Tang Xiu realized that it was better for him to destroy this amulet. But the question arose as to who was able to bring this amulet to Earth. Tang Xiu decided that it happened after the death of one of the demon kings. In the worst-case scenario, Tang Xiu understood that one of the demon kings was able to make his way to the ground to save his life and regain his strength, and then return to the world of immortals and take revenge. Tang Xiu didn't want to think too much about it because he didn't have enough time anyway. The amulet is used as a seal and a magical storehouse for demon cultivators' power. Maybe Tang Xiu can use it to solve the dual cultivation problem between gods and demons. Tang Xiu put the amulet on himself and felt nothing. Tang Xiu knew that a first-level Star Master would not be enough to study it, but he could provoke to slowly absorb its contents. Tang Xiu took 1 yuanshen and pointed it to his mouth to increase the perception effect. He also picked up the stone tomb itself to help him resist the power of good magic and balance between gods and demons. Stopping for a moment, Tang Xiu decided to use another yuanshen pill to increase his strength and choose the right path of cultivation. If the experiment is successful, Tang Xiu will be able to absorb all the magic power. Then he will easily pass the barrier and return to his normal state in a few hours. Without thinking long, Tang Xiu started to act. Tang Xiu immediately took on the form of a demon. All kinds of thoughts began to enter his head. He wanted to kill everyone who stood in his way. He could feel himself absorbing more and more demonic energy with each passing second, and approaching the Qi vital energy barrier. A little more he will be able to worship. 2 hours had passed since Su Lin Yun and Tang Yunde came to visit Tang Xiu. Tang Yunde decided that Tang Xiu had been sitting behind his books for a long time, so he decided to go check on him and distract him from his work by driving to the warehouse. He called Tang Xiu several times, but there was no answer. Tang Yunde decided to go inside and press the button to open the door. The door began to open slowly and quietly. Tang Yunde approached and began to wait for it to open so that he could get in. As soon as the door opened above his shoulder, he bowed his head and began to enter the warehouse. Tang Yunde, as he drove in, wondered why Tang Xiu did not answer him, but when he raised his head, his astonishment knew no bounds. In front of him was a tall man with white light coming from him. His head had big horns and long white hair. He was dressed the same as Tang Xu. Seeing the unexpected guests, Tang Xu froze in place and tried to figure out what to do. After a while, Tang Xu returned to normal accounting and brought water for his father. Tang Yunde still had the image of a tall horned man in front of his eyes. Tang Yunde asked Tang Xu to tell the whole truth about what he was doing and what he just saw. Tang Xu asked him to wait. Tang Xu went to the table and blurted out that the man Tang Yunde saw was him, but he couldn't say anything more. Tang Yunde outrageously informed him that he was his own father, and the garden should not be a secret, especially since it is not normal Tang Yongde wants to know everything Tang Xu is doing. Tang Yunde understood that Grandpa's medical book was a lie, and Tang Xu lied to everyone involved in the medical field. Tang Xu explained that all his medicines had nothing to do with Grandpa's book, and that was much easier for him to explain than what his father saw. Tang Yunde couldn't stand it and started shouting at Tang Xu. He wanted to know the whole truth about what Tang Xu really does. He said that he saw a very terrible and unsafe thing in front of him, so he asked to explain everything. Tang Xu also couldn't stand his father's words, so he started shouting and told him that what he was doing was a really dangerous business. But he had no choice. He had to do it, because Su Lin Yun had already died a long time ago, and Tang Yunde was still lying on the bed, and there were flowers around him. Tang Xu said that he is not doing all this for money. He just has a lot of business that he cannot tell anyone else about. He warned that he is silent about it so as not to put his loved ones in danger. Tang Yunde tilted his head. She understood that Tang Xu would not tell him anything, and he did not want to start a scandal. He stopped trying to find out more about his affairs and apologized. Looking at Tang Xu, he asked him to be sure to tell him about his adventures when the time was right. He also forbade him to do anything dangerous as it might kill him. Tang Yunde trusted him, but was still worried. Tang Xu looked at his father and smiled. He informed that common sense is still present in his body and he should not worry about it. Tang Xu will be able to deal with all the problems himself and help the family. Tang Yunde decided not to disturb his son from continuing to work, and said that he would go to Su Lin Yun to help her in the kitchen. And Tang Yunde also said that dinner would be ready soon, and Tang Xu should definitely come to their table. Tang Xu stopped him and took one bottle of elixir from the table. He told that he had made medicine for his father to help him recover quickly and get back in great shape. He told that he needed to take one bottle every 2 days, and through 10 days he will be completely healthy. Tang Yunde couldn't believe it and was shocked, because the doctor gave him at least 6 months to recover and Tang Xu promises to recover him in 10 days. Tang Yunde asked when he could start the treatment. Tang Xu immediately gave him one bottle. As soon as Tang Yunde drank it, he felt a strange tingling sensation on his body. Tang Xu was not sure about the speed of the drug's effect, but suggested that his father try to stand up to test the effectiveness of the elixir. After a few seconds, father drank the elixir. He tried to get up and succeeded. He felt the most joy in the past few days. Tang Xu stood beside him and supported him so that Tang Yunde wouldn't collapse from joy. Tang Yunde was surprised because one bottle replaced several months. Tang Xu looked at his father's happy face and said that he thought 3 bottles would be enough for a full recovery. Because Tang Yunde had a strong enough body and spirit, Tang Yunde was even more happy to hear that. He said that we need to drink wine to celebrate this beautiful day. Tang Xu suggested to take the best wine that he recently made. After hearing this, the father began to be even more surprised by the abilities that Tang Xu possesses. He wondered how many more secrets Tang Xu kept for him. As soon as his father left Tang Xu alone, he began to test his strength again. Tang Xu managed to achieve incredible results. He had achieved the perfect balance of the dual cultivation of demons and gods. From now on, the loss of core qi energy during transformation was not a problem. Now Tang Xu has to start making the space ring. For this he needs stone fragmentation rings and meteorite materials, and winter fluorite will also help him. But last time Professor Hu Bai sent home large pieces of ores. Looking at the table, Tang Xu realized that he could simultaneously use the ancient sword of another world which was left by one of the cultivators in the fiery Qilin cave, he decided to combine them into one thing. But after looking at the amulet, Tang Xu decided not to stop there and attach it to the sword. He hoped that he would be able to make an unparalleled weapon using a small amount of materials. After a few minutes, Tang Xu was able to make a ring and restore and improve the quality of the ancient sword. Tang Xu did not expect that after the restoration, the sword would retain so much strong aura. Tang Xu marveled at his invention. He tried to use the space ring on the sword. It disappeared in a few seconds right in front of Tang Xu's eyes. The space ring turned out to be a very useful thing and very easy to control, which made Tang Xu happy. After testing his designs, Tang Xiu decided to immediately go to Jingmen Island and then immediately go to Julong Island, gathering all the necessary things in the Ring of Space. Tang Xiu immediately left for the airport. After some time, Tang Xiu arrived at Jingmen Island Airport. Chen Jin called him and said that he received the pill. He wants to return the 200 million that Tang Xiu spent for him, but Tang Xiu refused. Tang Xiu was sure that he had used the pill for good and reported that Yin Yin also received it. Tang Xiu remembered that Chen Jin was almost done with his basic training, so he decided to send him a pill so that he could quickly start training and practice mastering the true Yuan. Chen Jin thanked him for his great help. Tang Xiu finished the conversation and saw two men in business suits. He realized that they were heading towards him. As he got closer, the men informed that Gu Yan was busy with her own business, so she sent them to pick up Tang Xiu from the airport. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Baiyang Restaurant. The guard informed that Tang Xiu's room is on the top floor. Miss Xiao should come to him soon. Tang Xiu agreed and let him go. Tang Xiu entered the restaurant area and went out for a walk. But after a few seconds he felt strange eyes on him. Looking around, there was no one in the area at first glance, but this feeling did not leave him. After a few seconds, Tang Xiu concentrated and felt two magical qi energies behind him. He felt their power and realized that they were approaching him with great speed. Tang Xiu decided not to pay attention to it and moved on. But after a few seconds, he sensed the purpose with which they were approaching. Tang Xiu turned and asked who they were and why they were spying on him. But he did not hear an answer. The two men realized that Tang Xiu sensed them a few minutes ago, so they immediately decided to waste no time and attack. Tang Xiu looked up and saw two men wearing demon masks. One was purple in color, and the other was red. Tang Xiu decided to accept their challenge and test his current strength at once. He took a different account and concentrated on his qi energy. He noticed that the men's energy was the same color as their clothes. Tang Xiu used a defense technique to form a shield around himself. He decided to hold back and test what his opponent was capable of. The men acted together and clearly planned each attack. Tang Xiu felt that he was being awaited. With the shield, Tang Xiu was able to sense their true strength and qi energy. It didn't surprise him, so Tang Xiu decided it was his turn to strike. He decided to use a smaller portion of his power so as not to kill them all at once. Tang Xiu quickly dispelled the shield and swung to start the attack. The opponents did not have time to understand what happened and what Tang Xiu was trying to do. He was very fast, so they did not have time to increase the distance. Tang Xiu concentrated and reduced his strength. He simultaneously struck two opponents at once, which greatly surprised them. Tang Xiu stayed in place and began to observe. Although Tang Xiu reduced his strength, it was enough to scatter the opponents all over the territory of Baiyang Restaurant. Due to the strong burst of energy, the men were scattered in different directions. Tang Xiu got into a fighting stance and ordered them to continue attacking. He wanted to see everything they were capable of. The men quickly rose to their feet and began to prepare for the next attack. After looking at each other, they again decided to attack at the same time to prevent Tang Xiu from focusing on one of them. Tang Xiu understood their fighting style very well, so he immediately rushed to meet them. The battle began, hoping for a numerical advantage. The men tried to land a critical blow on Tang Xiu, but he skillfully defended himself and managed to counterattack, which did not allow the men to rest. Due to the strong energy surge created by Tang Xiu, Gu Yan and Mai Mei immediately decided to go to the courtyard to check what happened. As soon as they saw Tang Xiu's fight with the men, Gu Yan immediately ordered them to stop and explain what happened. Tang Xiu immediately stopped as soon as he heard Gu Yan's voice. His fists were right in front of the men's faces. Tang Xiu understood that Gu Yan knew them, so he did not continue the fight. He became curious about how it felt. Gu Yan quickly approached Tang Xiu and started yelling at the men. Tang Xiu took his usual count and started listening to Gu Yan. They took off their masks and informed that they did not want to harm Tang Xiu. They were only testing his strength. Behind the masks were two guys named Mo Wen and Mo Wu. She greeted Tang Xiu and said that when they heard about his arrival, they decided to test his strength, so they immediately attacked him. Tang Xiu was surprised because there were twins in front of him, but one was in purple clothes and the other in red. Tang Xiu asked who taught them kung fu. As their skills were quite good, which is rare for their age, Tang Xiu fully understood their intentions and was not against such practice. Mai Mei appeared behind the boys and immediately hit them on the head with 2 fingers. She ordered to apologize immediately and only then explain the reason why they attacked. Gu Yan agreed with her words and ordered to quickly apologize. Mai Mei approached Tang Xiu and apologized for the ignorance of her boys. She asked Tang Xiu to listen to her because she wants to tell about Mo Wen and Mo Wu who just attacked him. Tang Xiu agreed and Mai Mei began to tell. She informed that her master always wanted Tang Xiu to have companions, so he adopted an orphan when he arrived on Earth. These 2 boys were not his only companions. Mai Mei personally raised Mo Wen and Mo Wu for several years in a row, and they grew up to be very talented boys. Tang Xiu immediately noticed this when they first met. He felt the difference between them and other people he had met before. Mo Wen asked Tang Xiu to answer a question that had been bothering him and Mo Wu for a long time. Tang Xiu agreed to answer. He remembered that Gu Yan had said that in the other world, Tang Xiu was a very strong master. But after returning to Earth, he had to start his path all over again. Several months passed after returning to Earth. He wondered how Tang Xiu was able to reach the level of the heavenly world in such a short time, because they had been practicing for quite a long time but remained almost in the same place. He asked Tang Xiu to tell a secret. Tang Xiu said that they themselves need to raise their cultivation level, and he will help with this, and he will tell them more later. For now the main thing is cultivation and practice. Tang Xiu asked Gu Yan to lead him to Guyan Air. Walking a few meters away, Tang Xiu stopped and informed the boys that they still needed to learn how to use their anger. Otherwise they would cause a lot of trouble and would not be able to keep their sanity. Mo Wu informed Mai Mei that Tang Xiu was not as scary as she told before. She greatly exaggerated her story. But Mai Mei warned them that they had not yet seen Tang Xiu's true strength, because he only fought them at half strength. The time would come and they will learn the true power of Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu was already by Gu Yan's side. He checked her condition and saw that she was on the mend. Gu Yan began to thank Tang Xiu for her help, because the elixir he sent had greatly helped her master's treatment. Tang Xiu approached Gu Yan and saw her vital qi energy. He informed her that she would soon be able to wake up and start living a normal life. But first, she needed to fully recover her strength. On his way back to the Bayan restaurant, Tang Xiu remembered that he had to repay Gu Yan for her help, and as he climbed the stairs, he gave her the box containing the pill. After opening the casket, Gu Yan was shocked. She did not expect such a valuable gift. Tang Xiu said that he had perfected Yuan Shen with his own hands, and he was giving it because Gu Yan had saved his life by using a dangerous technique that could have killed her herself. Tang Xiu looked at her and informed her that the pill would help her recover completely. It was also good for Jimei's wound, so he asked to give the second pill to him. Gu Yan agreed. She immediately got stronger in front of Tang Xiu and started thanking her for such a generous gift. Tang Xiu said that her help was much more valuable. He would never forget how she saved his life. Gu Yan decided to seize the moment and wondered why she couldn't sense Tang Xiu's soul when she tried to save him. She wondered what kind of skills Tang Xiu was practicing. Tang Xiu was surprised by such a question from Gu Yan. He thought that Gu Yanye had taught her this skill a long time ago and told her about the secret of the universe, but as it turned out, Gu Yan still didn't know much. After hearing about the secret of the universe, Gu Yan began to shout in surprise. She wondered if she understood it correctly. Tang Xiu meant using the source of the actual universe of heaven. Gu Yan could not believe that Tang Xiu had already reached such a significant level of development. Now she understood why she did not find true elements in Tang Xiu's body, because Tang Xiu's inner strength comes from his soul. Tang Xiu said that in the world of immortals he could not cultivate to the power of heaven, because his soul returned to the earth. Now he wants to go back and take revenge. But for this, he had to start all over again. In the evening at the Baiyang restaurant, Tang Xiu threw a party. He gathered all the close people who were on Jingmen Island and said that he was very happy to make new acquaintances and hoped that their cooperation would lead to new heights. He announced that he would drink a glass of wine for them health. After a while, Tang Xiu decided to leave the feast and be alone. Behind him there were joyful shouts and the clinking of glasses. Tang Xiu decided to think about his next steps so as not to be sad in one place, because he had already wasted too much time. Everyone at the table had a very good opinion of Tang Xiu. Gu sat next to Mai Mei and watched the others having fun. She was happy that Tang Xiu was able to be liked by everyone and respected and listened to. Two boys approached her and informed that Tang Xiu promised to teach them techniques, but now he is not paying attention to them for the second day in a row. They asked what went wrong. Mai Mei heard the boys and wondered who allowed her to discuss Master Tang Xiu behind his back. She ordered them to go back to training and sleep until Tang Xiu had free time. She warned them not to talk about him behind his back again. Mo Wu leaned towards Mai Mei and informed her that she herself made them to be careful and always go for their goal. For now, their goal was to learn new techniques from Tang Xiu. Mai Mei actually started them with that, so she bowed her head and kept quiet. Gu Yan asked them to calm down and not worry. She promised to talk to Tang Xiu and find out why he was ignoring them. The boys thanked her, and Mai Mei asked her not to get lost in the boys' affairs. After a while, Gu Yan left the party and decided to look for Tang Xiu. She found him near Qianji's matrix and asked what he was doing here and why he left them so early. Tang Xiu didn't expect it to appear. He said that he was just watching the matrix and thinking about the world of immortals. Tang Xiu said that when he was working on it back then, he thought it was a very big development, but now he is just looking at it. Tang Xiu said that every time he is in Baiyang restaurant, his thoughts are filled with memories of the world of immortals. He noticed that the matrix is always in perfect condition, which means that Gu Yan takes care of it. Gu Yan smiled happily. She always kept the things that were dear to her master, and as it turns out they are also of great importance to Tang Xiu. She informed that Tang Xiu will always be an honored guest at Baiyang restaurant and can feel at home. Tang Xiu was happy to hear this. He could feel a special aura that was only in Baiyang restaurant. Swirling around Gu Yan, Tang Xiu looked at her and started to smile. He really felt at home. Seizing the moment, Gu Yan asked what Tang Xiu planned to do next and when his next trip would be, as the twins were looking forward to Tang Xiu being able to start their training. Tang Xiu reported that he heard from Ji Yumei that her plan for the boys was to go to training first and then start learning new things and progress in a broader sense. Gu Yan said that her master always said one thing: they are on the ground, so they should first understand the local rules and regulations before going to train. Gu Yan said that each of the children are connected to criminal groups around the world. For a while it was a mercenary organization, but after a while they decided to cancel this organization. An idea from American Batman comics immediately came to Tang Xiu's mind. After hearing this, Gu Yan began to laugh. She was surprised by Tang Xiu's unexpected association. He decided to reveal all his plans tomorrow and start acting immediately. The next day, Mo Wu and Mo Wen came to Tang Xiu's room. He was just telling Gu Yan that he had written the recipe for the elixir that Gu Yanye needed. He asked to start gathering herbs right away so as not to delay. Tang Xiu gave her a book with many useful recipes. She needs to find the recipe for 7 different pills. They will help speed up cultivation. In addition, one of them is especially useful for qi energy, which accelerates recovery and strengthens the immune system. Guyan didn't know how to thank Tang Xiu. She started to thank her and asked to give her some tasks so that when he returned she could thank him. Tang Xiu refused because he was still grateful to her for saving him. The twins waited by the door for Tang Xiu to finish talking with Guyan. They hoped that Tang Xiu would tell them about his plans and they could travel with him so that he could teach them something new. Tang Xiu immediately noticed the concern in their eyes. He informed that he will send to Julong Island first. He will decide in a few hours, but first he needs to prepare and inform the others about his departure. The twins immediately started shouting in surprise. Yes, they informed that it is not possible to go to Julong for several days. Guyan was surprised by their shouting, and Tang Xiu expected such a reaction. He asked with a smile why they were stopping him and what they knew about Julong Island. Tang Xiu had already learned a lot of information from his men, but he decided to test them on their knowledge of the information. He had already started training them, but didn't let them know. Mo Wen saw his brother's hesitation, so he decided to tell the story himself. He said that now is the season of typhoons, and if you go straight from here, it is fashionable to get into a typhoon, because you can't know what the weather will be in advance. Tang Xiu said that he doesn't care about the weather. Mo Wu said that in addition to the weather, since recently, many pirate gangs have started to gather on Julong Island. Because of this, they will find too much trouble and waste a lot of time. After hearing this, Tang Xiu still did not change his decision. Mo Wen said that it would be best to go to a nearby island so that she could watch the weather change and catch the best moment to continue the journey, and only then get to Julong Island. Mo Wu said that he has many acquaintances on the nearby island who will help them get to Julong Island faster. Tang Xiu understood that the twins were trying to find a better way, but it would take a lot of time, which was already short. In one moment, he felt a vibration in his pocket and ordered to wait for him to answer. He was called by Lan Tu and informed that everything went according to plan. He was already on the territory of Saipan Island, and after some time they will arrive on the island itself and study the situation, after which they will immediately get in touch. Tang Xiu got up from his chair and was happy with this news. He ordered to immediately go to Julong Island after inspecting Saipan Island, while Tang Xiu will pack his things and go to Saipan. He asked to report immediately if anything goes wrong. Lan Tao agreed and turned off. The twins were shocked by Tang Xiu's conversation. They could not guess that he had already planned everything and started to act. It was clear from the conversation that his people had already done almost the entire operation and were preparing to finish. The twins were still shocked for a long time. Tang Xiu looked at Guyan, who was also surprised to hear his conversation. Tang Xiu said that she could contact Chen Jin or his cousin Chu Meng at any time, and they would get all the necessary materials for her in a short time, but warned that they are located in Xincheng, so the delivery will be long. Tang Xiu took out 2 tickets from his pocket and put them on the table. They were tickets for the twins, so that they could decide to go to Saipan with him. Seeing them, the twins started to shout with joy. Guyan was still surprised at the speed of Tang Xiu's plan because he was able to start it overnight. Tang Xiu stopped at the door and ordered the twins to quickly start packing because they had to leave for the island in 2 hours. He warned that he would not wait for them. The twins agreed and immediately started packing. As they walked to the room, they kept on rejoicing. They finally had a chance to travel with the best master and learn something new. Guyan walked beside them and was also happy. She received Tang Xiu's secret recipes that would help her heal the master and cultivate. As soon as Tang Xiu left the house, he was immediately called by Mai Mei. Tang Xiu noticed that she had changed her account and was holding papers in her hands. She reported that she had received a copy of the auction album from the Hong Kong office. She saw a soul stone on it. She reported that he will immediately go to Hong Kong to check everything personally. Tang Xiu was incredibly surprised. He did not expect to hear about such a rare stone. but with its help one can speed up the climax and reach a high level of development of techniques that require qi energy. Tang Xu quickly grabbed the auction album and looked at it. After skipping a few pages, he saw the Soul Stone. This was a great opportunity for him. He must get this stone. Mai Mei understood that Tang Xu needed this stone, so she told her that she would immediately go to Hong Kong and find it. Gu Yan saw a photo of the stone and confirmed that it was real. The twins looked at it with interest. Tang Xu had already figured out how he would use the Soul Stone, but it was very dangerous. He ordered to keep it a secret so that none of the other cultivators would find out about it. Tang Xu asked when the auction would start. Mai Mei didn't know the exact time yet, but she knew that it started tonight. She promised to find out the information and inform Tang Xu about it. Tang Xu decided to finish things with Lunyu Island first, and then go to Hong Kong with Mai Mei. He decided to participate in the auction to avoid such a great opportunity. Tang Xu looked at Mai Mei and told her that she would go with him, and after the operation was completed, they would go to Hong Kong for the auction. Mai Mei agreed and started to prepare for the departure. After some time, they were already at the Hong Kong International Airport. Mai Mei informed her people of their arrival and ordered them to arrive at the third exit of the airport. Not even a minute passed when 3 people appeared behind them. Among them was a girl. She introduced herself as Tian Li. She was the head of the Hong Kong office, and she was the one who informed about the Soul Stone auction. Tang Xu asked him not to waste time and immediately go to the auction. On the way, he learned that Tian Li was also an orphan. Mai Mei took them in from a very young age along with the twins. Tian Li reported that she wasn't very good at martial arts, but she was good at business management, so she and several other children are mainly involved in managing the Bayan organization. Tang Xu was surprised to inquire what the Bayan organization owns besides the restaurant on Jingmen Island. He did not expect to know that Gu Yan managed to start a big business located in Hong Kong. Tian Li said that at the moment, the Bayan organization is valued at more than 100 billion yuan. Besides the restaurant, it owns various kinds of factories and a large number of products, including a jewelry business. At this time, they stopped at a traffic light. Mai Mei lowered her window to show Tang Xu the Dice National Jewelry chain owned by the Bayan organization. Tang Xu said that he had no idea about it. Tang Xu understood that the head office of the Bayan organization was also located in Hong Kong. He thought that Tian Li was in charge and monitored all the business in this city. Tian Li said that she does not make any important decisions because Gu Yan is responsible for them, and Tian Li is responsible for communication between trading points and observes the performance of other workers' tasks. Tang Xu asked how they managed to compete with other organizations. Because Hong Kong is a very large and attractive place for business location, Tang Xu is sure that all the richest people in the country are trying to build a business in Hong Kong. Tian Li said that Hong Kong is really a beautiful city, but it is here that most people try to do quiet and peaceful business so as not to attract much attention, because the city is ruled by 3 main families, the Du family, the Li family, and the Jiang Wei family. But Gu Yaner was the leader of the Li family. It was because of this that Bayan was able to develop without any competition. Everything went without conflicts, and in a short time they managed to rise to the highest business sharks. Tang Xu was incredibly surprised, so he decided to check whether he understood Tian Li correctly. He wondered if she was really talking about the Li family, the business leader of the Hong Kong district, and the real estate giant in all of Asia. Tian Li reported that Tang Xu understood her correctly. Indeed, Li Jue was the richest man in Hong Kong. His power had no limits, and his word could close most of the businesses located in Hong Kong. Tang Xu couldn't even imagine that Gu Yaner would go this far. At one point he felt very proud of her, but understood that he was far behind her achievements. A few seconds later, another car flew into their car, and an accident happened. The man in the sports car failed to stop in time and hit the car in which Tang Xu was driving. The man immediately got out and began to inspect his car. Tian Li ordered the driver to get out and see how badly the car was damaged. If it was badly damaged, he would deal with everything himself. The driver agreed and got out of the car. He approached the car that hit him in the back. he saw that a young guy was behind the wheel of an expensive car. As he approached, the driver asked how it happened. The guy immediately grabbed the driver by the collar and started shouting. He said that his car was from a unique collection, and it is worth like the whole life of the driver, so he should immediately pay and leave Hong Kong. The driver was confused and did not know what to do. He realized that this guy from a rich family. A group of boys approached them. They started saying that the driver himself is to blame for the accident and must pay compensation, otherwise he will find out who their parents are. From their appearance, it was clear that they were from rich families. One of them wanted to look at the damage to the car, but immediately stopped. He realized who his friend had driven into. He immediately informed that the car in which his friend drove belonged to the Bayan organization, and they could have big problems because the Bayan organization was very famous and influential. But the boy didn't care. He pounced on the driver and began to beat him with his fists and demand compensation. He was not afraid that the Bayan organization would be able to do something to him, because he knew that his father would be able to protect him. Tang Shu watched the situation for a few minutes. He realized that the driver would not be able to solve the problem, and when they started beating him, Tang Shu was about to get out of the car and help him. But he was stopped. One of the twins asked Tang Shu to stay in the car and watch the situation. He himself would get out and help the driver deal with the brazen boys who were hoping for help from their parents. Tang Shu agreed, but asked not to kill the boys. Tang Shu hoped that they would be able to solve the problem as soon as possible. Because the time was approaching the start of the auction, and he did not want to be late, Mo Wen promised to restrain himself and got out of the car. One of the boy's friends tried to stop his friend named John Yu. Mo Wen slowly approached them. He called the boy who was beating the driver and told him to stop, or he would have to use force. But he did not stop and started threatening Mo Wen. He calmly approached the boy and warned him that he had 3 minutes to apologize and fix the situation. Mo Wen was very serious and reserved as Tang Shu was watching him looking out the window. The boy decided to leave the driver and immediately rushed at Mo Wen, swung and tried to strike, but Mo Wen was not even going to dodge. He showed Tang Shu that he wanted to avoid a fight, but he was forced. Without thinking long, Mo Wen slapped the boy's face. He only used a small part of his strength, but it was enough to knock out several teeth and bruises under his eyes. Jian Yu immediately fell to the ground. He saw the remnants of his teeth on the asphalt. Regaining his bearings, he immediately began to threaten Mo Wen with brutal execution because his father was a very influential man. One of Jian Yu's friends couldn't believe that a short and thin guy like Mo Wen could knock out several teeth of a guy much bigger than him with one punch. He immediately ran to his car and picked up a baseball bat. Ignoring the cries of the third boy, he rushed towards Mo Wen, hoping that the baseball bat would help him defeat the opponent. Quickly closing the distance, he swung to strike. Mo Wen dodged the boy's blow but counterattacked, causing the boy to fall to his knees and almost pass out. He could not breathe normally and stand up. Mo Wen said that he was bored with them. Looking at the third boy, Mo Wen wondered why he was standing still and doing nothing while his friends were trying to defeat him. The boy was confused and didn't know what to say. Mo Wen remained standing still and waiting for the opponent's further actions. The guy in the red suit, who decided not to interfere in the fight between his friends and the people of the Bayan organization, said that a big mistake had happened and began to apologize for his friends. Tang Shu opened the car window and told Mo Wen to try to get inside because they might be late for the auction. Mo Wen agreed and helped the driver back to the car. He asked if he could drive the car. The driver was not seriously injured, so he continued to drive it. A guy in a red suit approached his friends and reminded them that he had warned them about the power of the Bayan organization. One of them was holding his jaw and could not speak normally. The other could not get up after being hit in the stomach. On the way to the auction, Tang Shu asked who those guys were. Tian Li remembered that she told about 3 influential families of Hong Kong, who keep the entire business of the city under threat and collect money from them. The tall guy who caused the accident and started the fight with long black hair is called Jian Yu. He is from the Jiang Wei family. He was the leader of one of the gangs of hooligans in Hong Kong. The one who lunged at Mo Wen with a baseball bat, his name is Du Yang. He is from the large Du family. And the boy in the red suit who did not want to get into a fight was the second son of the Du family. Tang Shu realized that their parents were all the time building the business of the empire, but did not take the time to raise their children, which is why they grew up like this. Tang Shu wondered if they could start taking revenge. Tianli didn't know the answer to his question. Tang Shu ordered the twins to stay by Tianli's side for a while to protect her in case the boys returned with reinforcements. The twins looked at Tianli and asked her not to worry, because now she is under their protection, and they will definitely do everything to make her well. Tianli realized that the twins' fighting skills are much better than hers. Tang Shu reported that the twins had recently returned from training, where they had spent quite a long time, so their skills had become much better, and they would be able to protect Tianli without any problems. Mai Mei confirmed his words. After some time, Tang Shu and Mai Mei arrived at the auction. Regardless of the trouble on the way here, they made it right before it started. There were not many people in the hall, so they calmly found and sat down in their seats. Tang Shu ordered Mai Mei to deal with everything herself while he watched the process. Mai Mei happily agreed and waited for the auction to begin. A few minutes later, a pretty girl came on stage. She started to announce the beginning of the auction and wished everyone present good bidding. Tang Shu recognized the girl's voice, raised his head, and was surprised. Miss Shinya appeared on the stage. She was the same girl that Tang Shu met in the cafe and helped her contact Chun Jin. He was surprised that she was such a popular girl. Tang Shu expected the announcement of the start of bidding. Miss Shinya pointed to today's first lot. It was a Song Dynasty porcelain vase. Most people started trading immediately, but Tang Shu and Mai Mei waited for the more precious metals and the soul stone to start. An hour later, Miss Shinya announced the next lot. A piece of very rare meteorite. The starting price was 1 million yuan. The minimum promotion rate was 100,000. Mai Mei looked at Tang Shu and said that a soul stone had appeared. Tang Shu analyzed a piece of meteorite, and it indeed turned out to be a soul stone. Tang Shu told her to wait and evaluate other people's bids, because to begin with, the price is very low. Immediately after the price of the meteorite was announced, the entire hall began to raise their bids. Tang Shu ordered Mai Mei to wait until the last man and then immediately enter the game. It was not the first time Tang Shu participated in the auction, so he knew some strategy. After a few seconds, the last man left, raised the bid to 12 million. Tang Shu ordered Mai Mei to start, and she immediately announced the price of 15 million. Tang Shu did not know what kind of finances Mai Mei possessed, so he gave her free rein. The man number 20 was not going to back down. He raised the price to 20 million and began to wait for the reaction of Tang Shu and the others. Tang Shu understood that they would have to endure a lot of effort and money to get the stone, but he was not going to back down. He ordered Mai Mei to fight to the last for the soul stone and not give it up. She immediately raised the price to 25 million and hoped that the man will give up. The man looked at Mai Mei in surprise. He became nervous and decided to double the bet to push Mai Mei far back. But she did not back down and announced a bet of 100 million yuan. The man was surprised at such a serious decision. After looking at Mai Mei, he did not expect that she would have large reserves of money, so he announced a bet of 200 million, hoping that this would be enough and he would get the meteorite for himself. Mai Mei didn't even have time to sit down, which immediately announced a bid of 400 million. Tang Shu was surprised and happy to see Mai Mei's confidence. The number 20 man began to hesitate, and Miss Shinya began the countdown to the sale. After counting to 3, Miss Shinya announced that a piece of a rare meteorite goes to the girl number 19. Hitting the meteorite with a hammer, the meteorite was taken from the stage. Miss Shinya wanted to look at the girl who possessed such a rich source, but as soon as she looked in her direction, Miss Shinya could not believe her eyes. Among the large crowd of people, next to the girl number 19, Tang Shu was sitting. He was also looking at her. She immediately remembered that she had promised him to meet again. At that moment, Miss Shinya announced a temporary break in the auction. It will resume in 20 minutes, so she asks everyone present to return to the hall after a while. Mai Mei immediately leaned over to Tang Xiu and informed her that the man who was number 20 was the richest man in Hong Kong, Giant Li, who controlled almost all real estate in Asia. Tang Xiu did not expect to meet such an influential man at one Hong Kong auction. He began to observe him and wanted to remember his face. Giant Li noticed that Tang Xiu was looking at him, smiling. He continued to look at his phone. At this time, he texted his people to find information about Tang Xiu and Mai Mei, because he was interested in where they got so much money. At this time, Tian Li and the twins arrived at the head office in Hong Kong from the name of 100 banquets. The twins were surprised because they found out that Tang Xiu had just turned 18 years old. He was 2 years younger than them. Tian Li recognized that Tang Xiu's appearance a very mature and intelligent guy. After a long conversation, they stopped in front of the entrance to the office. After a few minutes, they started hearing strange sounds, but a familiar voice. The twins immediately reacted and looked at who was approaching them. Hitting the brick with a baseball bat, John Yu approached them with his men. He announced that he had come to take revenge and burn down their headquarters with 100 banquets. When he saw Mo Wen, he immediately began to threaten him. The twins were surprised because she didn't expect to see them so soon. They understood why Tang Xiu sent them along with Tian Li. She started to stop Jian Yu because it was his fault, and now he is worsening his station. She wanted to solve everything peacefully, but Jian Yu didn't listen to her. Tian Li reported that a non-aggression pact had been signed between the Baiyan organization and their parents. With all 3 families and with Giant Li, she wondered if he really wanted to break the pact and start a war. Jian Yu began to laugh and informed that the entire treaty was a big mistake of their parents, and now it was time to correct it. Around him were many trained guards waiting for the order to attack. Next to him was Du Shao, who was momentarily confused by his friend's decision. Jian Yu ordered to look at the people behind him. He said that they are all masters of their craft, and now they are razing the office of 100 banquets to the ground. He warned that there is no point in contacting the police because his family is friends with the chief police officer of Hong Kong. Tian Li realized that they got into a not very pleasant situation. The enemy was much larger and he was serious. The twins started to prepare for a big fight. But at one point, several people came out of the main office. Tian Li was surprised that they were there. Several men came out to them. They were the best trained fighters of the Baiyang office, who were supposed to guard Tang Xiu. But he sent them to the office and ordered them to protect Tian Li. Tang Xiu knew that Jian Yu was coming back, so he decided to play it safe. The commander of the group said that Dano did not get into a fight, so this will be good practice for him. And he also did not see the twins' abilities, so he will be happy to see what they were taught. The twins looked at him and informed him that they always wanted to test his strength, but now they will carefully watch his movements during the fight and help them. Jian Yu started yelling at them and showing his middle finger. He called them fools. Because they were surrounded by a large number of his men, he hoped that the numerical advantage would give him an easy victory. Approaching the twins, Jian Yu ordered him to tell him his last words before dying, so that in the future he would tell his children a funny bedtime story. Mo Wu looked at him in surprise and scared Jian Yu with his look. Mo Wen looked at his brother and asked him to deal with Jian Yu. While he and his bodyguards got rid of the crowd of opponents, several more opponents appeared behind them and surrounded them. Mo Wu and the group commander rushed forward to start the fight. They were not going to spare the opponents and started a game called Who Will Win More. Mo Wen and a group of guards rushed back to prevent the other opponents from reporting behind their backs. Jian Yu and his friends who were standing in front were shocked by the speed of the group leader and Mo Wu. After a few seconds, a large shadow covered them. They immediately started to run away, but it was already too late. Mo Wu and the group leaders slapped each other on the shoulders, signifying the start of their game. Approaching the enemy, they divided their opponents and began to act. At this time, Mo Wen had almost dealt with the other enemies. At this time, Tang Xiu watched the start of the auction. A few minutes later, Miss Xinya announced the sale of a 1,000-year-old ginseng. which Mai Mei had bought for her own use. Tang Xiu continued to watch the auction continue. Giant Li did not continue to play with Mai Mei and quickly gave up. He kept looking at his phone and waiting for information about them. After a few minutes, he got everything he wanted, looking at Mai Mei's information. He didn't see anything interesting. But when he opened Tang Xiu's information and saw his name, his surprise knew no bounds. He otherwise imagined the most important man in Baiyang. A few hours passed. Tang Xiu and Mai Mei decided to go to the party and look at the local businessmen. Tang Xiu told Gu Yan that he gave the secret recipe of the elixir, and the main ingredient is 1,000-year-old ginseng, which Mai Mei defeats at home. The decoction will help speed up Gu Yanye's recovery. Mai Mei understood all the tasks of Tang Xiu. She informed that she will immediately return to Jingmen Island. Besides, she took 8 billion with her, and with all the expenses, she had about 7 billion left. She gave Tang Xiu a bank card so that he could use the money as will want. He really needed money, but 7 billion was a lot. Even if it was Baiyang business's money, it was a big loss for them. So Tang Xiu began to give up the bank card. Mai Mei looked into his eyes and asked him not to refuse, because Tang Xiu was part of the organization. So the money was not a pity for him at all. Moreover, 7 billion would not be a large amount of money for the Baiyang business. They would be able to return it in the near future. Therefore, she insists that he take the money. Tang Xiu agreed to take the money, but said that this is the first and last time he takes money just like that. Next time he will not take a single penny until he contributes to the development of the Baiyang organization. Tang Xiu took the bank card and asked Mai Mei to take the 1,000-year root ginseng to Gu Yan. Mai Mei strengthened herself in front of Tang Xiu and informed that she will return to Jingmen Island today. Tang Xiu ordered to keep him informed of all events. Because it was a very difficult time, Mai Mei agreed, a giant Li appeared behind them, who asked why Mai Mei already leaves them. Tang Xiu was surprised by his appearance no less than Mai Mei. Tang Xiu asked what brought him here and introduced himself. A conversation started between them. But at one point Tang Xiu heard a familiar female voice calling him from behind. Looking around, Tang Xiu saw Miss Xinya, who was already waiting for their meeting. A crowd of men in love with her immediately appeared behind her. She asked when Tang Xiu had time to meet her uncle. Tang Xiu understood that she meant Giant Li. After a while, they left the party and went to a private office. Giant Li thanked him for helping Miss Xinya to Xincheng Airport. Tang Xiu said that he was just a beginner in the business field, so it was an honor for him to sit next to him. He did not expect this dating. After a long conversation, one of Miss Xinya's friends came to the office. She informed about the continuation of the auction and asked her to come back to start. Miss Xinya agreed. She looked at Tang Xiu and apologized for leaving him for a while. She asked him to stay and wait for her return. She informed that she is staying here for one more night, so she will wait to meet him. Tang Xiu agreed. As soon as she left the office, Giant Li looked at Tang Xiu and said that he always prefers business conversations. So he suggested that we start right away, and said that he had a few questions. He inquired about Tang Xiu's relationship with Gu Yaner, and what position he held in the Baiyang organization. Giant Li decided to find out what Tang Xiu was capable of so as not to meet him on his way in the future. Tang Xiu realized that the Li giant was wary of him and wanted to know more about the Baiyang organization. Tang Xiu decided not to tell him anything, but to move on to the next question. At this time, near the Baiyang headquarters, the fight had already ended. Many men who came with Jian Yu were lying on the ground. Most of them lost consciousness immediately after the first blow. Others could barely move. The twins, together with other people, stood in front of Jian Yu. They informed that his plan failed and he could just pay for the damage caused. But he chose the wrong path and decided to deal with brute force. Jian Yu stood on his knees and was silent for a few minutes. Raising his head, he promised to pay for everything, but immediately took out a grenade and announced that this would be the first financial contribution. As soon as the twins saw the grenade, they immediately ordered everyone to lie on the ground. Mo Wen immediately approached Tian Li to protect her from the explosion. The team leader immediately grabbed Mo Wu and dragged him away from Jian Yu. Without thinking for a long time, Jian Yu pulled out the check and threw the grenade at the Baiyang headquarters. The grate fell right under the door, and a loud explosion rang out a few seconds later. Mo Wen put Tianli on the ground and covered it with his body. Large pieces of debris flew over his head. Mo Wu and the group leader also laid down on the ground and hoped that everything would be fine. At this time, Tang Xiu didn't even know what was happening near the Baiyang headquarters. He continued to talk with Giant Li. He once again inquired about the relationship between Tang Xiu and Gu Yanye. He said that Gu Yanye helped him a lot. That is why he promised her independence in the growth of her enterprises. No one could interfere in her business from other companies, especially the three main families of the city of Hong Kong. In addition, she gave him a photo and asked him to find one boy whose name is the same as Tang Xiu. Even his appearance is very similar, so he decided that Tang Xiu is the boy. Tang Xiu was not going to answer his question. He immediately inquired how a business giant like him allows foreign companies to develop without any problems, because it interferes with local companies, causing him to lose money, and allows foreign companies to do arbitrariness over small businesses. Tang Xiu got up from his seat and admitted that Gu Yan'er had done a lot of help for Giant Li. He could not worry about the business in Hong Kong and held the so-called head family meetings. Tang Xiu began to think that Gu Yan'er had learned something secret about his family. Giant Li began to get nervous. He did not expect Tang Xiu to learn the truth so quickly. He realized that Tang Xiu was really not a simple guy and a business novice. He decided to be more careful with his words. Tang Xiu got up from the sofa and asked the Giant Li to appreciate everything he has. Already in Hong Kong he feels safe, but no one knows from which side the danger will come. Tang Xiu said goodbye and went to the exit. Walking to the door, Tang Xiu asked him to convey that Miss Xinya can repay the debt with time. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiu received a call from Tianli. Picking up the phone, he was shocked to hear. Tianli said that the head office of the 100 Banquets was blown up by a grenade because Jian Yu and a large crowd of people came to take revenge. Tang Xiu got angry and announced that he would go to them immediately. The Giant Li heard Tianli's story. Tang Xiu immediately ran to the door. He didn't notice the waiter who entered the room and hit him with his shoulder. The waiter asked him to be careful. Tang Xiu immediately asked how he could get to the roof. The waiter said that he should go out through the gate and go straight. Tang Xiu immediately ran. Giant Li stayed in the room and watched Tang Xiu rush to the roof. He realized that Tang Xiu is not an ordinary guy, and he needs to be followed, because maybe their paths cross. At this time, near the Baiyang headquarters, Mo Wen was trying to restrain the group commander from killing Jian Yu. Mo Wen warned him that Tang should arrive soon, so he should hold his own. Mo Wu also grabbed him and tried to restrain him. Jian Yu and his friend knelt down and begged for forgiveness. She didn't want to die, so they promised to pay double compensation just to stay alive. He said that his father would pay the full amount immediately after her announcement. Unexpectedly, something unknown flew between them, leaving behind a large yellow trail of unknown energy. Jian Yu and his friend began to think that the end of the world had come and they would die soon. Tianli and the twins also did not expect such an appearance, and were startled. They realized that it was Tang Xiu who had arrived using one of his techniques. Tang Xiu stopped and slowly approached Tianli. She immediately started to tell how it all started and how it ended. Tang Xiu stopped them and asked how they were doing and if anyone was injured. The twins, together with the group commander, quickly approached him and informed that Tianli was not guilty of anything. That is why they could not neutralize the grenade. Mo Wen said that they had underestimated the enemy and did not expect him to use the grenade. Tang Xiu slowly approached the twins and grabbed them by the shoulders. He informed everyone present that it was a shame. They weren't strong enough to deal with a grenade yet. Tang Xiu promised to teach them as soon as the case was over. Tang Xiu looked at the entrance to the office. The sign that Gu Yan'er wrote was broken. Tang Xiu felt that her efforts were in vain. Tang Xiu began to get even more angry. He looked at the twins who were waiting for his order and ordered to capture the one who threw the grenade and break his arms and tie his legs. Tang Xu decided to leave him alive to meet his father later and clarify the situation. Jian Yu and his friend realized what they had done. They began to beg Tang Xu to let them go home, and then they would return with the money and pay for everything they had done. But Tang Xu ignored them and ordered the twins to take action. Tang Xu looked at Tianli and asked her to inform the boys' families about the situation and tell him how they reacted to it and what they were offering in exchange for their sons. Tang Xu approached the boys and began to look at their faces. He warned that their lives were in his hands. Their next actions would be for their parents to decide whether they would stay alive. Jian Yu and his friend began to plead for mercy. Within a few hours of being in Hong Kong, Tang Xu understood the order that exists here, and how local people live and own businesses. Tang Xu decided to change the local order with his own power and improve life in Hong Kong. A few minutes later, the news showed an unknown flying object that glowed with yellow light. The photo was taken 20 minutes ago by residents of Hong Kong. The presenter said that the lights appeared during the auction at Bao Hin's house. Due to the high speed of the object, no one could find out what it was and find out in which direction it disappeared. The giant Li also watched this news. He was surprised by the unknown light that appeared from the place where he is now. He remembered that at the same time, Tang Xu was looking for an exit to the roof of the house. Giant Li decided that it was Tang Xu because he was related to Gu Yanye. Most of the evidence showed that this unknown light was Tang Xu himself. Realizing this, Giant Li began to fear Tang Xu even more. He should immediately find out more information about him and put him under surveillance. Miss Xinya unexpectedly came to him and searched for him. She wondered where Tang Xu went. Giant Li said that Tang Xu hurried to his restaurant. He stopped because he received a call, apologized to Miss Xinya. He picked up the phone. He was told that the boys of the three main families of Hong Kong City had been captured. A few minutes before, Tianli informed Jian Yu's parents that their son had brought a large number of people to the Baiyang headquarters and wanted to deal with them by force. But at the last moment he used a grenade and blew up the entrance to the office, which is a violation of the non-aggression pact. Therefore, if they want to see their son, they must come to their office. Tianli informed Tang Xu that she had told the boys' parents about the situation, and they should come to them soon. Jian Yu and his friend were sitting tied on a chair and passed out. Tang Xu decided to wait for the three main families of Hong Kong to take action. Giant Li arrived at his office where the parents of the boys were waiting for him. They immediately rushed to him to beg for help to free their sons and take revenge for such insolence on the part of the Baiyang organization. Giant Li immediately closed their mouths and began to shout. He told them that they should listen to his advice and carry it out without any delay. He reminded the men that he had warned them more than once not to provoke the Baiyang organization. Otherwise, they would regret it very much. After calming down, Giant Li ordered him to tell him what happened. He didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the Baiyang organization, but he needed to help his people in order not to lose the support of most businesses and his reputation as the most powerful man in Hong Kong. One of the men told them that Tianli called them and informed them that their most important boss is in Hong Kong and is waiting to meet them. Giant Li could not believe his ears. He could not imagine meeting them. He decided to check who exactly they call the top boss. As far as he can remember, Gu Yanye has always been the leader of the organization, and Gu Yan was her closest assistant. Without correct information, Giant Li did not want to start acting because he remembered the contract with Gu Yanye. One of the men couldn't hold back and started yelling at Giant Li to immediately help them free their sons. They need to immediately go to Baiyang's office with a lot of security and force to free the sons. After hearing this, Giant Li became angry. He ordered to shut up immediately. The Giant Li began to get even more nervous and insulted the men who asked for help. He called them fools because going by force against the Baiyang organization was the worst idea he had ever heard. He said that he had already sent his men to clarify the information. After a while, they got into the car and set off. Jian Yu's father did not know the whole story with the Baiyang head office. He wondered why Giant Lee allowed them to develop their business in Hong Kong in peace. The other man was also worried about this issue, Giant Lee agreed to tell. A few years ago, when the Bayans first appeared in Hong Kong, he became interested in learning more about this organization, because they began to quickly set up in a mask and attracted the attention of several other big businessmen. After a while, Giant Lee decided to send some of his best people to find out more information about the Bayan organization, but a very strange incident happened to all of them that no one could understand. One of the men interrupted him and expressed his opinion that all his people were killed. He heard this story more than once from different people, but they all told it differently, so no one found out the truth. Giant Lee reported that everything is not as simple as it seems. His people disappeared for more than a year, and when they returned, they said that they worked in stone mines and mined an unknown material. But after a while, they became fewer and fewer. His people began to disappear one by one from the stone mines, and no one could know where they went. But as soon as one of the best people of Giant Lee was taken out of the mine, his memories immediately disappeared. He could not even remember who was with him, where in mines, and what was done with them. The men sitting across from him could not believe such a terrible story. They had never been lost with something like this before, so their surprise knew no bounds. There was no reason not to believe the Giant Lee either, so they decided to continue listening to the story. Giant Lee said that this was not the only time he met with the mystic. He no longer sent his people to the Bayan organization, but their meetings did not end there. Giant Lee admitted that several years ago, he himself delivered some things by sea, but once they were taken and caught by pirates near Jingmen Island, he realized that the pirates were not going to let them go and began to say goodbye to life. But at the last moment before the execution, a girl unexpectedly appeared. She was surrounded by an unknown golden glow. She could fly and was not afraid of any pirate. She calmly came out to them and began to have a conversation. Realizing that she would not be able to negotiate with the pirates, she easily killed all the pirates using a sword that also glowed with a golden glow. The men said that it was similar to martial arts from a fictional comic book. Giant Lee said that he was lucky to keep his head on his shoulders. The girl really possessed martial skills. But what surprised him most was her young age. She looked no more than 20 years old. And the most important thing was that she was Gu Yaner from Baiyang. In order to repay the rescue, the Giant Lee promised to allow her to develop her business in any area of Asia. She ordered him not to interfere in the affairs of the Bayan organization and not to send his people to her, and also to find a boyfriend named Tang Shu. What was interesting was that today Giant Lee found Tang Shu, whom Gu Yanye had told him about. The men couldn't move away from the shock. They realized that Gu Yanye was the top boss of the Bayan organization, and she should be respected and feared. Giant Lee said that the Bayan organization is very successful in Hong Kong, and its people are very strong, so you should not interfere in their affairs. After a few seconds, he stopped the story because he felt the vibration of the phone. He was called by people whom he sent to the Bayan office. Picking up the phone, he immediately inquired what they managed to find out, but after a few minutes of silence, he heard a familiar voice and realized that his people had been caught and the phone had been taken away. Tang Shu took the phone of one of the scouts and called Giant Lee. He said that he had found his men, and while he had not done anything with them, Tang Shu said that they were all in the office and waiting for their next actions. Tang Shu warned that he is currently the main boss of the Bayan organization, and he is currently in a state of rage, so Giant Lee should hurry to meet him while his people and children are still alive. Tang Shu broke the phone with one hand after he finished the conversation. Giant Lee was very surprised when he heard that Tang Shu was the main boss of the Bayan organization. He knew that Tang Shu was not an ordinary guy, but to be the main boss was something he could not have expected. Giant Lee ordered the driver to speed up and take them to the Bayan headquarters. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the place. Giant Lee immediately rushed to Tang Shu. He promised tenfold compensation and was willing to do everything in his power to correct this terrible mistake of his friend's children. John Yu's father quickly approached Tang Xiu and started shouting. He wanted to get his son back as soon as possible, so he ordered to name the price. Giant Li ordered him to shut up and go back to the car, otherwise he would only do worse. But John Yu's father pushed him away and told him that he would get his son back by brute force, because he ordered his men to gather more than 500 men and come to the Baiyang headquarters. The twins turned around and saw a lot of people. Tang Xiu was not even surprised to hear this. He knew that Tang Xiu only had a couple of dozen people, but he managed to bring more than 500, so counting on the numerical advantage, he hoped that Tang Xiu would return his son to him. If he refused, then 500 men would attack him and destroy his office to the last brick. Not hearing Tang Xiu's answer, he ordered his men to immediately kill him and bring back his son. The twins immediately approached Tang Xiu and took up a circular defense. They understood that there were many opponents, and without Tang Xiu's help they would not be able to cope. Tang Xiu decided not to waste time and used the ring of space to retrieve his sword. The twins were surprised by Tang Xiu's incredible abilities. They stepped aside and began to watch his next actions. They realized that they would only hinder him. As soon as they left, Tang Xiu knocked more than 20 men a long distance away with one swing of his sword, thus stopping the enemy and striking fear into their ranks. Tang Xiu restrained his strength so as not to kill a large number of people. Looking at the frightened faces of the enemies, Tang Xiu realized that they would no longer want to attack him, so something more had to be done to permanently discourage them from returning to Baiyang headquarters. Tang Xiu concentrated and directed his power straight into the sword. He struck the ground with his sword, causing a strong wave of energy to appear. Seeing Tang Xiu's strength, all of John Yu's father's men began to run away in fright and turn back. They didn't want to die, so they didn't dare to attack. A big crack appeared in the ground in front of Tang Xiu's feet. He announced that anyone who stepped on it would die immediately. The twins immediately remembered Mai Mei's trunk, that the time would come and they would see Tang Xiu's true power. But they knew that he was still holding back. Tang Xiu looked at Giant Li and called him to decide quickly, because Tang Xiu was tired of wasting time. If he didn't give an answer in a few minutes, then Tang Xiu would be forced to use his power and kill everyone present. John Yu's father was shocked by Tang Xiu's strength. With just one swing of the sword, he was able to tear his best fighters to the hospital bed. They will no longer be able to work as guards. He asked the Giant Li what they should do now. John Yu's father's name was Lao Du. The Giant Li admitted that he was completely hopeless, and now all they have to do is listen and follow Tang Xiu's orders. Because of the attack on Tang Xiu by Lao Du, now they have no way to resolve everything peacefully. Tang Xiu looked at the twins and ordered them to go up to the businessmen's sons and break a few more bones. The twins immediately agreed and headed to the office basement. The boys' parents immediately began to persuade Tang Xiu to negotiate, and promised to pay any amount of money so that he would not touch their sons. Giant Li realized the terrible situation they were in.